New York, Manhattan, Harlem. Are you sure Bruce Banner is here now? Looking up at this familiar apartment building, Chi-Jun felt like rolling his eyes. Chi-Jun asked Tony Stark beside him. As the saying goes, it's better to catch Bruce Banner early than late. On the other side, Thunderbolt General Ross was preparing to make a desperate attempt to capture Bruce Banner. Here, Bruce Banner just happened to find the Mr. Blue he had been in contact with, Samuel Stern, a double doctor of physics and biology. Chi-Jun had already investigated this building long before he manifested tie-by. So he had a deep impression of it. At the beginning, Chi-Jun also wanted to use gamma rays to capture Dr. Samuel Stern. The copied Hulk serum was recovered, but after the perfect superhuman bloodline was materialized, Chi-Jun put it aside and did not come to deal with it immediately. Unexpectedly, Chi-Jun came here again after not paying attention for a while. Well, it can't be said to be again. After all, no real person has been here before. Only images have been seen. Of course, although he didn't care about it before, now that he has encountered it, Chi-Jun naturally has no reason to let it go. What's more, Samuel Stern has always been a top scientist that Chi-Jun wants to recruit. Well, after the mutation, there's no mistake. After learning about the green monster, Jarvis has been monitoring it 24 hours a day. Bruce Banner just entered the building. According to the information monitored by Jarvis, this guy went into the home of a man named Dr. Samuel Stern. It is said that he wants to study the serum that can break the green monster. To be honest, if General Ross hadn't suddenly decided to go all out to capture Bruce Banner, I really wanted to see if they could really come up with the serum that could kill the green monster. Wearing sunglasses and holding a large suitcase, Tony Stark, who was standing next to Chi-Jun, said helplessly, "That's right. Tony Stark did not transform into Iron Man at this time, with General Ross's final crazy move. If Tony Stark showed up directly as Iron Man, wouldn't he be telling Ross that the person you want is here? He might have brought General Ross's large force to the city first. What's more, if Iron Man showed up directly at Mr. Blue's house, I'm afraid Bruce Banner would not have a good talk with Tony Stark, but it directly turned into Hulk versus Iron Man him. Maybe Hulk will bully Iron Man, but Chi-Jun didn't pay attention to these. It didn't matter whether Bruce Banner turned into Hulk or not. Instead, Chi-Jun took a closer look at the large briefcase in Tony Stark's hand. Unlike the portable Mark V that only appeared in Iron Man 2, the portable Mark V that appeared now is not only too far ahead of time, but also incomparable in power. Because Chi-Jun had seen with his own eyes in the chairman's office before, when Tony Stark walked out, the Mark V that looked very awesome, the clothes automatically turned into a suitcase, unlike the crispy skin of the original Mark V. Although this one is also named Mark V by Tony Stark, its combat power is definitely far beyond the original. Could it be that I have interfered with the plot to such a serious extent? Fortunately, I have not been in contact with S.H.I.E.L.D., so it should not affect Loki's attraction of aliens, right? No, I can go directly to Asgard now. Why do I have to wait for the development of the plot of Avengers 1? The reason why Odin pays attention to the Earth and the magic of the universe, in addition to this being an infinite gem, besides being a waste of time, it was also because he was too idle. It was not until later that Thor and Loki, the god of trickery, fought one wasteful battle after another, which made the whole of Asgard a mess. That Odin turned his attention away from the cosmic cube and dealt with the fighting of the younger generation at home. Unfortunately, it was too late. The two prodigal sons almost squandered all the wealth of Asgard. What if I go to Asgard now to do something to make Odin turn his attention away from cosmic magic, or even release Hela directly? Chi-Jun stroked his chin and suddenly realized that this idea has great potential. Hey, my friend, Chi-Jun, it's time for us to go up. Looking at Chi-Jun, who was lost in thought, Tony Stark was speechless. You don't really think that Mr. Blue can cure the green monster, do you? Let's go. Chi-Jun came back to his senses. No matter what, he had to solve the problem in front of him first. This was originally promised to Tony Stark, so Chi-Jun would naturally not shirk his responsibility. What's more, Chi-Jun himself also wanted to get enough benefits from this operation. However, Bruce Banner had just gone upstairs to find Mr. Lon, and Tony and himself were going upstairs soon. So how could Emil Brunsky transform into Abomination? Hiss. It seemed that the wings of his butterfly were flapping a little too much. In fact, Chi-Jun didn't know at all that the wings of his butterfly were not flapping a little too much, but very much, because of the information Chi-Jun told Tony Stark. Tony Stark not only put S.H.I.E.L.D. on the blacklist, but also secretly instigated some S.H.I.E.L.D. employees to rebel, and also secretly investigated and dealt with many things that the original Iron Man would not participate in. Even Chi-Jun's own SCP, the group, actually has a greater impact on Marvel Earth. This can be seen from the fact that General Ross made a desperate decision to capture Bruce Banner in advance. The original General Ross would not rashly capture Bruce Banner without a detailed and careful deployment. How could he be worthy of his general status? But now, General Pili only got a piece of information that confirmed his identity, and he hurriedly assembled the troops he could still assemble, ready to send them all out to capture the Hulk. This was completely influenced by Chi-Jun's unconscious flapping of his wings. Two big names in the author group have just been recommended by the hot list. I am envious and jealous. I'm envious. Yes, just envious. Ding dong, the doorbell rang, and Bruce Banner and Samuel Stern, who had just met online for the first time, were stunned. Bruce Banner's muscles and nerves were tense, and he looked at Samuel Stern across from him with full vigilance. Bruce Banner even began to suspect that Dr. Samuel Stern was actually the middleman that General Ross tricked him into coming. In order not to be arrested, Bruce Banner even began to control his emotions, and the heart rate monitored by the watch on his wrist began to soar wildly. 60, 80, 100, 120, 150. However, Samuel Stern did not notice Bruce Banner's abnormality, even though Bruce Banner's eyes had begun to show a hint of green light. Because, with a hint of curiosity, Samuel Stern came to the door and opened it. You know, although Samuel Stern is a double doctor of physics and biology, geniuses always have quirks, so almost no one would come to him privately. Who are you? Samuel Stern looked up and down at the two people at the door. One of them was wearing sunglasses and looked familiar, while the other was completely unfamiliar. Hello, Dr. Stern. We are here to see Bruce Banner. Tony Stark spoke first. How did you know he was here? Samuel Stern's emotional intelligence was touching. He didn't have the slightest intention of hiding a secret and asked directly, roar. But at this moment, a roar came from the room. Rip. There was a sound of clothes being torn, and a big green guy popped out from behind Dr. Samuel Stern. It turned out that Bruce Banner, who had already prepared, was more certain after hearing Tony Stark's voice that the so-called Mr. Blue was actually a trap set by General Ross to lure him in. He immediately stopped controlling the power of forgiveness in his body, and a big green guy just popped out. Hulk, I hate you. Seeing the three people in front of him, Hulk instinctively showed a wave of disgust. He roared and slapped them with a palm as big as a palm fan. Holy shit. Tony Stark, who was about to persuade Samuel Stern to let him in, was frightened when he saw the green monster appear. He quickly jumped away, revealing Chi-Jun's figure, hid aside, opened his suitcase, and began to put on the brand new Mark V. Hide behind me. Pulling Dr. Samuel Stern, whose eyes were glowing green and muttering, "This is simply a work of art," behind him, Chi-Jun thought, and instantly put on a cool battle suit similar to Superman. However, due to the usual reservedness of the Chinese, this battle suit was not a tight-fitting one, and there was no red underwear sewn on the chest, nor was there an S-shaped logo drawn on the chest. Except for the Chinese red cape, Chi-Jun's battle suit was more simple. Chi-Jun easily took the slap as big as the Hulk's fan, and his body did not even shake. We have no hostility, Hulk. Chi-Jun was ready to communicate with Bruce Banner's second personality. Wouldn't it be better if he could just fool Hulk into his pocket? No. However, Hulk seemed very disrespectful and did not want to talk to Chi-Jun. You're all bad guys. Hulk did not know Tony Stark and Chi-Jun, but as Bruce Banner's second personality, Hulk, who was originally one, knew that Bruce Banner came to Samuel Stern to cure his lesions. Hulk did not want to die. Hulk did not want to be treated. Hulk was very angry. Hulk was very angry. Hulk wanted to cause trouble. Okay, it seems that the green big guy is not going to have a good talk with us. Chi-Jun did not take the first level transformed Hulk seriously, and even turned around to tease Tony Stark. Then he turned around and punched out, hitting the other fist of Hulk attacking him. Boom. A huge shockwave spread from the two fists, shaking Samuel Stern's room into a mess. The surrounding windows were all shattered, and the falling glass debris caused chaos among the pedestrians on the street downstairs. Bang bang bang. Chi-Jun himself did not change at all, but the green big Hulk was suddenly knocked out by the powerful punch, smashing through Dr. Samuel Stern's already shattered house and into another family's house separated by a wall. wall. Aw. As expected, the appearance of a green monster made the family next door scream in fear, but the angry Hulk didn't care if they were innocent or not. He just slapped them and stopped screaming. Then, he kicked his feet suddenly and rushed towards Chi-Jun again before the floor was completely broken. Oh my god. Today must be April Fool's Day. How could anyone fight against this green super monster? Oh my god. And it was this man who was beating up the green monster. Seeing Chi-Jun and Hulk fighting, smashing the TV, the refrigerator, and even the bed, Samuel Stern seemed to have no idea that his home was completely destroyed. Only the two people in the fight were left in his eyes, but in his heart, he wanted to catch the two people in the fight, draw blood, slice them, and study them. Hey, they completely destroyed your home. Isn't your focus a bit off? Samuel Stern himself didn't notice it, but Tony Stark, who was already dressed, didn't see it. He saw the two men fighting, punching a wall, hitting an appliance with a palm, and almost instantly destroyed Samuel Stern's home. Don't even think about getting a good screw out. Oh my god, I haven't paid off my loan yet. After Tony Stark's reminder, Samuel Stern finally saw what his home looked like, and he was in tears. Oh my god, in order to save money, Samuel Stern didn't buy insurance, and now he's screwed. Wait, copied Hulk blood. Samuel Stern suddenly remembered that he had also copied a lot of green monster blood. Compared to this, the room was destroyed. Hey, what are you doing? Are you looking for death? Seeing Samuel Stern suddenly rush into the anti-room, Tony Stark was immediately startled and hurried forward to pull him. Iron Man, why are you here? That guy in sunglasses was you. No, you let me go. I have something very, very important in there. We can't let them destroy it. Samuel Stern realized it later and finally found out who the familiar man in sunglasses was. But when he thought of the Hulk's blood that he had copied at great cost and hid in the room, he immediately struggled that of course, how could a mere ordinary person break free from the confinement of Tang Tang Iron Man? What's more, this is the Mark V suit that has been newly upgraded in terms of manufacturing materials and energy. Chi-Jun, who was fighting with the Hulk in the room, easily saw Samuel Stern's performance. In this regard, Chi-Jun could only sigh. He is worthy of being a scientist who is 1000% or even more passionate about science. Otherwise, call him an idiot. However, when Chi-Jun saw, through his mental power, that the space ring was filled with a display cabinet of the Hulk's gamma ray replicating blood, his eyebrows slightly raised. This was originally Chi-Jun's target, but he gave up after he had the Venus space station that could absorb sunlight at any time. But now that he has a chance to get it, how could Chi-Jun give up? What's more, this thing, in addition to its collection value, can also use mutated gems to materialize corresponding different levels of green body strengthening potion, isn't it? To be honest, Chi-Jun wants to see if Pepper will still like it if Tony Stark turns green. If I were a DJ, anyway. Chi-Jun wants to retain a special feature of the exclusive Tony Green Stark body strengthening potion. As long as you drive, it will become bigger than your head. By then, Hulk is angry. After fighting with Chi-Jun for a long time, Hulk found that he had no way to deal with Chi-Jun. Except for being bigger than Chi-Jun, he was no match for Chi-Jun in any other way. So, the Hulk, who transformed once, became more and more angry and super evolved. Super Evolution Transformation Hulk? No, it should be Hulk, Super Evolution, Transformation. Crunch crunch with a series of crunching transformations. A taller and greener green guy appeared. This guy, just standing there, is already as tall as the ceiling. Hulk is going to kill you. The newly transformed Hulk, feeling the stronger power in his body, suddenly let out a wild roar and rushed straight towards Chi-Jun bang. Unfortunately, the second transformed Hulk was still no match for Chi-Jun. With just one punch, Hulk was knocked out by Chi-Jun. Samuel Stern's home was not on the top floor, and Chi-Jun didn't want to fight with Hulk, causing the building to collapse and himself to be pressed in the ruins. Even if this could not cause any harm to himself, it would be embarrassing enough. What's more, the direction from which Chi-Jun punched Hulk was exactly the direction from which General Ross and his large force were attacking. If you want to subdue the Hulk, you can't just suppress him. You also need to. Hulk has to be allowed to vent, right? General Ross, you should have come earlier or later, but now is the perfect time. As for Tony Stark asking him to take action, that was just to prevent too many civilians from getting hurt. But it didn't say that soldiers were included. Save the soldiers of the United States Federation? Don't be ridiculous. If Chi-Jun really had a good impression of the United States Federation military, how could he not only sell the weakened Captain America serum to the military in large quantities, but also leak the information of Wakanda to the Pentagon? So, Chi-Jun had actually messed up the plot of the Marvel world a long time ago, but Chi-Jun himself didn't think about it carefully, so he didn't notice it yet. Hey man, how is it? Can you handle it? Seeing Chi-Jun punch the second transformed Hulk away, Iron Man let go of Samuel Stern and flew to Chi-Jun with ion waves under his feet and asked. Samuel Stern, who had finally gotten rid of the confinement, took 2 steps at a time and whooshed through the ruined hall and bedroom and came to a secret room secretly transformed on the outside. But obviously, this secret room had already been rotten, and there was no drop of the Hulk's blood that had been copied at a huge cost. No, Samuel Stern immediately wailed in pain. Chi-Jun took a look and stopped paying attention. Although Chi-Jun's target also included Dr. Samuel Stern, the problem of the Hulk had not been solved yet. Without Hulk blood, Dr. Samuel Stern was just an ordinary person. Therefore, there was no rush to deal with his problem for the time being. What do you think? Dressed in a Superman-like battle suit, with a cape that flutters behind him without wind, Chi-Jun's outstanding figure is even more evident. Glancing at Tony Stark, who was transformed into Iron Man, Chi-Jun asked in a very relaxed tone, I guess it will be easy? Tony Stark, who was not wearing a hood, did not notice that Jarvis did not scan Chi-Jun at all. Seeing Chi-Jun's relaxed look, he shrugged and answered with a smile. Tony Stark, who promised not to record Chi-Jun's information, has not discovered Chi-Jun's abnormality until now. Note, Tai-Bai is different. As the Tai-Bai manifested by the mutated gem, he can see Chi-Jun, no matter what instrument. But why not just solve it directly? Or lead this green monster to a remote place? Tony Stark seemed a little confused when he saw the second transformed Hulk killing the troops brought by Ross. Although the battle between Hulk and the military did not hurt civilians, Tony Stark was still worried. Do you think that if General Ross is not hurt, he will give up? Chi-Jun replied lightly, without explaining the deeper meaning. The situation regarding the Hulk is actually very easy to solve, which requires us to talk about the dark magic that Chi-Jun originally thought he would not use. Slap yourself in the face X2 as Bruce Banner's second personality. The Hulk is actually a branch of Bruce Banner's soul. According to Chi-Jun's previous methods, there is really no way to completely solve this problem. He can only let Bruce Banner lock himself up in the Gamma Ray laboratory for 18 months and try to merge his souls. But after realizing the dark magic imprinted with Seed Horn, Chi-Jun found that solving the problem of the Hulk was simply too easy. It was not until he actually met Hulk that Chi-Jun realized that it was too easy to solve Hulk's problem or to solve Bruce Banner's problem. In particular, in this matter, Hulk's second personality is actually very weak. Using Dark Soul magic, it is easy to separate the main personality Bruce Banner and the secondary personality Hulk. Just find another body and integrate the separated personality soul into it. And then Bruce Banner is Bruce Banner. And then Hulk is just Hulk. And what Chi-Jun wants is exactly this state. As a scientist, Bruce Banner is a super genius, and his 7 doctoral degrees are not fake. As a combat unit, Hulk can perfectly perform various tasks issued by Chi-Jun, and this guy also has the attribute of an indestructible cockroach. The more angry he is, the stronger he is. It's perfect. Therefore, Chi-Jun will send the second transformed Hulk to General Ross's team with one punch. Firstly, it can deter this marginal general who has lost his power, and secondly, it can also let Hulk vent his anger, making it easier for Chi-Jun's plan to be carried out smoothly. Of course, there is also Emil Brunsky, who, as a guy who can carry the blood of the Hulk, is also a powerful fighter and thug. S.C.P. If a group wants to be famous throughout the universe, the more talents the better. Chi-Jun even has the idea of absorbing Dr. Doom and the Fantastic Four. That's right. When Chi-Jun asked Tai-Bai to collect information on the Earth, he collected the information of these 5 guys. However, at this time, these 5 people have not been to space, have not been irradiated by cosmic ray energy, and have not become the so-called Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom. However, Chi-Jun has checked the information and found that the private space station of Dr. Doom's company has just been built, and he will soon go to space with the other 4 people to conduct experiments. Of course, Chi-Jun's target is more Mr. Fantastic and Dr. Doom. Chi-Jun values their abilities more, not only their strength, but also the fact that these 2 people are scientists. Scientists in the Marvel world are a group of people with magical abilities. What's more, in addition to Doom and the Fantastic Four, Chi-Jun also found a group company called Life Foundation in Taibai's information, and the boss of this company is called Carlton Drake. What does this represent? Venom and Venom's family. You know, there are only 4 symbiotes brought back to Earth by the Life Foundation, and there are more than 3 million symbiote tribes in the asteroid belt in space. For Chi-Jun, this really represents a force that he can control, an extremely huge force. Symbiotes need to parasitize? No problem. The Biochemical Manufacturing Center, the Red Alert like barracks, as many as you want. Symbiotes are difficult to control? You are kidding. Shisung's Dark Soul magic will control you forever. If you are worried that Shisung's Dark Soul magic will leave a backdoor, easy. Mutated gem, learn about it. It only costs a little energy and modifies the rules that a huge interstellar force that can be completely controlled by Chi-Jun is right in front of you. 3 million superpowered legions. It's exciting to think about it. But the information found by Taibai shows that the Life Foundation, a group company, has just built the first spaceship that can fly in space. It should be said that it is a space travel plane. No, it can't even be called the universe, because this thing can only go back and forth between the asteroid belt and the Earth at most, and it can't even leave the solar system. It can only be called a space shuttle. In fact, after Chi-Jun adapted to the perfect superhuman bloodline, he went to the asteroid belt in person according to the target direction set in the Life Foundation to search carefully. It's just a pity that Chi-Jun didn't find even one alien symbiote. I don't know whether the planet with 3 million symbiotes has not flown here yet, or it has a special concealment method and has been hiding in the asteroid belt, but Chi-Jun didn't care. Since he couldn't find it, he would wait for the Life Foundation to launch a space shuttle. Chi-Jun didn't believe that after this plane flew to the asteroid belt, Chi-Jun would not be able to find the meteorite asteroid hiding 3 million symbiotes. Thinking so much has no relevance to the present. Chi-Jun regained his composure and turned his attention back to the mighty Hulk. Tanks circled on the ground. Helicopters circled in the sky. These extremely violent weapons wantonly vented their anger. However, for Hulk, it was useless. Attacks that could not even tear his skin could only arouse Hulk's more violent anger that if he transformed into Hulk once, he might still be afraid of so many violent attacks. But now, Hulk airwave. The 2 palmly fan-sized hands clapped suddenly, and the huge pressure squeezed the air out of the hands rapidly, quickly forming a powerful fan-shaped shockwave, which scattered the armed helicopters in the air and made them fly everywhere. The armed helicopters, unable to maintain their balance, quickly fell one after another, causing bursts of violent explosions. Hulk charge. Hulk didn't even look at the results of the battle in the sky. He turned around, clasped his hands together, and slammed them on the ground with great energy at lightning speed. However, this blow did not break the ground beneath his feet. Instead, the powerful energy broke through the ground in the direction of Hulk's hammering, quickly forming a groundbreaking wave that blew away all the surrounding tanks, war vehicles, and soldiers, and knocked them to the ground. Hulk roar. Even the 2 powerful sonic tanks that General Ross had high hopes for were instantly shattered by Hulk's roar and turned into scrap metal. At this point, all the troops brought by General Ross were overturned. Hulk, invincible. Like a gorilla, Hulk slapped his chest with his palm leaf fan-sized hands, turned his head and glared at the direction where he was hit. This time, Chi-Jun did not hide again. Instead, under countless gazes, he gently floated out of the completely destroyed home of Dr. Samuel Stern. Hulk, not invincible, under the gazes of countless people, Chi-Jun flew to the sky directly in front of Hulk, hovering in the air, and spoke softly but forcefully. No, Hulk. Invincible. After hearing Chi-Jun's words, Hulk didn't agree. He roared and jumped up suddenly. The ground collapsed under his huge force. However, Chi-Jun just waved his hand gently. Everyone around assured their god. What they really saw was Chi-Jun waving his hand gently. Then, bang, bang, there was a sound explosion, and everyone around had tinnitus and dizziness. All the glass windows around were shattered, which all represented the power of Chi-Jun's attack. Hulk, who defeated General Ross's troops, smashed back to the ground at a speed that broke the sound barrier and directly smashed a deep hole. Hiss. Everyone around took a breath of cold air. Is he still human? That green monster was knocked out of the sound barrier by such a light wave of his hand. That green monster must have turned into a pool of meat residue, right? Everyone was shocked, and no one dared to move. They were afraid that if they were not careful, they would attract the attention of the existence in the air that was more terrifying than the green monster. But Chi-Jun didn't care about these, and continued to float quietly in the air, because Chi-Jun knew that the group of people around him thought that the green monster that had turned into meat residue could not die. In fact, Hulk would become more powerful after this blow. Feeling the surging power in his body, Chi-Jun suddenly wanted to have a hearty battle. On the other side, Iron Man was even more shocked when he saw this scene. Is he still a human being? Samuel Stern was also shocked by this violent blow, and came back to his senses. He was so stunned that he didn't know what to say. I know he is very powerful, but I didn't know he was so powerful. Tony Stark stared at Chi-Jun's face blankly, as if he wanted to see from Chi-Jun's face how he was so powerful. With a light wave of his hand, he could actually create a sonic boom for the green monster that the military was helpless against, and he even hammered it directly into the deep ground. On the other side, the elite team of S.H.I.E.L.D., who also received the intelligence that General Ross wanted to forcibly capture the green monster, also looked confused. Is this still a human? Hey sir, I think you'd like to see this. Just then, a member of the accompanying Action Reserve team, or the Action Logistics team, called out, attracting the team leader. The leader of the S.H.I.E.L.D. elite team quickly came to the guy and looked at the portable battlefield monitor he pointed to. Monitor the invisible man. The leader looked at the monitor screen, then looked at the man suspended in the air in the center of the battle, and shouted subconsciously. In the leader's sight, the man suspended in the air was still there, but in the monitor, there was only air there. No. Person. Captain Coulson. Do you know him? Although the leader subconsciously lowered his voice, the agent in charge of the monitor still heard it, and his face changed. Is this the name of the powerful man in the sky? Or is it just a description? The agent glanced at the leader and thought silently. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Phil Coulson quickly came back to his senses and his face turned cold again. Although Phil Coulson had forgotten about Chi-Jun because of the Rorschach's forgotten mask, there was still a black-boiled egg that helped Phil Coulson recall the incident. As the only S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who had come into contact with the monitoring invisible man, and then lost his memory, Phil Coulson's impression of Chi-Jun was simply too deep, but the monitoring invisible man was set up with high-level confidentiality by the director, and it was not something that these field agents who followed him out this time could understand. However, after Phil Coulson glanced left and right, he pursed his lips speechlessly. This situation, I'm afraid, can't be concealed. After all, the battlefield monitor is not only owned by this agent, because of the exclamation of this agent before. Almost all the agents who performed field work this time discovered this magical situation. Remember, what you are seeing now is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s level 10 secret. You must completely forget this matter from your mind. Do you understand? Seeing that he could not stop it, Phil Coulson could only bring up S.H.I.E.L.D.'s level confidentiality system, hoping that these people were loyal S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Phil Coulson understood that after this operation, these guys would definitely be transferred one by Black Egg. If the secret could not be kept secret, the result would be, just as Phil Coulson was still daydreaming, a huge vibration came violently from the ground where everyone was standing. Earthquake. Earthquake. People who were already in a panic because of Hulk's battle with the army became even more panicked after hearing this rumor that no one knew who shouted it. Even people who were afraid of the collapse of high-rise buildings due to the earthquake ran to the center where Hulk was fighting with the army. After all, it was very spacious. But is it really safe? Didn't they think that the vibration might come from the deep hole in the center of the battle? Chi-Jun watched coldly without making any move. However, Tony Stark, who had been standing aside and watched Hulk abuse the army without taking any action, finally couldn't help it. Hey, older body, get out of there. The green monster in the underground is coming out. The golden and red Iron Man officially appeared, turned on the external speakers, and rushed towards the group of people who were preparing to take shelter in the battle center. Wow, steal it. Iron Man is coming. We are saved. Iron Man is here. A group of people, seeing Tony Stark's cool appearance, immediately forgot about the crisis of the earthquake, and a group of people ran towards Iron Man. This seems like a carnival. Suddenly, the shaking of the earth stopped, because a dark green monster that was bigger, stronger, and taller than before rushed out of the narrow pit and rushed towards Chi-Jun, who was hovering in the air, and shouted, "Hulk! Invincible! Rising Dragon!" Of course, Hulk can't become a Rising Dragon Tyrant unless Chi-Jun materializes a Rising Dragon Tyrant skill book for him. But looking at Hulk's Rasengan, no, why does it look like 1,000 years of death? The more he looked at it, the more he felt something was wrong. So Chi-Jun kicked Hulk away. Bang! Another sonic boom sounded, and the surrounding crowd watched helplessly as the green monster, which had become taller and more powerful, was kicked out of the city by Chi-Jun and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Before the crowd could calm down, another sonic boom sounded. Bang! The crowd clearly saw that the hero who saved everyone, the hero who was just suspended in the air, flew away at a faster speed than the green monster he kicked away. In that direction, should he continue to abuse the green monster? Superhero. He drove away the monster that was wreaking havoc in the city. He's our superhero. Suddenly, a person who had eaten a lot of melons shouted. Then, the people who had also eaten a lot of melons quickly echoed him. Yes, he's our hero. He's a superhero. The military is a bunch of weaklings. We need superheroes to protect us. That's right. The military is such a jerk. And seeing how familiar the military seems with this green monster, maybe it's a monster created by the military. In the end, our superheroes have to come to the rescue. The military is useless. Hey guys, we still have Iron Man. He may be a little late, but he's still our superhero. That's right. Iron Man is also a superhero. A large group of spectators shouted angrily, venting their unhappiness. The scene of the green giant wreaking havoc in the downtown area just now scared the spectators. In the operation to capture the Hulk, the military became the biggest loser. On the contrary, Chi-Jun won the recognition of the people as soon as he appeared. After all, he was a hero who subdued the green monster and saved everyone. Asshole. Waste. Like the crowd, General Ross was also furious, but his anger came from the powerlessness of his subordinates, the strength of Hulk, and the inexplicable superhero who intervened. Ross didn't know Chi-Jun. Although the instrument couldn't capture Chi-Jun's image, Ross could see with his eyes. Ross guaranteed that he definitely didn't know this person. In fact, after contacting the top powerful generals in the Pentagon and the military leaders of other factions, Chi-Jun had long forgotten Ross. If it weren't for the relationship with Bruce Banner, Chi-Jun would have almost forgotten this guy completely. What should we do? General. Looking at the angry general, the adjutant didn't want to disturb him, but this operation was a failure, or a complete failure, and it was in the downtown area. Look at the excited crowd slowly gathering around. At this time, someone must stand up and take the blame. The adjutant said that the pot was too heavy and he couldn't bear it. What else can we do? Contact the cleaning team to clean up the battlefield. We will withdraw first. Although he was angry, he couldn't bear it when he saw the people around him shouting slogans and more people coming to watch the show. By the way, where is Emil Brunsky? While asking the car soldiers to turn around and go back to the base, Ross asked the adjutant. He was slapped by the green monster and fell into the shopping mall next door. We sent someone to check. He had comminuted fractures all over his body and was breathing more than breathing in. He probably won't survive. The adjutant was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Ross was still thinking about that guy in this situation, but the adjutant still reported truthfully. Put him. Forget it. Just retreat. Hearing that Emil Brunsky was not dead yet, Ross instinctively wanted to ask someone to carry him back, but then he changed his mind and realized that he had nothing now, and as soon as he returned to the base, there would be an order to dismiss him, right? Even if Emil Brunsky was carried back, it would be a credit to other generals. Others would not think that the fact that Emil Brunsky had been injected with a defective version of the super soldier serum and did not die had anything to do with Ross. Although in fact it really had nothing to do with him. Poor Emil Brunsky was abandoned by Ross just like that. If Iron Man Tony Stark had not received a message from Tai-Bai, poor Emil Brunsky would have really died without anyone knowing. However, at this time, Tony Stark did not fly away with Chi-Jun, nor did he immediately start to rescue people, but fell into disbelief. Jarvis, you mean, even if Chi-Jun stood in front of you, you still couldn't scan him? Then how did you find him in the desert before? After being shocked for a while, Tony Stark returned to normal and asked, perhaps, is Mr. Chi-Jun able to control this state? If he wants people to know, he can detect it. If he doesn't want people to know, he blocks all the detection methods. There is no record of these principles in Jarvis' database. He can only come up with such a result through big data analysis. Oh, if that's the case, it's not unacceptable. Tony Stark raised his eyebrows. Well, now is the time to save people. Let's talk about these things later. On the other side, in the suburbs of New York, in an uninhabited area, like a cannonball, the Hulk, who had transformed 3 times, landed headfirst on the ground with great force, plowing a long and deep gully in the ground. Bang! A sonic boom was heard. But it quickly disappeared. It was Chi-Jun who arrived, ignoring inertia and suddenly stopped, still suspended in the air, looking down at the long and deep gully plowed by the 3 transformed Hulk. Hulk, how about hanging out with me and enjoying the good food and drinks? Looking at Hulk, who had crawled out and was looking at him angrily, Chi-Jun grinned and said to him, Hulk, I'll beat you. A roar expressed Hulk's disdain. Bend your legs, jump up, and kill for 1,000 years. Cough. Well, it seems that you are not awake enough, so I can only beat you up first. Sighing and shaking his head, Chi-Jun teleported to Hulk's side. Without giving Hulk any time to react, he kicked him with a whip kick. Bang. Seeing the 3-stage transformation Hulk plowing a deep trench in the ground, Chi-Jun couldn't help but frown. Snap a finger snap sounded. The prism flew. The mirror space was created. In this way, fighting and dying in the mirror space would not affect the real world. Hulk, fight. Hulk didn't care about the mirror image or not. Instead, he was very unhappy with Chi-Jun, who only attacked him from the side. Haha, that's fine. Hearing Hulk's roar, Chi-Jun chuckled. I was just thinking about trying it out to see if my current body can suppress your 3 stages of transformation. Watch my fist. Chi-Jun lowered his body, stood on the ground, clenched his fist, and rushed towards Hulk. Haha, that's it. Seeing Chi-Jun land on the ground, Hulk seemed very happy, thinking that he had yelled Chi-Jun down. At this stage, Hulk's IQ was not very high, probably about 2 or 3 years old, and he was actually very easy to coax. However, because of the 3-stage transformation, Hulk at this time was very difficult to coax. Endless anger filled Hulk's brain, and he couldn't listen to any words. Hulk excitedly clenched his fist and blasted towards Chi-Jun. Boom. Another huge wave spread out from the center of the collision of the 2 fists. Hulk was knocked away as expected, but this time, Chi-Jun was also knocked far away by the huge force. However, there was no dejection on Chi-Jun's face, but a look of excitement. Haha, that's the feeling. Come again. With a loud laugh, Chi-Jun kicked his feet and rushed towards Hulk again. Bang, 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 boom. Boom, boom. A real fight, without a trace of pretense. Boom, boom, bang, bang, bang. Even in the mirror space, the surrounding environment had already been smashed to pieces by the 2 men, and almost the entire land was turned over. After an unknown amount of time, Chi-Jun dodged and came to Hulk's side, kicking him far away. Call. This Hulk is really a monster. With my current physical strength, I actually feel tired. After kicking Hulk away, Chi-Jun stopped where he was and couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths. Hulk, come again. With a roar, Hulk came up again. Hey, you want to continue? But it's a pity that your brother doesn't want to accompany you anymore. Having experienced the refreshing feeling of fist to flesh, Chi-Jun was already satisfied. The rest was the time to really recruit Hulk. So close yet so far away. With a casual finger, a space magic was cast on Hulk. Suddenly, Hulk, who had already rushed to Chi-Jun, could not move forward even a step, even if Hulk kept running, unfortunately. The space between Chi-Jun and Hulk had been infinitely stretched by Chi-Jun, and it was useless no matter how fast Hulk ran. Hulk, how about following me? Seeing that Hulk tried his best, but couldn't get close to me, Chi-Jun grinned and said, you had a great time fighting just now. Now, I'll let you experience the frustration of not being able to reach someone right in front of you. No, Hulk. Shockwave. Hulk would not yield to Chi-Jun's simple words, and he directly expressed his anger with actions. Unfortunately, it was useless. When the space was infinitely stretched, unless one was also proficient in the way of space, or had the power to break the space with one punch, otherwise, all attacks would be infinitely stretched and could not hit the target at all. Everything was false. Hulk. Air cannon. Hulk. Rasengan. Hulk. Does Hulk have the power to break through space? Maybe in the future, but definitely not now. Therefore, all of Hulk's moves are just empty space. Okay, stop doing so many tricks. Looking at the attack that Hulk had researched, Chi-Jun found that he was actually a little impressed. However, how can Hulk be quieted down? Should he use the heart purification spell? Chi-Jun thought, stroking his chin. If that thing is used, Hulk will shrink back into his body, and then he will become Bruce Banner. Chi-Jun was thinking about dealing with Hulk first, then cloning a body for Bruce Banner, and then dealing with Bruce Banner. After all, although dark soul magic is nominally dark magic, if you want to split a soul that has given birth to a second personality, you must split the soul into two parts. Both personalities must be convinced, otherwise, if one of them is unwilling, this dark soul splitting magic cannot be performed. Well, I got it. Snap of fingers sounded, and the entire mirror space began to ripple with prism waves. And the space suddenly changed. Hulk, who was originally sprinting on the spot, immediately began to travel through space in various ways while these prisms were flipping. Each prism represents a different space channel. Every time the prism surges, Hulk falls into this endless space channel, constantly traveling through space in this limited space. No. At this time, Hulk flew out of a prism in the distance, and then quickly drilled into another prism. How? The voice came from above, but just as it came out, it disappeared again because of a new prism. Graham. The sound came from behind Chi-Jun, and this time, Hulk jumped up from below. No. Left. Clothes. Right. How? Top. Graham. Below. Right. Middle. Vomit. The ever-changing prism surge technique soon turned Hulk's nerves upside down. An unstoppable dizziness filled his mind, and he made a disgusting vomiting sound. This kind of space magic can be called the exclusive restraining magic of Hulk. Snap with the sound of snapping fingers. The endless prism mirrors disappeared quickly, as if they had never appeared, leaving Hulk lying on the ground retching. Chi-Jun didn't want to really make Hulk vomit. Otherwise, it would be ugly. If Hulk turned back into Bruce Banner, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Hulk, do you want to stay like this forever and never change back to Bruce Banner? Knowing that Hulk would not want to fight at least for the time being, Chi-Jun slowly walked to Hulk's side and asked softly. Hulk raised his head suddenly, his eyes filled with various expressions, but in the end, they were all suppressed, and he shouted, "Think." Chi-Jun saw clearly that Hulk's eyes were full of resistance, struggle, and resistance. It seemed that it was Bruce Banner's main consciousness that was resisting. But unfortunately, when Hulk was in the first or second transformation, Bruce Banner's main consciousness could still influence anything. But after the third transformation, Hulk's consciousness had completely suppressed Bruce Banner's main consciousness. Even if he transformed 4 or 5 times, Hulk's consciousness would directly devour Bruce Banner's main consciousness and become a new main consciousness. At that time, Bruce Banner would really no longer exist. So, as long as you're willing to submit to me, I will help you never turn back into Bruce Banner. How about that? Chi-Jun is like a big bad wolf, tempting the little white rabbit. No, Hulk, never be a slave. After hearing Chi-Jun's words, Hulk's eyes suddenly turned red, and he seemed to have a tendency to transform again. Chi-Jun was shocked. Damn, after 3 transformations, the physical strength can only be said to be a tie. If he wants to deal with Hulk, he can only use magic. If he undergoes a 4th transformation, Chi-Jun's physical strength will not be able to be abused, and magic may not be able to hold Hulk anymore. In the final analysis, the power of Chi-Jun's magic is directly proportional to Chi-Jun's own strength. The stronger the body, the more energy it contains, and the higher the level, the more powerful the magic. Once Hulk undergoes 4 transformations, it will be difficult for Chi-Jun to subdue Hulk so easily. Okay. Chi-Jun hurried to comfort him, but he couldn't let this guy transform. Fortunately, the Hulk now had the IQ of a child and was easy to coax. He soon calmed down with Chi-Jun's assurance, no slave. Then let's try another way. Chi-Jun patted Hulk's arm. Damn, the Hulk who transformed 3 times was really much bigger. Even if Hulk was sitting on the ground, Chi-Jun could only pat his upper arm and couldn't even reach his chin. In this form, he was obviously bigger than the one in Gao Tinzuin's playground. Could it be that this guy has mutated because of me? So, I will provide you with a place to vent. Usually, you can eat and drink as you like, but if I need your help, you can come and help, just like a friend. How about it? Chi-Jun fooled. Of course, Chi-Jun was not just fooling around, but really planned to build an amusement park similar to Gao Tinzuin. You know, in the near future, Chi-Jun will be able to harvest 3 million symbiote warriors, and he will have enough fighters to fill this amusement park. No, the arena. Even after the souls of Bruce Banner and Hulk are separated, Hulk can't maintain his current size, right? 3 million biochemical symbiote warriors are definitely enough for Hulk to have fun. Yes, Chi-Jun's plan is actually to imitate the amusement park of the Elder of the Universe Gao Tinzuin. After separating Bruce Banner and Hulk, it is obviously not possible to keep Hulk on Earth. In order to give him a place to vent, it is also necessary to build an amusement park similar to Gao Tinzuin. Friend. Hulk. Friend? After hearing Chi-Jun's words, Hulk scratched his head, revealing a look of confusion, joy, happiness, hesitation, etc. But for Chi-Jun, this was absolutely great news. Not bad, friend. How about letting me, Chi-Jun, be Hulk's first friend? To be honest, Chi-Jun really wanted to be friends with this big guy. He was pure and simple. After being fooled by Thor, he dared to fight with the fire giant of Ragnarok. Good. Hulk. Friend. Chi-Jun. Friend. Hulk pointed at himself, then at Chi-Jun, and laughed. That's right. Friends. Hulk and Chi-Jun are good friends. Chi-Jun punched Hulk's outstretched fingertips and said with a laugh, "Yes, we're friends." Laugh. After Hulk acknowledged Chi-Jun's friend status, Hulk's huge body began to shrink rapidly. Bruce Banner, who was always fighting for control of Hulk's body, took advantage of Hulk's happiness and negligence to successfully seize control. After a while, a shirtless man wearing a pair of magic pants appeared in front of Chi-Jun. It was Bruce Banner. Hiss. Bruce Banner did not wake up immediately. He struggled to get up and slapped his head. It seemed as if something was messing with his head. It hurt like a needle. Who are you? After a while, Bruce Banner finally recovered. After the pain in his head was gone, he finally had time to look around. Then he found Chi-Jun standing beside him. He jumped back with a start, alert, and asked. When transforming into the Hulk, Bruce Banner's main consciousness could only roughly sense the situation outside, and he couldn't know what it was like outside. What's more, the Hulk, who had transformed 3 times, completely suppressed his main consciousness in his mind, and he didn't know who Chi-Jun was. Chi-Jun, SCP, the real controller of the group. Of course, you may not have heard of it, but it doesn't matter. It won't be long before SCP. The name will spread all over the world. Of course, there is another identity that you may be more concerned about. That is, Hulk's friend. With a slight smile, Chi-Jun did not extend his hand to shake hands, or anything like that, because there was no need to. What? Bruce Banner was startled and took many steps back, as if Chi-Jun in front of him was a frightening beast. Friend? Hulk's friend. Seeing Chi-Jun didn't move, Who-s, Banner was relieved a little, and then asked carefully, "Good, Hulk's friend." Chi-Jun said with a smile, "That big green guy, although a little reckless, is a good friend." What the hell? Bruce Banner's eyes widened, with an unbelievable look on his face. You messed around with the Hulk and just thought it was reckless? Do you know how destructive it is? Do you know how harmful it is? You actually made a friend of it? I think you should calm down first. What do you think? Looking at the green skin on Bruce Banner's face, Chi-Jun pointed at it calmly and said, his call thanks to regular exercise and the fact that Hulk had just transformed, Bruce Banner quickly eliminated the green light. Why would you want to be friends with that green monster? Bruce Banner, who had calmed down, still couldn't believe Chi-Jun's choice, a top scientist with 7 doctoral degrees. Bruce Banner couldn't believe it at all. What kind of values would make someone be friends with a green monster who had no brains and could only get angry and smash things? Well, yes, Bruce Banner at this time was not only not ready to accept this fact, but also regarded the existence of Hulk as a disease and had been trying his best to kill it. Why not? Chi-Jun asked with a smile. Why do you have to treat him as a disease? Haven't you tried to control him? You know, you were originally one. As long as you merge with each other, you can not only have your talents, but also powerful strength. Isn't it the best of both worlds? Chi-Jun certainly knew that Bruce Banner would not do this, or the current Bruce Banner would not do this, so he said this to him. If he said this to Bruce Banner again after a few years and experienced more things, the result would naturally be different. Sure enough, no, I will never merge with that monster. It is a monster. I must destroy it. Resisting the urge to get angry again, Bruce Banner firmly affirmed his idea. Unfortunately, Chi-Jun planned to separate Bruce Banner and Hulk. Otherwise, after a few years, Bruce Banner would definitely say, "It smells great." Well, since you are not going to merge, have you ever thought about separating? Chi-Jun was not surprised by Bruce Banner's performance and continued to ask separate. How to divide it? Bruce Banner was a little confused. He really had never thought about this question before. The key is how to divide it. Split himself in half. Bang. Of course, use magic to divide it. Chi-Jun snapped his fingers and raised his eyebrows. Then, Bruce Banner saw that with a surge of prisms, the ruins they were in just now disappeared, and what appeared in front of them was a suburban green land. The surrounding trees, grass, and streams were simply a camping site. If it weren't for the two gullies that exuded the fresh fragrance of the soil, as you can see, this is the real world. Just now, we were just in a mirror space. There, no matter how much damage is done, it will not cause any harm to the real world. Oh, you mean the two grooves on the ground? They were made before he became friends with Hulk. To be honest, Hulk is not a bad guy. It's just that you always wanted to kill him, which forced him to become what he is now. Every time he comes out, he causes havoc, and then all the blame is put on you. Seeing Bruce Banner's stunned look, Chi-Jun thought it was really interesting. There are not many opportunities to see such a scene. No, it can even be said that there is only this one time. After Bruce Banner accepts the system of magic, it will be impossible to see him eating a lot. Suddenly, Chi-Jun looked up into the distance, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. An intelligence agency came to check so soon? These hyenas are really annoying. Chi-Jun frowned and said to Bruce Banner, who had come back to his senses but was still a little dazed. Let's leave here first. I don't think you want to appear in front of those intelligence organizations. Of course, those intelligence organizations have always wanted to capture me for research. There are no good people in that group of guys. Suddenly hearing the term intelligence organization, Bruce Banner suddenly woke up. Compared with General Ross's capture, those intelligence organizations that want to capture the green monster are more annoying. Bruce Banner has experienced this deeply. Let's go. Chi-Jun stretched out his hand and drew a colorless circle of light that flashed with light blue light from time to time. In the confused look of Bruce Banner, he walked in. What are you waiting for? Waiting for the intelligence organization to catch you. I went to lie down on the recliner at my old position in the space station, ready to bask in the sun and recharge my energy. When I turned around, I found that Bruce Banner was still outside. Oh, I'm coming. Bruce Banner was once again stimulated by the intelligence organization's words, and he didn't care about whether it was safe or not. He made up his mind and went straight into the aperture. Then, the aperture quickly shrank and disappeared, as if it had never existed. Not long after, a large group of intelligence organization personnel, watching out for each other, came to the scene. You find a place to sit. There are food and drinks in the refrigerator. You can take them yourself. Wait for me for a moment. Tai-Bai. Open the solar panels and adjust them to a temperature that ordinary people can bear. Although the battle with Hulk consumed mostly physical energy, the subsequent use of space magic still consumed some energy. Although Chi-Jun is not a patient with obsessive-compulsive disorder, since he has come to the Venus base, he naturally needs to replenish his energy so that it will not be a wasted trip. Okay, sir, the solar panels are open, and the light concentration is adjusted to 2%. As soon as Tai-Bai finished speaking, a beam of light suddenly shone in, but in the eyes of an ordinary person like Bruce Banner, this beam of light was too bright, right? Welcome to the Venus space station, Mr. Bruce Banner. Just as Bruce Banner raised his hand to block the glare, Tai-Bai also broadcast a welcome speech to him. Artificial intelligence. Tony Stark's kind. Bruce Banner was sure. He had just scanned the room when he entered and didn't see anyone else. This was an instinct he had developed over a long period of time, etc. Where's this place? Bruce Banner suddenly froze, as if he had thought of something scary, and he didn't even notice that his voice was a little broken. Chi-Jun, who was lying on the recliner charging, smiled and laughed at damn. There was another earthquake just now, and the computer screen is shaking. May no one be injured in the earthquake-stricken area, and may you be blessed with infinite blessings. This is the Venus space station. Welcome, Mr. Bruce Banner. Tai-Bai once again welcomed Bruce Banner with a magnetic voice. But obviously, Bruce Banner did not feel very happy, and even felt that his worldview had been completely destroyed today. Bruce Banner took 2 steps at a time and quickly came to a transparent floor-to-ceiling window made of unknown materials in the space station. However, what appeared in Bruce Banner's eyes was not the aquamarine planet that everyone on Earth was familiar with, but a golden planet, as a super scientist with 7 doctoral degrees. Bruce Banner. Again, how could I not recognize it? This is Venus. Look at the other side. That thing looks so much bigger than the Earth, the sun. Is this really not on Earth? Bruce Banner staggered back a few steps and laughed foolishly. Even Chi-Jun couldn't help staring at this guy for a few times. Is he shocked? Of course. The famous Bruce Banner was really shocked by the series of things he saw and heard, but just based on this little shock, he thought he could shock Bruce Banner? Are you overthinking it? Hey, is there any ice cream? Why do I feel thirsty all of a sudden? Patting his numb face, Bruce Banner staggered and walked towards the refrigerator. There's iced cola in the refrigerator, but your heart is beating fast. Tai-Bai suggests that you sit down and take a rest first, Mr. Bruce Banner. Tai-Bai's voice sounded, and Bruce Banner, who was walking towards the refrigerator, was startled. Well, okay, you're right. Bruce Banner swallowed his saliva. We're in space. If the transformation destroys the space station, even the green monster will not survive. Although Bruce Banner really tried to commit suicide to get rid of the monster on his body, it is obvious that Bruce Banner does not want to try this operation in outer space away from the Earth. Unfortunately, according to the existing data, the green guy in your body will not die even if he appears naked in the universe, Mr. Bruce Banner. Tai-Bai's magnetic voice. Why does it sound so harsh to Bruce Banner's ears this time? Puff. Okay, Tai-Bai. Maybe you should upgrade your EQ simulation module. Seeing Bruce Banner's face turn from pale to blue, and then from blue to black, Chi-Jun immediately stopped Tai-Bai from continuing to commit suicide. Although Chi-Jun believed that Bruce Banner would not care about an artificial intelligence, but what if he did care, right? Chi-Jun no longer believed in absolute things. Everything has a chance of happening. What if this happened? Okay, Tai-Bai, put away the solar panels. The energy consumed was not much, and this short period of time was enough for Chi-Jun to absorb all the energy. Yes, sir. Tai-Bai responded, and also controlled the solar panels to close. Do you feel that everything is so unbelievable? Chi-Jun asked with a smile, taking out a can of ice cream from the refrigerator and throwing it to Bruce Banner. Click his gurgle gurgle gurgle. Ha, well, I feel like I'm dreaming. After finishing the can of ice cream in one breath, Bruce Banner seemed to have finally regained his soul and came back to life. I am a materialist. I'm a scientist with knowledge of physics, biology, and chemistry. Bruce Banner looked at Chi-Jun. I never thought that there would be such an idealistic thing as magic in this world. Really? I always thought that it was a trick played by magicians. Snap, Bruce Banner slapped himself, and the pain made him realize that he was not dreaming. To be honest, I still don't really believe in magic. Bruce Banner adjusted his face, turned to Chi-Jun and asked, did you use some space device? Chi-Jun smiled and did not refute. In fact, you may think so. Magic, after all, is the same as how people use electricity and fire. It's just that people can't understand the operability of magic, and science can't observe it. So, do you want to see the magic? Chi-Jun showed a harmonious and friendly smile. Although your smile seems a little strange, if you can really let me experience some magic, I will really thank you very much. Bruce Banner stood up and bowed slightly to Chi-Jun to express his gratitude. Well, let's take a look. Chi-Jun stepped forward and hit Bruce Banner on the forehead with a palm. Suddenly, Bruce Banner Hulk's soul body suddenly emerged from Bruce Banner's body. That's right. This is the soul magic method that Chi-Jun learned from ancient times to convince Doctor Strange that magic exists. Hulk, friend, one soul with 2 consciousnesses gave birth to a freak soul with 2 heads. When the Hulk soul head saw Chi-Jun, it roared wildly, but it was full of happiness and joy. Bruce Banner, on the other hand, once again looked at the other head with 2 heads and 1 body, Hulk, with a confused look on his face. Yes, this is the state of your soul. Helping Bruce Banner sit down, Chi-Jun explained to Bruce Banner in his soul body, are you going to destroy me? Bruce Banner, in his soul form, naturally easily remembered what Chi-Jun said to Hulk. He wanted Hulk to exist forever. Bruce Banner, in his soul form, was immediately frightened. No, Hulk can exist forever. Chi-Jun smiled and shook his head, and you can also exist. How is it possible? Bruce Banner, the soul body, looked incredulous. There is only one body and the soul is also one. How can they exist separately? In the magic world, nothing is impossible. Chi-Jun explained, just because science can't solve a problem doesn't mean magic can't solve it. How much do you know about the soul? Chi-jun asked with a smile. How do you know that soul magic can't solve your problems? In fact, for me, this matter is really very simple. Chi-jun smiled. In order to ensure that the dark magic learned from Scython's notes would not have a backdoor left by Scython, Chi-jun spent a full 1 million points of energy to modify all the dark magic. The modified dark magic naturally no longer worries about the secret door left by Scython. At the same time, Chi-jun also added a rule to these dark magics, especially the dark soul magic. All creatures that Chi-jun cast dark soul magic on will subtly take Chi-jun's interests as the main thing. There is no such thing as recognizing Chi-jun as the main thing after casting dark soul magic, and Chi-jun does not like such behavior. Could it be that when a monster that Chi-jun hates is cast dark soul magic one day, it will also recognize Chi-jun as the main thing? That's impossible. What's more, among the dark soul magic, is there no special master recognition magic? The magic that Chi-jun is going to cast on Bruce Banner Hulk Soul is naturally carrying the dark soul division magic that will subtly protect Chi-jun's interests. In fact, the Advanced Biohuman Production Center and the Red Alert-like barracks that Chi-jun had previously materialized were all cast with the permanent dark soul magic by Chi-jun, which also solved the problem of insufficient IQ and EQ in the previous mass production of biohumans. At the same time, although these biohumans were set with Chi-jun as the main concept when they were produced, the permanent dark soul magic cast by Chi-jun will still subtly affect them. Have you heard of cloning technology? Chi-jun looked at Bruce Banner. Huh, of course, what's wrong? Bruce Banner was a little confused. Wasn't he talking about magic? Why was it related to science again? How difficult do you think it would be to clone a body for you? Chi-jun asked again, huh? Is there already such technology on Earth now? Bruce Banner's first reaction was disbelief. I have a PhD in biology. How come I have never heard of it? Human cloning has always been a taboo topic. Chi-jun nodded. However, organ cloning is of great help to medicine, and the benefits are amazing. Therefore, the research on cloning technology has never stopped, and will never stop. Of course, these have nothing to do with me cloning a body for you, because the technology one used does not come from the Earth. What? Do you have alien technology? Chi-jun's words obviously shocked Bruce Banner again. Of course, Chi-jun nodded generously and admitted. Do you think that with the magic of magic, it is impossible to detect life outside the Earth? Chi-jun was of course talking nonsense. Although there must be more advanced cloning technology and alien technology, Chi-jun obviously did not have it now. Chi-jun was just going to use the mutation gem to materialize a clone body for Bruce Banner. He said this just to fool people. Of course, if necessary, it is not a problem to spend some energy to use the mutation gem to materialize relevant information. It's just that it consumes more energy to materialize it directly without a reference. Then why is the technology on Earth still so backward? Looking at the space station above Venus, Bruce Banner knew very well that it was absolutely impossible to build a space station here with the technology on Earth. Compared to this, Bruce Banner found it even more difficult to understand that since magicians have such power, why don't they help the Earth to make better progress? Chi-jun shrugged. Perhaps they want to keep everything under their control. As far as Chi-jun knows, the three major empires in the universe have all existed for at least 100,000 years, and any war between them is recorded in units of thousands of years. Chi-jun doesn't believe that in such a long time, there has not been a supreme sorcerer who wants to develop the Earth for a better place. Think about it. The Ancient One has lived for at least a few hundred years. When the Ancient One was young, the Earth at that time was not only barren, but also dominated by the feudal system. Maybe at that time, even the steam age had not yet begun. The wizards, at least the supreme sorcerers of all generations, have the ability to travel long distances between the stars, but they do not bring alien technology back to Earth. What is the reason? Strictly abide by the instructions of the time stone? Then don't use it. It's really hard to guess. It seems that you look down on the wizards on Earth. Looking at Chi-jun's expression, Bruce Banner guessed, huh? You can guess this. Chi-jun looked at Bruce Banner with a surprised expression. Bruce Banner responded with a soul-rolling look. You didn't hide the disdainful expression on your face at all. If I still can't see it, are those 7 doctoral degrees still fake? Can those guys on Earth be called wizards? Chi-jun didn't care about Bruce Banner's rolling eyes, that he was just having a bad taste. A group of guys who obviously have the ability to kite their opponents insist on fighting with bayonets in close combat. It's better to call them wizards, especially that guy Dr. Strange. He is obviously very good at playing wind magic. Instead of throwing a few more tornadoes among the alien soldiers, which would have freed everyone's hands to focus on the sunset purple potato, he ran to play in the water and let an ordinary person who loves you 3,000 times snap his fingers. He is simply garbage among wizards. No, he is simply garbage among garbage. Seeing Chi-jun suddenly start to curse, the soul body of Bruce Banner looked embarrassed. What are you talking about? Why do you know every word, but can't understand anything when they are connected? Hulk, beat the garbage. As the other head of the one-soul dual head, Hulk was much simpler. When he heard Chi-jun calling him garbage, he thought that as a friend, he should help his friend pick up the garbage. That's right. Pick up that big piece of trash. After hearing Hulk's words, Chi-jun came back to his senses and laughed. At the same time, he imagined a scene of Hulk beating up Dr. Strange in his mind. It was so sour and refreshing. Okay, let's get to the point. Putting back his wandering mind, Chi-jun asked the soul body of Bruce Banner Hulk. You need to be willing from the bottom of your heart to split your soul, otherwise there will be a risk of failure. Have you thought it through? Hulk, yes, Hulk is willing. If the cloning technology you mentioned is really perfect, then I am willing to do it. Bruce Banner was not as easy to agree as Hulk, but after thinking for a long time, he made a choice. At the same time, you have to restrain Hulk. Of course, Chi-jun nodded. Hulk will stay on Earth for a while, but I will take him away soon. Earth is still too small compared to the universe. In that case, let's get started. Bruce Banner heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, but he became impatient. Compared to Hulk, who didn't care much, Bruce Banner was eager to solve this problem. When just as Chi-jun nodded and prepared to start, a circle of light suddenly appeared in the space station, interrupting Chi-jun's words. Boss, you're back? Hey, are there any guests? A delicate girl walked out of the light circle. Chi-jun smiled slightly. Bruce Banner was surprised, and Hulk was curious. It turned out to be Sky, who was left here by Chi-jun to continue studying. She had just finished practicing her abilities on Venus and returned to the space station to rest. Hello, how are you? After greeting Chi-jun, Sky came to the soul of Bruce Banner Hulk, greeting him curiously and observing him curiously. Sky was not surprised by the sight of Bruce Banner's physical body sitting on one side and his soul standing on the other, because before learning magic skills, Chi-jun had let Sky experience this scene, and similarly, he could naturally see the soul body. If Bruce Banner's worldview was shattered today, then Sky's worldview has been completely reshaped. Now, therefore, when he saw Bruce Banner Hulk with one soul and 2 heads, Sky did not scream in surprise, but instead observed curiously. Well, hello. Being looked at curiously by a delicate girl, Bruce Banner still felt awkward even though his worldview was shattered. Hulk, on the other hand, did not show any discomfort, and also looked at the delicate girl in front of him with curiosity. Instinctively, Hulk could feel that this girl was very powerful. Yes, very powerful. You will all be colleagues in the future. Let me introduce you to each other. Chi-jun introduced them with a smile. Sky, C.P. the president of the group, is still here to learn how to control his superpowers. Chi-jun pointed to the exquisite girl Sky Bruce Banner, who holds 7 doctoral degrees in physics, biology, and chemistry. C.P. the top scientist in the group's R&D department. Chi-jun pointed to one of the 2 heads of the soul, Bruce Banner. Hulk, he has the IQ of a 2 or 3-year-old, but possesses extremely powerful strength. The angrier he gets, the stronger he becomes. C.P. senior director of the group's cosmic operations department. Chi-jun pointed to another head. Hulk, is that so? Then we will be colleagues from now on. I hope you can take care of me in the future. Sky was the first to greet him, under Chi-Jun's arrangement and Tai-Bai's supervision. In addition to books related to his own shockwave ability, Sky also had to learn knowledge such as group management. Hearing that these two guys would work under him in the future, he naturally wanted to leave a good impression on them. Wait, Sky confirmed their identities, but Bruce Banner was confused. When did I agree to go to that S group? Do you think that, besides not being afraid of any government department, military, or intelligence agency, CP outside the group, where else can you go? Chi-Jun didn't mind Bruce Banner's reaction and smiled. You have to know that your identity information is not a secret, except for the United States military, which other forces don't want to catch you. Even if you tell them that you won't become the Hulk again, do you think they will let you go? Moreover, we SCP the group does not restrict your freedom. You can study whatever you want and go out to play whenever you want. Why not join in? Chi-Jun thought about the subtle influence of soul magic and was tempted. Humph, after the soul separation surgery, even if you are not allowed to join, you will ask to join. Okay, I'll join. After thinking about it carefully, Bruce Banner found that it seemed to be true. At least in this place with magic and alien technology, there is no need to worry about being sliced. Hulk. Friends. Fighting. Compared to the complicated Bruce Banner, Hulk is much simpler. Having friends and fighting is enough. So Leader OS gets started now. Tai-Bai, open all protective shells of the space station. Turn off all light sources. Sunlight can cause certain burning damage to the soul. When the soul is divided, it is also the most vulnerable time. It is better to avoid exposure to light sources as much as possible. As the protective shell was opened, the sunlight gradually disappeared, and the indoor lights began to dim. Chi-Jun also explained to Bruce Banner, when there was no light at all, Chi-Jun moved his mind and communicated with the mutated gem to materialize a body of Bruce Banner that had not been exposed to gamma rays. Of course, Chi-Jun also copied and materialized Bruce Banner's knowledge and skills book. Without waiting for Sky to find out, Chi-Jun directly slapped the skill book away. Suddenly, after a period of unknown branding process, Chi-Jun also became a triple doctor who was simultaneously proficient in physics, biology, and chemistry. Well, now let's start the real soul separation. Chi-Jun silently chanted in his heart and began to cast the dark soul-splitting magic. The separation from the soul brought great pain to Bruce Banner and Hulk, and their miserable screams made Sky, who was standing beside them, feel terrified. However, this scream was nothing to Chi-Jun, who had undergone 3 body enhancements. He still cast the dark soul-splitting magic without being moved, and even reprimanded Bruce Banner and Hulk. Stay ethereal and don't resist. Hearing this, Sky rolled his eyes in the darkness. He knew the pain of having his soul torn apart. How could he remain ethereal? How could he not resist? Of course, it was just a thought. Sky didn't dare to say it out loud. This boss had all kinds of terrifying methods. Thinking about how he had challenged the boss without knowing how high the sky was and how deep the earth was, he was immediately shocked that in the darkness, Sky unconsciously clamped his legs together and hummed with a blushing face. Tai-Bai, you can close the protective shell now. I don't know how long it took, but in the darkness, a voice sounded. It was Chi-Jun's voice. Yes, sir. Soon, the protective shell covering the entire space station was retracted, and sunlight shone into the space station again. Boss, is the ceremony over yet? Sky came to stand beside Chi-Jun and asked, looking at the 2 completely different bodies in front of her. Yes, the process went smoothly. Chi-Jun rubbed Sky's head lovingly, messing up her hair. Chi-Jun laughed and said, the rest depends on when they can fully adapt to their bodies and wake up. Oh, the girl pouted, tidied her messed up hair, and looked at the big green guy in front of her curiously. Is this guy really getting stronger the angrier he gets? Of course, theoretically speaking, this guy has no upper limit, but in this universe, he is probably limited to the god level. Chi-Jun walked to his old position and lay down on the recliner. Tai-Bai, open the solar panels. Daddy is going to charge. Okay, sir. The solar panels are opening. Sky rolled her eyes as she listened, but she was also shocked that the green guy Chi-Jun said could reach the level of Godfather. You know, although Chi-Jun only taught her 3 magic skills, he also gave her a general understanding of the strength level in the universe. Sky fully understood the horror of the Godfather level boss. Sky really didn't expect that this green guy could actually reach the level of Godfather. Uncomfortable. Feeling the sudden rise in temperature and hearing someone's moan beside him, Sky rolled his eyes speechlessly, and by the way opened a mirror space and put himself, the green block. And Bruce Banner IN.AS Chi-Jun can absorb sunlight and survive alone in space without the help of any equipment. Sky once thought that his boss was actually an alien who fled to Earth from Krypton. It was not until later that the boss could perform powerful and unsolvable magic that Sky gave up the idea that Chi-Jun was an alien. In the Marvel world, in the Superman comics, Superman does not know magic. I want with roar. A roar brought Sky back to his senses. He then realized that the green guy had woken up. So quickly. Hulk. Happy. Fight. Originally, Sky was quite happy to hear Hulk's first 2 sentences. After all, they are future colleagues, but what the hell do you want to fight? Who wants to fight as soon as they wake up? Hey, what's wrong with your fist? Was looking at the fist that was hitting him directly, Sky was speechless and instinctively sent a shockwave, directly knocking Hulk out. Boom, although it is a mirror space, this environment is a real projection after all. Hulk hit the alloy wall of the space station and immediately made a muffled sound. Hulk. Shockwave. Hulk. Air cannon. Hulk. Unfortunately, no matter what kind of attack Hulk launched, Skylar used shockwaves to easily eliminate it. Hulk. Stop fighting. After fighting for a long time, the physical fight was deflected by the other party's shockwave and could not be hit. The long-range attack was easily broken. This fight was really uncomfortable for Hulk. Hee. Seeing Hulk walking to the side and squatting in the corner to draw circles in frustration, Sky smiled with a proud look on her face. What's wrong with being a father-like boss in the future? Sister, in the future, is someone who can shatter the universe. Humph. What happened here? At this time, Bruce Banner, who had been sleeping for a long time, finally woke up. But when he saw the surrounding environment, he was immediately confused. Not to mention that the space station was already in a mess. What happened to the alloy wall over there? Also, if the space station is rotten, why can it still breathe? Can you breathe in the universe? How come I, a doctor of physics, don't know? Dr. Banner, are you awake? Do you feel unwell or something? Sky saw Dr. Bruce Banner's expression, laughed, and changed the subject directly. At the same time, he removed the mirror magic, and the 3 of them appeared in the real space station again. At this time, Chi-Jun had already finished charging, and the temperature in the space station had long returned to normal temperature. So Sky and others naturally did not feel any discomfort. Of course, Sky knew this and removed the mirror magic. Are you a magician too? Bruce Banner naturally noticed this situation. Looking at the intact space station, he naturally remembered the mirror space he had stayed in before, and looked at Sky stupidly. A magician's friend, can't he be a magician himself? Chi-Jun took over the conversation and casually materialized 2 chairs. Sit down first, let's talk slowly. Hulk. Comfortable. Hulk didn't care about any changes in the environment. When he saw a chair that perfectly fit his body shape appeared in front of him, Hulk sat on it without hesitation and hummed in comfort. I have a good friend, right? Chi-Jun materialized a bunch of huge fruits and placed them in front of Hulk, then turned to Bruce Banner and said, if you want to learn magic, I can teach you. Compared to Kamartosh, where everyone can learn magic but everyone is turned into berserkers, Chi-Jun is not going to teach magic to everyone, but once he teaches, he will definitely train them into terrifying mobile turrets. Just think about it. A scientist with 7 doctoral degrees can turn into a mobile turret that can create ice and snow with a wave of his hand, rub lightning with his hands and spit fireballs. That's also a very interesting thing. What's more terrifying is that with his doctoral knowledge, he can definitely play many magic tricks. Forehead, Bruce Banner was a little dumbfounded. Speaking of which, shouldn't magic, a mysterious thing, be tested first, then approved by others, and then taught? How come it's as easy as buying vegetables in the market? But can I learn magic? I mean, I am so old, can I still learn it? Just like Eastern people learn to cultivate immortality, Western people learn magic. It is definitely an extremely tempting thing, especially when you see with your own eyes that magic really exists. Oh, that's right. We haven't even tested your magic aptitude yet. Chi-Jun patted his forehead. He hadn't thought about it so much before, but it's not too late now. Now, hold this crystal ball, and it can detect any magical aptitude you have. Chi-Jun directly materialized the aptitude detection crystal ball that often appears in magic novels. Is it that simple? Bruce Banner. After Bruce Banner held the crystal ball, a red fire filled the crystal ball. Is it just the fire elemental constitution? After waiting for a while, seeing that the crystal ball had no extra changes, Chi-Jun sighed and put the crystal ball into the space ring. To be honest, Chi-Jun actually wanted to see Bruce Banner release all kinds of magic bombardments like a doomsday disaster. Unfortunately, not everyone has multiple magic constitutions, or even all system constitutions. In fact, Bruce Banner's single system magic constitution is the most suitable for magicians without gold fingers. This means that he can specialize in a single system of magic and become a more powerful magician more easily. How about it? Can I learn magic? Am I really old enough to learn magic? Seeing Chi-Jun take the crystal ball back, Bruce Banner immediately looked at Chi-Jun with expectation. Of course you can. Chi-Jun gave Bruce Banner a reassurance. Not only can you, but you are also very suitable for practicing magic. Age? Although it is easier to learn when you were young, that is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that you can learn magic. Did you see the red flame before? It represents the affinity of fire magic elements, which means that you are extremely suitable for practicing fire magic. This is the Magic Basics, the Fire Magic Encyclopedia. Chi-Jun materialized 2 skill books and said, shoot them away, and you will be able to learn magic. Of course, it's just the knowledge of magic. You have to study how to release magic and how to control the power of magic yourself. It's just knowledge. Moreover, compared to the Space Magic Encyclopedia, the Fire Magic Encyclopedia is much cheaper. This little energy cost can be recovered by basking in the sun. Chi-Jun said he didn't care at all. It just so happens that Venus is a good place to practice fire magic. During this period of time, let's take you to practice on Venus. When you can walk on Venus without relying on skies near space, you can return to Earth. Chi-Jun made arrangements for Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he said nothing and nodded to show his agreement. Banner said nothing, but Chi-Jun understood what Bruce Banner meant. Okay, be a little more promising, okay? Just think about your girlfriend. There is a computer over there. Let her go to SCP. Taibai will notify you if you have applied for the group position. Taibai, please record it. Yes, sir. Taibai showed his presence. Hulk, you stay here first, or go train with Sky and Bruce Banner, and I'll come find you after the arena is built. Chi-Jun said to Hulk. Hulk, got it. Hulk was so happy eating the big fruit that Chi-Jun had materialized that he didn't care about anything else. Well, if you have anything, just contact me through Taibai. Chi-Jun said that everything has been arranged. Why don't you guys go and exercise? After basking in the sun for a while, Chi-Jun teleported back to Earth. C.P. Group top floor, sir. The 2 people brought by Mr. Tony Stark have been properly placed in the group. Emil Brunsky, who was almost shattered, has recovered after being injected with the medicine you left behind, and is even stronger. He has been assigned to the security group and temporarily appointed as the Director of Foreign Affairs Security. Another Dr. Samuel Stern has been placed in S according to your request. C.P. The group's scientific research department was temporarily appointed as a project leader. Harry Henrys, SCP, the acting president of the group, stood in front of Chi-Jun with a respectful look and reported, well, it's okay. Chi-Jun nodded. The plot that was supposed to be about Abomination versus Hulk had become a mess after he intervened. Even Bruce Banner was tricked by him into becoming a fire magician. From now on, there will no longer be a Hulk Banner. Taibai. Notify them privately and ask them to come to my manor at night. Yes, sir. Taibai's everywhere. Although the original plot of Abomination versus Hulk was changed by himself, Chi-Jun still planned to bring out Abomination and Big Boss. Of course, with Mutation Gem in hand. Abomination and Big Boss will not be as ugly as before. P. As a future cosmic force, the group's facade cannot be an eyesore, sir. In addition, many organizations have sent applications and want to make an appointment to meet with you. What do you think? Harry Henry seemed to have not heard what Chi-Jun said just now, and still asked respectfully, what organizations are there? Chi-Jun drank tea leisurely, not surprised at all. Iron Man had flown to SCP. Chi-Jun knew the result when he reached the roof of the group. Moreover, in Harlem, Manhattan, many people saw a Superman and Iron Man flying out of the same room. As long as those intelligence organizations were not stupid, they knew that the guy who could brutally beat the Hulk was most likely S.P. The real helmsman of the group. However, considering SCP, the group's relationship with the US military and many chables, as well as its security forces that are almost as terrifying as the US military, and the super strength of that Superman, these organizations dare not do anything crooked and can only send a serious meeting invitation. NYPD, CIA, FBI, FSB, SIS. There is also a very long name, the Strategic National Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. It must be said that Harry Henry's ability is really strong. He memorized the names of so many organizations without even looking at his notes. What the hell is the New York Police Department? And what about the FSB and the SIS? They are foreign, right? Forget it. Let's just go with the one with the super long name. Chi-Jun put down his teacup and said, okay, sir. Harry Henrys bowed and stepped back and left. Knowing that he was exposed, he would inevitably have to deal with these intelligence organizations, but not all intelligence agencies could see it. Chi-Jun decided to contact S.H.I.E.L.D. first and see if he was an acquaintance. The location of the dark energy base or something. Hee. Hello, Mr. Chi-Jun. Harry Henrys left less than 10 minutes ago, and Phil Coulson showed up. It can be confirmed that a large group of intelligence agency agents and spies have been dealing with SCP around the group. Sit down. Looking at Phil Coulson and Melinda May, Chi-Jun thought, it's this guy. But why bring Melinda May? Do you think that just because you are Chinese, you will fall for her beauty? Are you kidding? The Chinese beauties in the eyes of the federal people are not in my eyes. I don't know whether to call you Superman or Invisible Surveillance Man. After sitting down, Phil Coulson smiled his unique American middle-aged uncle smile and asked Chi-Jun, I don't know what you're talking about. Unfortunately, Phil Coulson's always successful smile is useless in front of Chi-Jun. Chi-Jun is not a braised pork fan. Chi-Jun shrugged without being affected at all, indicating that he didn't understand what you said. On the surface, Chi-Jun had no expression on his face, but in his heart, Chi-Jun had already smiled. Look at what's new in Chi-Jun's space ring. Dark Energy Base Location Skill Book, Tahiti Project Location Skill Book, Sandbox Base Location Skill Book of Comprehensive Agent Skills. Chi-Jun was so happy that he almost rushed to Nick Fury and told him that he was grateful for his help. Otherwise, he would not know where these addresses were. Dark Energy Base, the storage and research side of the Cosmic Cube, Tahiti Project, using the blood genes of the Kree people to make resurrection potions. Of course, Chi-Jun's purpose was not this, but he was going to try to see if he could copy the location skill book of the Kree Empire on the body of this Kree. Sandbox Base, many mysterious items with powerful destructive power seized by S.H.I.E.L.D., as well as the storage and destruction locations of 084 alien items. Look, what a good person, giving such a big gift as soon as they met. Chi-Jun was simply going to love Hey Ludan to death. I think we must have met before. Right. Phil Coulson didn't know that just by missing a face, the locations of 3 very important bases of S.H.I.E.L.D. had been leaked. The more Phil Coulson looked at Chi-Jun's figure, the more familiar he felt. This was definitely the invisible monitor, who had erased part of his memory by some unknown means. Sir, you were not wearing a mask when you appeared in Harlem before. You don't have to hide your identity. What's more, as a Superman, the people love you very much. Phil Coulson said nonsense. Does Chi-Jun know how much the people love his Superman identity? Love it. Chi-Jun, who was introduced to him by Taibai. How could he not know? Because the instrument could not capture Chi-Jun's figure. Those remarks on the internet claiming that it was Superman who saved them were suppressed by the authorities soon. In fact, Chi-Jun knew very well that the passive effect of mutated gem can also be divided into active and passive. For example, when he just came through, the police checked his identity, and the recorder could clearly capture Chi-Jun's picture, which was active, and Chi-Jun took the initiative to think about it. But if Chi-Jun himself didn't care, and didn't even know that there was an instrument filming him, then nothing could be filmed at all. And when fighting with Hulk before, Chi-Jun's mind was all on Hulk, so under the passive effect of mutated gem, the surrounding filming equipment could not capture Chi-Jun at all. Excuse me, since you have taken action, why are you unwilling to admit it? Seeing that Phil Coulson's words were ineffective, Melinda May on the side spoke up. Look at Iron Man, even after he was exposed, isn't he still loved by the people? That's right. Phil Coulson continued. The explosion at Kennett Wharf must have been caused by you. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to put out such a big fire in such a short time. I'm afraid no one else could have put out such a big fire except you. Haha. After all, you just want me to admit this identity. Chi-Jun folded his arms and looked at them. What's the purpose? For what? In order to register, monitor, arrest, and control, right? Without waiting for Phil Coulson to speak, Chi-Jun continued, with the style of SHIELD. Oh, SHIELD is the abbreviation of your long list of names. No need to thank me. According to the consistent style of your SHIELD, as long as it exceeds normal human behavior, it must be monitored by you, right? For those who are willing to be monitored, that's easy. But for those who are unwilling to be monitored, arrangements will be made immediately, right? Don't deny it. I know a lot more than you think. Do you think your SHIELD is a good thing? You said so much just to make me admit that identity. Even if I admit that identity, so what? What if I don't admit that identity? Chi-Jun looked at the two of them cheerfully, while Phil Coulson and the other two frowned deeply. Phil Coulson and Melinda May looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. They had never expected that Chi-Jun, who met for the first time, would have such a bad attitude towards SHIELD. CP Group, Chi-Jun's identity. They didn't even bother to look at him. But just because of SCP with the cover of the group, SHIELD dared not do anything to Chi-Jun. Even if Nick Fury came to his face, what could he do? Targeting a new super Chable force that has deep connections with the military and Chables? Is he crazy? How could that be? We just want to understand your background, what you want to do in the United States, how you want to do it, and what kind of impact you will have on society. It's just a simple registration. Yes, just a registration. After thinking for a while, Phil Coulson still said with a smile, but his attitude was much better than before. Okay, I won't make it difficult for you. Go back and tell that black-bride egg that if he wants to know something, it's best if he comes in person. No need to send him off. Chi-Jun took a sip of tea and put the teacup on the coffee table. Nick Fury arrived very quickly, completely beyond Chi-Jun's expectations. Less than half an hour after Phil Coulson left, Nick Fury arrived at SCP, the top building of the group. Yes, this guy came here in a coin jet. By the way, he brought Phil Coulson with him. However, Chi-Jun touched his chin and wondered whether he should give SCP install some anti-aircraft weapons on the top of the group building. Of course, these are just thoughts. C.P. No matter how good the relationship between the group and the military is, they will not allow you to openly install anti-aircraft weapons. After all, what if Air Force One flies over New York and is shot down by you? Chi-Jun didn't care about this relationship. Chi-Jun was more like looking at Nick Fury, who was walking towards him with great vigor, as if he were a fool. Your capable subordinates just gave me 4 very valuable skill books, and you dare to appear in front of me. In fact, as a chief agent who knows countless secrets, how could Nick Fury not be fully prepared when he came to meet an unknown strongman? Look at the tiny disc that is almost the same color as the black salted egg behind Nick Fury's ear. This is SHIELD's top mental defense artifact, the anti-mental invasion patch. However, this thing has no effect on Chi-Jun's copy and embodiment. Chairman's office, reception area. Both parties briefly introduced themselves. Mr. Chi-Jun. Nick Fury supported the edge of the table with both hands, leaning forward, as if trying to give people a sense of oppression. First of all, thank you for simplifying the name of SHIELD. This is indeed a problem that has troubled us for a long time, but I still hope you can tell us the truth about your origins, your purpose, and what you want to do. Nick Fury was very confident. Since you said you know a lot of things, then you should know the original intention and purpose of the establishment of our SHIELD. My origins? Can't you find out? Chi-Jun held the teacup, looked at the seemingly strong Nick Fury in surprise, and asked in a puzzled manner, Mr. Chi-Jun. Nick Fury frowned, his tone deepened a little. Don't treat everyone as fools. We at SHIELD are not the bunch of rubbish at the New York Police Department. Can an ordinary person monitor invisibility? Can he be violent against the green giant monster? Hey, the famous director of SHIELD actually said that the New York Police Department is useless? What kind of consequences will it cause if I hand this recording to the New York Police Department? Chi-Jun was not affected by Nick Fury at all. He took out a recorder that he had prepared long ago from his pocket, shook it in front of Nick Fury, who looked even darker, and asked, Humph. Nick Fury snorted coldly, his face sullen, but he ignored Chi-Jun's threat. To hey Dan, the New York Police Department? Garbage. Mr. Chi-Jun, you have a good trick. But even if you release this recording, so what? Our SHIELD is powerful all over the world. How can a mere New York Police Department have any impact on our SHIELD? Nick Fury looked completely indifferent and stared at Chi-Jun more seriously. Please don't change the subject, Mr. Chi-Jun. As a strong man who surpasses ordinary humans, SHIELD has the need and the right to supervise. Is that so? Chi-Jun nodded without comment, then put the recorder into his pocket and said, since SHIELD doesn't care, then, Tai-Bai, edit this conversation and post it on the internet. Yes, sir. Tai-Bai's voice rang out in the reception room. Processing, already launched. SHIELD signal was blocked? Huh? What is that? Tai-Bai said he didn't know. How dare you? Nick Fury jumped up in a flash. He was so angry. I don't take the New York Police Department seriously, but you can't put it on the internet. Besides, SHIELD is a secret organization. How can it be exposed to the public? Hill, hurry up. Remove all the news about SHIELD. Nick Fury at this moment no longer looked like he was pretending in front of Chi-Jun just now. He was so excited that he hurried to the side to contact the Bureau to make amends as soon as possible. When collecting intelligence on Chi-Jun, SHIELD had to deal with Tai-Bai a lot. Nick Fury naturally understood what kind of capabilities an artificial intelligence had on the internet. Not long after, Tai-Bai reported, Sir, the information that has just been exposed has been deleted. Do you need to release it again? Because Chi-Jun had reminded him in advance, Tai-Bai did not stop SHIELD from clearing all the news, but it still popped up at the right time and hit Nick Fury again. No need. Go down first. I believe Director Nick Fury will not be as aggressive as before. Chi-Jun seemed not to notice the murderous look in Nick Fury's eyes and sipped the tea in the cup. Yes, sir. Tai-Bai disappeared immediately. However, Chi-Jun didn't know that the short exposure still attracted a lot of attention. Mr. Chi-Jun, I don't know what good it will do you. As Chi-Jun expected, although Nick Fury was furious, he didn't show it at all and asked in an extremely calm tone without any emotion. Oh. Chi-Jun looked at Nick Fury strangely. Benefits? No, I just want to do this. Just want to do this. Just thought about it and did it. Nick Fury's eyes widened. He felt as if he had swallowed a group of flies. Isn't it strange? Chi-Jun seemed to be unaware that his previous action was due to his dislike for Nick Fury's dominance, and he took the initiative into his own hands. Hasn't your SHIELD always been like this? You never asked your target how he feels. You never asked what your target is feeling. All your actions are just because you thought about it. So you did it. I just learned from you guys, and you were unhappy. Chi-Jun asked in surprise. Maybe you disliked this one-eyed man with a dark invisibility buff before he crossed over, or maybe it was because of what happened to Sky that Chi-Jun disliked this conspirator. In short, Chi-Jun disliked this guy who was mysteriously confident in any state. In fact, because of this guy's existence, Chi-Jun also disliked the entire SHIELD, even though he knew that the purpose of SHIELD was to protect the Earth. However, you are not the only organization protecting the Earth, so why should I like you alone? Chi-Jun was not aware of the dark-faced director in front of him, nor did he care. What Chi-Jun cared more about was the pile of skill books that appeared in the space ring. SHIELD level 10 authority base location skill book, SHIELD level 9 authority base location skill book, SHIELD level 8 authority base location skill book, Nick Fury's private secret base location skill book, Nick Fury's private global safe house location skill book, Nick Fury's level 10 special agent skill book. Chi-Jun has no interest in knowing anything below level 8. To Chi-Jun, the lower the authority, the less valuable it is. It is even possible that there may not be anything that Chi-Jun is interested in the SHIELD's level 8 authority base. Mr. Chi-Jun, you must believe that everything we do is to maintain peace and to protect our planet. When the hard way failed, Nick Fury immediately changed his tactics and tried to fool Chi-Jun. However, when Chi-Jun heard what Nick Fury said, he rolled his eyes and really wanted to take the Nick Fury's private secret base location skill book from the space ring. Nick Fury's private global safe house location skill book. 2 skill books hit the black salted egg's head directly. When you say this, touch your conscience and cry out in pain. Of course, Chi-Jun would not be stupid enough to do that. Really? Since when can the operation of infiltrating agents into various organizations, companies, and groups be called protecting the Earth? Even if he didn't throw out those 2 skill books, Chi-Jun still had many ways to squeeze SHIELD, because it really had so many black spots. I don't know what Mr. Chi-Jun is talking about, and I don't understand it. SHIELD would never do that. After hearing what Chi-Jun said, Nick Fury denied it 3 times in a row. With Chi-Jun's previous operation of exposing the recording to the internet, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed doing these things, Nick Fury would never admit it again. Nick Fury, who already had a psychological trauma, how could he leave any handle for Chi-Jun again? Really? Chi-Jun found Nick Fury's cautious look funny. Then, who was the one who just applied for the position of personal assistant to the president of Stark Industries? Oh, it seems that she is still in the legal department? Well, her current name is Natalie Rochman? I wonder if director Nick Fury has any impression of her. How much do you know? Nick Fury's face suddenly fell, and Phil Coulson, who had been smiling as a mascot, also froze. Although he immediately smiled again, Chi-Jun could see it clearly. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although she only has the 8th level of authority, she has always been under the command of Nick Fury. It is impossible for ordinary people to know her. Chi-Jun spread his hands, looking innocent. What do you mean by how much do I know? I know nothing. His call, okay. Nick Fury took a deep breath and said, I apologize, Mr. Chi-Jun. As Chi-Jun had always been confident and extremely uncooperative, Nick Fury pondered for a moment and made a new judgment. Perhaps we shouldn't treat you as an enemy. Nick Fury looked at Chi-Jun sincerely. Please forgive us for treating you as an imaginary enemy, but you must also know that the purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D. is to protect the Earth. We don't know if you know that there are many superpowers on Earth, but they have always been hidden in the dark. You are not the first superpower, and you are not the only one. With the abilities you showed in Harlem, Manhattan, we must evaluate you, evaluate your true origins, evaluate your strength, evaluate your attitude towards the Earth, and evaluate whether you are a threat to the Earth. This time, Nick Fury was very sincere and frank, but Chi-Jun was completely unmoved. Then what? Chi-Jun glanced at Nick Fury with a slanted eye. This report was leaked out in an instant and appeared on the desks of all forces. Not to mention that there is an organization like Hydra hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. In fact, all secrets are no longer secrets. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. has not been infiltrated by Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D. is still controlled by the World Security Council composed of 6 rogue countries, except for some real top secret projects that only Nick Fury and his personally trained secret agents participate in. Other so-called secrets can't be called secrets at all. If S.H.I.E.L.D. really has only Maria Hill, an agent planted by the World Security Council, then this World Security Council should have been disbanded long ago. No organization can evaluate me, even if the World Security Council is behind S.H.I.E.L.D. Chi-Jun didn't care about Nick Fury's frown at all. For Chi-Jun, when he just came here, S.H.I.E.L.D. might be a behemoth, but for Chi-Jun now, S.H.I.E.L.D. is far from being as scary as it was before. It can even be said that it is pitifully weak. The reason why I asked Phil Coulson to notify you to come over is because you are a suspicious person by nature. If I just pass the message through Phil Coulson, you may not take it to heart, so I must give you a warning in person. Chi-Jun gently put down the teacup, and an energy ball emitting increasingly dazzling light began to condense in his hand, and he continued. In other words, I want to tell the World Security Council behind S.H.I.E.L.D. not to mess with me. You can't afford that kind of price. Chi-Jun said grimly. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson couldn't help but raise their hands to block the increasingly dazzling light from the energy ball condensed in Chi-Jun's hand. But at the same time, almost all major institutions around the world sounded the shrill alarm at the same time. sh.i.e.l.d. The Triskelion headquarters was in chaos at this time. In the command hall, accompanied by the shrill alarm, the projected alarm source address was even more SCP. This is where the director of the group's headquarters is located. Warning, warning, warning. The energy reaction has exceeded the monitoring limit. All personnel evacuate immediately. All personnel evacuate immediately. All personnel evacuate immediately. At the same time as the piercing alarm sounded, the highest level of emergency response mechanism was automatically triggered, and the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters building immediately began to act in a panic. Similarly, other superpowered monitoring organizations that were not much better than S.H.I.E.L.D. also quickly became panicked. New York once again appeared like the previous SCP. The energy reaction on the roof of the group building, the terrifying energy that could flatten the entire New York 18 times, instantly shocked all the super energy detection agencies. Fuck, what did you say? Nick Fury suddenly covered his ears and jumped up from the sofa. The whole person was shocked. The face that was not shocked by the collapse of the mountain in front of him was distorted to the extreme of horror. Phil Coulson next to him was so scared that he couldn't hold the teacup in his hand. It fell on the precious handmade carpet with a plop and rolled twice. God, Chi-Jun, please take back your magical powers. Nick Fury prostrated himself before Chi-Jun, shouting to him, God, please stop radiating your divine power. Ordinary people can't stand it at him, of course, as a black man. Nick Fury is not so proficient in Eastern culture, and as a spy chief, he can't really kneel down, but it's almost the same. Anyway, Nick Fury was convinced at once. He couldn't help but be convinced. What did Deputy Director Hill say in the headset just now? The last time SCP the energy that exploded on the top floor of the group once again the group broke out. Nick Fury's first reaction was, you're lying to me? I'm in SCP the top floor of the group. How could I not know? The second reaction was, the small ball in Chi-Jun's hand that was emitting more and more dazzling light. Could it be this? The third reaction was, if this thing that can destroy the whole New York 18 times exploded, wouldn't it be a complete death? No, not even a complete body. The fourth reaction was, begging for mercy loudly. Master, please put away your magical power. Did you believe it? Chi-Jun asked with a pale face. I believe it. I believe it. Please stop using your magic power. Not only Nick Fury, but even Phil Coulson was terrified. If this thing exploded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just believe it. If you believe it, there won't be so many troubles, right? Chi-Jun nodded, glanced at the energy ball in his hand, and smiled. Yes, 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 there won't be any trouble. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson nodded their heads clearly. Well, that's good. Chi-Jun moved his mind and communicated with the mutation gem to retrieve the energy ball in his hand. Almost instantly, the energy ball in Chi-Jun's hand disappeared, and Chi-Jun's face became ruddy again. However, Chi-Jun couldn't help but curl his lips in his heart. In order to avoid being troubled by these messy organizations on Earth, or to pretend to be big, Chi-Jun directly communicated with the mutation gem and simulated a power that had the same effect as the last time he was in SCP. The energy ball, with energy fluctuations burst out from the top of the group. Yes, Chi-Jun himself does not have that much energy. Even if he can release it, it is difficult to control. This energy ball made by mutated gem is just to scare those superpowered monitoring organizations, called disappeared. It disappeared. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson collapsed when they saw Chi-Jun finally disperse the energy ball in his hand, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief that it's great that he didn't turn into gray. Mr. Chi-Jun, don't worry, S.H.I.E.L.D. has withdrawn all the information about you and your SCP agents of the group's surveillance. Listening to Hill's suddenly relaxed voice in the headset, Nick Fury also felt a lot more relaxed. Faced with this kind of city-level superpower who can easily destroy a city, S.H.I.E.L.D. is also terrified. Not to mention Aunt Marvel. That guy, it's rare for her to come back to Earth every 3 or 5 years. Even if Aunt Marvel is recalled to Earth, what can she do? 2 city-destroying, or even star-destroying terrorists fight and destroy the Earth. As for the World Security Council and other organizations, I think, as long as they are not stupid, no one will bother you again. Nick Fury was very respectful to Chi-Jun. This was unimaginable when Nick Fury just came, but now it happened. It can only be said that at any time, the fist is the truth. Whoever has the bigger fist, the more reasonable his truth is. The eternal law. Haha, these are not important. Looking at Nick Fury and Phil Coulson who were rejoicing after the disaster, Chi-Jun smiled a harmonious and friendly smile. The important thing is that I have a lot of cosmic private intelligence here. Do you want to know? Nick Fury and Phil Coulson looked at each other and noticed the confused look on each other's faces. Goddamn, it's not important. If it's not important, why release a terrifying energy ball to scare people? Ahem, this. Nick Fury shook his head vigorously, almost shaking off the eye patch on his head. He smiled awkwardly but kindly. What kind of information do you have? There is nothing I don't know in this universe. Chi-Jun curled his lips confidently. As long as you can afford the price, I have all the information you want. There are still some things on Earth that Chi-Jun is a little interested in, but he doesn't want to do them personally, such as collecting blood from superpowers. As for the grievances between Sky and S.H.I.E.L.D., that's the matter between Sky and S.H.I.E.L.D. Not helping either side is the good quality of a qualified neutral camp. Chi Jun, who completely forgot that sky could shatter the entire Earth, thought so. If Chi Jun didn't have the ability to teleport or superhuman abilities, he might still be living on Earth, or he might continue to hide his identity on Earth because of the power of S.H.I.E.L.D., racking his brains to recover energy. But all this was quickly eliminated after Chi Jun realized the strongest and most versatile spatial ability in the world, and the perfect superhuman ability. What's more, after possessing a huge amount of energy, Chi Jun quickly realized magical abilities and even fought against the powerful Ancient One. Although he won the battle with Ancient One by cheating, Chi Jun's vision also soared wildly. The Earth alone could no longer limit Chi Jun's vision. Chi Jun, who was ready to do something in Asgard, had to deal with things on Earth first before he could go to Asgard to do something with confidence. Chi Jun naturally didn't want to be on Earth, a backup base. Let's call it that for now. Chi Jun naturally didn't want his junior base to have any troubles that would drag him down. What's more, after dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D. and other troublesome organizations, it will also help SCP the rapid development of the group, compared to Chi Jun himself, who has the mutation gem, and can grow to a level that ordinary people dare not imagine in a very short period of time. SCP Chi Jun wanted to develop the group into a reserve base for cosmic forces, but he couldn't. He'd a fat man all at once, and Chi Jun didn't want to spend most of his limited energy on this. C.P. The group has no way to leave the Earth, and organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. CP the crazy development of the group still has a certain promoting effect. Cosmic intelligence? Even if there are many forces in the universe that can know it. Although Nick Fury was intimidated by Chi Jun's powerful strength, he didn't dare to jump up and down, but it would be okay to talk nonsense, right? Of course. Chi Jun looked at Nick Fury with a smile, which made Nick Fury feel uneasy, and then continued, as long as you can afford the price, you can get the information of any force in the universe. Chi Jun was not bragging. With the mutated gem in hand, even if it is information that Chi Jun does not know, he can still materialize it by spending some energy, and it is absolutely guaranteed to be true. Do you know the Kree? Nick Fury's eyes flickered for a long time, and then he carefully reported a name. After all, although Nick Fury was shocked by Chi Jun's strength and did not dare to explode, he still did not believe what Chi Jun said. If it was information from the Earth, it might be credible, but what about the universe? Nick Fury didn't believe it anyway. After all, Aunt Marvel hangs around in the universe every day, and she doesn't know much. Well, Nick Fury has subconsciously ignored why a certain Aunt didn't tell him the information in the universe. Oh, the Kree of the Kree Empire, one of the 3 top powers in the known universe. Chi Jun didn't know how much of the universe Aunt Marvel had told Nick Fury, so he directly tried. However, seeing Nick Fury's pupils suddenly shrink, Chi Jun already understood that Aunt Marvel probably didn't tell Nick Fury much information about the universe. After all, if Nick Fury doesn't even know this kind of information that is almost common sense in the universe, it's hard to believe how much other information he knows about the universe. Of course, it is not ruled out that Aunt Marvel is used to the common sense information in this universe and neglected to tell Nick Fury. Well, this guess is impossible. Even if Aunt Marvel doesn't say it, won't Nick Fury ask? I didn't expect that director Nick Fury also knew about the Kree. Is it because of Carol Danvers? Chi Jun pretended to look at Nick Fury in surprise. However, even with the relationship with Carol Danvers, the value of the intelligence about the Kree will not decrease. This is the intelligence of the top forces in the universe. I'm afraid that S.H.I.E.L.D. has nothing that can afford the corresponding reward. However, Chi Jun's words made Nick Fury confirm his guess in his heart. Chi Jun, he really knows Carol Danvers. Even Phil Coulson on the side had an incredible look on his face. Chi Jun actually knew Carol Danvers. There are not many people on the whole Earth who know Carol Danvers. Chi Jun is definitely not one of them. However, thinking about the fact that Chi Jun can easily condense an energy ball that can destroy New York 18 times, neither Nick Fury nor Phil Coulson thinks this is difficult to accept. So, if you want to know the information about the Kree, what kind of reward do you need? Nick Fury took a deep breath, thought about it, and asked, well, if you divide it by the level of cosmic power, you can't afford this information even if you sell the entire Earth. Of course, it is a very detailed information, even including the information of the entire Kree Empire from its origin to the present. But if it is just the Kree, it is much simpler. However, the concept of Kree is too general. There are many detailed divisions. You can think about it carefully, such as ordinary Kree, Kree with superpowers, citizen Kree, noble Kree, etc. I believe that after the subdivision of the intelligence, SHIELD can afford it. Oh, by the way, you must not use money from Earth to buy these rewards. After all, money from Earth is garbage in the universe. But you don't have universal energy coins, so you can choose to use something with a lot of energy to offset the capital, such as Iron Man's arc reactor. Chi Jun didn't care what kind of butterfly effect the series of information he spoke would have on Marvel Earth. With strength, he only cared about his own comfort. That was enough. Are you a cosmic intelligence dealer? After hearing the series of information Chi Jun said, Phil Coulson suddenly had a picture of a cosmic intelligence dealer who was rampant in the universe and was buying and selling intelligence among the major forces in the universe. He couldn't help but ask, huh? Chi Jun was stunned when he heard it. What the hell? Intelligence dealer? Me? A cosmic intelligence dealer? Chi Jun pointed at himself, then looked at Phil Coulson, looking confused. Although, I do look like those intelligence dealers, but do you know that sometimes, if you tell the truth, you will be beaten? However, it seems that it is not impossible to announce such an identity to the public. After all, I have the mutated gem. It seems that no matter what kind of information it is, as long as it can be solved by spending energy, it is not a big deal. But, thinking of the intelligence dealer in Guardians of the Galaxy, who sold intelligence but could be threatened by any force, I suddenly felt that this identity seemed very low. Well, no, I can't admit this identity. Even if I really resell intelligence, I can't be called an intelligence dealer. It must be high, big, up. Thinking ING, suddenly, Chi Jun thought that he would be able to have 3 million superpowered troops in the near future. Chi Jun suddenly had an idea. He is a big boss of a superpower. It seems that he can be a free emperor. Otherwise, he should be called the emperor. Well, no, it's a bit cliche. Otherwise, he should be called the emperor. Huh, it doesn't seem so good. Then think about the neutral camp he has always wanted to maintain. It seems that he can be a neutral king, a neutral emperor, with super powerful power. Yes, just call him the neutral emperor. Not only is his power powerful, but he is even more powerful as a person. Isn't it? Phil Coulson smiled awkwardly but gracefully. Of course not. Do you think that a great wizard like me, Chi Jun, would become an intelligence dealer? Chi Jun's disdainful look made Phil Coulson even more embarrassed. However, Nick Fury, who was standing next to him, narrowed his eyes again and quietly memorized the phrase, Master, you can call me the neutral emperor. Chi Jun glanced at Nick Fury without leaving any trace and said with an unfathomable smile, are you an emperor? Phil Coulson was stunned. Although he didn't know what neutral emperor meant, he heard the word emperor very clearly and naturally knew what it meant. What? Chi Jun did not comment and asked back, not like, no. Phil Coulson was frightened and quickly denied. No, I mean you look like him. No, I mean you're him. Yes, an emperor. I wonder what kind of forces Mr. Chi Jun is under. Seeing Phil Coulson's frightened look, Nick Fury, as his superior, immediately interrupted to save the situation and asked respectfully. Nick Fury naturally would not think that a mere SCP the group was able to make Chi Jun call himself the emperor. On the contrary, when he heard Chi Jun calling himself the emperor, his heart tightened. Chi Jun alone was terrifying enough, but there was actually an even more terrifying force under Chi Jun. What kind of force could make Chi Jun call himself the emperor? How terrifying would this unknown existence be? Nick Fury felt his scalp tingling. He must have forgotten to check the almanac before going out today. What the hell happened? A force that can be ruled by a terrifying existence like Chi Jun would probably have no problem destroying the Earth, right? Thinking back to before, he still wanted to capture and even control Chi Jun. Nick Fury suddenly had a strong desire to bang his head against the wall. Don't worry, they're not on Earth. Chi Jun naturally knew the temptation in Nick Fury's words, and he told him directly without any mystery. Of course, Chi Jun added in his heart, well, they are not on Earth for the time being. Nick Fury naturally didn't know what Chi Jun was thinking. But after hearing Chi Jun's words, Nick Fury became even worse. What is the show? This shows that Chi Jun has a terrifying cosmic force. Think about how he can buy and sell intelligence from the Kree Empire, one of the top forces in the universe. If Chi Jun is not a cosmic force, then what would it be? Gulp. Swallowing hard, Nick Fury was almost scared to death by the information he had made up in his mind. Such a terrifying person, why don't you make friends with him? You were still thinking about arresting? Control? Fortunately, there is still a chance to ease it. Well, fortunately, this relationship can be eased. I don't know the intelligence inside the Earth. How much do you know? Nick Fury asked cautiously. In fact, Nick Fury has decided that no matter whether Chi-Jun really knows the intelligence inside the Earth or not, he must actively complete this first intelligence transaction. Isn't it just something containing energy? S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't have much else, but this thing is definitely enough. You can have anything you want, even the color of the shirt the boss of the 6 gangster countries wears. Chi-Jun didn't know Nick Fury's decision, and said lightly then, do you know what organization is the biggest threat to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Seeing Chi-Jun so relaxed, Nick Fury also made up his mind. No matter what, wouldn't he know after giving it a try? Chi-Jun paused holding the teacup, and glanced at Nick Fury in surprise. Did this guy know something? Of course I know. However, Chi-Jun didn't care about anything, he was just a little surprised. Would Chi-Jun worry that S.H.I.E.L.D. knew the inside story in advance and destroyed Hydra? He was definitely not worried, and it didn't matter at all. Even if Hydra came to Chi-Jun in advance and wanted to know some information to overthrow S.H.I.E.L.D., as long as they could afford the price, Chi-Jun would not care about the destruction of S.H.I.E.L.D. What is neutrality? This is neutrality. Chi-Jun even wanted to secretly reveal something to Hydra. I wonder how much S.H.I.E.L.D. will have to pay. Nick Fury naturally saw Chi-Jun's hand pause for a moment, and he clearly saw Chi-Jun's surprised look. However, this made Nick Fury convinced in his heart that Chi-Jun should know this information, and he immediately became excited. This is an opportunity for S.H.I.E.L.D. to easily strike the biggest enemy in the dark. Whether it is true or not, Nick Fury does not want to miss it. S.H.I.E.L.D. withdrew, and after learning from Chi-Jun the remuneration ratio required for exchanging intelligence, Nick Fury immediately left with his capable subordinate Phil Coulson. Chi-Jun did not directly give a specific quantity, just to let Nick Fury go back and prepare enough energy blocks. After all, the more remuneration, the more intelligence can be obtained, right? At the same time, it also allowed the Hydra hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. to find enough clues from it, and then sell the news again. For Chi-Jun, as long as it does not hinder his own interests, or can bring him enough benefits, it is natural to make a deal with anyone, even Hydra, even Dormammu, or even Thanos. But if the news is only sold to one party, allowing one party to dominate, how can that work? Equal power is in the best interest of Chi-Jun. Because of Odin, Chi-Jun will not go to snatch the Cosmic Cube now. Even if he copies the location information of the dark energy base from Phil Coulson, Chi-Jun will not go to snatch it immediately. However, it does not prevent him from obtaining some energy blocks containing huge energy extracted from the Cosmic Cube from S.H.I.E.L.D. through some methods, adapt to the power of the Space Stone in advance, and after getting the Cosmic Cube, he will be able to quickly master it, and even melting. Master Ancient One, everyone else is left. Why don't you come out and see me? After everyone left, the entire SCP, the top floor of the group, was quiet, but Chi-Jun suddenly raised his hand to the air beside him. After copying and materializing the magic of Kamartaj and the magic skills of Ashanti, Chi-Jun was naturally very familiar with the fluctuations of mirror magic. What's more, in addition to the magic that materialized from the Ancient One, Chi-Jun himself was a space magician and was naturally very familiar with space fluctuations. In fact, after Chi-Jun used the mutated gem to simulate a real and powerful energy fluctuation like the last space collapse, the Ancient One came directly nearby. This is also one of the reasons why Chi-Jun took back the energy ball in his hand so easily. After all, the simulation is not real. It's okay to scare the superpowered monitoring organizations on Earth such as S.H.I.E.L.D., and it's even okay to scare the Ancient One for a short time. But over time, the Ancient One will naturally see the flaws, so Chi-Jun easily took back the energy ball. But Chi-Jun is also very brave, or he has a strong ability to control his emotions. He was so bold that he frightened Nick Fury and Phil Coulson in front of the Ancient One. Gui was also surprised to see this, but as a mysterious guardian, Gui did not show any strange reaction to Chi-Jun's tricking the Guardian organization in the real world. Moreover, having seen Chi-Jun's power, Gui did not want to have any more conflicts with Chi-Jun because of this little thing. Hello, Master Chi-Jun. This is the tea I promised you last time. I hope you will accept it. With a prism flipping special effect, Gui appeared in front of Chi-Jun and handed him a large box of exquisitely packaged tea. In that case, thank you very much, Supreme Master Ancient One. Chi-Jun was not polite to Ancient One. He just took it and shook it. The tea box weighed about 10 pounds in total, and it seemed that there was a lot of tea leaves in it. However, seeing the Ancient One in front of him, except that the magic tools on his body were slightly different from the last time they met, he did not look injured at all. Chi-Jun had decided that the time stone was indeed powerful enough. Although Chi-Jun did not see how embarrassed Ancient One was at that time, he also knew that in order to deal with the space collapse, even if it was only the explosive force of limited space collapse, Ancient One would have to lose a layer of skin if he did not die. But now there was no trace of injury on the Ancient One in front of him. Chi-Jun knew that Ancient One must have used the time stone to cast the time reversal magic on himself. I just don't know how uncomfortable the price paid after using the time stone will make Ancient One. Oh, it's really the Hong Pao. Master Gui is so thoughtful. Chi-Jun opened the tea box and saw the carefully fermented top-quality tea leaves. He thanked Gui. Master Chi-Jun, you are welcome. Although the mother tree of the Hong Pao has been confined by the state in the real world, there are many famous tea trees transplanted from all over the world in Kamartaj a long time ago. In fact, although there are not many top-quality Hong Pao in Kamartaj, it is not a luxury. Gui smiled and said, moreover, after being carefully cultivated by the mages of Kamartaj, the tea of Kamartaj is also very helpful for the growth of the mage's spiritual power. Really? Chi-Jun raised his eyebrows. Then I really have to try this top-quality product. Please sit down. I don't know, Master Gui, what's the matter with you coming here this time? Chi-Jun asked while preparing the tea set. Why would Master Chi-Jun ask when he already knows the answer? Ancient One smiled. Master Chi-Jun just condensed a ball of energy that contained a huge amount of energy. As the supreme sorcerer of Kamartaj, he has the responsibility of protecting the Earth, so how could he not come over to check it out? However, I didn't expect that this was Master Chi-Jun who was attacking the intelligence organizations in the real world. If he had known in advance, Gui wouldn't have made such a fuss. Sitting opposite Chi-Jun, Gui chuckled, as if he was discussing something that had nothing to do with him. Really? Chi-Jun didn't waver at all, and continued his movements, even condensing a small fireball to boil water. Chi-Jun thought that the Supreme Master Gui was here to drive Chi away. Master Chi-Jun is joking. Ancient One seemed to be unaware of the deep meaning of Chi-Jun's words, and still smiled. For a wizard who can fully control his own power, Kamartaj will never drive him away. What's more, Master Chi-Jun is originally a friend of Kamartaj, isn't he? Yes. Chi-Jun also smiled. We are already friends. It was at this time that Chi-Jun finally let go of his worries and dispersed the magic that had been secretly condensing. Sure enough, after showing a wave of power, Chi-Jun was recognized by Gui. What Chi-Jun didn't know was that Gui, who was sitting opposite him, also breathed a sigh of relief after Chi-Jun quietly dispersed the magic that was secretly condensed. Gui really has some means that Chi-Jun doesn't know. After all, the Earth is really a big boss. After having a cup of tea with Chi-Jun, Gui left behind the coordinates of Kamartaj, which Chi-Jun actually knew a long time ago, as if he had just come to check out. Of course, Chi-Jun had no intention of showing up in front of that group of magic warriors. Was he going to popularize the knowledge that magicians should be mobile turrets instead of magic warriors? I'm afraid that those old people who have been brainwashed by the stubborn idea that magicians should fight in close combat will keep looking for trouble for themselves. Since he knew it was trouble, why bother going? After solving the troubles of the major intelligence organizations and the secret troubles from the mage hermitage, Chi-Jun suddenly felt refreshed. Chi-Jun, who had nothing to do, tasted the Kamatashita Hong Pao and slowly increased his mental strength while taking out a bunch of skill books copied from Phil Coulson and Nick Fury and slapping them away. The location of the Dark Energy Base. The location of the Tahiti Project Base. The location of the Sandbox Base. Phil Coulson's decades of professional agent skills. The locations of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s 7 level 10 authority bases. The locations of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s 5 level 9 authority bases. The locations of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s 23 level 8 authority bases. The locations of Nick Fury's 19 private secret bases. The locations of Nick Fury's 382 private safe houses around the world. Nick Fury's decades of professional agent skills. Damn it. Chi-Jun was stunned by Nick Fury's outrageous behavior and even forgot to drink the tea in his hand. How much money did this black rind egg have to embezzle to have his personal power comparable to the entire S.H.I.E.L.D.? Damn, S.H.I.E.L.D. was disbanded so easily just because of the exposure of Hydra? Could it be that this black brine egg was secretly instigating this? Chi-Jun suddenly thought that according to the original timeline, after Hydra was exposed, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. was disbanded very quickly. Chi-Jun had enough reason to believe that Nick Fury was definitely a top promoter in secret. This is too damn scary. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. was corrupted too much by Hydra, it would not be so easy to disband, right? Of course, Chi-Jun was not going to make this public. Chi-Jun even wanted Nick Fury to be more ruthless, so that Chi-Jun could even more ruthlessly scrape all the meat from S.H.I.E.L.D. However, now, Chi-Jun has other things to do. Put down the teacup, wave your hand, and recycle all the tea sets. Take out the Rorschach's forgotten mask that has not been used for a long time from the space ring. After thinking about it, Chi-Jun communicated with the mutation gem with his mind and made changes to the mask again, turning it back into sunglasses. Of course, it is another kind of sunglasses, invisible sunglasses. Invisible sunglasses, modified from Rorschach's forgotten mask, with the ability to monitor retime deletion, and intelligent creatures will ignore the wearer's magical glasses. In the past, whether it was making the lurker sunglasses or the Rorschach's forgotten mask, Chi-Jun didn't have much energy to waste at that time, so the functions were naturally not very complete. So this time, Chi-Jun got it right at once. Directly made a pair of sunglasses that are basically invisible when worn. After putting on the invisible sunglasses, Chi-Jun's mind moved, and the whole person suddenly changed from SCP. The top floor of the group disappeared in an instant. The top secret base of the Tahiti Project. At this time, the base has not been abolished. Of course, Phil Coulson, the highest commander of the Tahiti Project, is not here. But even so, different agents and researchers are walking around in this top secret base from time to time. However, whether it is these agents, researchers, or even medical staff, they all have no expression of surprise at the sudden appearance of Chi-Jun. They still do what they should do, as if they didn't see anything abnormal at all. Chi-Jun's mouth corners are slightly curved, and he walked straight to the center of the entire laboratory. In this Tahiti Project base that has not been abolished, the half-free corpse is soaking in a huge transparent culture vessel in the center of the laboratory. Several huge tubes are connected to the corpse, constantly extracting something from the corpse, and constantly supplying something to the corpse. Zombie. Chi-Jun suddenly thought of this word. Isn't this half-free corpse in such a situation? Although it was already dead, it was being cultivated by a group of crazy biological scientists from S.H.I.E.L.D., who kept extracting blood and cells from the zombies for various experiments. In Chi-Jun's opinion, slicing it would be more merciful than this. Shaking his head, Chi-Jun threw away all other distracting thoughts and began to issue replication and materialization commands to the half-corpse. However, the replication and materialization commands that had always been effective for Ancient One and others had no effect on this corpse. Sure enough, Mutated Gem is the replication and materialization skill book and ability to replicate from a person's soul. Chi-Jun pondered silently in his heart. However, Chi-Jun did not show any disappointment about this. After all, before this, Chi-Jun had already had some guesses that coming to this half-corpse of the Kree was just a test. Chi-Jun's mind moved, and he disappeared directly from the Tahiti Project base, S.H.I.E.L.D. sandbox base. This time, Chi-Jun came here directly. Compared with the previous Tahiti Project base, Chi-Jun had just teleported and felt a lot of complicated energy reactions. For the space mage, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s so-called isolation measures were completely ineffective. This time, S.H.I.E.L.D. is going to be shocked. Compared to other bases, this sandbox base really contains a lot of interesting and mysterious things. Obelisk, collect. Alien energy arm, collect. Interstellar teleportation boulder, collect. Time-space shuttle boulder, collect. As long as it is something that Chi-Jun is interested in, all of them are collected in one word: sandbox base, a secret base with a level 10 authority of S.H.I.E.L.D. Contain, preserve, control, and destroy all threatening items and unknown items identified by S.H.I.E.L.D. But today, the sandbox base welcomed a person who no one could observe, and this person, openly and above board, wandered around in this secret base with a level 10 authority, wherever he wanted to go. Even if it was a completely closed secret room filled with concrete, he wanted to teleport in, and he teleported in. However, in just a few minutes, more and more mysterious items in the entire sandbox base were quietly taken away by Chi-Jun. However, the most amazing thing was that the entire sandbox base did not find this abnormality at all. Well, this was actually Chi-Jun letting Tai-Bai control the control system of the entire sandbox base, but it was just a small quantum signal dissemination device pinned on Chi-Jun's collar, and the entire sandbox base instantly fell into Tai-Bai's control. And Chi-Jun, while checking the information of the mysterious items listed by Tai-Bai, wandered around and collected the things he was interested in. Although most of the things taken away by Chi-Jun are actually of no value to Chi-Jun, Chi-Jun is ready to collect them. Chi-Jun has always felt that the collection cabinet in the space ring is too empty. Isn't this just an opportunity? What's more, there are things that Chi-Jun is not interested in. For example, the interstellar teleportation monolith that can open a space shuttle channel. For example, the space-time teleportation monolith that can set a time anchor and travel through time and space. For example, an alien intelligent robot that has existed on Earth for an unknown period of time. Chang Shangren. In fact, when Chi-Jun found this immortal, he was also surprised. In the information Chi-Jun knew, there was no such operation as an immortal being taken in the sandbox base. Moreover, according to the records projected by Tai-Bai, this immortal was taken into the sandbox base a week ago, not long after Chi-Jun traveled to the Marvel world. This made Chi-Jun have some different guesses. Is this the butterfly effect? This immortal was taken in as a broken intelligent robot, which means that S.H.I.E.L.D. does not know the identity of the immortal for the time being. But Chi-Jun knows. This TM is a created race. In fact, the immortal is completely a kind of intelligent robot with a skin that can be replaced at any time. After discovering the Immortal Man, Chi-Jun didn't want to hang out in other secret bases of S.H.I.E.L.D. anymore. He teleported directly with the temporarily down Immortal Man back to his manor on Long Island. With the powerful physical and mechanical knowledge that Chi-Jun had copied and materialized from Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, he easily discovered that the Immortal Man's body should actually be able to be restarted. This discovery made Chi-Jun a little headache. Logically speaking, if the Immortal Man, an intelligent robot wearing human skin, was discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D., it would definitely be dismembered and reversed by the crazy scientists in S.H.I.E.L.D. How could it be possible to appear intact in the sandbox base? And it was just a week ago, and Chi-Jun could still see that this was an Immortal Man that could be restarted. Chi-Jun immediately thought of 3 words: observer. Chi-Jun didn't know if the thing he thought of really existed, or was it just made up? But Chi-Jun didn't dare to gamble. Was the appearance of this immortal a warning to him? Or did the observer want to contact him through this immortal? Or was it just to scare himself? Chi-Jun suddenly realized that even if he confronted S.H.I.E.L.D. and Ancient One, he was still weak and pitiful. Just the sudden appearance of an immortal body made him suddenly afraid to act rashly. Leave the Earth. After thinking for a long time, Chi-Jun decided to leave the Earth temporarily. No matter if this immortal really has some mastermind behind it to warn him, or is he just scaring himself? Chi-Jun decided to leave the Earth temporarily. It just so happens that apart from the cosmic cube, there is nothing on Earth that can attract Chi-Jun's attention for the time being. It's just right to march into the universe first and get the Power Stone first. No matter it's a warning or scaring himself, only what you get in your hands is yours. Chi-Jun made up his mind to grab the Power Stone first. If there really is such a thing as an observer, it will naturally appear after getting the Power Stone. And with the Power Stone in hand, I will be more confident, right? With the mutated gem, I will just swallow the Power Stone as a whole and see what you can do. With the decision made, Chi-Jun put the immortal into the space ring and teleported back to SCP. The group began to gather their men. Several space teleportation apertures were summoned, and the men quickly gathered together. I plan to go to the Milky Way for a while. Chi-Jun's words shocked everyone. Hulk, together. Except for Hulk, who expressed his willingness to travel with Chi-Jun, Sky and Bruce Banner did not change much. However, Emil Brunsky, Samuel Stern, and Harry Henrys, the Stark family warrior who temporarily served as the president, all looked confused. What the hell? We haven't even left the Earth yet, but we are going to enter the Milky Way? Don't think that just because a teleportation aperture shocked us, we can believe that you can enter the Milky Way. That's right. Let's go to the Milky Way that you have in mind. And you two will go with me this time. Looking at Emil Brunsky and Samuel Stern, whose eyes were already fixed on Hulk, Chi-Jun said with a serious face. Sky will take over as SCP, the position of the group president. You should assist her well, and you will get the benefits. Chi-Jun turned his head and looked at Harry Henrys, who was confused. You are temporarily serving as SCP, the group's chief scientist. According to the original plan, recruit a group of top scientists. Chi-Jun said to Bruce Banner again, bro, suddenly, I feel a little confused. It seems that I have a writer's block. The Earth has been rubbed bald. Change the map. Sky and the others were shocked by Chi-Jun's sudden arrangement, but they finally followed Chi-Jun's arrangement and sat in the seats assigned by Chi-Jun. CP Harry Henrys and his former senior management began to hand over the power to Sky as the group president and assisted Sky in growing into a qualified SCP. Bruce Banner, the president of the group, spent half of his time going to Venus to practice his fire magic ability through the aperture transmission channel opened up by Chi-Jun, and the other half of his time in SCP Group Research Department as SCP, the chief scientist of the group. And according to the plan left by Chi-Jun, he began to slowly contact scientists such as Dr. Reed Richards, Dr. Victor Von Doom, and Dr. Connors.as for Hulk, Emil Brunsky, and Samuel Stern. They were naturally brought to the Venus space station by Chi-Jun. Hulk, after giving him a bunch of super delicious big fruits, there was no need to worry about him. Emil Brunsky and Samuel Stern were respectively injected by Chi-Jun with their own Hulk serums that were manifested by mutated gemstones. And blessed by Chi-Jun's dark soul magic, Emil Brunsky successfully evolved into Abomination. But he can control the transformation at will, and the transformed Abomination is not as ugly as before. Samuel Stern successfully evolved into the Big Boss. However, it is not as disgusting as the Big Head in the comics. Of course, without the reserve of the Big Head, the IQ is not as abnormal as in the comics, but with an IQ 500 times that of ordinary people, it still crushes everyone. Chi-Jun even measured it with the Dragon Ball magic modified combat power detection glasses and found that the Big Boss, now the head is not big. It can no longer be called the Big Boss. It should be called Dr. Blue. Not only has the IQ reached the peak of human beings, but even the physical fitness is second only to Abomination. The energy that originally supported the Big Head was used to strengthen Dr. Blue's body. Of course, among the three people, Hulk, Abomination, and Dr. Blue, the strongest is still Hulk. There is no way. Who makes Hulk's power stronger the angrier he is? It is so unsolvable. Just when Chi-Jun was about to stay in the Venus space station, using the scientific and technological knowledge recorded in Scython's notes, basking in the sun as a recharger, and assisting Dr. Blue in developing and materializing a spaceship, Taibai informed Chi-Jun that someone on Earth had found SCP. The group wanted to buy a piece of intelligence, which temporarily interrupted Chi-Jun's plan. Not Nick Fury? Teleported back to his own home in S.C.P. in the chairman's office on the top floor of the group, Chi-Jun asked Taibai curiously. Yes, Mr. Nick Fury did not contact Taibai. Taibai's voice sounded in the office, but another senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Brock Rumlow, contacted Taibai privately and asked Taibai to tell you that he represents another force and wants to buy a piece of intelligence. Oh. Chi-Jun raised his eyebrows. Crossbones. Where is he? Chi-Jun asked. S.C.P. waiting in the group's reception room number 3. Taibai replied, let him come up. Yes, sir. Taibai responded. Meet the respected Emperor Chi-Jun. After the receptionist who led Brock Rumlow to the top floor closed the door and left, Brock Rumlow suddenly bowed respectfully to Chi-Jun and greeted him. While the name spread so quickly, Chi-Jun's eyes flashed, but he didn't believe that Nick Fury would spread his name. Even Chi-Jun's information would not be recorded in the S.H.I.E.L.D. database. It seems that among the group of agents who followed Nick Fury before, there really was a hidden Hydra. This method was really clever, and Nick Fury didn't even find it out. Your Majesty Emperor Chi-Jun, your name is known all over the world, and we all worship him. Brock Rumlow seemed extremely respectful, and it was obvious that he had known a lot of information in advance, but Chi-Jun shook his head and didn't even feel anything when he was called His Majesty. You were the famous Crossbones. But you were so respectful to a stranger. Well, Hydra's brainwashing ability is really good, but why didn't Sitwell, the bald guy, contact me? No matter how you look at it, the bald guy has better interpersonal skills, right? Dear Emperor Chi-Jun, Brock Rumlow is here on behalf of the organization to buy a piece of intelligence from His Majesty. Brock Rumlow looked up at Chi-Jun and said seriously, however, before purchasing this intelligence, please confirm my true identity. Oh. After hearing this, Chi-Jun finally smiled. Hydra was indeed not a brainless organization. If Crossbone's true identity could not be revealed, this guy would probably turn around and leave immediately. It was even possible that he would pull out a gun and commit suicide in order not to expose his identity. Look, Chi-Jun didn't say anything, but he materialized a coin and threw it to Brock Rumlow. Brock Rumlow grabbed it and took a look, and his pupils suddenly shrank. On one side of this coin, there was a unique Nazi swastika symbol, a dot on the other side. It was a 9-clawed octopus. This was a coin with the universal mark of the Nazi Hydra during World War II. Meet the respected Emperor. This time, Brock Rumlow stood straight and made a standard salute to the Supreme Leader. Obviously, Brock Rumlow finally confirmed that Chi-Jun did know the information of their organization. He saluted Chi-Jun again, this time more seriously and solemnly. Your Majesty. Brock Rumlow stepped forward respectfully, opened the 2 safes he brought, and turned to Chi-Jun's direction. The organization has authorized me to buy a piece of intelligence from you, how to safely, smoothly, and quickly take over S.H.I.E.L.D. and become a brand new S.H.I.E.L.D. It's when he saw 2 boxes of first-generation micro-arc reactors densely packed into 2 password boxes, even Chi-Jun couldn't help but gasp. Hydra actually mass-produced the first generation of micro-arc reactors. Holy shit. Is this still the Hydra I know? Is this the butterfly reaction I had? Damn. The plot of Iron Man 2 hasn't even started yet, and Hydra already has the first generation of arc reactors. Wait, Iron Man 2? Hiss. Could it be that Hydra has already controlled Ivan Vanko? Were these arc reactors made by a Russian? Chi-Jun asked Brock Rumlow with narrowed eyes, not if the plot had not changed. In the early days of Marvel, only Tony Stark and Ivan Vanko could make miniature arc reactors. And Tony Stark would definitely not make arc reactors for Hydra, let alone this first generation version. You have to know that although Tony Stark has not yet developed the Krypton Gold arc reactor, the Palladium arc reactor he uses has been upgraded for several generations, almost reaching the limit of what a Palladium reactor can achieve. Yes, Your Majesty, I see. Brock Rumlow seemed even more respectful. This was definitely top secret information from the S.H.I.E.L.D., a branch of Hydra. Yet the big boss in front of him still pointed it out in one sentence. How scary. This is an arc reactor made by a Russian scientist named Ivan Vanko, but due to time constraints, there has been no time to upgrade these things. Brock Rumlow replied respectfully. Time is running out. Chi-Jun frowned. What does this mean? Is it that S.H.I.E.L.D. will replace S.H.I.E.L.D. ahead of schedule? Or is it that Ivan Vanko can't wait to take revenge on Tony Stark, so he rushed to produce so many? By the way, Ivan Vanko fell into the hands of Hydra, but he was not brainwashed. He still had his own ideas to seek revenge on Tony Stark. Impossible, right? That is to say, Hydra is going to attack S.H.I.E.L.D. Did I really change too many plots? At this time, Captain America was still working as an ice stick in the Arctic. S.H.I.E.L.D. launched an attack. S.H.I.E.L.D. was afraid that it would be directly laid down, right? However, with Nick Fury's private power that was almost comparable to S.H.I.E.L.D., could S.H.I.E.L.D. really replace S.H.I.E.L.D.? Because of Brock Rumlow's words, Chi-Jun also thought of many things, but who cares? Anyway, I have decided to leave the Earth temporarily, and with my deterrent power, S.H.I.E.L.D. C.P. No one in the group dares to move. So no matter if it's Snake S.H.I.E.L.D. or S.H.I.E.L.D., you can play with it however you want. Well, although it is only the first generation of micro-arc reactors, the energy contained is not small. Chi-Jun thought for a while and made a rough estimate of the 2 large boxes of reactors. Of course, if you want to get a perfect intelligence on how to safely, smoothly, and quickly take over S.H.I.E.L.D., this is definitely not enough. However, the energy of these arc reactors is enough to give you 2 simple intelligence information. 1. Nick Fury is the biggest obstacle to your action plan. Second, if the Insight plan can be launched at the fastest speed, you can achieve the greatest success at the lowest cost. As a neutral party, Chi-Jun can swear that he absolutely does not favor any party. Okay. Chi-Jun waved his hand, and a colorless teleportation light circle with a little light blue light formed beside Brock Rumlow, and at the same time took away both boxes of arc reactors. Step over it, and you can return to your own organization. The transaction is completed. Welcome to visit next time. You don't looking at Chi-Jun who was smiling in front of him. Brock Rumlow swallowed hard, and was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Yes, Respected Emperor Qi Jun, I bid you farewell. With a tragic mood, Brock Rumlow did not dare to stay any longer and stepped into the light circle that was shining like sparks. The next moment, the light circle disappeared, and Brock Rumlow also disappeared. Well, this is the first time to conduct intelligence transaction. Qi Jun twirled his chin. Well, this feeling is really quite refreshing. I wonder when this guy Nick Fury will come over. If it's too late, I'm afraid Hydra's assassination will be launched in full force, right? Haha, I hope you don't die. I'm still looking forward to the energy of the cosmic cube. Not caring at all that he had exposed another ability in front of the Hydra organization, or even deliberately demonstrating, Qi Jun teleported back to the Venus space station. Now the first thing Qi Jun had to do was to change from the cosmic cube energy block to the spaceship. However, having a spaceship is not enough. A star map is also necessary. The entire universe is in motion at all times. With every passing second, the position in the universe is changing at any time. If there is no star map, or no space positioning system, it is a luxury to go out and want to go home again. However, should I materialize a star map myself, or go to Asgard to make trouble and take a cosmic star map? By the way, this is a choice. Maybe we can go to Asgard first? After thinking carefully for a while, Qi Jun found that he could still go to Asgard for a while, or he could go to Asgard to test it out. Was the appearance of the immortal a warning? Or was it just a coincidence, as Qi Jun thought? But no matter what, going to Asgard to make some progress can help him make some judgments for his next move, right? However, thinking that he had only materialized the shell of a spaceship next to the Venus space station, and the interior was completely empty, Qi Jun no longer thought about it. Before going to Asgard to make trouble, he should first get a complete spaceship that can perform space jumps. Otherwise, if he only has a star map but no spaceship, what's the point of getting an egg? Warp engine technology, antimatter engine technology, dark energy drive technology, space jump technology, artificial wormhole manufacturing technology. After patting the shell of the book, Scython's notes, Qi Jun suddenly found that the physics knowledge copied from Tony Stark and Bruce Banner seemed a little insufficient. Just as Qi Jun returned to the Venus space station to continue his work as a light charger and a device materializer, Brock Rumlow had already written down his experience, and SCP Alexander Pierce was told everything he saw and heard on the top floor of the group. That's right. Brock Rumlow appeared directly in front of Alexander Pierce through the teleportation aperture. This move not only scared Brock Rumlow, but also scared Alexander Pierce, the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. A teleportation aperture appeared completely out of thin air in front of him, and in the blink of an eye, Brock Rumlow directly crossed an unknown distance and came to him. If Qi Jun wanted to, wouldn't he be able to teleport a large army to the hinterland of each branch of Hydra in a minute? In an instant, the entire Hydra could be turned into a dead snake. Hiss. Fortunately, this cosmic emperor did not show any interest in the Earth. While Alexander Pierce was shocked, he increasingly recognized Qi Jun's identity as the boss of a cosmic force. At the same time, he was also glad that such a big boss should not have any interest in the little broken ball of Earth, right? Notice that this emperor will be the most distinguished guest of Hydra from now on. No one else. Anyone who dares to offend this emperor will be retaliated by the whole Hydra and the SCP group. No one is allowed to have any evil thoughts about it. And they must even help it grow and develop in secret. Alexander Pierce issued an order through the internal channel. Not only must our S.H.I.E.L.D. branch be notified, but this intelligence must also be reported to other Hydra branches. We can't let them accidentally anger this adult and cause him to vent his anger on our entire Hydra. In addition, Crossbones immediately select the most elite field special forces soldiers. Alexander Pierce narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a bloodthirsty and murderous aura. Choose the best equipment, keep in peak condition at all times, wait for orders, and kill with one strike. Yes. Brock Rumlow suppressed the shock in his heart and immediately took the order and left. Notify the assassination base to be ready to thaw the Winter Soldier at any time and be prepared to ensure that the Winter Soldier is in the strongest combat state. Watching Brock Rumlow leave, Alexander Pierce opened the internal high-level encrypted channel and issued another order. Yes, Chief. Harry Highclaw. Harry Highclaws. Alexander Pierce gently closed the internal communication channel. Dr. Zola, please mobilize your greatest abilities immediately, cooperate with the S.H.I.E.L.D. field agents, monitor Nick Fury at all times, and analyze the best time for us to take action. After a set of tedious operations, Alexander Pierce summoned Arnim Zola, the pioneer leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. who had been hiding in the network. On the computer. Clear. Harry Highclaws. 2 lines of phrases appeared on the computer screen, and then quickly disappeared without leaving any trace. Director, I just approached Tony Stark. Why do you want to call me back at this time? Black Widow Natasha Romanoff stood in front of Nick Fury and asked with confusion. You know, if I leave so suddenly, it will be impossible to get close to Tony Stark easily again. Don't even think about asking me to do this next time. As a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. who only obeys Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff naturally has some small privileges, such as complaining to Black Braised Egg. Of course, whether Black Braised Egg will listen or not is another matter. At least, this time, Nick Fury ignored Natasha Romanoff's nagging and directly handed her a unique box. Look, it doesn't matter where Tony Stark is for now. This operation is the highest authority operation of S.H.I.E.L.D. and is also top secret. You need to carry this box with you at all times, go to a designated location, hand it over to a specific person, and then bring back something or a message. I will send the most elite team of S.H.I.E.L.D. to cover you. In addition, Phil Coulson and Hawkeye will also protect you in secret. I want you to give me a promise. Black Egg stared into the eyes of Natasha Romanoff, one of the few people Black Egg could trust in S.H.I.E.L.D. Bring back what I want, or the information, safely and completely. Don't tell anyone else. Got it. I'll do my best. Nick. Natasha Romanoff put away her carefree expression and became serious. A Black Widow who had known Nick Fury since World War II. She knew very well what Nick Fury's expression at this moment meant. Ding dong. Tybai's voice sounded again in the Venus space station. Sir, a lady claiming to be an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. has just landed at your S.H.I.E.L.D. CP on the observation deck of the group's chairman's office. Natasha Romanoff. Qi Jun was surprised to see the famous Black Widow in the Marvel Universe appearing in front of him. How long has it been since he talked to Nick Fury? Black Boiled Egg has already called back this old lady who is old at heart. Where's Nick Fury? Why didn't he come? Qi Jun had a clue in his mind. This Black Brined Egg must have noticed something. After all, he had secretly established a secret force that was almost comparable to S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, it was only comparable in scale. If it was comparable in strength, how could Hydra hide for so many years? The director said that he would prepare more of these things, and I believe Mr. Qi Jun can understand. Natasha Romanoff walked towards Qi Jun with amazing steps and charming manners, and picked up the box in her hand. But she did not call Qi Jun the Emperor like others did. In fact, looking at Qi Jun's young face, Natasha Romanoff was very surprised in her heart. As one of the few people who could be trusted, how could Nick Fury not give Natasha Romanoff information about Qi Jun? Natasha Romanoff did not expect that this man who just appeared abruptly would actually be the king of a cosmic force. This is really interesting. If that's the case, then of course, I understand. Qi Jun came to the reception area with ease. He stretched out his hand, and a set of tea sets appeared. After many times, Qi Jun has become accustomed to it. Whether he drinks it himself or entertains guests, Qi Jun likes to make tea. Anyway, this is what I like. The so-called guests. Well, it's up to you if you want to drink it or not. Please take a seat. Qi Jun skillfully boiled water and made tea. Please take a look at these things, Mr. Qi Jun. How much information can be exchanged? To be honest, Natasha Romanoff really wanted to play with Qi Jun slowly, but seeing that Qi Jun was not polite to her, and thinking of Nick Fury's instructions, Natasha Romanoff took the lead in making a choice, opened the box in her hand, and turned to Qi Jun. Of course, in Qi Jun's view, this is completely normal operation, and the initiative is in Qi Jun's hands. What's more, this is completely a seller's market. Whether to sell your information depends on Qi Jun's mood. Let Black Widow cast a beauty trap on Qi Jun. That's totally overthinking. Even if Black Widow does conform to the aesthetics of Oriental people, or even Qi Jun's aesthetics, so what? Thinking about Black Widow's black history, Qi Jun instantly became Lu Xiaohui, and Lu Xiaohui, more saintly than a saint. Wow. Qi Jun felt relieved as he looked at the cosmic cube energy blocks in the box, which were not dense, but not few in number. What beautiful and moving colors. Although he had sensed before that there was a huge amount of energy hidden in the box in Natasha Romanoff's hand, he did not expect that after the box was opened, the energy fluctuations emitted would be more obvious, and even more huge. Obviously, this box must be made of a unique material that can shield huge energy fluctuations, which is also a good thing. Not bad, not bad. Chi-Jun took out the energy blocks one by one and checked them, and soon estimated their approximate value. This is a huge amount of energy, which is dozens of times stronger than the first-generation arc reactor brought by Hydra. Chi-Jun estimated that each cosmic cube energy block is worth about 500,000 to 800,000 energy points. And in this box, there are 10 such energy blocks. In other words, it is worth at least 5 million energy points. TSK. This is just the energy block produced by the technology mastered by S.H.I.E.L.D. If the cosmic cube falls into Chi-Jun's hands, it will definitely shatter in an instant, Chi-Jun said. With the space gem already there, what else do we need the cosmic cube for? So, Mr. Chi-Jun, can you tell us who is the biggest enemy of S.H.I.E.L.D., and how can we eliminate them? Although she didn't want to interrupt Chi-Jun's appreciation of the energy block, thinking that Nick Fury was still waiting for her news, Natasha Romanoff smiled with a smile that made people feel excited, and asked temptingly. Of course, Chi-Jun withdrew his admiring eyes from these energy blocks, waved his hand, and put all the energy blocks, including the box that originally hid the energy blocks, into the space ring, and placed them on the collection cabinet next to the first-generation arc reactor that he had traded from Hydra before. These are all Chi-Jun's personal collections. S.H.I.E.L.D. currently has two biggest enemies. Looking at Natasha Romanoff, who was trying hard to show her charm in front of him, Chi-Jun was unmoved, and even smiled evilly, throwing out a choice with bad taste. One is based on S.H.I.E.L.D. under the leadership of Nick Fury. The other is pure S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. As Chi-Jun said, S.H.I.E.L.D. has different biggest enemies based on two states. First, the biggest threat to S.H.I.E.L.D. under the leadership of Nick Fury is naturally the Hydra branch hidden in the dark, S.H.I.E.L.D. Second, if we stand purely from the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. itself, it is Nick Fury, the director in public, who is a super leech who keeps sucking the marrow of S.H.I.E.L.D. and building his own power in private. Who is the biggest threat to S.H.I.E.L.D.? I am very satisfied with the energy blocks you brought, so I will give you more choices. Chi-Jun smiled like a devil. I can tell you about these two enemies of S.H.I.E.L.D. based on different foundations, but you will no longer know how to proceed to quickly and safely eliminate the enemy's intelligence. Or, you choose one of the directions, and I can also tell you how to quickly and safely eliminate the most threatening enemy. Chi-Jun would never admit that this was his bad taste. Chi-Jun would only say that this was his implementation of a truly neutral position, telling all the problems, not shielding anyone, nor was he biased towards anyone. Black Widow came as a traitor, so Chi-Jun could naturally trade intelligence in the identity of Black Widow, right? Of course, Chi-Jun's bad taste was not satisfied because Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, without any hesitation, chose the direction of S.H.I.E.L.D. under the leadership of Nick Fury. What the hell? You are the Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Are you still an old fan of Nick Fury? Of course, Chi-Jun did not break his promise. He also told Black Widow about the biggest enemy of S.H.I.E.L.D. under the leadership of Nick Fury. While Black Widow was shocked, he told Black Widow how to solve S.H.I.E.L.D. safely and quickly. Thinking of Black Widow leaving in a hurry with a dark face, Chi-Jun was very happy. Brother is indeed right. If we just make it public that S.H.I.E.L.D. has infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., S.H.I.E.L.D. will immediately become a rat crossing the street and everyone will shout and kill it. Am I wrong? This is definitely the fastest and safest way to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s biggest enemy. Okay. After all, you didn't say that you had to safely and quickly eliminate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s biggest enemy while S.H.I.E.L.D. was intact, right? Chi-Jun shook his head and sighed, with an expression that said, you can't blame me for your own imprecise words. Tie-by. Unlock the identity information of Sky's parents, and also decrypt the information of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra to Sky, and also tell her the information of the transaction with these two organizations. Sky has learned the magic skills that have been blessed by Chi-Jun's dark side soul magic. Chi-Jun said that he was relieved and no longer had to worry about being led astray or abducted by her mother who hated humans so much. At the same time, he also told her that his boss, would be a strong backing and support any decision she made. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra both knew each other's secrets, so it was impossible for them not to fight. And S.H.I.E.L.D. was Sky's #1 enemy. At this point, Chi-Jun would naturally not hide the news from Sky anymore. At the same time, he would accept whatever decision Sky made. Yes, sir, things on Earth have come to an end for the time being, and arrangements have been made for Wakanda, so Chi-Jun doesn't want to worry about it anymore. It is estimated that Chi-Jun will only return to Earth when the Fantastic Four go to space to gain superpowers, or when the Life Foundation launches a solar system space shuttle. Dr. Lon, Chi-Jun was studying a piece of cosmic cube energy block in his hand, while asking Dr. Samuel Stern, have you completed the research on the antimatter extraction technology? Antimatter extraction can actually be done in the real world, but the technology is very immature. Whether it is the Large Hadron Collider or the huge amount of energy required, it can only extract an amount that can only be expressed in micrograms and is invisible to the naked eye. Chi-Jun will naturally not be satisfied with such a small garbage extraction method. You know, Chi-Jun has already materialized the shell of his first spaceship. That's a behemoth. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mere aerospace carrier can only dock at a berth of the spaceship. You can imagine how huge the spaceship is. If this thing is parked in the Earth's orbit, even on the ground, the naked eye can clearly see its huge body. It is completely a spaceship that can rival the size of a human metropolis. In other words, a space city. Naturally, such a huge spaceship requires a lot of energy. Tony, starts arc reactor? Haha, you are not even qualified to be a grandson. The spaceship daddy is not driven by nuclear energy alone. To propel a spaceship as big as a city to travel in the universe, it even has to reach the speed of light or even superluminal speed. The so-called electrical energy and nuclear energy are not enough. Therefore, Chi-Jun simply materialized a bunch of information that he could not understand at all but guaranteed its authenticity and threw it to Dr. Lon Samuel Stern, a superhuman scientist who is 500 times more powerful than ordinary people, to study. After all, Chi-Jun can't use mutated gems to materialize energy, engines, materials, and other things every time. Even if he can strengthen his body every time he acts as a charging treasure, Chi-Jun doesn't want to confine himself to the life of a charging treasure day and night. Therefore, it is the right way to let Dr. Lon understand these things thoroughly and then form an army of super robots to manufacture them. Cosmic Forces S.C.P. Group also needs to have its own foundation. Almost there, boss. Dr. Blue, Samuel Stern, operated the instrument in front of him without looking back, simulating his own ideas over and over again, while also answering Chi-Jun's questions, inspired by your charging method. I have successfully developed a solar energy extractor, with it as a new antimatter manufacturer. As long as the sun does not go out, we can continuously produce antimatter. The difficulty that temporarily traps me now is how to safely and massively preserve the produced antimatter. Chi-Jun took 2 steps and came to the side of the space station. He looked through the porthole at the behemoth on the other side, Chi-Jun's first space city. Above, there is a huge object that is relatively still relative to the space city. The solar energy extractor. Countless mirror-like objects densely cover the entire shell of the solar energy extractor. After countless sunlight passes through this instrument, it can no longer escape. The back of the solar energy extractor facing away from. The sun is pitch black, as if even the light reflected from the space city has been swallowed up. What the hell is this principle? Is it a black hole? Chi-Jun was stunned. Yes and no. Dr. Lon carefully controlled the instrument in his hand and explained to Chi-Jun, by the way, it can be regarded as borrowing some extremely superficial black hole principles. It consumes a lot of energy while running. Of course. Compared with the captured energy, the consumption is not too large. As expected, he is a superhuman with an IQ 500 times higher than that of ordinary people. With the corresponding information, he is simply awesome. Well, it seems to be in the sky anyway, compared to the abomination, who was also injected with the Hulk serum. This guy can only act as a coolie to carry equipment in front of Dr. Lon except for fighting. Looking at the energy block from the cosmic cube in his hand, Chi-Jun suddenly felt that S.H.I.E.L.D. is really rubbish. The cosmic cube has been in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. for decades, and it has only produced a batch of energy blocks with energy values ranging from 500,000 to 800,000 points. Even if there are some powerful energy weapons, compared to the current Dr. Lon, they are nothing but garbage. Damn. If the cosmic cube is given to Dr. Lon for research, will it create a real black hole in a minute? What if, like Hawaii? Damn. Suddenly, I was panicking. What should I do? Oh, boss, the previous vibranium ore has been used up in the experiment. You better make another batch. I found that adding some vibranium elements to the existing antimatter storage materials can actually better preserve antimatter. Speaking of vibranium, Dr. Lon finally turned around and took a look at his boss Chi-Jun. Huh, don't lie to me. I remember your boss. Antimatter is confined by force field. What does it have to do with vibranium? Chi-Jun was suddenly confused. What the hell? Is the vibranium in the Marvel universe so awesome? Of course, vibranium cannot directly store antimatter. Dr. Lon rolled his eyes. It is a force field material for storing antimatter. Different proportions of vibranium elements are mixed in, and they have different binding forces on antimatter. Tell me, how much do you want? Chi-Jun rolled his eyes and silently lay back on the recliner in his old position for the space city of his dreams. Come on, recharge her. As time goes by, Chi-Jun's dream space city is no longer just an empty shell. With the joint efforts of Chi-Jun and Dr. Lon, its interior is gradually enriched. Leisure living area, game entertainment area, ecological leisure area, power energy area, weapons and equipment area, scientific research and experimental area, intelligent production area, internal functional circulation area. Wait, the entire space city was divided into different areas by Chi-Jun. As the name implies, they naturally have different functions on this day. After Chi-Jun finally installed the last space jump engine of the Dream spaceship, the Dream City Space City. Even after this period of experience with the charging treasure, Chi-Jun's own energy content has reached a huge amount of 500,000, and the energy content in the mutated gem has reached a huge amount of 5 million points. But Chi-Jun doesn't want to live this kind of life anymore. Chi-Jun, who couldn't hold back his excitement any longer, thought about it, and disappeared from in front of Dr. Lon without a trace that of course, Dr. Lon didn't show the slightest surprise at this. After all, he had long been accustomed to his boss's elusiveness. Even Dr. Lon had long been accustomed to it. Asgard, in the palace of the God King, a stranger suddenly appeared that I never expected it. At this time, the palace of the God King was crowded with people, and there were all kinds of Asgardians everywhere, that if I say that I came here because I was lost, would you believe me? Looking at the countless pairs of eyes staring at him, Chi-Jun asked awkwardly. Golialu swallowing the saliva that was unconsciously secreted from his mouth, Chi-Jun was dumbfounded. It seemed that the time when he teleported here was a little wrong. Look at the Asgardian warriors standing upright on both sides, and then look at the countless Asgardians who participated in the event in their best clothes behind the warriors. The most important thing is that in front of Chi-Jun, at the end of a passage reserved for the warriors standing on both sides, on a golden throne, there is a one-eyed old man who is also wearing shining golden armor and holding a steel drill. The most important thing is that behind Chi-Jun, also at the end of the passage, at the entrance of the palace of the God King, there is a blonde man wearing a red cloak, black armor, a black helmet, but holding a hammer in his hand. What the hell? Could it be the opening of Thor 1, where Thor, the god of thunder, was about to be promoted to the king of Asgard with glory, but was messed up by the evil god Loki and eventually lost the throne? Outsider. The crowd that was cheering suddenly became quiet because of Chi-Jun's sudden appearance. But there was one person who couldn't stop his anger and yelled at Chi-Jun, "Who are you?" The huge roar shook the entire palace of the God King. Of course, no one showed any discomfort because of this. After all, even the most ordinary Asgardian has a physique that is far beyond the reach of Earthlings. Looking at the furious Thor, Chi-Jun suddenly didn't know what to say. That he even glanced at the evil god Loki under the throne, and he saw excitement in his eyes. Damn it, the original plot was messed up by Loki, but it won't be messed up by me. Damn it, if that's the case, won't you be hated to death by the big-bellied Thor, who stuck his arm into Uranus? Ancient One, why are your memories in Asgard in the palace of the God King? Chi-Jun was so depressed. Speak. Thor roared, with crackling lightning flashing on his body, and he walked towards Chi-Jun step by step with Thor's hammer in hand. Outsider who invaded Asgard. If you don't have a reasonable explanation, then today will be the day of your death. This is not the Thor who was sealed by his old father and thrown to the earth to grow up. At this time, Thor is arrogant and conceited. Except for Odin, he ignores everything. Chi-Jun happened to appear at the ceremony of his coronation as king. How could Thor, the god of thunder, bear the raging anger in his heart? Although Thor gave Chi-Jun an opportunity to explain, in fact, before Chi-Jun could speak, Thor's hammer carrying huge lightning power had already smashed towards Chi-Jun. Never mind. Fortunately, I had no intention of making friends with Asgard. Then, I will inform Asgard of my power through this arrogant Thor. Looking at Thor's hammer Mjolnir that flew in front of him in the blink of an eye, Chi-Jun shook his head and reached out to grab it. Bang! A huge energy wave came out from Chi-Jun's hand, pushing all the Asgardians around him back a few steps. What? How is this possible? Am I dreaming? When everyone stood up and looked towards the center of the palace, everyone was in disbelief. Chi-Jun. He actually grabbed Thor's hammer with one hand. Or rather, Chi-Jun. He grasped Thor's hammer Mjolnir with one hand. Even the fingers of Chi-Jun's hand that grasped Thor's hammer were deeply embedded in Thor's hammer. Impossible. Thor Odinson, the crown prince of Asgard. Thor was suddenly in disbelief. Even Thor felt a faint pain in his heart. My hammer. You were pinched by someone. Don't you love me anymore? Ahem. Not to mention Thor, whether it was the evil god Loki, Sif, Queen Frigga, or even the god King Odin, they were all stunned. Since when? A person who came out of nowhere could pinch Thor's hammer at will. Even pinched his fingers deeply into Thor's hammer. Where did this god come from? Impossible. Chi-Jun sneered that I am only holding Thor's hammer now. If it breaks into pieces, won't you become an idiot? Of course, Chi-Jun doesn't have the strength to crush Thor's hammer, but in fact, Chi-Jun was able to pinch his fingers deeply into Thor's hammer, which means he had already exploded with all his strength. Moreover, if Chi-Jun had the strength to crush Thor's hammer, why would he just make a few handprints? After this period of experience with the charging treasure, my Brother strength has long been beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The energy contained in the body alone has skyrocketed from about 10,000 points to 500,000 points now. This is more than just a 50-fold increase in strength. You want Neil? Chi-Jun said something that no one else could understand, and suddenly threw the Thor's hammer in his hand at the increasingly irritable Thor at a faster speed. Then I'll give it back to you. Bang! A huge sonic boom sounded, and a huge energy shockwave spread out instantly, once again knocking everyone back. However, after everyone recovered again, they found that the mysterious strong man in the palace of the God King was gone. Thor, the god of thunder, was also gone. It was just that the palace wall behind the position where Thor had stood before had been completely destroyed, and a huge hole in the wall had been broken. Obviously, the Thor's hammer that Chi-Jun had just thrown out carried a powerful force, hammering Thor and sending him flying. Wow, where did this monster come from? Can Thor really defeat such a powerful being? Why would Thor, the god of thunder, want to provoke such a powerful being? Is Thor stupid? He is provoking the enemy, even though he cannot defeat them? Is he really fit to be our king? Humph, I've been annoyed with him for a long time. A warrior who only knows how to fight is not qualified to lead a kingdom. The entire palace of the God King was in an uproar. Enough. Bang. The old man with white beard slammed the eternal spear in his hand to the ground. A dull sound came out, and the whole palace suddenly became quiet. The coronation ceremony of the God King has been cancelled. Warriors of Asgard, now that alien destroyers are invading Asgard, as a member of Asgard, shouldn't we do our part? Thor is too young. He needs your help. He glanced at the secretly smug, evil god Loki, which froze Loki's body. Then he slowly spoke, easily removing the negative influence on Thor, and called on everyone to assist Thor and capture Chi-Jun. What's going on? Why did I just say that? Wait, I definitely didn't want to say those words just now. In the palace of the God King, among the people who were awakened by Odin, some Asgardians were terrified, staggering, and muttering, but most people didn't care about their changes. Almost all Asgardians had their belligerent blood activated by Odin and rushed out of the palace in a swarm. Even the Asgardian gods on the throne didn't care about them, but followed the crowd and left the palace. However, Loki, the evil god of Asgard, glanced at them before leaving, his eyes flickering, and I don't know what he was thinking. He threw Thor's hammer and knocked the so-called Thor out of the palace of the God King. Chi-Jun also rushed out at the fastest speed, following the path where Thor was knocked away. He quickly caught up with Thor, who was knocked away and had not yet reacted. He kicked him away, spilling blood all over the ground. Alas, although I didn't want to do this at first, you forced me to do this. Looking at the flying away with vomiting blood, Chi-Jun spread his hands helplessly, but after seeing that Thor was only seriously injured and not dead under his fierce kick, Chi-Jun couldn't help but be a little surprised. The Asgardians really have such a good physical fitness? Chi-Jun didn't show much fear for the increasing number of fully armed Asgardian warriors pouring around, even though the sky was densely packed with flying warships shaped like canoes. Instead, he turned around and began to look at the scenery of Asgard, the gorgeous and beautiful buildings around, the combination of science fiction and magic, the dazzling and majestic fairy palace, the retro sculptures, and the colorful rainbow bridge in the distance, all tell the beauty, richness, and fantasy. Here, but behind all this, there are numerous crimes that no one dares to reveal. The beauty of the entire Asgard was snatched back from other places by war. Of course, in Chi-Jun's opinion, this is understandable that I want to live a better life, but I don't have it, so I go to rob you. War has always been like this, isn't it? The rise of any power is always accompanied by the invasion, enslavement, and even destruction of other powers. Asgard can be so prosperous and beautiful, and I don't know how many. Dead bones are hidden behind it. However, after Odin conquered the 9 realms in Asgard, he put away his weapons, showed kindness and fraternity, and even sealed his eldest daughter in cold blood. Chi-Jun didn't believe a word of Odin's so-called realization of the true meaning of life. If you want to realize it, what the hell did you do before? Why did you realize it after conquering the 9 realms? Is this Odin really old and confused? Or is he actually worried that his eldest daughter will usurp power? Is he even more unwilling to abdicate? Or is he salted fish? Don't want to expand anymore? Is it enough to listen to his subordinates flattering like Dongfang Booby every day? Kill, kill, kill. The Asgardians did not give Chi-Jun more time to comprehend. After initially surrounding Chi-Jun, they immediately launched an attack on Chi-Jun. Chi-Jun severely injured Thor with one move. This group of people saw it all. I'm afraid only Odin can have such strength. But for the warriors of Asgard, they are fearless, because they have the invincible Asgardian warriors. Behind the warriors, there is the God King with explosive combat power Odin. A bunch of ignorant war fools. Chi-Jun admired the courage of the Asgardian warriors who ignored the difference in strength between the two sides and still attacked him, but he disdained their behavior. In fact, the entire 9 realms were crippled by Odin and his troops, so that Thor, the god of thunder, could rush through with a hammer for thousands of years. This really made the Asgardians who followed Thor to conquer the 9 realms swell up. Hiss. Huh. Chi-Jun opened his supergiant lungs and sucked in the air crazily. With a thought, the energy in his body began to stir, and then he blew it out in one breath. Bang, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. A super hurricane is coming. There is even a force of extreme cold in the hurricane. An extreme cold hurricane is coming. Countless flying boats in the sky are blown away, frozen, and then collide with each other one by one, exploding. On the ground, countless Asgard warriors are blown into the sky by the fierce hurricane, and then instantly frozen by the extreme cold force in the hurricane. Snap. Swoosh, they fall to the ground, shattered in an instant, and scattered all over the ground. In just a moment, the losses of the entire Asgard exceeded the sum of 100 years. Bastard. Odin, the god king of Asgard, who had just walked out of the god king's palace, saw this scene, and his eyes instantly turned red. His teeth were about to crack. Just like the attack of Laufey from Jotunheim, the whole Asgard seemed to be occupied by the frost giants, and there were traces of frost everywhere. What made Odin even more furious was that countless good warriors of Asgard were gone in an instant. I want you to die. Infinite divine power suddenly emanated from Odin's body. Chi-Jun, who was displaying his divine power, suddenly paused. An endless pressure came, as if to crush Chi-Jun completely. Tisk. Chi-Jun raised a finger and made an international gesture to Odin. Shit. However, before Chi-Jun could utter a harsh word, he saw a steel spike, carrying endless power, stabbing at him. I'm going to die. This was Chi-Jun's reaction to his super sense. He didn't have time to think about it, and Chi-Jun teleported. Run. Call. Fortunately I ran fast. Otherwise, wouldn't my virginity be lost in Asgard? Looking around, he found that it was the familiar Venus space station, and Chi-Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, no wonder Thanos didn't dare to be in Odin's place. What the hell? The super sense sent another message, and Chi-Jun, who was talking to himself, suddenly stopped. Not over yet. Chi-Jun was even more frightened, and quickly teleported and ran away again. Shit, I want Euro T be caught up here again. According to the part of the memory of the branded Ancient One, this time Chi-Jun teleported directly to Jotunheim in the 9 Kingdoms, the place where the legendary frost giants live. Damn it, why are we still in a palace? Looking around, Chi-Jun was speechless. However, it was much better than being in the palace of the god king of Asgard, which was full of people. Although this palace of Laufey was equally huge, there was no one here. Even the huge frost throne was empty, which made Chi-Jun feel relieved. At least it was not a situation where a fight would start as soon as he appeared. It was much better than the treatment in Asgard. But Chi-Jun didn't care. The frost giants without the icebox were not to be feared. Chi-Jun's thermal vision could teach all the frost giants a lesson, but not having to fight must be a good thing. Chi-Jun himself was not a battle maniac, etc. This feeling? Is it Odin's eternal spear that is said to hit the target every time he attacks? There is no danger for the time being. Chi-Jun regained his composure and began to think about where the feeling that he could be found no matter where he teleported came from. Chi-Jun thought about it carefully. When Odin attacked him, it seemed that he was using the steel chisel in his hand. Ahem, did he project the eternal spear? Damn it, what kind of weapon is this? Probabilistic attack? Or causal attack? Like a maggot attached to the bone? So annoying. At this time, Odin had not yet entered the Odin sleep, and his strength was at its peak. I'm afraid that his strength was at the peak of the father level. Chi-Jun dared to guarantee that if he was hit by Odin's poke, he would be GG immediately. You know, Odin's strength has been increasing. Even when he was in Odin's sleep, Odin's power was actually increasing, but his body could not bear such power more and more, so he was forced to enter Odin's sleep to suppress his power. In other words, Odin's strength, or the strength that Odin can use, began to weaken after entering the first Odin sleep. And now, Chi-Jun has offended the #1 master in the 9 realms. Odin, it's scary to think about it. Fortunately, with the mutation gem on him, Odin couldn't find Chi-Jun at all. Otherwise, this guy would tear the space apart and appear in front of Chi-Jun in a minute, and Chi-Jun would be stupid to death. By the way, what kind of bad luck do I have to teleport to the coronation ceremony of the arrogant baby Thor? After choosing a place to hide, to ensure that he would not be discovered even if the entire palace of Laufey was full of frost giants when he teleported next time, Chi-Jun began to doubt his luck. Of course, this actually has a lot to do with Chi-Jun's own death. You know, at the beginning, God King Odin was not prepared to attack Chi-Jun. For God King Odin, although he could not see through this sudden outsider, it was also a good choice to discipline Thor. However, Chi-Jun, who kicked Thor and seriously injured him, swelled up and froze most of the Asgard warriors in one breath, and even broke them into pieces and died. This is the reason why God King Odin suddenly became furious and wanted to kill Chi-Jun. What? Come again? So soon? Suddenly, Chi-Jun felt the suffocating feeling of death again, and immediately teleported away. Damn Odin, I can fight you for the rest of my life. Asgard, outside the palace of the God King, in the square, why hasn't Kunganir come back yet? Why did it go to Midgard? To Jotunheim again? Who is this mysterious outsider? Is he going to Vanaheim? Although he couldn't sense Chi-Jun, Odin could still roughly sense the location of the Spear of Eternity. Looking at his empty hand, Odin frowned and remained silent for a long time on the other side. Looking at the seriously injured and unconscious Thor, Queen Frigga was even more sad and crying. Most Asgardians were all sad, and the Asgardian warriors who had been following Thor were howling, wanting to tear the outsiders to pieces to vent their anger. There was only one exception: the evil god, Loki. In fact, as a brother who loves to make trouble and play pranks, Loki's love for Thor is so deep that he doesn't even realize it himself. But seeing that Chi-Jun kicked Thor and seriously injured him, Loki couldn't help but rushed up in a fit of heat. Of course, as a wizard, it is quite necessary to be close to him. Loki's melee ability is not strong against Asgard's warriors. Although he rushed to the front line in a fit of rage, he was still relatively backward, hiding in the crowd and quietly releasing magic to Chi-Jun. But it was obvious that Chi-Jun was immune. In other words, Chi-Jun, who placed himself in the subspace, was not affected by Loki's magic at all. But the extremely cold hurricane blown by Chi-Jun included Loki. No one on the battlefield noticed that many Asgard warriors were frozen, but Loki, who was also blown by the extremely cold hurricane, absorbed the extremely cold power that could freeze the Asgard warriors after. His skin changed color slightly. At this moment, Loki was full of doubts about his identity as the second prince. Loki, I am not an Asgardian. Vanaheim, palace of the God King. I'm holding a big grass. It's another huge temple. Does Gu only go to the palace of the God King? After a quick look around, Chi-Jun, who had just teleported, found that this was indeed another huge and luxurious palace. It must be the palace of the Warner God King. Who are you? Just as Chi-Jun rolled his eyes, a dull voice came from the most luxurious place in the palace, the throne. Yeah, someone. A birdman. Chi-Jun turned around and saw another old man with a white beard. But how come this guy has a pair of birdman wings? Are all Vanir people birdmen? How dare you? The owner of the voice was obviously angry. How dare you call him, the king of gods, a birdman? I am Jord, the king of the Vanir. Outsider, you will pay the price for your powerlessness. Niold stood up angrily and stretched out his right hand forward, as if calling for his weapon. Wow, Chi-Jun made an exaggerated goodbye gesture. I'm sorry, God King Jord. I'm afraid you don't have a chance. Whoosh, Chi-Jun teleported away again. Seeing Chi-Jun suddenly appear and then suddenly disappear, he could not even sense a trace of his breath. Before Niold could get confused, he saw, at the place where Chi-Jun had just left, a steel drill. A golden eternal spear suddenly pierced the place where Chi-Jun had just appeared, and then suddenly broke through the space and disappeared. Huh? The eternal gun? What the hell? Is that guy avoiding Odin's dogs? Jord looked a little confused. He looked at the artifact that had just flown into his hand, the paddle. Jord chose to follow his heart. Forget it. Anyway, that guy didn't cause any damage to Vanaheim. Just pretend he never showed up. Muspelheim, the legendary kingdom of fire, sure enough. It's another palace. Chi-Jun, who appeared after teleporting, once again appeared in a huge palace, but Chi-Jun did not stay for long, and teleported away directly as far as he could see. And the fire giant Surtur, who was dozing on the throne, didn't even know that there was an outsider. Forget it. Since I'm here, I'll go out and take a look first. It's really hot here, and there's boiling magma everywhere as far as the naked eye can see. However, this place is similar to Venus. Teleporting everywhere in Muspelheim, Chi-Jun soon had a general impression. Of course, unlike Venus, where there was no life at all, there were still many creatures in Muspelheim that could survive in such a hot environment. Chi-Jun even saw many scaly creatures rolling in the boiling magma. Hey, that steel chisel didn't Euroti appear this time? Is there no energy? Or is the fire kingdom a little far away from Vanaheim? Well, it should be a distance problem. After a while of peace, Chi-Jun began to think about how to remove the steel spike that had been chasing him. This feeling was too weird. Although teleportation would not consume any energy, and Chi-Jun did not need to eat to replenish energy, he could completely fight with Odin. But it was obvious that Chi-Jun could not really fight with Odin. Even if Odin could, Chi-Jun would not. If he had the time in Asgard, Chi-Jun would have grabbed the Power Stone long ago, and even beat Odin to death. However, with Odin's top-notch father-level strength, and the eternal spear that was thrown out with energy infused in extreme anger, Chi-Jun did not dare to confront him head-on. It would be fine if he poked a hole in his body, but he was afraid that the energy of the shot would turn him into foam, and then he would not be able to revive even with the mutation stone. Got it. Chi-Jun suddenly thought of a good idea. Chi-Jun really didn't dare to confront this thing head-on, but that didn't mean he couldn't consume its energy. Don't look at this thing as a causal probability weapon, but once the internal energy is used up, this thing is just a fire stick. Even, there's no need to wait for the energy to be consumed. As long as the energy is consumed to a sufficient degree, Chi-Jun can easily take a poke from it. A blow. Even. Chi-Jun also thought about using the mutated gem to erase Odin's mental power and snatch the steel drill. This feeling comes again. It seems that the kingdom of fire is indeed a little far away from Vanaheim. Suddenly, Chi-Jun seemed to sense something, muttered something, and disappeared from the kingdom of fire with a teleport. And the next second after Chi-Jun disappeared, a golden spear of eternity suddenly appeared and stabbed at the place where Chi-Jun just stood, and then disappeared again. From beginning to end, no creature in the kingdom of fire noticed these strange phenomena. Dark dimension. Dormammu's home, no, perhaps. It should be called Dormammu's body. After all, in order to become more powerful, this guy abandoned his body countless years ago and integrated his spirit into the entire dark dimension. Now, Dormammu is the dark dimension. The dark dimension is Dormammu. Ancient One. Dormammu was spouting his daily nonsense. You shameless thief. Burglar. One day, I will tear you apart myself, and I will devour your planet as a whole. Dormammu's servants no longer tremble in fear for the creatures in the dark dimension. After all, although the entire dark dimension will be shaken by Dormammu's emotional changes, and every time there will be slaves who will completely perish because of this. But for these slaves who have been accustomed to this kind of scene for hundreds of years, it is really difficult to tremble in fear anymore. Even if they completely perish because of this, it is still a relief, right? Improve your strength. If you improve your strength again, I will be able to completely control your mind. Then, the whole earth will be mine. The Ancient One, who was full of dark power, was an accurate spatial coordinate for Dormammu. But now that he was the supreme sorcerer, the Ancient One did make it impossible for Dormammu to make any progress in invading the earth. Who? Suddenly, Dormammu, who was cursing Ancient One, stopped his daily venting and roared angrily, "How dare you attack the great Dormammu?" The entire dark dimension was shaken by Dormammu's anger. At the same time, those dark dimension servants who were accustomed to Dormammu's daily life also began to tremble. After all, this was a real rage without any rules, which was different from Dormammu's daily venting. Damn. Chi-Jun couldn't help swallowing his saliva. In this dark dimension, Dormammu's power is like that of a god. Even if Odin himself comes, he can't do anything to Dormammu. After experiencing Dormammu's power personally, Chi-Jun immediately fell into a trembling state. However, the super sense did not sense that his life was in danger, which made Chi-Jun feel relieved. It seemed that his guess was right. He was no longer in the main plane. Before the eternal spear could attack him, it had to break through the dimensional barrier of the dark dimension first. Odin. Dormammu naturally sensed what weapon was attacking his body, and the entire dark dimension suddenly shook violently again. You deserve to die. Boom boom through the mage's eye. Chi-Jun clearly saw that Odin's eternal spear was attacking the dimensional barrier of the dark dimension again and again, and every strike of the eternal spear could poke a crack on the barrier of the dark dimension. Although these cracks disappeared in an instant, as if they had never appeared, the vibration of the entire dark dimension space was real. Dormammu's anger was naturally real. Odin, I, Dormammu, swear that I will devour your Asgard. Dormammu roared while mobilizing the power of the entire dark dimension to confront the Spear of Eternity. He even launched a counterattack. If the Spear of Eternity could create 10,000 cracks in the dimensional barrier of the dark dimension in the previous attack, then after each counterattack by Dormammu, the number of cracks that appeared after the Spear of Eternity attacked the dimensional barrier of the dark dimension would be reduced. Is this the power of the big guys? The newbies are trembling, disguising himself as an extremely weak scum. Chi-Jun hid in the dark dimension and frantically performed marginal OB. Asgard. Odin remotely sensed the location of Kunganir while sitting back on his throne, commanding the Asgardians to clean up the battlefield. As for Thor, Odin even just took a look and ignored him after finding that his life was not in danger from beginning to end. Odin never looked at the second prince Loki again, and naturally did not notice that the second prince of Asgard had disappeared without a trace. Did you go to Muspelheim after leaving Vanaheim? Odin sat on the throne, thinking silently, and the Asgard guards around him did not dare to disturb him at all. This powerful man, who had no idea where he came from, was obviously very accomplished in the way of space. However, he also seemed to be very familiar with the Nine Kingdoms. He appeared in Asgard before. Could he really be lost? I don't know whether it is right or wrong to offend such a strong man. Are there other powerful people behind such a powerful person? Or some other powerful forces? Well, after Kunganir comes back, I still have to take it to Nidavellir to rebuild it. I have never discovered before that Kunganir has such an uncontrollable side. Odin never thought that Kunganir had such a huge bug. The spear will never turn back until it hits the target. Even though Odin has imprinted a spiritual mark in the Eternal Spear, the existence of this bug makes the Eternal Spear completely disobey Odin's orders at this time. If this unknown strong man keeps running around like this, won't Kunganir never return to his hands? Odin suddenly felt a toothache. Odin, who was frowning and thinking, was suddenly stunned, and then suddenly confused. Gungnir went to attack the Dark Dimension. That powerful person, in addition to being able to travel through space everywhere in the main plane, can also run to another dimensional space at will. No, Odin stood up suddenly. We can't let Kunganir attack the Dark Dimension again. Boom. With one punch, just one punch, Odin smashed the space in front of him and blasted out a space channel. At this time, Odin was the strongest God King. Even if Kunganir was not in his hand, he would not lack any combat power. Without any hesitation, Odin stepped in and disappeared from Asgard in an instant. Outside the Dark Dimension barrier, a space channel suddenly appeared, and a white-bearded old man came out. Odin. The Dark Dimension space shook again. Dormammu's roar could be heard not only throughout the Dark Dimension, but even Odin outside the Dark Dimension barrier could hear it. You bastard. Not only did you throw the Spear of Eternity to attack me, but now you actually dare to show up in front of me? I think you must be lacking in education. Suddenly, hearing Dormammu calling him a bastard, Odin was immediately furious. How many years has it been? How many years has no one dared to be so presumptuous in front of him? He didn't even care about the Spear of Eternity. Odin directly punched the dimensional barrier of the Dark Dimension. Oh! Dormammu suddenly screamed. The scream was so tragic that it was simply sad to hear. At the same time, dense cracks appeared on the dimensional barrier, and even tiny cracks appeared. Ding ding ding. When these cracks appeared, the Eternal Spear, which had been poking in vain for a long time, suddenly poked fiercely at the cracks. Although it was clearly in the void, bursts of metal and stone sounds were heard. Shit, Chi-Jun was shocked. So powerful. Damn, I have to run away. With a thought, Chi-Jun disappeared from the Dark Dimension. At the same time, the Spear of Eternity, which had been attacking the cracks in the dimensional barrier, suddenly disappeared. The disappearance of the Spear of Eternity stunned Odin, who was about to reach out and grab it. What happened to the Spear of Eternity? Do you dislike yourself? Ha ha ha. Compared to Odin at this moment, Dormammu, seeing Odin's confused look, laughed even louder. He was not angry at all about Odin's punch before. You Odin actually have come to this day. You are kidding, you bastard Odin. If you can really kill me, Dormammu, I might be afraid of you, but you can't kill me. At most I, Dormammu, will just feel a little pain. I just like to see your ugly expression. No, Odin ignored Dormammu, but felt that something seemed to be wrong. On the other side, in the dimension of hell, Mephisto was also stunned when he saw the person who suddenly appeared in front of him. What the hell? A living person actually appeared in hell. Who are you? The cunning Mephisto was not as irritable as the others. Even though Chi-Jun did appear in front of him without him knowing it, he did not get angry. Instead, he greeted him with a smile, as if he wanted to get to know him better. Forgive me, Mephisto, for my poor eyesight. I don't think I have seen you before. This is indeed the first time we meet. Chi-Jun smiled. But the guy who will come later, I believe you will be very familiar with him. Will there be anyone else coming later? Mephisto was stunned. What the hell? One is not enough. There are more. Of course, Chi-Jun smiled, but you may not like him very much. Unlike Dormammu, who gave up his own body, integrated his entire spirit and soul into the Dark Dimension, and turned the entire Dark Dimension into his own body, Mephisto is not such a person. Oh, not such a demon. Even in the entire Hell Dimension, there is not only Mephisto, the powerful lord of the dimension. It's just that in the Hell Dimension, Mephisto is the most powerful one. Therefore, Chi-Jun will teleport directly to Mephisto. With Chi-Jun's understanding of the Marvel Universe, at least. In the Hell Dimension, Mephisto is at least more pleasing to Chi-Jun. Of course, more of it is that this guy implements the rules of the contract. As long as a contract is signed with him, he will definitely execute it according to what is stated in the contract, and he will not be like other lords of the Hell Dimension, who have become accustomed to being capricious. However, unlike other lords of the Hell Dimension who generally do not play tricks on contracts, this guy is a guy who likes to play tricks on contracts the most. Those guys who signed a contract with Mephisto seem to have gained great benefits, but in the end, they basically could not escape Mephisto's dark pit and were eaten alive by Mephisto. Anyway, dealing with the lords of the Hell Dimension basically has no good end naturally. Chi-Jun doesn't want to deal with these guys too much. In fact, the purpose of Chi-Jun coming here is just to bring Odin to offend all these dimensional lords. Of course, Odin will do the offending. Chi-Jun, if he can get benefits, he will show up and get some benefits. If he can't get benefits, just like in the Dark Dimension, he will disguise himself as a weak scum and madly obey Odin to offend those powerful dimensional lords. As for the deeper reason, that is naturally to seize the Spear of Eternity. Don't look at Chi-Jun's disdain for this thing, and even call it a steel drill for a time, but that's only when this thing doesn't belong to Chi-Jun. Once the Spear of Eternity is taken by Chi-Jun, who dares to say a steel drill to try? I don't like it. Mephisto was still stunned. Do I know him? You two know each other quite well. Maybe you even had a fight before. Chi-Jun materialized a cup of tea and sipped it in his hand, feeling relaxed and happy. As far as Chi-Jun knew, Mephisto had a little connection with Odin's eldest daughter Hela. Chi-Jun believed that with just this little connection with Hela, Mephisto and Odin could not be good friends. Chi-Jun believed that Mephisto and Hela were more like good friends. One was thinking about where to get some souls back every day. The other was thinking about where to kill one more planet and expand Asgard's territory. In Chi-Jun's opinion, the two were a perfect match made in heaven. God knows if. Mephisto had thought of smashing Odin's head with his crutch when Odin sealed Hela away. Chi-Jun raised his eyebrows. Here it comes. Boom, boom. Chi-Jun didn't need to say anything more. The Eternal Spear that suddenly attacked the Hell Dimension revealed the identity of the newcomer. Odin. As Chi-Jun expected, Mephisto's face turned dark. Are you from Odin's side? Mephisto stood up and stared down at Chi-Jun, as if he would smash Chi-Jun's head with his cane if Chi-Jun said yes. How is that possible? Chi-Jun rolled his eyes and took another sip of tea. Refreshing. Odin is fucking chasing me. Chi-Jun pointed in the direction of the Spear of Eternity and said, that thing won't fly back unless it pokes its target. Do you think Odin is using that thing to say hello to me? Mephisto suddenly put on a smiling face. That's what I said, that bastard Odin. How could he use Kunganir to greet his friends? Do you want to use the power of the Hell Dimension to offset the power of Kunganir? Obviously, Mephisto saw through Chi-Jun's intention at a glance. Chi-Jun did not deny that this was his purpose, and Mephisto could not stop him. Of course, this is my purpose, but don't worry, I'm just borrowing it for a while. Just drink this sip of tea and leave. It won't consume the power of the Hell Dimension. Chi-Jun also knew what Mephisto wanted to say. There's a tough guy following behind us. Chi-Jun drank the tea in one gulp and took the teacup back. That guy's here. Goodbye. In front of Mephisto, Chi-Jun teleported away. Odin's enemy. Seeing Odin suddenly appear, he grabbed Kunganir, who was attacking the barrier of the Hell Dimension. But when he was about to grab him, he saw that the Spear of Eternity disappeared directly. Odin. Mephisto even heard the roars of several other weaker lords of the Hell Dimension against Odin. After all, they didn't know why Odin appeared. We can be friends too. Seeing this, Mephisto smiled. After that, it was almost garbage time. Following the imprint of the Ancient One's images of thousands of dimensions, Chi-Jun teleported one by one. Odin's Eternal Spear also followed Chi-Jun's footsteps, attacking these dimensional barriers one by one. Then, Chi-Jun frantically watched these dimensional masters, their endless roars and hatred towards Odin, until Chi-Jun teleported and came to Asgard again. The Spear of Eternity followed him. This time, Chi-Jun did not hide again. However, the Spear of Eternity, which had consumed a lot of energy, gently poked Chi-Jun's arm, leaving no mark. Mutated gemstone. Erase all the mental and soul imprints of Odin for me. Chi-Jun grabbed Kunganir and yelled madly in his mind. was as the large amount of energy stored in the mutated gem disappeared. An invisible force passed through the gun body of the Spear of Eternity. In an instant, the Spear of Eternity, Kunganir, which had been trembling and struggling in Chi-Jun's hand, immediately became obedient. However, how could Chi-Jun end it so easily? Although the Spear of Eternity is obedient at this moment, it is because of the power of the mutated gem. That Kunganir, who has a little intelligence and can't even be called consciousness, dare not move. But Chi-Jun couldn't guarantee that this thing's little intelligence would definitely recognize him as its master. If it didn't recognize Chi-Jun wouldn't be able to exert the full power of this thing. So mutation gem, modify the rules, let Kunganir recognize the brother as the master, and no one can take it away. Chi-Jun held the obedient Kunganir, communicated with the mutation gem in his heart, and made some changes. By the way, erase the setting of no return if you can't hit the person, which is a completely rubbish function. Change it to move as you wish and control it with your mind. Was an invisible wave flashed by, and the energy stored in Chi-Jun's mutated gem disappeared completely in an instant. But the result was naturally gratifying, inexplicably. Chi-Jun felt an inexplicable connection between himself and the Spear of Eternity, as if it was an invisible arm of his. Following Chi-Jun's thoughts, the Spear of Eternity exuded joy towards Chi-Jun, performing various spear techniques in the air, just like a dagger in Somali's hand. Why the hell did I think of Somali? Chi-Jun scratched his head. Invaders. A large group of fully armed Asgardian warriors emerged and surrounded Chi-Jun. Invader, you didn't die at the hands of God King Odin? Brown-haired Volstagg walked out of the crowd, holding a huge axe, pointing at Chi-Jun from afar. But you dare to appear in Asgard again. This is the most wrong decision you have ever made in your life. Is that so? Chi-Jun grinned. This guy is quite interesting. Looking at Sif, Fandral, Hogan, and others beside him, they were all very nervous. How could this guy dare to show up like this? Is he a greenhead? But this guy is not a greenhead. How about waiting for Odin to come back? Chi-Jun looked around and found that many brave Asgardian warriors subconsciously took a step back. Chi-Jun curled his lips. These are the Asgardian warriors led by Thor? They are much worse than the Asgardian warriors in Hel's time. Huh? Where's the baby reindeer? Chi-Jun suddenly realized that he didn't see Loki when he looked around just now. This critical moment when Odin was away and Thor was seriously injured. Why didn't the second prince of Asgard come out to take charge? Doesn't this guy know that this is a rare opportunity for him to convince the Asgardians? You know, because this guy likes to make fun of people since he was a child. What a prank. Almost everyone in Asgard hates this guy. With such a good opportunity to brush his reputation, why doesn't he come out to take advantage? Is he afraid of me? However, after thinking for a while, Chi-Jun couldn't figure it out, and he was too lazy to think about it anymore. Anyway, Loki was not a danger to him. Except for the illusion that might make Loki difficult to distinguish in front of Chi-Jun. Chi-Jun completely defeated Loki's other abilities. Loki's best soul magic, mind magic, space magic, all of them are ineffective in front of Chi-Jun. However, Chi-Jun, who had not noticed Loki's changes before, how could he know that Loki was no longer in Asgard? Foolish invader, you won't have this chance. However, Volstagg did not give Chi-Jun this chance. Holding a huge axe, he leaped into the air and chopped towards Chi-Jun, shouting for the honor of the northern god. Go to hell, you brainless bastard. Sif and the others on the side looked like they wanted to curse but didn't know where to start, but they still raised their weapons and charged towards Chi-Jun tragically, for the honor of the northern god. Is this the legendary, you can't even not want to fight? Seeing this, Chi-Jun rolled his eyes helplessly. What the hell? Space blades slashing all over the sky. Chi-Jun didn't waste any words. If you want to fight, then fight. With a wave of his hand, a dense crescent-shaped space blade slashed towards the Asgard warriors around him. For a moment, the Asgard warriors around who thought Chi-Jun was an Icewind magic warrior were knocked down. Asgard really turned upside down. However, at this moment, a strong space wave flashed by, and a one-eyed old man with a white beard and blood on the corner of his mouth suddenly appeared. Your Majesty, the God King. As soon as Odin appeared, the surrounding Asgardian warriors seemed to have found their backbone and surrounded him in an instant. Mutated gem cleared the imprint of Odin's mind and soul, but Odin was not unscathed. What level is the mutated gem? Chi-Jun simply said clear, but the mutated gem directly devoured Odin's mental power and soul power imprinted in the Spear of Eternity. Such damage is no different from having a trace of soul wiped out. In addition, Odin was led by Chi-Jun all the way, and the number of dimensional masters he offended along the way was simply countless. Although these guys were not Odin's opponents, there were always some stronger dimensional masters that made Odin exhausted. Even ants can kill elephants. Seeing that Odin appeared listless, with blood on the corners of his mouth, Chi-Jun rolled his eyes and came to Odin, ready to play a trick. Old one-eyed white beard, did you lose this diamond drill? Or this silver drill? Or this Kunganir? As Chi-Jun spoke, two diamond drills and silver drills that were exactly the same as the Spear of Eternity slowly emerged from the void, leaving the surrounding Asgard warriors dumbfounded. I had planned to watch Tom Holland's Spider-Man 2 today, but something happened and I wasted my movie ticket. Damn. Seeing 3-inch eternal spears that were exactly the same except for the color and appearance floating in the air, everyone was stunned. Even Odin was no exception, of course. Even though Odin was injured, he quickly identified the other 2-inch gold and silver steel drills. In addition to the appearance being almost identical to Kunganir, the aura they exuded was also similar, but they were just two fakes. Blasphemer. Odin snorted coldly, filled with inexplicable majesty, and punched Chi-Jun directly. You will know what the consequences of offending the gods are. Odin no longer cared about what kind of disaster would be brought to Asgard by provoking an unknown strongman. How much face had Odin lost along the way to get back Kunganir? But in the end, he still failed to get Kunganir back. Odin could clearly feel that he was completely unable to drive Kunganir. And now, he was ridiculed by this scheming guy. Not to mention God. Even my aunt couldn't help it. Unfortunately, Chi-Jun had been guarding against Odin, a warmongerer, dictator, and conspirator in a cloak of kindness. The moment Odin threw this punch, he had teleported to the diagonal back of Odin with a thought, perfectly avoiding the power range of Odin's punch. Looking at the direction behind where Chi-Jun was originally standing, all the buildings along the way were instantly annihilated by Odin's punch, and Chi-Jun felt very happy. First, the outsiders, then called the invaders. Now you'll become a blasphemer. TSK. His expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book. Chi-Jun stood between Odin and a certain building intentionally or unintentionally, mocking Odin wantonly. Is this guy a fool? Seeing that Chi-Jun not only did not use his spatial ability to escape, but instead kept mocking Odin, Volstagg pointed at Chi-Jun with a confused look on his face and said to his comrades around him. However, this time, the comrades around him did not agree with his words. Even though he was a member of Thor's small team, he did not get any response. Even the people around him looked at Volstagg as if he were a real fool. Damn. If you hadn't suddenly provoked that unknown strongman like a fool, would we have had so many casualties? Not counting the deaths, the injured warriors who were being taken to the Asgard Medical Center for treatment all glared at Volstagg angrily. Of course, Volstagg, who was a little bit brainless, did not feel the gazes in the eyes of these comrades. Instead, he felt that these people were inexplicably infected. Could it be that they were infected by that fool? On the other hand, the legendary Thor, Chi-Jun's fiancé copyright Sif, one of the 4 Asgardian warriors of the Thunder God team, looked at Chi-Jun's position with a thoughtful expression. Take a closer look at the building skirt behind Chi-Jun. Isn't that the medical center where all Asgard warriors go for treatment after being injured? Thinking of the power of Odin's previous punch, Sif's eyes showed a rare hint of praise. Even though the two sides were in a hostile relationship, Chi-Jun was able to quickly find Odin's tactical weaknesses on the battlefield, so that Odin would be cautious. You know, in that medical center, there are not only a large number of Asgard's defeated soldiers, but also Odin's son, Thor. With the power of Odin's previous punch, even Thor would be beaten into ashes by a punch, right? Looking at Odin's angry face, wanting to take action, but being forced to hold back, Sif thought, maybe she should do something? Sif waved to Fandral and Hogan beside her, and muttered to herself, it seems that Odin is not as ruthless as he was when he sealed Hela and wanted to kill Thor. Is he favoring boys over girls? TSK. Even Asgard can't escape such old-fashioned ideas. Chi-Jun felt very nice when he saw Odin's expression of wanting to punch but holding back. However, Chi-Jun was just testing the waters. Given how much Odin cared about Thor, if Chi-Jun turned around and killed Thor, wouldn't Odin go crazy and hunt him down? Yes, but how can he get the destroyer out? In a blink of an eye, Chi-Jun thought of another thorny problem. Yes, Chi-Jun's target has been Odin's treasury from the beginning. This faces an important problem. The Destroyer. But Odin is still in his prime, and the Destroyer is under his control, so it is naturally awesome. Loki will always be nothing in front of Odin. If the Destroyer doesn't leave Odin's treasury, how can Chi-Jun sneak in and steal things? What? Chi-Jun doesn't know where Odin's treasury is. Isn't that simple? In Chi-Jun's space ring, the Odin treasure location skill book had been copied and materialized when he had a close contact with Thor. Not only that, Chi-Jun also materialized a incomplete Milky Way star map from Thor. Yes, that's right, it's incomplete. This reckless man who has only lived for thousands of years and fights everywhere all day long. Even if Asgard has advanced interstellar education, how much can he know about the star map? If you really want to find a perfect star map, you still have to look for Marvel's #1 voyeur, Heimdall. This guy not only has an absolutely complete star map of the Milky Way, I'm afraid he also has a lot of star maps of other galaxies. For the honor of Asgard. For the honor of Asgard. For the honor of Asgard. Just as Chi-Jun was guarding against Odin and thinking with a headache, 3 roars suddenly sounded from Chi-Jun's flank. Chi-Jun glanced and saw that they were members of Thor's team. Hogun, Fandral, and Sif found 3 shields from somewhere and suddenly charged towards Chi-Jun. The momentum was really like 1,000 horses galloping, as if they were holding the belief of never returning to the death and charged towards Chi-Jun. Never return to the death. Hiss. Chi-Jun's eyes suddenly lit up. It seems there's a way. Thor couldn't be killed, not if he was killed. Odin would definitely hunt him down everywhere. Even if he had teleport and could escape at any time, being hunted down all the time would be a loss. But what if he chopped off Sif's head right now? You know, Thor hadn't been exiled to Earth by Odin yet. Naturally, he wouldn't know Jane Foster. Of course, even if he knew her, Thor would still abandon her later. However, if Odin killed Sif, the fiancée that he had promised to Thor, I wonder if this guy would be furious. You know, even if you don't count her identity as Thor's fiancée, Sif herself is a high-level fighter in Asgard. In terms of godhood, she is also a very famous goddess in Asgard. If Odin killed this highly prestigious goddess, he would be furious, right? With his ability of teleportation, Odin couldn't catch himself even if he was furious. So, the Destroyer, hiss. Do it. Don't go. Although Odin didn't know Chi-Jun's plan, he didn't plan to let Sif participate in the battle between him and Chi-Jun. After all, with his strength, if he didn't stop in time, even Sif would die. And even die miserably. What? Hogun and Fandral followed Sif. Don't be funny. Not to mention that Odin didn't care. Even Chi-Jun didn't take them into account when he was calculating. Cannon fodder of this level. So what if there are a lot of casualties? Even if these 2 guys are actually from 2 of the 9 realms. So what? Will Chi-Jun see it? Or will Odin care? Hiki. Chi-Jun glanced at Odin, who was frowning and a little anxious, and murmured, "Too late." Whoosh. Chi-Jun was holding the genuine Gungnir, and he flashed away from the spot and stabbed towards Sif quickly. Chi-Jun knew that Thor in the Asgard Medical Center was a taboo of Odin, so he would not stay there to let cheating be cautious. He simply held Gungnir and launched a counterattack against Sif's 3-man team. Of course, compared with Sif's 3-man charge, it took a long time, but for Chi-Jun, who had super speed, he didn't even feel good about running. Puff. With Chi-Jun's energy supply, Gungnir's penetrating properties suddenly broke out. Even before everyone had time to blink, they saw that Sif, who had originally charged towards Chi-Jun, was instantly pierced by Gungnir, which originally belonged to the god King Odin, and was picked up on the gun body. Shield? Haha, Gungnir, who can even pierce the vibranium shield, would care about the rotten shield that Sif had picked up from somewhere. After taking a breath, Sif realized that she was pierced. Then, the intense pain from the wound spread to her mind. Even Sif couldn't help but wail. At the same time, blood with a hint of sparkle in Sif's body spurted out from the pierced wound. The whole person looked extremely miserable. TSK, she is worthy of being Thor's fiancée. Although her physique is not as good as Thor's, I'm afraid she is not far behind. Looking at the chest that was clearly pierced, even the heart with golden light was pierced, but Sif still did not die. This strong vitality made Chi-Jun amazed. But it is also true that ordinary people want to be able to withstand the impact of Thor. Isn't it funny? Are you afraid of being turned into a meat paste in one slap? Maybe that Jane Foster was abandoned like this. However, if you want to exert the piercing effect of Gungnir, isn't this energy absorption too scary? Feeling that nearly 50,000 energies were gone in an instant, Chi-Jun's thoughts became somewhat scattered. Chi-Jun's thoughts were scattered, but others were not. No, I'm going to kill you. Hogun and Fandral were close to each other in the team. When they saw the goddess in their hearts being abused like this, their rationality disappeared instantly. They raised their weapons and slashed at Chi-Jun. Get out of the way. Chi-Jun didn't dare to confront Odin head-on, but that didn't mean these 2 guys could make Chi-Jun retreat. Bang bang, 2 kicks in an instant, except for Odin. No one could see Chi-Jun's kicks clearly. Hogun and Fandral flew straight towards Odin. Humph. With a cold snort, he waved his hand and flew towards Odin. Hogun and Fandral were not caught by Odin, but were swept into the crowd of Asgardian warriors nearby. The powerful force they carried quickly knocked over and killed a large group of Asgardian low-level warriors. You have such a cruel heart that you shattered all their muscles and bones. Odin looked at Chi-Jun coldly, as if Chi-Jun didn't care about Sif, who was stuck on the spear of eternity and vomiting blood. Is that so? Chi-Jun curled his lips in disdain and mocked, but I didn't kill them. Instead, they were killed by you, weren't they? What? The surrounding Asgardian warriors looked at Hogun and Fandral who were lying in the crowd. Really dead. An Asgardian warrior who came forward to check shouted tremblingly, "Impossible." The warriors of Asgard did not believe it at all. The God King is kind. The God King will never be the kind of person. It's you, the devil. It's you, the blasphemer, who did this evil thing, and you even dared to throw dirty water on the God King. Although a group of Asgard warriors were shocked by the deaths of Hogun and Fandral, unfortunately, a group of people simply did not believe that the God King would be the one who killed them in the end. However, many people still remembered that Hogun and Fandral were finally pushed aside by Odin, and the voice of angrily scolding Chi-Jun was a little smaller. A bunch of fools. I wonder how many of these guys will survive after this incident is over. Unfortunately, Chi-Jun didn't care about it at all, and turned to look at the goddess Sif who was pierced by the eternal spear but still alive. How is it? Do you regret finding out that the guy you were loyal to is such a person? Chi-Jun noticed the change in Sif's expression at the first time, especially when he heard that Hogun and Fandral were really dead. Impossible, impossible. How is this possible? Ignoring Chi-Jun's ridicule, Sif shivered and turned to look at Odin on the other side, as if she wanted to see his concern, as if she wanted to see his comfort, or even if she saw a trace of reluctance in his eyes. But Sif was disappointed, ruthless, cold. In Odin's eyes, there was only coldness besides ruthlessness. But it seemed that this was the most appropriate performance for a king. But Sif didn't care. Her heart was already cold. Even the repair power that was originally resisting the damage to the body caused by the eternal spear dissipated in an instant. After a while, Sif really died so quickly, so simply, also with such big eyes. Bang with a casual throw. Sif's body slid down the barrel of Gungnir's gun and fell to the ground, causing a dull sound. The Asgardian warriors around, looking at the big eyes staring at the corpse's head, all felt a chill deep in their hearts. Haha, what's wrong? Chi-Jun ignored those Asgard cannon fodder soldiers and looked at Odin with mocking eyes. You won't save your daughter-in-law? You are the former owner of Gungnir. Although Gungnir will destroy her body, she is not hopeless. Unfortunately, the famous Lord of Mercy, God King Odin, actually watched coldly and watched her give up self-treatment and die. As expected, he is the Langmi who can seal his own daughter with his own hands. Chi-Jun narrowed his eyes. His whole body was on guard at all times, but his words were not polite at all. The God King sealed his daughter? When did the God King have a daughter? This guy, is he really a fool? The Asgardian cannon fodder warriors, who had already begun to fear Odin and were secretly on guard, laughed at Chi-Jun's words. Sure enough, all this was a rumor made up by this fool. What a pity for the goddess Sif. She actually believed the words of a fool. A group of ignorant Asgardian warriors thought they knew the truth and actually relaxed. Blaster, Odin's face was full of ice. He didn't pay attention to any of the cannon fodder's words. He looked at Chi-Jun and said coldly, I, the king of the 9 realms, lord of Asgard, Odin Odinson, declare here that you have become the eternal enemy of our entire 9 realms. Everyone in the 9 realms will make killing you their eternal goal, and they will never stop until they die. The divine power was so great and majestic that everyone in Asgard knelt down in submission at this moment. Unfortunately, Chi-Jun was not among them. Odin's divine power disappeared without a trace the moment it approached Chi-Jun. It can be said that Chi-Jun didn't feel anything at all. This guy, he didn't even use the destroyer armor. Seeing Odin clenching his fists, as if ready to do it again, Chi-Jun frowned again. How could this guy keep his composure? However, there is still a chance. Chi-Jun looked towards the rainbow bridge in the distance. Odin, Chi-Jun snorted coldly. Making up stories and covering up your past does not mean that you are truly a benevolent ruler praised by everyone. I want to know, if there's no rainbow bridge, can you still maintain your calmness? Chi-Jun said, while being on guard. He threw Konganir out and poked at the rainbow bridge. The huge 9 realms, trying to let Odin's power suppress it alone? That's impossible. Without the rainbow bridge, the entire 9 realms will inevitably fall into chaos again, and Asgard will not be able to pose an effective threat to the 9 realms because of the lack of the rainbow bridge. Naturally, there will be rebellions and no longer accept Asgard's rule. How can Odin, who has enjoyed the kneeling of the 9 realms for thousands of years, not be angry if the 9 realms no longer submit to Asgard? Then what is the point of his actions in the past 10,000 years? You dare. Sure enough, this time, Odin could no longer maintain his previous composure and suddenly pounced towards Chi-Jun. I'm going to kill you. Although he was furious, Odin still knew who was the real source of all this. However, would Chi-Jun give Odin this opportunity? Of course not. Chi-Jun, who had been on guard against Odin for a long time, activated the double insurance of observation and super induction, and instantly used mind teleport to leave the original place. At the moment when Chi-Jun teleported away. An attack that was many times more powerful than before instantly hit Chi-Jun's previous position. Under the explosion of terrifying energy, an extremely terrifying huge pit appeared. However, what made Chi-Jun's eyelids jump even more was that Odin's attack not only smashed a huge pit in the position where Chi-Jun had occupied before, but also the huge energy shockwave. Or was it simply that Odin mixed a hidden hand in the shockwave, and in an instant, all the Asgard cannon fodder soldiers who had surrounded Chi-Jun before were all killed? Shit. Chi-Jun quickly teleported away again. The man who could seal his own daughter with his own hands is so cruel. Young man, we don't have to be enemies. Seeing Chi-Jun teleport directly to the rainbow bridge, Odin paused, flew over, and slowly spoke. Yes, we don't have to be enemies. Chi-Jun narrowed his eyes, still trying his best to guard against Odin's sneak attack. But in fact, Chi-Jun had no intention of making an enemy of Asgard. A person in the neutral camp, self-proclaimed. Chi-Jun thought he was doing a good job. Although at the beginning, Chi-Jun actually wanted to secretly steal 2 items from Odin's treasury. But he had no intention of making an enemy of Asgard. To be honest, that was not in Chi-Jun's interest. Chi-Jun just wanted to sneak into Asgard, quietly get a complete map of the Milky Way, and then quietly do something, such as copying a few secret connecting channels between Asgard and Jotunheim from Loki, getting a few frost giants to do something, or simply making a secret. Sell the secret passage to Laufey, and then secretly take something from Odin's treasury. Yes, Chi-Jun's original plan was so simple. He even thought about finding a time to get to know Thor, Loki, and others and become familiar with them. But he never expected that the timing of Chi-Jun's teleportation was so appropriate that Chi-Jun had to passively become the enemy of the entire Asgard. Now, what neutral camp? Fuck him. I'm still in the neutral camp after being bullied. I'll kill you first. If Chi-Jun was only going to take 1 or 2 things from Odin's treasury before, so that we can meet again in the future, but now, Chi-Jun wanted to swallow up Odin's entire treasury in an instant. Not a single floor tile will be left for you. If it weren't for your arrogant prince who didn't even listen to my explanation and attacked me directly. Chi-Jun glanced at Odin with contempt. Maybe we can really become friends. Odin frowned, because he could really feel that Chi-Jun was not lying. A strong man who could fight with him for so long would not lie. Although Odin had a trace of regret in his heart, it was replaced by determination in the next second. This boy cannot be kept. As a king, none of them is truly kind and merciful. Since Chi-Jun has been pushed to an opposing position, he must find ways to kill him. This is the most qualified approach for a king, but it's a pity that Chi-Jun will not give him this opportunity. Even if this is the case, it is nothing. After all, I have taught him a lesson. Chi-Jun smiled. But is he really the god of thunder? I think he is the god of hammer. Without the hammer, he is nothing. What a pity. What a pity that you immediately organized an army to besiege me. Chi-Jun ignored Odin's already dark face and made it darker, with a face full of mockery. What a pity. This is not the invincible and powerful army when Hela was still here. You can't even withstand my extreme, freezing hurricane? Are they really the warriors of Asgard? And then it's your turn. Chi-Jun's eyes revealed his murderous intent towards Odin without any concealment. They are just a bunch of trash cannon fodder. I can kill them if I want, but you actually bully the weak without any scruples. TSK, do you feel good now? Chi-Jun laughed without any scruples. Old thing. Although I don't know why you, who is obviously very young, know these secret news. Odin did not get angry. It can even be said that except for the dark face, this guy looks like an old man in normal times. But this also perfectly explains what is the scheming of an emperor. But now, it's a fight to the death. Your spatial ability is very strange. Odin stared at Chi-Jun expressionlessly. I can even feel the spatial force of the origin of the universe every time you teleport. But this doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Odin's face began to become ferocious. Because I have also felt that kind of power. For this reason, I specially added this unique feature to one of my powerful weapons. Chi-Jun understood that what Odin was talking about must be the cosmic cube. Oh no, it was the space gem in the cosmic cube. Come out. Odin suddenly raised his hands high and shouted like a middle school student. My destroyer armor. In an instant, Chi-Jun felt a very slight spatial fluctuation coming from deep underground in the palace of the god king of Asgard. Chi-Jun knew that was where Odin's treasure house was. It was also a treasure house protected by various means. The next moment, an extremely hideous armor completely wrapped Odin in it. The destroyer finally came out of Odin's treasure house. Now let me show you what it means to have no way up to heaven and no way down to earth. Odin, wearing the destroyer, swung his huge iron fist and hammered at Chi-Jun. Chi-Jun naturally felt an extremely huge sense of crisis and quickly teleported to the dark dimension. However, before Chi-Jun could breathe a sigh of relief, Odin, wearing the destroyer armor, also appeared in the dark dimension in an instant. Shit, this is really the spatial power of the origin of the universe. As a person who can use the spatial power of the origin of the universe at will, Chi-Jun naturally felt the flickering fluctuations on the destroyer's armor very clearly. That is also the spatial power of the origin of the universe. Odin, without waiting for Odin to make any move, Dormammu appeared directly, with a huge head like a phantom staring at Odin. How dare you appear in the dark dimension? I want you to die. Odin completely ignored Dormammu's excitement and directly condensed a powerful punch, hitting the virtual face with a hammer. Boom. The virtual face was instantly shattered. The dark dimension even instantly produced countless space cracks under this blow. Oh. Dormammu's screams echoed throughout the entire dark dimension. Gulp. Chi-Jun swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and was stunned. The dark dimension that even the father level couldn't break was punched out by Odin wearing the destroyer, creating countless space cracks. This is too much cheating, isn't it? This is already a single universe level, right? Escape. Escape quickly. Grease the void and escape quickly. Chi-Jun was very fast, but Odin the destroyer was even faster. Almost every time Chi-Jun teleported to a new place, before he could breathe a breath of fresh air, Odin the destroyer appeared. He didn't even give Chi-Jun a chance to catch his breath. This is not a solution. Chi-Jun kept teleporting while thinking to himself. Although he successfully tricked Odin into using his strongest cheat, the destroyer armor, Chi-Jun never expected that Odin wearing the destroyer armor would be so strong. He could even use the space power of the origin of the universe so well. But mutated gem should be able to solve this problem. Chi-Jun frowned and thought. Even the infinity gems are not as good as the mutated gems. It should only take a few minutes to deal with Odin's pursuit. But if I am lost, and Odin returns the destroyer to his vault, then all this will be in vain. Well, it seems that we need to find a place where Odin will not return to Asgard so quickly before resolving this problem. Where's good? Chi-Jun scratched his head. Dark Dimension? Dormammu is a powerful boss, but unfortunately in front of Odin the Destroyer, he is just a little brother. That's right. Chi-Jun's eyes suddenly lit up. Go directly to the kingdom of death. Helheim. Odin's eldest daughter is sealed here. Although Hela is equally weak in front of Odin the Destroyer, if it were Hela, Odin would not have reacted so quickly. After dinner, he would have put the Destroyer back into the treasury to stand guard. However, to be on the safe side, it is better to take Odin to run more dimensions, so that this guy will be more hateful in the eyes of those dimension bosses. Chi-Jun thought carefully, and felt that there should be nothing missing. He immediately began to teleport and shuttle through the endless dimensions with Odin the Destroyer. There is a saying, your power is so terrifying, but you can't hit me, so I am not afraid of you. This sentence is used to describe the situation of Chi-Jun and Odin the Destroyer. In fact, there is no problem at all. Odin the Destroyer is really awesome. No matter where Chi-Jun runs, Odin the Destroyer can always catch up in an instant. But that's all. Chi-Jun naturally won't give Odin the Destroyer the opportunity to hit him. He teleported all the way, and he used it so quickly. He became more and more proficient in using mind teleport. Most of the time, he just showed a little bit of his figure, and it hasn't solidified yet, and then it dissipated again. No matter how fierce Odin the Destroyer is, what can he do to Chi-Jun in such a state? After feeling that he had traveled through enough dimensions with Odin, Chi-Jun teleported to Helheim, the territory of the goddess of death. In fact, Helheim originally had its own gods and believers, but everything ended after Hela arrived. Odin sealed Hela, but he only sealed Hela in a certain place, suppressing her power so that she could not come out. However, Odin could not control what Hela did under the seal. But this time, after Chi-Jun appeared in Helheim, although Odin still appeared in seconds, he was still stunned by this familiar environment. Odin, Hela, the new lord of Helheim who had only been in office for a few thousand years, naturally sensed Odin's arrival. After all, Odin the Destroyer looked so showy, like a sun, emitting strong and powerful energy fluctuations at all times. There was no reason why Hela couldn't sense it. Hela appeared in front of Chi-Jun and Odin almost in the blink of an eye, but unfortunately, Hela did not look at Chi-Jun for many times. With full hatred, Hela's attention was almost all on Odin. Are you finally going to attack me? Can't you bear to end the life of your own daughter with your own hands? Chi-Jun was not interested in watching this family ethics drama, or he did not have time to watch this originally extremely attractive gossip plot. Chi-Jun had to seize the time and plunder all of Odin's treasure house during the short time that Odin stayed with Hela. Mutated gem, quickly block Odin the Destroyer's induction of me. Chi-Jun shouted frantically in his mind. Almost instantly, Chi-Jun felt that most of the energy in his body was instantly drained away, and his whole face turned a little pale. But Chi-Jun smiled, glancing at Odin, who opened his mouth and didn't know what to say, and then looking at Hela, whose eyes were full of hatred and murderous intent. Chi-Jun's mind moved, and he immediately disappeared from the underworld of Helheim. In fact, because of Hela's distraction, even Odin the Destroyer did not notice that Chi-Jun disappeared in the first place. Wow, Chi-Jun instantly appeared in Odin's treasury in Asgard, and a smile unconsciously climbed up his cheeks. Everything here is mine. A large amount of URU secret gold. Collect. Some star cores. Collect. Seeing all these gains in front of him, Chi-Jun was naturally very excited. Wow, not to mention the large amount of URU secret gold. There are even star cores? It's a huge profit. Warlock's Eye. Collect. Egg Motorball. Collect. Fake right hand infinite glove. Collect. Atlantis Life Monument. Collect. Eternal Flame. Collect. Ice Hey, where's the icebox? Suddenly, Chi-Jun looked at the place where the icebox was supposed to be placed, but it was empty. Shit, where's the icebox? Chi-Jun was stunned at Chi-Jun's original plan was to come for the icebox. Although this thing is not as good as the cosmic cube, for Chi-Jun at the moment, if he can't absorb it all at once, it is naturally a treasure with infinite energy. But now, this thing is gone? How could the icebox be missing? Chi-Jun scratched his head, puzzled. Could it be that Odin brought this thing with him to replenish his energy? Chi-Jun suddenly thought that Odin the Destroyer's teleportation would not be as energy-saving as his own. No. Chi-Jun immediately overturned his guess. If Odin really uses this thing to replenish energy, I can definitely sense it. What's more, Odin is now almost worried about the fact that his power is increasing as he gets older, so how can he think about replenishing his energy? What's more, even the space gem has been placed on Earth. The icebox, although equally powerful, is nothing compared to the cosmic cube. Could it be? Chi-Jun suddenly remembered that, apart from the one he saw briefly when he first came to Asgard, was it Loki who took the icebox away? But that's not right. Thor's original coronation ceremony was ruined by my brother, not by him. And this guy didn't go to Jotunheim in the timeline, so it's impossible for him to find out that he is actually a frost dwarf. Did Odin hide this thing? Does Odin have a secret treasure house? Because he was facing Odin directly at that time and didn't notice Loki's changes, Chi-Jun had no idea that his guess was getting more and more biased. He even remembered a story called The Cunning Rabbit Has 3 Burrows, and guessed even further. Hiss. Chi-Jun took a breath of cold air. It's not impossible. I have a space ring myself. It doesn't make sense that Odin, who once had a space gem, doesn't have his own dimensional space. The infinity glove in this treasure house is a fake. No, it can't be said to be fake. It's just that this fake right-hand infinity glove can only withstand the power of 2 infinity gems. Even if there are only 3, it will explode directly. However, the dwarf king was able to create a perfect real left-hand infinity glove for sunset purple potato that can withstand 6 infinity gems. This means that Odin must have created a real infinity glove. Otherwise, where did the dwarf king get the experience to create it? Hiss. Chi-Jun took another deep breath. That is to say, in Odin's private dimensional treasure house, there may not only be the icebox, but also the true infinity gauntlet. Damn it, this guy Odin simply deceived everyone, right? Chi-Jun began to summarize. This kind of existence is really scary. We must not provoke it. We must not provoke it. However, even so, I will pack up this treasure house and take it away. Chi-Jun took out an energy block of the cosmic cube from the space ring, absorbing and restoring the nearly exhausted energy. I said I would not leave you a single brick, so I will not leave you a single brick. Even though Chi-Jun had emptied all the inventory in Odin's treasure house, the materials used to build the treasure house were far beyond the reach of ordinary cosmic forces. For example, walls made of URU alloy. For example, the stone slabs with magic circles carved on them, which were very special and hard, and could perfectly carry magic power, and were unique to Asgard. Of course, Chi-Jun did not intend to collect this empty treasure house. Instead, he communicated with the mutated gem and directly took back the entire Odin's treasure house. Collected. It. Ha ha ha. Seeing the 5 million energy points instantly overflowing from the mutated gem, Chi-Jun laughed wildly. What? The energy overflowed and wasted. Humph. As long as it can make Odin lose face, isn't it just a waste of energy? I just like it. Well, it's time to retreat. Just take away the treasures. Odin might not notice it. Chi-Jun looked around at the huge black hole that suddenly appeared in front of him and even began to leak water. He smiled and said, but if we directly take back the entire Odin's treasure house, if Odin can't sense it, then he, the 10,000-year-old god king, will be a waste. What's more, Odin is now wearing the strongest state of the destroyer. Chi-Jun's mind moved, and he disappeared without a trace in an instant. Hela, Odin the Destroyer opened the helmet on his head, revealing a face that made Hela furious at first sight. Maybe we should talk. Huh? Talk about it. Hela was stunned for a moment. Then she acted as if she had heard the funniest joke in the universe. Talk about it? Why didn't you talk about it when you, Odin, seal me up? How majestic. How domineering. With a wave of his hand, he suppressed and sealed up a daughter who dared to challenge his authority. All these years have passed, and you have never come to see me. Hela had a look of disdain on her face and kept sneering. Now, you're about to enter Odin's sleep, and you remember to talk to me now. I tell you, Odin. Hela showed her murderous intent without any scruples, and yelled at Odin frantically, when you die, it will be the day of Asgard's demise. I will completely destroy the fake and shameless Asgard that you built. How dare you? Odin's eyes turned cold, and his huge divine power crushed Hela, instantly crushing Hela to the ground. You must remember that you are facing your father, the Lord of the Nine Realms, the God King of Asgard, Odin Odinson. Even though she was crushed to the ground, Hela still had a look of disdain on her face, and her mouth was full of sarcasm. A guy who wears a destroyer battlesuit, slaughters people everywhere, creates countless killings, and even suppresses and seals his own daughter with his own hands, still wants to gain respect. Ocean. Suddenly, Odin the Destroyer seemed to sense something, and his face suddenly changed. You were looking for death. An even stronger and more powerful aura than before burst out from Odin the Destroyer, and instantly shook Hela, who was already pinned to the ground, away for an unknown distance. Spitting out a large mouthful of blood, Hela struggled to get up, and looked in the original direction with eyes full of hatred and murderous intent. However, Odin, who was originally wearing the Destroyer armor, had long disappeared. Hey, why? Odin, I want you to die a miserable death. Feeling that she was seriously injured, Hela suddenly went crazy. Well, maybe I can help you? After an unknown amount of time, Hela finally stopped being angry, suppressed her anger with hatred, and slowly calmed down. At this time, an ancient Asgardian language came from not far away, which suddenly startled Hela. Chi-Jun teleported away from Odin's treasure house, but did not leave Asgard immediately. He had been playing hide-and-seek with Odin before, and had no time to copy and materialize the things in Odin's mind. Chi-Jun planned to go to Heimdall first to get some wool before leaving. Of course, Odin's strength, in addition to the knowledge he has mastered, his power system is almost all based on the power of Odin, which will increase as long as he is not dead. Therefore, Chi-Jun actually did not have any idea of copying and materializing Odin. It is impossible to copy and materialize an Asgardian pantheon. Does it mean that before fighting in the future, he must first shout, "For the glory of the northern gods"? Oh, that's too shameful. In Heimdall's defensive eyes, Chi-Jun easily copied and materialized a skill book such as Galaxy Safe Star Navigation Star Map, several partial safe star navigation routes of other galaxy, and detailed explanation of the structure of the Rainbow Bridge. In Heimdall's confused eyes, he slapped the skill book, detailed explanation of the structure of the Rainbow Bridge. Then, holding the Kunganir, which was infused with a full 5 million points of energy, he stabbed the Asgard Rainbow Bridge to pieces. It was stabbed from the root, and there was no possibility of repair. Although Chi-Jun knew that Asgard had the technology to build a rainbow bridge, the materials for building a rainbow bridge were very rare. Without a basic construction, it would be useless even if the cosmic cube was brought back. The most important thing was that Chi-Jun actually wanted to mess up the Nine Realms directly, as he had said to Odin before. Chi-Jun was not a big-hearted person. Although he claimed to be a neutral existence, Chi-Jun would not easily let go of anyone who provoked him, no matter who it was. What's more, Odin obviously wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Chi-Jun was full and had nothing better to do than to think about Asgard. When I find the power gem, I will come back immediately to kill Thor for you. Do you believe it? Of course, if Odin the Destroyer is willing to use his ability to shuttle through space to collect materials, the Rainbow Bridge can be built quickly. But Chi-Jun would not know that this would not only be a waste of work, but would also offend Asgard. It seems that Asgard has actually been offended now. But even so, Chi-Jun is also very clear that Odin cannot go down to collect materials in person. First of all, his identity cannot allow him to do such a thing. How many tens of thousands of years will Odin be high above? Will Odin do such a thing? Secondly, Odin's sleep is inevitable. The loss of soul power before, the friction with many dimensional masters, and other reasons have all accelerated the arrival of Odin's sleep. Unless Odin wants to die, he can only go to Odin's sleep to repair his body and suppress the increasingly powerful power of Odin. In this case, Queen Frigga must accompany Odin. Thor is seriously injured. Loki is missing. The entire Asgard is leaderless, and the Rainbow Bridge is destroyed. The Nine Realms, except for the Earth, Asgard, and Hela's Kingdom of Death, the entire 6 realms are absolutely in chaos. There are also thousands of other lords of dimensions who will take revenge on Asgard when Odin is in Odin's sleep. Asgard will not have a good future. Asgard's foundation of ruling for tens of thousands of years was destroyed almost instantly. This is Chi-Jun's perfect revenge on Asgard. No, not only the 6 realms. Hela, Chi-Jun has also set his sights on her. It was precisely because he figured this out that Odin the Destroyer teleported over as soon as Chi-Jun destroyed the Rainbow Bridge. Unfortunately, except for the ruins of the rotten Rainbow Bridge, Chi-Jun had already disappeared without a trace. Hey, I'm going to kill you. Kill you. At this moment, the whole of Asgard heard Odin's heart-wrenching roar, but except Heimdall, no one could understand Odin's anger at this moment. And powerlessness, watching the culprit who ruined Asgard to its current state disappear without a trace, and no longer feeling any powerlessness. Who? Hela, who didn't transform in front of Odin, instantly changed into a combat state. Her long black hair instantly turned into branches. Ahem, is it you? Hela recognized Chi-Jun at a glance. After all, he was the one that Odin was hunting. Even though Hela's attention was almost entirely on Odin at the time, Hela had a very good impression of Chi-Jun. He was able to force Odin to put on the Destroyer armor and hunt him down, but he didn't kill him. He even lived a very comfortable life and came to the underworld of Helheim again, that it was impossible for Hela not to have an impression of him. As a warrior who followed Odin to fight all over the world, how could Hela not know how powerful Odin was after putting on the Destroyer armor? Hello, Queen Hela. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Chi-Jun is very friendly to Hela. Besides, Hela didn't provoke him, right? Hello, an unknown strong man. Seeing Chi-Jun's friendly attitude, Hela immediately withdrew from the combat mode, and the branches on her head, turned into long black hair again. Being chased by Odin in the Destroyer state, and still being unkillable, Hela is still very sensible. What's more, after being seriously injured by Odin before, Hela is even less likely to fight against an unknown big man. I can rescue you. Chi-Jun went straight to the point without any nonsense. In fact, even if Hela didn't transform into a combat state, Chi-Jun didn't want to communicate much because of her outfit. Hiss. Whoosh. What price do I need to pay? Taking a deep breath, Hela asked slowly but anxiously. Thinking back to the past, when she could go wherever she wanted, Hela would have gone crazy after being sealed in the underworld of Helm for so many years. It's so comfortable to deal with smart people. Chi-Jun smiled. Snap of fingers, a scroll. Trading contract. Chi-Jun handed the scroll to Hela and explained. This is a trading contract scroll supervised by the will of the universe. I believe that as someone who has come into contact with the cosmic cube, you can tell whether this contract is true or false. It's actually true. Hela took the contract scroll handed over by Chi-Jun, and instantly felt a great power lingering on the scroll. As the former commander-in-chief of the Asgard Valkyrie Corps, Hela actually came into contact with the cosmic cube. At that time, the cosmic cube was Odin's treasure and was not easily touched by anyone. Hela clearly felt that this great power was even stronger than the power of the space gem. Hela even felt the gaze from the entire universe. How could she believe it? Seeing Hela's stunned and shocked look, Chi-Jun's mouth curled up slightly. What's the point of a contract scroll supervised by the will of the universe? With the mutation gem in hand, even if the observer monitors, forget it. Let's not talk about whether there are real observers or not. Compared with the impartiality of the universe's will, the supervision of observers is unreliable. Of course, after Chi-Jun's reaction to Asgard's series of tests, there should be no observers. Otherwise, Thor would have been played to death by himself. If there were really observers, they would have come out to stop it long ago. Chi-Jun was afraid that something that didn't exist originally would be exposed by his manifestation. That would be painful. Transaction contract Party A. Chi-Jun Party B. Hela under the supervision of the will of the universe. Party A helps Party B escape the seal, and Party B helps Party A find the soul gem and hand it over to Party. Time limit. 1 Earth year. Those who violate the contract will be punished by the will of the universe. Party A's signature, underscore, 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 Party B's signature, underscore, underscore, underscore. Hella raised her head and looked at Chi-Jun. She opened her mouth and complained a lot, but she didn't know where to start. The soul gem. That's the soul gem. Who knows where it is? Moreover, the time limit is 1 year. If you can't complete it, you will be killed. Fuck. You are actually in cahoots with Odin, right? You actually want to kill me, right? Haha. Have you finished reading it? Seeing Hella finish reading the contract and raise her head to perform a facial expression change, Chi-Jun chuckled. Chi-Jun naturally knew that the things written in this contract would make Hella want to kill him. However, Chi-Jun did not write the location of the soul gem into the contract, not because he was worried about the interference of the universe's will or something. In fact, it was simply Chi-Jun's bad taste. Looking at these gods and so on, looking stunned, wanting to kill him but not daring to do it, really made Chi-Jun feel satisfied as a gentleman. Don't worry, I know where the soul gem is. Since you have seen everything you want to see, then comfort Hella. This is also a pitiful woman. Goddess, well, actually not so pitiful after all. This is all her own fault. She became arrogant and wanted to bring Odin down. Then do it quietly. How can you be so stupid to do it directly? The old saying is right. The merits are greater than the master. This is not only for the monarch and the ministers, but also for the father and daughter. Since you know, why don't you go get it yourself? Hella frowned and stared at Chi-Jun. Well, because that's a place I don't like going to. Chi-Jun shrugged. Of course, he wouldn't tell Hella that in order to obtain the soul stone, he had to sacrifice a close person first. Where is it? Hella didn't believe a word Chi-Jun said. Haha, I can't tell you this first. You have to sign the contract first, then I will tell you. Chi-Jun shook his head firmly. Are you kidding? How can I tell you this information first? How do I know? Will you just randomly mention a place name after I sign the contract? Hella was not moved at all, still staring at Chi-Jun's eyes. You just randomly mentioned a place name and asked me to find the soul gem for you? If I can't find it in an earth year, won't I be completely wiped out by the will of the universe? Well now, Chi-Jun waved his right hand, and an eternal spear shining with rosy light appeared in front of Chi-Jun, circling around Chi-Jun, dancing happily. Do you think I have the strength to kill you? Kunganir. Hella didn't care about what Chi-Jun said at all, but looked at the Kunganir circling around Chi-Jun with a shocked face. As Hella had followed Odin in battles for 1,000 years, how could she not know the Kunganir that Odin almost never let go of? Before, Hella was puzzled as to why Odin only wore the destroyer armor and didn't bring Kunganir with him. Hella realized now that it wasn't that Odin didn't want to bring it, but that he couldn't bring it with him. Ha ha ha. Hella suddenly burst into laughter. Odin, you have come to this day. With Hella's wisdom, how could she not figure out that Odin's efforts to kill Chi-Jun were not due to the fact that Kunganir was taken away? Odin, you have come to this day too. I signed it. Hella's voice was filled with a rare sense of joy, not to mention how happy Hella was that Chi-Jun had snatched Odin's Kunganir. Hella's seriously injured body would be doomed to death if she was stabbed by Kunganir. In this case, why not trust Chi-Jun? What's more, as the former commander-in-chief of Asgard, Hella knew the approximate locations of 5 of the 6 infinity stones in the universe, but she could not find any information about the last soul stone. Hella herself was also very interested in this thing, and there was no sign or seal on the contract. After Hella agreed to sign, Hella's name automatically appeared in the Party B column. I signed it too, Chi-Jun said with a chuckle. Naturally, Chi-Jun's name automatically appeared in the Party A column on the contract. Then, the entire contract scroll spontaneously ignited without wind or fire, and instantly turned into a ball of soft light. Then, the ball of soft light split into two, entering the minds of Hella and Chi-Jun respectively, and was directly imprinted on their souls. Chi-Jun and Hella both felt the restraint of that great power at the same time, and then disappeared into thin air. Of course, Hella and Chi-Jun both knew that it was impossible to really disappear. The next time they appeared, it would either be the completion of the contract, or, naturally, the contract would reach its time limit and automatically issue a punishment. In fact, if Chi-Jun really wanted to get the soul stone, he had a way, not to mention that the level of the mutated gem inherently suppressed the soul stone. Just say that if Gamora and Nebula were captured at the same time and thrown to the planet Vormir, the soul stone could be easily obtained, considering that these two had not experienced much, and although they had each other in their hearts, they both wanted to kill each other. The reason why Chi-Jun materialized such a transaction contract was, firstly, to disgust Asgard. You want to kill me? Then I will save Hela, the goddess of death who wants to kill you. Secondly, Chi-Jun also wanted to see if Hela, who is known as the goddess of death, can get the soul stone without sacrificing anyone close to her. Of course, if Hela did not get the soul stone in the end and was wiped out by the will of the universe, it doesn't matter. It's just a try anyway. If you succeed, you don't have to bother to get the soul stone yourself. If you fail, it's not too late to do it yourself. Can I tell you now? Hela found that she was able to stay calm before she knew about the soul stone, but now, she really wanted to know the news. This was not just a matter of punishment under the contract, but she really wanted to know. Of course, Queen Hela. Chi-Jun smiled lightly. I wonder if Queen Hela has heard of the planet Vormir. It is said that the final destination of the soul in the universe is here. Hela thought for a moment, frowned and asked, is the soul gem there? Hela is called the goddess of death, although part of it is because she kills too many people and too many lives die in her hands, just like a death god. But at the same time, Hela does practice magic with souls and the undead. How could Hela not know this rumor in the universe? Not bad. Chi-Jun nodded. Although that planet is remote, it is not so remote that there has been no one there for thousands of years. If there really is a soul gem, how could there be no news about it, even if it is just gossip? Hela was puzzled. However, if the soul gem is in that place, it seems to make sense. I really don't know about that. Chi-Jun shrugged. Did I tell you that I saw it in a movie? But it is rumored that the soul gem has its own thoughts, or will. Maybe it doesn't want to expose itself, so it affects everyone who has seen it. Maybe. Hela nodded, and she felt more confident. It was good to know the place. It was a pity that she didn't know the place at all. When will you get me out? Although Chi-Jun sent herself out of the seal on the last day of the contract, it was not considered a violation of the contract, but Hela knew that Chi-Jun would not do so. But if he could get out one day earlier, he would naturally want to get out earlier. Sealed in this underworld of Heim by Odin, not only could his strength not be improved, but it even declined. Now he was seriously injured by the biased Odin. Hela didn't want to stay in this ghost place anymore, even though there were her subordinates here. Wait a few days, I have some things to deal with here. Chi-Jun comforted him. Also, you should take care of your injuries and don't try to improve your strength. I will take you out of the seal. The lower your strength is, the easier it will be, understand? I totally understand. Hela naturally knew what the repulsive force of space was. Well, you should recover from your injuries, and I will come to pick you up when the time comes. Chi-Jun nodded to Hela and teleported away. Although he had the star map, Chi-Jun had not been to places outside the 9 realms of the main plane. Chi-Jun naturally had to wait until he was settled before coming to pick up Hela. Oh shit, what's going on? After teleporting back to the Venus space station, Chi-Jun discovered that the space station was completely gone. Where the space station was supposed to be, only a few tiny fragments of the space station were left. Sizzle, sir, you are finally back. At this time, a space drone flew over and shouted happily to Chi-Jun, who was standing alone in the universe, in a brainwave way. Tai-Bai, what's going on? Chi-Jun also responded with mental power and asked, this is a byproduct that Chi-Jun and Dr. Long came up with when they were building the Dream Space City. Dr. Long called it mind technology. Of course, mind technology is a complete upgraded version. This one on the space drone is called a mind communicator, which perfectly solves the problem of not being able to talk in space. In fact, the current space city is full of traces of mind technology. In the space city, you only need to wear a special mind controller that belongs to each individual. Then, in this huge metropolis like Space City, what you can do anything without saying anything or making any gestures. Oh, mind technology. This thing is so domineering. Oh, that's right, my space city. Chi Jun turned around abruptly and didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he saw the still invisible Dream Space City. The Venus Space Station, if it's gone, it's gone. It was just a transitional primary base. Now, with the super huge Dream Space City, who cares about that small space station? Anyway, all the things that were originally on the Venus Space Station have actually been moved to the Dream Space City. If the Venus Space Station is destroyed, it's destroyed. Sir, this is a video of what happened after you disappeared, and it is also the culprit for the destruction of the Venus Space Station. The space drone sent a message to Chi Jun while the projection played the scene at that time. Chi Jun took a look and saw Kung near. It turned out that Chi Jun had returned to the Venus Space Station before. Chi Jun teleported away after sensing danger, but Kung suddenly appeared at the place where Chi Jun was before and poked it hard, smashing the Venus Space Station on the spot. Tai-Bai, divert some of the energy to the absorption chamber. I want to recharge. Chi Jun did not plan to return to Earth, at least not for the time being, and directly teleported to the absorption chamber. In addition, this is the star map of all safe routes in the Milky Way, as well as the information of almost all safe natural wormholes, downloaded to your database. Chi Jun conveniently materialized the Heimdall's complete safe star map of the Milky Way that he had absorbed into a quantum memory and threw it to a mechanical arm on the side. Yes, sir. Tai-Bai naturally knew how to deal with it. It didn't take long for Chi Jun to replenish his energy, and even increased his energy limit a little bit, since he had Dr. Lon. Chi Jun found that he had been completely defeated by Samuel Stern Dr. Lon in terms of technology. The huge space-flying city, which was as huge as a metropolis, except for some of Chi Jun's own brain holes, everything else was basically the research product of Dr. Lon. Just like the black hole energy concentration device, just like the dark energy driving formula, just like the mind technology, and so on. Even though Chi Jun copied and materialized the physics knowledge from Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, sometimes Chi Jun felt like listening to some professional knowledge from Dr. Lon. After liberating his nature, Samuel Stern's wisdom was 500 times that of ordinary people, and the technology he had developed was far beyond the Earth. Thinking about the energy absorption chamber that he used to charge energy, it was just a little bit of energy from the black hole-like energy concentration device. Just like that, he could easily fill himself with energy. When Chi Jun thought of this, he couldn't sit still. Sometimes, it's not easy to be a boss if the subordinates are too cruel. Even if the subordinate will not betray the boss, let alone look down on the boss because of his soul magic, the boss himself will feel uncomfortable, must continue to become stronger. Think about being easily chased around by Odin's steel drill, oh no, by the eternal spear, and even later, mind teleport. Almost lost to Odin the Destroyer. Chi Jun's desire to become stronger became even more unstoppable. Chi Jun found that he still thought these big guys who shocked the universe were too simple. Odin only had the cosmic cube, and he was so difficult. Think about the fact that Sunset Purple Potato has a mind gem in his hand. This guy must not be that simple. Manifest the physique of Doomsday. Eliminate the others, and only retain the ability to adapt and evolve. Chi Jun held up his chin and thought. Although the growth ceiling of the perfect superhuman bloodline is extremely high, the growth rate is still not fast enough. Although Chi Jun has only been here for a short time, he can even fight with Ancient One and Odin. But in fact, Chi Jun himself knows that those are all tricks. Fight against Ancient One's magic, fight against Odin's strength. I'm afraid he will die too soon. Maybe he can fight against Ancient One on equal terms, but if he fights against Odin, he can only be beaten. Although this growth rate has long thrown others to the edge of who knows how far. The current body can only absorb about 500,000 energy points. Once the limit is reached, it can no longer absorb energy, otherwise it will be in danger of bursting. Chi Jun thought, but if I merge with the adaptive evolution of Doomsday, this limit should be easily broken. If the energy limit is increased, the body's strength will naturally increase, and my own strength will naturally become stronger. Well, this is okay. Chi Jun nodded gently, and slowly walked back to the recliner and lay down, ready to continue charging at any time. Manifest a Doomsday adaptive evolutionary ability that perfectly integrates with your own physique. Chi Jun began to communicate with the mutation gem. The next moment, the mutation gem fed back a message to Chi Jun, which made Chi Jun feel relieved. Oh, it only takes 1 million energy points. Chi Jun's tone became much lighter. Chi Jun originally thought that it would take a lot of energy. That's right, it's just an ability. It won't directly turn into Doomsday. Chi Jun suddenly realized, maybe this ability itself doesn't need 1 million points of energy to manifest. If it requires 1 million, this extra energy may allow this ability to perfectly integrate with my current body. Materialize. Chi Jun communicated with the mutation gem and issued a command. The next second, an invisible force enveloped Chi Jun. At this moment, Chi Jun felt that his whole body was warm and comfortable. However, before Chi Jun could hum comfortably, this invisible force disappeared without a trace. But Chi Jun understood that he already had the ability of Doomsday to adapt and evolve to almost anything he encountered. However, this time the manifestation was not a physical object, and the mutation gem acted directly on Chi Jun. Give it a try. Chi Jun raised his eyebrows, and with a thought, he activated the device again to release energy through the mind technology at the same time. Chi Jun also began to control his body and absorb energy. Soon, the 1 million energies consumed before were quickly replenished, but Chi Jun did not end, but continued to absorb in an instant. Chi Jun's body began to swell and ache, but Chi Jun insisted, it really works. The new physical condition did not disappoint Chi Jun. Chi Jun quickly felt that his body had automatically undergone some adaptive changes, so the bloating and pain caused by the overflowing energy quickly disappeared, and instead revealed a feeling of hunger. Chi Jun felt the energy in his body and found that all the energy in his body had been consumed. Where did it go? Did he transform his body? The energy contained in the mutant gem was not consumed, but the energy in the body was indeed gone. Was it consumed in transforming the body? Absorb again. Chi Jun narrowed his eyes. He replenished the energy first, and then he would know. 100,000 points, 300,000 points, 500,000 points, 800,000 points, 1 million points. This time, there was no obstacle at all. Chi Jun's body absorbed more than 500,000 points of energy and reached 1 million points. Only then did he feel his body swell and ache again. Huh, I knew it. Chi Jun excitedly waved his fist, but he didn't expect that just a light wave of his fist would create a sonic boom in the energy absorption room. This sudden surge in strength, it seems that I need to adapt to it. Chi Jun was very upset. After absorbing energy for a while, Chi Jun only felt that his body was getting more and more painful, and even his whole body was a little swollen, but he did not experience the changes of adaptation and evolution just now. Could it be that this ability has a limit? Chi Jun frowned, and then moved his mind, letting the mutation gem start to absorb the excess energy that could not be absorbed. Chi Jun did not stop, but continued to let the mutation gem absorb energy. The amount of energy Chi Jun retained in the mutation gem also quickly broke through, until 10 million points. Ha ha ha. Chi Jun laughed happily like a child. Not bad. Really good. Just with Doomsday's adaptive evolution ability, can my strength be doubled? This ability is simply amazing. Sometimes, 1 + 1 is greater than 2. TSK. If this ability continues to be strengthened, I am afraid that even Odin will be able to beat it. Although there are some flaws in not being able to make an evolutionary breakthrough immediately, Chi Jun is still very happy. After all, if the body cannot adapt immediately, then wait a little longer, and then strengthen it, right? But that's not enough. This kind of physique is passively adaptive and evolving, so we need to have an active enhancement ability, right? What ability can be manifested? Chi-Jun scratched his head. Oh, right. Has Saitama's restrictions been lifted? Suddenly, Chi-Jun's eyes lit up, thinking of, by the way, with my current perfect superhuman body, is there such a thing as a limiter? Well, there should be some, right? After all, every physical enhancement has a limit, but I wonder if it is the same as Saitama's limit. However, wouldn't it be nice to remove the restrictions on myself through the mutation gem? Anyway, it's just a lifting of restrictions similar to Saitama's. It doesn't have to be exactly the same. Well, let's give it a try. Do it as soon as you think of it. It has always been Chi-Jun's code of conduct. Chi-Jun decided to give it a try, and immediately began to communicate with the mutation gem with his mind. The next moment, the mutation gem fed back a piece of information, which made Chi-Jun smile. It works. Unlike other abilities, this information fed back by the mutation gem requires a full 10 million points of energy to lift Chi-Jun's physical restrictions. Shit. Mutated gem, did you calculate this? Chi-Jun twisted his chin. If it weren't for the breakthrough in strength just now, and the upper limit of energy retention reached 10 million energy points, wouldn't this restriction still be lifted and not materialize? Materialize now. Chi-Jun couldn't help but tremble. Chi-Jun immediately communicated with the mutated gem through his mind and materialized the removal of the restriction specifically for himself. Another invisible force caressed his whole body, but compared to the comfortable feeling of the previous doomsday power, this time, Chi-Jun felt a pain deep in his soul. The pain went deep into his soul, but it made Chi-Jun stay extremely sober. The extreme pain made Chi-Jun look ferocious. Boom. His body twitched and struggled uncontrollably, but because his strength had just doubled, he destroyed the entire energy absorption chamber in an instant. In an explosion. The energy absorption chamber was instantly reduced to ruins. Of course, Chi-Jun himself was fine, and he even destroyed a lot of adjacent cabins and instruments. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Sparks and lightning all the way, and soon, the area where Chi-Jun was located was destroyed by Chi-Jun himself. Fortunately, although this pain made Chi-Jun's body out of control, Chi-Jun's mind was still able to function normally. Chi-Jun reacted and activated mind teleport with a thought, teleporting directly to Venus, allowing the universe-flying city to avoid the tragic fate of being blown up by its own creator. Venus, which was unlucky, ushered in an extremely tragic fate. Because of Chi-Jun's sudden transfer. Chi-Jun, who could not control perfectly because of the sudden increase in strength, even just stretched out his hand and kicked his legs, and he made huge holes on the surface of Venus. Even Bruce Banner, who was practicing fire magic on Venus, was shocked. Fortunately, this pain passed quickly, and Chi-Jun, who regained control of his body, finally stopped accidentally destroying Venus. And by the way, Bruce Banner, who was practicing fire magic, was relieved. After all, according to the destructive power that Chi-Jun had just shown, and looking at the huge holes that were kicked out by Chi-Jun, which were like huge sinkholes on Earth, Bruce Banner even doubted whether Chi-Jun would directly hit the core of Venus or even blow up Venus if he continued. Chi-Jun was lying in the magma, floating, panting, and still had lingering fears about what happened before. However, Chi-Jun did not realize that the magma that was surrounding him was rapidly cooling down and solidifying. After a while, the magma in a large area around Chi-Jun turned into solid soil. Of course, Chi-Jun was also solidified into solid soil. Boss, what are you doing? At this time, Bruce Banner floated over. Chi-Jun turned his head and saw a fireman flying over. Bruce Banner, you have mastered fire magic very well now. You can move freely on Venus without sky opening a mirror space for you. Not bad. Chi-Jun smiled, raised his hand, and gave Bruce Banner a thumbs up. Crack, however, it was this action of raising his hand that instantly cracked and shattered the solid soil that had trapped Chi-Jun, making a series of crackling sounds. Chi-Jun then realized that he was lying in a piece of solid soil. Then he moved his mind and flew up lightly, hovering in front of Bruce Banner, the fireman. Has your current strength increased so much? Flying into the air, Chi-Jun realized that his unconscious actions had actually created a giant hole on the surface of Venus. This was really a huge hole. Bruce Banner chuckled and even scratched his head. Well, he caught a handful of sparks and said, maybe it's because I'm really suitable for fire magic. Anyway, I don't feel like I have reached any bottleneck when practicing. Now I can use fire elements to protect myself, not afraid of the high temperature on Venus, and breathe instead of oxygen, and move freely on Venus. For head boss, what are you looking at? After explaining his current state, Bruce Banner noticed that Chi-Jun was staring at the huge pit under his feet. He couldn't help but ask, Chi-Jun came back to his senses and praised, not bad. With your current strength, there are very few people on Earth who can threaten you. As for me, the boss, I wonder if I can blow Venus apart with a serious punch. Bruce Banner. What else could Bruce Banner say about Chi-Jun's nonsense, except rolling his eyes? Could it be that he really thought that if he punched seriously, he could blow up the entire planet? That's nonsense. Of course, Chi-Jun didn't explain anything to Bruce Banner, who didn't understand the serious series of jokes, and turned to ask other questions. By the way, how are the contacts with the scientists that I asked you to make progress? Chi-Jun asked Bruce Banner. Not bad. Speaking of this, Bruce Banner was obviously much more excited. By the way, if it weren't for the list you gave me, boss, I wouldn't have known that there were so many top scientists in New York alone. In response, Chi-Jun rolled his eyes speechlessly. Before you separated from the Hulk's secondary personality soul, you were chased around like a dog by the military all day long. Do you have the time and energy to pay attention to these things? Dr. Reed Richards and Dr. Connors were easy to approach, and we got along well. Dr. Victor Von Doom also got along well with me, but he always wanted me to introduce S.P. The real person in charge of the group. That is, you, the boss. Introduce him to him. Bruce Banner shrugged, somewhat speechless. Oh, then you can introduce him to S.C.P. Group. Chi-Jun understood this clearly. The future Dr. Doom, now Dr. Doom, is the boss of a listed company and has a majority of business aura, while Bruce Banner is a true scholar scientist and has nothing to do with business. Yes, I introduced him to SCP Group. I heard that under the chairmanship of Miss Sky, SCP the group has reached some cooperation with this company. It seems that some SCP high-tech equipment funded by the group. Bruce Banner shrugged. It seems that he and Dr. Reed Richards are going to the space station to do an experiment. A week later, Chi-Jun raised his eyebrows. So soon, in fact, Chi-Jun also asked Taibai to make a special reminder mark on this matter. Although Chi-Jun is not short of energy now, he is still quite curious about this kind of cosmic radiation that can give people superpowers with just a little exposure, and he also wants to study it. However, Taibai's reminder was when the spacecraft was launched. Even so, there are several hours from the launch of the spacecraft entering the space station and preparing for the experiment, which is enough time for Chi-Jun to arrange it. Boss, do you know? Since Bruce Banner learned magic, this guy has become completely biased and is ready to completely change his job to become a chief magician and an associate biologist. This is also the reason why Bruce Banner is not very interested in the experiments of Reed Richards and others. In Bruce Banner's view, unless they really have some discoveries in the experiments, it would be more comfortable to practice magic more if they have that time. If it weren't for Chi-Jun's arrangement, Bruce Banner would have wanted to settle down on Venus forever. The environment here is simply a paradise for fire magicians. Chi-Jun nodded. I have paid attention to an exploratory experiment on using cosmic radiation to treat incurable diseases. By the way, how's Wakanda going? Chi-Jun changed the subject and asked, Bruce Banner scratched his head and recalled, it seems that there were several small-scale battles over there, but it was only reported in some small news reports. I think I heard some scientists in the research department talk about it during their daily exchanges. It seems that the US military finally couldn't sit still. Chi-Jun laughed, but he also knew that this news was a bit embarrassing for Bruce Banner, who was still frowning and thinking. This guy usually doesn't pay attention to where the war is, let alone the third world emirate that has not been exposed yet. Don't think so much. You just need to know SCP the group has some interest to protect there. Okay, you practice slowly. When you go back, tell Sky not to work so hard and pay attention to the combination of work and rest. After chatting for a while, Chi-Jun nodded to Bruce Banner, teleported away, and left. Bruce Banner looked at the place where Chi Jun left with some envy. It's still cool to be a space mage. You can go wherever you want. But my fire magic isn't bad either. Bruce Banner looked at the huge pit that was filled with magma because of Chi Jun's departure. I will reach the strength of the boss sooner or later. Tai-Bai, notify Hulk, Emil Brunsky, and Dr. Samuel Stern to come to the control cabin. After Chi Jun learned about the current situation of the Earth from Bruce Banner, he went directly back to the Dream Space City and came directly to the control cockpit of the Dream. Next, it's time to march into the galaxy and the universe. Yes, sir. They have been notified. The three are rushing to the cockpit and are expected to arrive in 2 minutes. Tai-Bai's voice also sounded in the cockpit. Tai-Bai has been optimized several times by the current Samuel Stern DR, Lawn, and its functions have already surpassed the original prototype Jarvis. In fact, letting Tai-Bai control the entire Dream to enter the universe does not take up 1% of Tai-Bai's computing power. You can imagine how abnormal Dr. Lon Samuel Stern is now. He has become an all-round scientist. The reason why Samuel Stern and the other two were called here is naturally to commemorate this moment. Staying on Venus for a while is not considered entering the universe. When we start driving the Dream directly, it will be considered to be truly heading towards the universe, the most memorable moment. Boss. After a while, a big green guy and a tall strong man came over with their arms around each other. The big green guy, in particular, waved his palm as big as a palm fan at Chi Jun from a distance. Hulk. Chi Jun turned around and saw Hulk, whose mental state had reached that of a junior high school student, and smiled happily. Chi Jun didn't know if it had anything to do with soul magic, but Hulk's intelligence grew very fast. During the time when Chi Jun and Dr. Long were researching, materializing, and building the Dream Space City, Hulk's intelligence grew exponentially and soon reached the level of a junior high school student on Earth. Of course, it could also be because he no longer had to be suppressed by his original Soul Master personality and teachings of Abomination. At the beginning, Hulk and Abomination, two muscular guys, could only act as equipment movers for Chi Jun and Dr. Lon. However, after Chi Jun and Dr. Lon accidentally developed telekinetic technology and manufactured a large number of telekinetic machines, these two guys were completely useless. In the words of Dr. Lon Samuel Stern, carrying things seemed to be a hindrance. So, Hulk and Abomination, who had transformed from brick movers to idlers in society, went to have a long, intimate contact. Don't think wrong. It's a physical fight. Well, in layman's terms, it's a fight, not the kind in bed. With nothing to do and being tired all day, Hulk and Abomination immediately turned into fighting enthusiasts. Fighting all day long. It was precisely during this process that Hulk and Abomination became good friends who could talk about anything. Except when they were fighting, they were always arm in arm wherever they went, which made Chi Jun feel like he had walked into the wrong set. Oh my god, Hulk and Abomination have become good friends. Of course, maybe it has something to do with soul magic, or maybe it's because he is grateful to Chi Jun for saving him from the suppression of Bruce Banner's main consciousness. After his mind is risen, Hulk loves, respects, and worships Chi Jun, boss. Compared to Hulk's exclusive name, Abomination Emil Brunsky naturally called Chi Jun boss, greeted him, and stood aside respectfully. Of course, even if Abomination wanted to call Chi Jun boss, Chi Jun would not have any objection. After all, in Chi Jun's view, they were all his absolutely loyal brothers, so it didn't matter whether he called them boss, or even sir. Boss, are we leaving now? After his mind was raised, Chi Jun gave Hulk a modified version of a head-mounted learning device. In just 1 week, he learned the knowledge of a normal human on Earth from kindergarten to university. Hulk could pat his chest and say, I, Hulk, am also a university monk. However, compared to learning, physical combat is more attractive to Hulk. But as a Hulk with the knowledge of a normal university monk, he can easily tell what the space city was built for. What's more, Chi Jun never concealed the idea of entering the universe when he built this huge space city. Of course, Chi Jun patted Hulk's arm, which was still hard. It had been a while since he had been able to easily control the surging power with the help of Chi Jun's more powerful super brain power, super control, and super micromanipulation. Moreover, this was Hulk, so Chi Jun didn't have to worry about beating this guy into a pulp. When Dr. Lon arrives, we will set off immediately. Chi Jun smiled. The Dream has completed its energy storage. It is time to head towards the depths of the universe. Good. Hulk clapped his hands and almost jumped up. After all, his mental state is that of a junior high school student. Even if he has the knowledge of a normal Earth university monk, it will not hinder Hulk's yearning for the deep space of the universe. Haha, boss. I'm here too. At this moment, Samuel Stern, who looked like a typical scientific researcher, stepped on a thin pedal and flew over lightly. You deserve to have a mind-controlled anti-gravity floating surfboard. It's really an exciting moment. At this time, Samuel Stern was no longer as calm as usual, and his words conveyed a full sense of expectation. Although this space city was almost mostly developed by Samuel Stern, and he also studied the knowledge of space navigation very deeply. But research is research, and practice is what a qualified scientist likes to do most. The first wormhole shuttle, the first space travel, the first trip to space, the first trip to deep space. What an exciting moment. Tai-Bai, start self-examination. Chi Jun shouted, understood, sir. Now start the self-test procedure. The main control quantum dark energy intelligence system self-check is normal. Dark energy, antimatter energy, and nuclear power system self-tests are normal. Energy shield system self-test is normal. Weapon system self-test is normal. The quantum communication system self-check is normal. Life support system self-test is normal. The space positioning navigation system self-check is normal. The space folding system self-test is normal. The artificial wormhole system self-test is normal. The Dream spacecraft has completed its self-check procedure and everything is normal. Sir, Tai-Bai's emotionless voice resounded throughout the entire cockpit. Chi Jun, Samuel Stern, Hulk, and even Abomination were all nervous, fearing that Tai-Bai would suddenly say something was wrong. Well, it was not until Tai-Bai said everything was normal that Hulk finally jumped up. Not only Hulk, but also Chi Jun, Dr. Lon, and Abomination all smiled. Tai-Bai, turn on the antimatter main energy reactor. Recycling black hole-like energy concentrator. Start propulsion system warm-up. Start preheating the artificial wormhole system. Start the space jump system preheating. In short, activate all systems for deep space travel. Now that we are ready, what are we waiting for? Get ready to go. Receive. The quasi-black hole energy concentrator has been stored back in the Dream cabin. All systems of the Dream have been preheated and are ready. The Dream is ready to depart at any time. Tai-Bai reported faithfully. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Taking a step forward, Chi Jun pushed the propeller on the operating table all the way to the bottom. Life should have a sense of ritual. The first deep space trip should also have a sense of ritual. Of course, the propeller that Chi Jun pushed to the bottom is not just a decoration. It also has the function of starting the Dream. Since the goal has been set long ago under Tai-Bai's control, the Dream started quickly, and the speed is getting faster and faster. The Dream has reached the planned speed. Turn on the artificial wormhole system to increase the energy supply tenfold. The Dream's increasing speed had no effect on Chi Jun and the others, and they didn't even feel it at all. Open the wormhole. As the four of them were bored, the Dream finally reached the predetermined speed. Tai-Bai seized the opportunity and controlled the artificial wormhole system to open a huge wormhole in front of the Dream. Under Tai-Bai's control, a huge artificial wormhole appeared in front of the Dream and just swallowed the entire Dream. Yeah, that's the feeling. Feeling the twisting force in the wormhole, Samuel Stern became excited and ran to the side to pull out a few projection screens and started operating them quickly. How beautiful. Looking at the colorful wormhole channel, Emil Brunsky murmured to himself, General Ross, I'm afraid you will never have the chance to see such a wonderful sight in your life. Haha. Haha. It's fun. Hulk was as happy as a child, jumping and stretched out his hands to grab those colorful and beautiful things. What a rich spatial force. Unlike the scientific madman Dr. Lon, the junior high school student Hulk, and the complex mind of Abomination, Chi Jun was also amazed at the beauty of the wormhole. But he was even more amazed at the incomparably rich spatial force in the wormhole. It seems that there are countless wormholes connected in the wormhole. Chi Jun released his mental power and sensed it with all his heart. Chi Jun found that behind this magnificent scenery, it seemed to be connected to the entire universe and starry sky, as if every ray of light was connected to a different wormhole. However, before Chi Jun could comprehend more, the Dream spacecraft suddenly rushed out of the wormhole exit and arrived at the other side of the starry sky. Dream starts automatic self-check. Self-inspection completed. Everything is normal on Dream. Capturing gravity. Analyzing pulsar discovered. Discover the Universe Star Network. Connect to the Universe Star Network. Connect successfully. Find information. Downloading information. Comparing data. Comparison completed. Arrived at the destination. Near the MLY 1024 wormhole safe area. Disarm all gear. Remain invisible, and the Dream begins to slow down. Slowing down. Deceleration completed. Dream is stationary, sir. Please give the next instructions. Tie-by series of words woke everyone up. Project the star map of our location. Although the cockpit has a porthole to view the outside scenery, it is only a single side after all. If you want to understand the whole picture, you still need Tie-by to project the surrounding environment. Yes, sir. Was the light in the control room suddenly dimmed a lot, and then the star map of the Dream's current location was immediately projected by Tie-by. Oh my god, there are actually 3 stars here. Samuel Stern, who had just come out of his scientific research state after seeing the projection, immediately exclaimed, and there are no planets around here. Hulk also came over. Although he was only as smart as a junior high school student, he was also as knowledgeable as a university monk. Seeing a strange star system with only 3 stars and no planets, he was naturally very surprised. Well, there are many strange things in the universe. We have now officially entered the developed area of the Milky Way, and we will definitely be able to learn more knowledge. Let's go to the destination first. Chi Jun was not very curious about this. No matter how strange it is, can it be as strange as the 10,000 dimensions? Let's not talk about anything else. When Chi Jun led Odin to offend the 10,000 dimensions, he went to a very strange dimension, a huge planet surrounded by densely packed satellites. Note that the satellites mentioned here are not the kind of satellites launched into orbit by humans, but the satellites of the Earth similar to the moon. Satellites of all sizes are densely packed around the huge planet. Standing on the planet and looking up at the sky, you can't see even a trace of starry sky. There are only countless satellites in sight. Of course, Odin's attack didn't know how many satellites were blown up. Presumably, the Lord of this dimension hates Odin more than the Lords of other dimensions. Tie-by, prepare to activate the space jump and go to Chidar Star. Chi Jun gave the order. Yes, sir. Downloading the real-time location information of Kaidim satellite on StarNet. Download completed and data is being corrected. Downloading the Nova Empire Space Transportation Management Policy. Data correction is in progress. Activate the space jump system. Start injecting energy. Please be prepared. The space jump countdown is 10 seconds. 10, 9, 2, 1. Space jump activated. Buzz. As Tie-by spoke, Chi Jun clearly sensed the powerful energy spreading along the energy shield of the Dream, enveloping the entire Dream, and then suddenly bursting out with a strong spatial force. Then, the picture projected by Tie-by changed, and a beautiful star system appeared in the projection screen, with a huge star, more than 20 planets, and a beautiful habitable planet on the habitable star path of the star system. Through the porthole, Chi Jun and others could clearly see the Chidar Star. So big, so beautiful, so prosperous. The spaceport in outer space of the Chidar Star, with all the spacecrafts of all sizes coming in and out, doesn't that represent the prosperity of this place? Space jump system is on standby. We have arrived at Chidar Star. Please give us your instructions, sir. Tie-by's words made everyone realize that the space jump was completed. Compared to long-distance travel through wormholes, space folding is more suitable for short-distance jumps. Looking at the surprise in Hulk and Abomination's eyes, Chi Jun smiled slightly and explained. Remove the stealth mode. Also, send a communication and prepare to dock at the Chidar Star spaceport. Chi Jun issued a new order. Yes, sir. The cloaking has been lifted, and the Nova Empire's Chidar Star Space Control Bureau has been notified of the request for docking. Tie-by said, boss, isn't our plan to enter the Chidar planet via a small spacecraft? Samuel Stern asked curiously about Chi Jun's decision. Dark soul magic only affects the person who is under the spell, subtly putting the interests of the caster first, but it does not deprive others of their minds. Otherwise, how could Samuel Stern become the super perverted Dr. Blue? Plans cannot keep up with changes. Chi Jun shrugged. Compared to Dr. Lon and the other two who did not notice the movement of the outer space armed forces of Chidal Star, Chi Jun, through his supervision, clearly saw that the outer space attack weapons of Chidal Star were already aimed at him. Maybe our stealth technology is not yet mature enough. Maybe when we were performing space folding, the space fluctuations were too obvious. Or both. But obviously, they have discovered us. Chi Jun explained patiently. Sir, I have received a communication request. Would you like to connect? At this time, Tie-by asked, come in. Chi Jun nodded. This is the Nova Corps Space Security Force. Please identify yourself immediately. This is the Nova Corps Space Security Force. Please identify yourself immediately. This is the Nova Corps Space Security Force. Please identify yourself immediately. As soon as Pooh answered the call, a series of warnings immediately popped up. Well, of course, it was the words that Tie-by translated. Please don't be nervous. We have no ill intentions. We are tourists from Earth to Chidar Star. Chi Jun is not here to fight, so he will not be so angry. This is just the normal operation of the security forces. Only those who are looking for trouble will fight back. However, there is no need for Tie-by to translate. Chi Jun speaks fluent official language of Chidar directly, which makes Dr. Lon and the other two stunned. But compared with Dr. Lon and the other two, although they are confused, they are not nervous. On the other side, all the people in the combat command of the headquarters of the Space Security Force of the Nova Corps are sweating. I don't believe you. You are a bad old man who comes here to travel and drives a huge space battleship. All of us in the Nova Corps are not blind. What is the muzzle under your space battleship that is larger than many spaceships? Don't tell me that it is the entrance and exit port of your small spaceship. Report. No Earth information found. There is no information about the Earth in the database of the Nova Empire, nor on the Universe Star Network. When everyone was speechless and on alert, an alien with red skin. A soldier of the Nova Empire? A security force staff? He stood up and reported to the highest commander at the highest point. What? All of a sudden, many officers were shocked. There is no data about the Earth. There is no data on the Universe Star Network either. Just made up a name? He's not here to cause trouble, is he? Is he from the Kree Empire's Ronin? Some people speculated. From the beginning, no one thought that the Earth might be a planet that had just entered the stage of space travel. Damn, could such a large space battleship be built? With densely packed gun muzzles all over the body and a huge main gun muzzle at the bottom, a planet that had just entered interstellar travel? Huh? Not to mention the power. That thing could be built by a planet that had just entered interstellar travel. Final warning. The highest commander sitting at the top frowned deeply. With the same energy properties, the bigger the muzzle, the more powerful it is. This is a universal truth in the universe. Apart from anything else, just looking at the huge muzzle, the highest commander's scalp tingled. Please reveal your true identity. Turn off the energy shield. Turn off the main propulsion engine. Please accept the boarding inspection of the Nova Corps Space Security Force. The chief officer took a deep breath, grabbed the communicator, and issued a final warning. Oh, hey, Chi Jun shook his head. Weak Earth. When will you have enough prestige in the universe? Tie-by, which had been optimized many times by Dr. Lon Samuel Stern, and with the help of the quantum dark energy intelligence server matrix materialized by Chi Jun, had actually quietly invaded the security system of the Nova Corps Space Security Force. Chi Jun could hear clearly the conversations of everyone inside. Samuel Stern and the other two also heard clearly. Of course, to them it was just chatter, but fortunately there was Tie-by's real-time translation. Otherwise, the three guys could only stare blankly. Want to fight? Hulk, the warmonger, jumped out immediately. Even though this guy has the knowledge of a monk from Earth University for him, just rushing over will be enough. Get out of the way. Seeing that Abomination and Dr. Lon were somewhat moved, Chi Jun waved his hand unhappily. Abomination is a combatant like Hulk, but why do you, Dr. Lon, a scientific researcher, also want to fight? Is it possible that you have been affected by the Hulk serum? Or do you want to test the Dream's endurance and strike capabilities through actual combat? However, Chi Jun has his own thoughts. What's more, Chi Jun himself is not here to fight. Why not solve it peacefully if it can be solved peacefully? This Nova Empire is not Asgard, unless the highest commander of the Nova Corps Space Security Force is also an idiot and arrogant person like Thor. But obviously, that is impossible. Well, the Earth is really pitiful. It doesn't even have its own name. Chi Jun glared at the three belligerents, opened the call and said, the galaxy number is C-53, which was made up by the Kree Empire. I believe you can find it. It is impossible to shut down the energy shield. Chi-Jun continued, but there is no problem shutting down the main propulsion engine. We originally planned to dock at the spaceport and enter the Chidar Star for tourism. You can send an action team to board the ship, and we will cooperate to dock the tourist ship at the spaceport. Huh. Everyone in the Nova Corps Space Security Force who heard the call was confused. Such a huge warship. You call it a tourist ship? See Planet 53. The highest commander of the Nova Corps Space Security Force found that he had a vague sense of familiarity with this planet, as if he had known about it before. Sir, we found the data. The red-skinned operations officer shouted, and after some operations, the data of the Earth was projected out. It turned out to be this planet, Earth. After looking at the information, the top commander immediately understood. No wonder it feels familiar. It's not that the Nova Empire doesn't have information about this planet, but because of the different name, no information was found. Of course, in the database of the Nova Empire, although there is information about Earth, it is from a long time ago, and it seems that it has not been updated for a long time. A planet suitable for habitation by humans and humanoid creatures that was marked as C-53 by the Kree Empire thousands of years ago. However, this planet also falls under the jurisdiction of Asgard. I heard that there was a fight there in the past, which led to the Kree Empire giving up control of this planet. The highest commander took a breath of cold air, his pupils shrinking sharply. It turns out to be a planet that is related to these two huge forces. The power of the Kree Empire is known to all forces in the universe. Even the Nova Empire has just suspended the interstellar war with the Kree Empire for hundreds of years and signed a non-aggression treaty. This is only the situation that occurred when the Kree Empire was fighting with the Skrull Empire and other forces for a long time. If the Kree Empire focused on the Nova Empire would be almost instantly beaten into the primitive age of the planet, and there would be no chance to sign a truce agreement with the Kree Empire. And Asgard, a country that has existed longer than the Nova Empire, rules over 9-star regions. The entire country is almost full of war maniacs, and it is also famous in the known universe. Although the territory ruled is not large compared to other cosmic forces, no one would want to offend this superpower, the fierce race that can make the Kree Empire sink into the sand. And now, a person driving a space battleship that looks fierce from the outside arrives at the Chidal Star and claims that he wants to travel on the Chidal Star. He comes from this planet that is related to both the Kree and the Asgardians. How to deal with it? Sir, we received some information about this planet from the secret agent in the Predator. The red-skinned operations officer projected a piece of information in front of the top commander while he was frowning and thinking about how to deal with the matter. The top commander took a look and was immediately surprised. Intelligence data from 20 years ago, a planet that has just begun the era of nuclear energy utilization. Are you kidding me? The top commander looked at the huge space battleship that appeared in the space, and then looked at the information in front of him, and his nose was crooked with anger. In 20 years, we can move from the era of initial use of nuclear energy to the era of interstellar travel, and we can even build a space battleship so large that it can even jump through space. 20 years. For a planet that has just started to use nuclear energy, even with our Nova Empire's technical guidance, it is impossible for it to be done. Who sent this information? The next time you come back to the Empire, catch him and send him directly to the Chien High Security Prison. The highest commander of the Space Security Force roared. The highest commander of the Space Security Force was obviously going crazy. In his opinion, this information was obviously a trick. A planet with the ability to build super large space battleships. You actually reported that it was just a planet that was initially using nuclear energy. Yes, sir. Facing the angry chief, the Redskin staff trembled and sat down quickly. Sir, how should we proceed? The high-ranking officials standing beside the Supreme Commander also frowned after reading the projected information, just like the Supreme Commander's concerns. A super large space battleship is extremely difficult to deal with, but who would have thought that it was related to Asgard, or even to the Kree Empire? If this is not handled well, wouldn't the peace agreement just signed be in vain? According to the procedure, send a top-level action team to board the ship for inspection and registration. The top commander frowned and thought for a while, then pointed to the second commander of the Space Security Force beside him and said, "You will lead the team. Remember, be polite. Don't cause any conflict." Got it. Nodding. The second commander turned and left with a serious face. By the way, send this information to the Nova Empire military headquarters. Looking at the second commander's leaving figure, the Supreme Commander pondered for a while and ordered, "By the way, send this information to Nova Supreme as well." Yes, sir. The staff on the side immediately took action. Commander, is it necessary to send it to the Supreme? The senior officials around the Supreme Commander looked at each other in bewilderment. It was just a space battleship. Even if this space battleship was a little bigger, the Nova Corps could deal with it. Was it necessary to be so cautious? Of course there is. The top commander looked around and said with a heavy face, "Nothing is trivial for a weak country. The Kree Empire is fighting on multiple fronts, and our Nova Empire is exhausted. This force that suddenly emerged may be related to the Kree Empire. Even if they have nothing to do with the Kree Empire, what about Asgard? You know, Earth is in the 9 realms ruled by Asgard. It is impossible for them to hide the manufacture of such a super large space battleship. In other words, there must be at least an Asgard behind this suddenly emerging force. Our Nova Empire has just ended the war with the Kree Empire, and we are in a period of recovery. It is unwise to provoke a force related to Asgard's Kendi." The Supreme Commander made the final decision directly. If the Nova Supreme comes forward, perhaps we can gain an ally. On the other side, Chi-Jun and the other 3 in the dream were watching the group of people's brain supplementing operations throughout the whole process. For a moment, they couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment. Is this really a space empire? Emil Bronsky, as a former Special Forces officer who had been on the front lines of every mission, found it difficult to understand the choice of all the security forces. Hulk patted Emil Bronsky on the shoulder to show his approval. Well, this guy's choice was not wrong in itself. Chi-Jun watched the whole process and tried to see the problem from the officer's perspective. Because of the huge gap in intelligence, these guys are actually not worried about us, but the forces behind us. As a cosmic empire that could fight the Kree Empire for hundreds of years, even if it was only fighting the Kree Empire's second line or even third line troops, it was not just any force that the Nova Empire could take seriously. What they care about is the possible existence of Asgard or the Kree Empire behind us. No matter which one of them is, they are not willing to offend the Nova Empire easily. Especially Asgard. The Rainbow Bridge is a dual product of technology and magic. Ordinary means can't defend against the advance of the Rainbow Bridge. It will directly advance to destroy their highest command headquarters. No matter how large your army is, it will be defeated. Chi-Jun analyzed, of course. This is also related to the fact that this guy, or even these guys, have been stationed at the Imperial headquarters all year round and have not often been to the front line, or have simply never been to the front line. They have already transformed from soldiers to politicians, and their perspective on issues is more towards the direction of politicians. If their leader was a general who had just come back from the battlefield, or a pure soldier, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to drink tea here so leisurely like we are now. Chi-Jun took a sip of the clear tea in his hand and moistened his throat. Of course, if the highest commander was replaced by Hulk, there would be countless fireworks flashing into space. Chi-Jun glanced at Hulk and said with a smile, "Haha." Samuel Stern drank the freshly ground coffee made by his mechanical assistant, as if he could see through the void what Hulk would look like after becoming the Supreme Commander of the Space Security Force. That's true. If Hulk became the Supreme Commander, it would be really interesting. A bunch of bad guys. Hulk won't play with you. Hulk rolled his eyes wildly, disagreeing with Chi-Jun and Samuel Stern's evaluation. Unfortunately, Hulk can't do anything about these two people. One can't beat Chi-Jun. With Chi-Jun's current strength, even if Hulk transforms 4 times, it's a bit difficult to take it on, not to mention that if they really fight, Chi-Jun will not give you time to accumulate anger and slowly become stronger. Just like the sunset purple potato, while your anger can't gather, it will beat you wildly, beat you directly to doubt your life, and beat you to the point that you don't even have the idea of transforming anymore. The other can beat, but can't fight. Samuel Stern, although injected with Green Hulk, has the giant serum, but he is not a combatant himself, but an extremely important top scientist in Chi Jun's forces. Bruce Banner is no match for Dr. Blue now. Chi Jun will never allow Hulk to fight Dr. Blue. Of course, if Samuel Stern focuses on restraining Hulk, with this guy's IQ 500 times higher than that of ordinary people, Hulk may only be a younger brother. However, looking at Emil Blonsky, who did not transform into a hateful person, Hulk still showed a smile on his face. In such a vast universe, there are still Hulk soulmates. Sir, a small fleet flying ahead of the Dream has sent a request aboard the ship. Do you want to allow it? Just as Chi Jun and Samuel Stern were chatting for a while, Tai Bai's voice rang out. Of course, Chi Jun raised his eyebrows, but remember to lead them to land from the living area first and hide all those weapons that are too powerful. Since they said they were here to travel on Chidar, they couldn't let them land directly in the weapons and equipment storage area. Those huge kinetic weapons and energy weapons that can be recognized at a glance, especially in the weapons and equipment storage area. There is also a ground-penetrating star-splitting bomb that Chi Jun specially materialized, which is similar to the star-destroying cannon. If someone sees this and creates a misunderstanding, how bad would it be? After all, if this thing falls from space and drills into the interior of Chidar, the consequences will be understood, sir. Tai Bai said, and then disappeared to guide the top action team of the Outer Space Security Force of the Nova Empire to dock and board the ship. Hello, strong men from Earth. When they first met Chi Jun and his party, the second commander of the Space Security Force of the New Star Empire's Chidar Star saluted them solemnly to show respect for Chi Jun and his party. However, from the time he boarded the ship to the time he was led to meet Chi Jun, the second commander did not see anyone. There were only robots along the way, and he was completely confused. After seeing Chi Jun and his party, the second commander was even more speechless. Are there really only these 4 people in this super space battleship? Are they really here for tourism? Thinking about what he had done with Chi Jun before, Commander Gao and his team speculated, are they all acting in a comedy, just like the second commander thought, through the real-time footage of the action team? The highest commander of the Space Security Force of the New Star Empire's Chidar Star also had a little self-doubt in his heart. However, after seeing Chi Jun and his 4 companions, the group quickly recovered. That's right. If it were just Earth, how could it be possible to build such a huge space battleship? Look at the 2 green and brown hunks in their team. The abomination transformation. They don't look like the Earth humans recorded in the data at all. Hello. After all, there were only 4 of them, and Chi Jun was too lazy to deal with all the red tape. So he took over the conversation directly. Welcome to my dream travel spaceship. These words not only made the security forces' faces twitch, but even Hulk and Abomination, who heard Tai Bai's translation, couldn't hold back. The 2 big guys were holding back, but their bodies were shaking, which made the security forces' foreheads full of black lines. His call, you speak Chida language very authentically. The second commander took a deep breath and bowed slightly. I haven't asked for your name yet. I wonder what your purpose is in coming to Chida Star. Haha, we don't have so many concerns. My name is Chi Jun. Just call me by my name. Chi Jun laughed. The purpose, in addition to traveling to Chidar Star, if possible, is to cooperate with the Nova Empire. Sure enough, the entire security force looked dazed. Really, it turns out that this is not just a simple trip. No one would drive a huge space battleship to travel. In the command hall of the security forces, the highest commander finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this guy is not simply here for tourism. Otherwise, wouldn't his judgment just now be in vain? In fact, Chi Jun's original plan was really just to travel to Chidar. After all, he had discussed with Samuel Stern and the other 2 before, letting the Dream be invisible in the universe and let Tai Bai take care of it, and they would change to a small spaceship to enter the interior of Chidar for a real alien trip. Of course, they also collected some exotic flowers and plants, animals and birds, unique technologies, etc. However, as Chi Jun said before, plans are not as fast as changes. The space security forces of Chidar discovered their arrival, and Chi Jun decided not to implement the previous plan and directly improvised, and it was not a problem to talk to the Nova Supreme. The Nova Empire welcomes you, and the Chidar Star welcomes you. If necessary, we can also send elite tour guides to accompany you on your tour. The second commander asked cautiously, I don't know, which force do you represent? Whether it is the Kree Empire, which just ended the war not long ago, or Asgard, which has no hostility with the Nova Empire. In fact, they are powerful forces that the Nova Empire does not want to offend easily. Who do you represent? Chi Jun smiled playfully, thinking of the way these guys have been fighting wits and courage with the air before. I don't represent anyone. I only represent myself. Forehead. The second commander was confused by Chi Jun's words. What did he mean? You mean, you represent the Earth? The second commander asked quickly. Oh, is that the Earth you mentioned? No. Chi Jun shook his head and said with a smile. I don't represent the Earth either. I only represent myself. But, the second commander suddenly felt a little depressed. Damn, why is it different from what we thought? In fact, in the command hall of the Space Security Force of the Nova Empire's Chidar Star, a group of people, including the highest commander, were also confused. What the hell? We did it for him alone at once. Is this guy trying to play a trick on us? This guy must be trying to play a trick on us. Holy shit. Without representing any power, how dare one person so arrogantly drive a space battleship to the outskirts of the Chidar Star? It just so happens that our top action team is in his battleship, so why not just capture them? Because of Chi Jun's words, the whole hall suddenly became noisy. Shut up. Suddenly, the top commander yelled, and everyone was stunned for a moment, then quickly recovered. Whether he represents a certain force or just represents himself, do you think that the person who can drive a huge and powerful space battleship and travel around the universe with only 4 people is an ordinary person? Or are you all a bunch of deaf people who couldn't hear what Chi Jun just said? He said he only represented himself, but did he say he had no power behind him? The scolding immediately made the top commander feel much better. Seeing a group of people looking thoughtful, he was speechless. Let's just follow the original rules. Don't cause any more trouble. The Supreme Commander gave his final words. However, compared to his previous gloomy expression, hearing Chi Jun say that he only represented himself, the Supreme Commander's expression was much more relaxed. Yes. What? Chi Jun raised his eyebrows, his mouth slightly upturned, and looked at the tangled second commander with some amusement. Is there any problem with what I said? Because of the presence of outsiders, Chi Jun did not let Tai Bai show the picture of the command hall of the Space Security Force of the Chidar Star of the New Star Empire, and naturally did not know what was happening over there. However, looking at the expression of the second commander in front of him, he could guess a little about the changes over there. Can I ask, what kind of cooperation do you want to reach with our empire when you come to Chidal this time? The second commander heard the voice in the headset, nodded slightly, and a look of relief flashed across his face. Since he was not treated specially, that would be the best. Of course, the second commander still seemed very respectful to a big boss who owned a huge space battleship. After all, being able to own a space battleship of his own, especially a space battleship as large as a capital city, was not something they could afford to offend. There's no rush for that. Chi Jun laughed and changed the subject directly. Otherwise, he told him that he hadn't decided what kind of cooperation he wanted to have. Let's go to Chidar Star for a tour first. After all, it's not certain whether your new Star Supreme is willing to meet us, right? Forehead. The second commander was still stunned. With his current status, no one has been able to refute him for a long time. However, if it is this person, okay. The second commander nodded and said with a smile, we also need to report to Nova Supreme first. If Nova Supreme is willing to see you, we can come and pick you up later. How about we dock your dream tourist ship into the spaceport now? When the word tourism was mentioned, even though it was not the first time, the second commander still felt his face twitching. Fortunately, Chidar is the capital, mother planet, and capital of an empire, and the spaceport is still very large. Chi Jun's dream tourist ship can still dock in the port. Of course, if there is another ship this big, forget it, it's better to just float in space. That would be great. Chi Jun certainly wouldn't refuse, and even felt that seeing this guy's expression change was a kind of enjoyment. Wow. Hulk looked surprised and looked around curiously. These aliens look so weird. That's right. Emil Blonsky in the state of abomination agreed. Those humanoid aliens with blue, yellow, and red skin are fine, but I just saw a bunch of walking stones. My god, stones can actually walk. Walking on the wide streets of the capital of the Nova Empire, Chi-Jun and his group of 4 all looked curious, just like other people who came to Chidar for the first time. However, the discussion of the 2 curious babies also made the people around frown, but in the end no one stood up to stop them. First of all, this group of people was sent to the ground by the second commander of the Space Security Force himself. Secondly, Hulk and Abomination looked like they were not easy to bully. If they started fighting over a disagreement, they would be caught by the Nova Corps Armed Security Management Force in minutes, and then imprisoned in the Chien High Security Prison. That would be really this is a place where you can't get any help from heaven or earth. Seeing the disgusted looks of the people around them, Chi-Jun and Samuel Stern couldn't help but speed up their pace and distance themselves from Hulk and Abomination, saying that they didn't know these 2 idiots. However, Chi-Jun glanced at the green Hulk and the brown Abomination, and thought to himself, what gives you the confidence to laugh at the appearance of other aliens? However, Chi-Jun and Dr. Long glanced at the pile of stone aliens in Abomination's eyes, but they also had the same idea. If we draw blood from this guy, is there such a thing as blood? Will we draw out a tube of mud? Or magma? In fact, after guiding the dream into the spaceport and mooring it, the second commander of the Space Security Force of Chidar, Star, invited Chi-Jun and his party to visit the headquarters of the Space Security Force. Of course, Chi-Jun refused. Are you kidding? Do I go just because anyone invites me? Is my status and position enough for a mere top commander of the Security Force to invite me? At least I will consider it only if it is an invitation of the commander of the Nova Corps. Although Chi-Jun did not refuse so bluntly, the second deputy commander and others who had been in the harmonious and stable rear area for a long time still expressed their regret very tactfully. And after trading a large amount of universal coins with Chi-Jun for a lot of energy blocks needed for space battleships, they cordially sent Chi-Jun and his party of 4 to the ground of Chidar Star. Because of the endless supply of energy absorbed by the black hole-like energy concentrator designed by Dr. Samuel Stern and manifested by Chi-Jun, Chi-Jun traded a large amount of universal coin from the Space Security Force of Chidar Star. For a time, for Super Nouveau Riche who bought all kinds of things appeared on various streets in the capital of Chidar Star. Perhaps it was precisely because of this financial strength that the people around had to suppress their displeasure with Chi-Jun and his group of 4 in their hearts. But who cares? The 4 people are not ordinary people. Even Samuel Stern, who is a top scientist, has a super huge stomach. The 4 of them almost ate from street to street. Anything that looks a little delicious can basically not escape their bloody mouths. This also shocked many people who pay attention to them. Among them, the most shocking one is Chi-Jun. Although he is not very tall compared to Hulk and Abomination, he relies on his super stomach and super digestion to eat more than the other 3 people combined. He has turned into a super ferocious ancient glutton. Of course, this way of casting a wide net has also allowed Chi-Jun to discover a lot of delicious food, and Chi-Jun will not lack samples of tangible food in the future. Chi-Jun even thought that after visiting the capital of Chidar Star, he would go to other cities to visit, and he would surely be able to discover many different wonderful things. While Chi-Jun and his party of 4 were strolling around, looking around, eating and shopping, a discussion about Chi-Jun and his party of 4 was also going on at the Nova Corps headquarters. Obviously, this TM Dream travel ship, it represents that our intelligence about the Earth is extremely wrong. This kind of error can sometimes be fatal. Good, I agree. Although Earth is under the jurisdiction of Asgard and has nothing to do with our Nova Empire, the star region where Earth is located is very close to our Nova Empire. We cannot guarantee that they will not expand outward just because of Asgard's control. They used to be just an interstellar civilization, but now they are able to build such powerful space battleships. We must include the Earth in our defense list. What's more, Asgard behind the Earth is a powerful force that we have always needed to guard against. I think this is likely a sign that Asgard will begin to expand. This so-called travel spacecraft is also likely to be a test of the cosmic forces by the Asgardians. So what do you want to do? Arrest them? Don't be ridiculous. They have always followed the rules of our Nova Empire. What excuse do you have to arrest them? Do you want to offend the forces behind them? Do you want to go to war with them? Did you lose your brain in the war with the Kree? What did you say? Don't think you're a king just because you fought off a Kree attack. Do you believe I can blow your shitty brain into the wall with one punch? Come on, you bastard who smells like shit and sulfuric acid. If you don't dare, you are not a soldier of the Nova Empire. I don't know when. What was originally a discussion meeting turned into a street cursing meeting in the blink of an eye, and even a large number of generals were watching the farce in the field with a smile on their faces. Enough. Look at what you look like. Are you still the generals of our Nova Empire who have made great achievements in battle? A woman with white hair but a lively look cursed angrily, but ended the farce in an instant. Seeing the angry look of the female leader, all the generals instantly became well-behaved, demonstrating the absolute authority of the female leader. We have an energy detection report for this powerful earthling who suddenly appeared. A general who had not spoken before stood up and nodded to everyone around him. He held something similar to a flat panel recorder in his hand and swiped it. An energy detection report of Chi-Jun and the other 4 appeared in front of everyone. After the initial contact of the Space Security Force, we learned that these 4 people are the battleship owner Chi-Jun, who is also their leader. They call him the Emperor. Judging from the super battleship he owns, it is very likely that he is the leader of a superpower. It is very likely that he is also an imperial power. Moreover, the energy reaction naturally emitted by him has reached the same level as the Kree Empire, our mortal enemy, the accuser Ronin. Attention, this is just a natural state. If it is a combat state, this strong man may even be stronger than Ronin. Note, here, Chi-Jun actively cooperates with the detection. Samuel Stern, nicknamed Dr. Blue, according to their own introduction, is the chief scientific researcher in their own team. Whether this is true or not remains to be further confirmed. However, this guy's energy response is also not low. Under the seemingly thin appearance, he definitely has a strong strength. It can be said that many of the generals sitting here are not enough for him to beat. Hulk, a big green guy, of unknown race. They didn't introduce him, and we couldn't find any relevant information in our database. But, similarly, his energy response is even stronger. He can even be said to be the strongest among the 4. Chi-Jun is hiding his strength, because according to their own introduction, this is just Hulk's most ordinary natural state. When fighting, his strength will increase exponentially to, in other words, our archenemy, Ronin the Accuser. He can easily abuse him. Abomination, a brown guy, also of unknown race, but seems to have some similarities with the green guy, possibly of the same race. Similarly, the energy reaction is strong, second only to the green guy. According to the information uploaded by the Space Security Force, this man has a strong military aura and is very likely to be a soldier. Our think tank analyzed that he may have a great relationship with the forces behind Chi-Jun, or he may be the leader of a unit under Chi-Jun's command. The general nodded to everyone again and sat down with the smile of the female leader. But compared to the calmness of the female leader and the general who seemed to be the head of the think tank, the generals of the Nova Corps were once again furious. How is this possible? For superpowers who can rival Ronin the Accuser, there are even 2 who can beat Ronin. When did superpowers become so worthless? They are actually starting to appear in large numbers. No, think about it from another angle. These might be the top 4 fighters in their group. Are you kidding me? Even if these 4 people are the top fighters among them, are their subordinates much worse? This is really a powerful team that suddenly emerged. A team? A superpower, right? No. Before their true power is discovered, they are just a team. Just a team. There are people who can take on a country in this universe, such as the Mad Titan who likes to destroy half of the creatures on other planets, and the gods of Asgard. But it will definitely not be this team. We don't need to be too afraid of them. That's right. Although Ronin the Accuser is terrifying, it's not because of his own strength, but because of the powerful army he has. Absolutely correct. In terms of individual strength, our Nova is no worse than Ronin. The reason why Ronin was able to defeat our Nova Corps time and time again is simply because our core is indeed not as strong as Ronin's. We acknowledge that these 4 people are strong, but before we actually see or detect the powerful forces they possess, we do not need to treat them as a powerful force. What's more, this is most likely a test of Asgard's expansion. We are too close to Asgard. We must put an end to their thoughts. Otherwise, once Asgard is ready to expand again, we will be attacked in the first place. I suggest arresting them. Catch the hell. Have you forgotten the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard? Do you believe that we just caught someone here, and the Asgardian army came to our headquarters in an instant? Are you stupid? This doesn't work, and that doesn't work. Do we really have to let them come to see our Rising Star Supreme? Since when did some so-called strong men who appeared out of nowhere become able to meet the Supreme whenever they wanted? What do they think of our Supreme? What do they think of our Nova Empire? Why, seeing a group of generals fall into quarrel again, the female leader at the top couldn't help rubbing her brows, feeling a little headache. Sure enough, these things should not be discussed with these generals. However, because of the wars over the past few hundred years, the Nova Corps does have too much power. A possible force that comes to the Nova Empire to seek cooperation should be brought to the Nova Corps for discussion. The female leader at the top thought, it seems that the power of the Nova Corps should indeed be reduced. It seems that the armistice and peace agreement signed with the Kree Empire this time is a good opportunity. The general of the think tank glanced at the female leader who was thinking, and then looked at the generals of the Nova Corps who were still arguing. He narrowed his eyes slightly, further reducing his presence, and the whole person seemed to sink into the chair. That's enough. The majestic female voice once again rang in everyone's ears, and the noisy environment once again stopped in an instant. The female leader stood up, looked around majestically, and said in a resounding voice, "We have finally ended the hundreds of years of war with the Kree Empire. It is time to rebuild everything. Maybe they're not what you think. Maybe they can bring benefits to our Nova Empire that will revive more quickly. I have decided. Meet them in 2 days. Yes, Supreme." A group of generals looked at each other, but they could not refuse the decision of the female leader. The female leader was the highest authority of the Nova Empire, Nova Supreme. The reason why the time was set 2 days later was not because the Nova Corps had to prepare something. Rather, based on the observation of Chi Jun and his party of 4, they seemed to be in an excited mood for travel. As a humane Nova Empire. Sometimes, they would also consider the mood of their partners, and in the past 2 days, because of the decision of the Nova Supreme, there have been more and more secret observations of Chi Jun and others, even without the knowledge of most people. Some small reconnaissance spacecraft that are extremely good at stealth also quietly flew towards the C-53 Earth star. Yes, it is flying, in order to avoid being detected. Even small spacecraft that are extremely good at stealth and specialize in reconnaissance did not shuttle through the wormhole. After all, the fluctuations caused by the opening of a wormhole, no matter how small, are invisible to a force that can build a super-large space battleship like the one Chi Jun is riding. Chi Jun didn't know about all this, and of course he didn't care. Even when he was politely notified by a general of the Nova Corps who was responsible for the ceremonial guard that he would meet with the Nova Empire in 2 days, Chi Jun didn't care. Contact with the Nova Supreme was something that was not planned. Although some defects of the dream caused it to be discovered during the space jump and forced to contact the Nova Supreme, with Chi Jun's current strength, he really didn't need to treat the Nova Supreme with caution. To put it bluntly, even if he ignored her, what would happen? Do you want to test the piercing power of Gungnir? Or try the power of space collapse? The entire national strength of the Nova Empire is indeed strong, but in terms of top masters, the Nova Empire does not have too many strong people who can show off, and there is not even a big boss who can compare with the Ancient One. Otherwise, the power gem would not have been easily snatched away by the sunset purple potato, and even the entire Chidar star would have exploded. If there was a strong person who could use the power gem, the Kree Empire would not have launched a war against the Nova Empire for hundreds of years. Chi Jun knew about these tales, but he didn't pay any attention to them, and even stopped suppressing the passive effect of the mutated gem. In an instant, everyone who followed Chi Jun and his group began to doubt their lives. They could clearly see Chi Jun and his group of 4 happily strolling around, shopping and eating, but no matter how many more advanced monitoring equipment they replaced, there were always only 3 people. This sudden change also made all the people who were paying attention to Chi Jun and his group more afraid to act rashly. Whether this was Chi Jun's special ability, or did he use special equipment? But as long as everyone hadn't verified it, they no longer dared to have any ideas. This ability was too terrifying. It only needed the help of an external device that could make the body invisible. Not to mention the universe, at least on Chidar Star, Chi Jun could stroll around anywhere at will, just like at home, and stroll around as he wanted. Chi Jun didn't know that he deliberately leaked this ability, which led to the Nova Corps having another special discussion on Chi Jun. Of course, in the end, under the strong suppression of the Nova Supreme, the meeting of unlimited quarrels ended. However, after that, more and more people followed Chi Jun to ensure that he would not suddenly disappear, which made Chi Jun speechless. Soon, 2 days passed, and Chi Jun brought Hulk to a particularly magnificent building in the Nova Empire to meet the Nova Supreme. As for Samuel Stern and Abomination, Chi Jun ordered them to seduce, to communicate. Yes, to communicate with many famous scientists on the planet Chidao. Don't look at the huge space battleship, which was built by Chi Jun and Samuel Stern, but the hardship on Dr. Land's side is not something that outsiders can understand. What's more, the invisibility that was thought to be very effective and the space jump with very small fluctuations were easily discovered by the Nova Empire, which shows that Chi Jun and other space battleship technology still has defects. Therefore, Chi Jun not only asked Taibai to search and download various open interstellar technologies on the Universe Star Network, and also asked Taibai to sneak into various empires, federations, etc. to secretly download more advanced information, but also asked Samuel Stern to contact his peers, to hook up with them, to communicate and win over whoever he could. Chi Jun would never have too many real scientists. What's more, Chi Jun also has dark soul magic that has been improved by mutated gems. These scientists won over by Samuel Stern will be an extremely important part of Chi Jun's men. Meet the Nova Supreme. Chi Jun still had a bit of goodwill towards the supreme ruler of the Nova Empire. At least, she didn't target him for some inexplicable reasons, right? Meet Emperor Chi Jun. Meet Mr. Hulk. It was their first meeting, and Nova Supreme was very polite. It seemed that after Chi Jun showed his ability to disappear at any time, he put Chi Jun on an equal footing with himself. Haha, Nova Supreme, you don't have to be polite. Nova Supreme is so polite, Chi Jun will not put on airs anymore. Just call me Chi Jun for the time being. My legion is still dormant. Although I have some subordinates now, they are not enough to bear the title of Emperor. If Nova Supreme doesn't mind, just call me Chi Jun. Chi Jun waved his hand and laughed. In fact, what Chi Jun said was not false. Although the Advanced Bioman Manufacturing Center on Earth was producing Advanced Bioman, the first pseudo-spacecraft of the Life Foundation had not yet been launched. And Chi Jun's 3 million superpowered troops had indeed not been settled yet. It was not a problem to say that they were sleeping. However, Chi Jun's polite words sounded like a thunderbolt in the ears of Nova Supreme and the other accompanying personnel. Legion? Sleeping? Or does this guy really have a huge army himself? Haha, Nova Supreme laughed. So, King Chi Jun has unified the Earth. Chi Jun admitted it himself, which was completely different from the Nova Corps' own guess. Now hearing Chi Jun admit that he had a huge army under his command, Nova Supreme and others would not care whether the army was asleep or awake. In their words, they had already regarded Chi Jun as a person who could truly treat him as an equal. Ronan alone was enough to give the entire Nova Empire a headache. Chi Jun himself was stronger than Ronan. If there was a powerful army behind him, that's not the case. Chi Jun shook his head and smiled. If it's just the material world, it's no problem to unify the Earth. Although the technology on Earth is developing very fast, it can only follow behind me and eat dust. But the Earth is a bit complicated. The Earth is the central node of the 9-realm star region, and there are many mysterious and powerful people paying attention to it. It would be a waste of time to unify the Earth. In fact, although I do have some power on Earth, I don't really want to develop on Earth. There are too many monsters and demons. If I really unify the Earth, I won't be able to live a peaceful life in this life. This time I left the Earth and came to travel in the universe. In fact, I came out to investigate and see where is suitable for development. Of course, tourism is also real. To be honest, I never thought that we would be discovered by you when we first arrived at Chidar Star. Chi Jun shrugged. We wanted to keep a low profile, but we didn't expect to be discovered by you. But this is not entirely a bad thing. Otherwise, how can we meet the Nova Supreme? Isn't it? Chi Jun did not hide anything from Nova Supreme. This was Chi Jun's initial plan for entering the universe this time. In fact, there was nothing to hide about these things. Chi Jun wanted to find a piece of land in the universe to build his own power. Naturally, it would be known sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. In this case, why not tell Nova Supreme directly? Not only can you gain their favor, but also obtain a large amount of intelligence resources. Although the Nova Empire is not as good as the Kree Empire and the Skrull Empire in the universe, it is at least an empire that has existed for 10,000 years. Even if their intelligence is a little wrong, such as the Earth, it is much better than Chi Jun investigating it himself. Even if Chi Jun still has Tai-Bai, a super artificial intelligence that has evolved many times, he can only understand the information on paper. How can it be compared with the Nova Empire? As for whether Chi Jun will be forcibly arrested by the Nova Corps after he said these words, there is no need to worry about it. Not to mention that they can't catch Chi Jun's methods. Some of the things that Chi Jun deliberately leaked before will make this group of people dare not act rashly. Didn't unify the Earth? The Nova Supreme was very surprised. Chi Jun had such a strong strength and military force, space battleships, but he didn't even unify a planet? How is this possible? The Earth has a mysterious power. Asgard. The Nova Supreme immediately thought of Asgard's Rainbow Bridge. After listening to it, Nova Supreme felt that there was indeed something wrong with his intelligence system. No, just Asgard's words would not make King Chi Jun say that he would have troubles all his life. Unless both sides are dead. If King Chi Jun unifies the Earth, even if he only nominally submits to Asgard's rule, he will not be able to rest for the rest of his life. The Nova Supreme is indeed a qualified top politician. She can analyze a lot of things from every word Chi Jun says. King Chi Jun should be very powerful and influential. Xing Supreme has his own judgment in his heart. Even though Chi Jun did not unify the Earth, Xing Supreme still put Chi Jun on an equal footing with himself and always called him King Chi Jun. Otherwise, the construction of such a large space battleship should not escape Asgard's detection even if the countries on Earth did not find out. Since King Chi Jun was able to build such a large space battleship under the nose of Asgard, there must be something that Asgard is concerned about, whether it is strength or power. In short, it can make Asgard give in. It's a pity that the construction of the dream was invisible from beginning to end, and no one really knew about it. Chi Jun didn't know that Nova Supreme was also trapped in her own imagination. Sure enough, at this point, even if they really travel, they must have a certain purpose. New Star Supreme had a clue in his mind, and also had a new guess. In this case, the cooperation he mentioned is a trait of intelligence, or an alliance. Huh. Nova Supreme laughed again. I wonder what kind of relationship King Chi Jun has with Asgard. Although he roughly guessed Chi Jun's plan, Nova Supreme would not say it out loud. Instead, he changed the subject and talked about something else. In a transaction, whoever speaks first is at a disadvantage, no matter where they are. Ahem. Of course, this is when both parties are on an equal footing. Asgard. Chi Jun glanced at the Nova Supreme and smiled playfully. Maybe they want to kill me, even skin me alive. Huh. Both Nova Supreme and the other accompanying personnel were stunned. So what you said before was actually nonsense? You actually offended Asgard and can't stay there anymore? Just want to escape from Asgard's rule and find another place to develop? Nova Supreme couldn't help but pinched his eyebrows. What the hell is going on? Is what this guy said true or false? However, Nova Supreme did not change his face because of this. After all, Chi Jun himself is a super strong man. Even if he offended Asgard, he should not make enemies if he can. The Nova Empire has just ended the war and is officially in a state of reconstruction. It really can't make more powerful enemies. However, the true relationship between King Chi Jun and Asgard is also related to how the Nova Empire and King Chi Jun get along. This must be made clear. If King Chi Jun is really an enemy of Asgard, then how to interact with King Chi Jun must also take Asgard's will into consideration. In the known universe, no one wants to offend Asgard. Are you sure what you said is true? Nova Supreme straightened her back. Even with white hair, she still showed the demeanor of an Iron Lady and said jokingly, Asgard is one of the top powers in the Milky Way. Aren't you afraid that we will give your information to them? Why would Nova Supreme ask even though he already knows the answer? Chi Jun laughed. If the Supreme really wanted to send my information to Asgard, how could he tell it now? Maybe I'm the kind of person who says one thing to your face and another behind your back. The new Star Supreme blinked and said jokingly, you really know how to joke. Chi Jun rolled his eyes and complained crazily. Is this the legendary old man with a young heart? An old naughty girl. Asgard hates me to the core, and there is a reason for that. Chi Jun smiled, waved his hand and said, look what this is. Come here. Nova Supreme jumped up. The Nova Empire is within the attack range of Asgard's Rainbow Bridge, and it may be killed by the gods at any time. In this case, the Nova Supremes of all generations will naturally do research specifically on Asgard. The Nova Supreme in front of Chi Jun knows Odin's deeds very well, whether it is the appearance or the powerful aura it exudes. Nova Supreme instantly confirmed the authenticity of the eternal spear in Chi Jun's hand. You stole Odin's Kunganir? Nova Supreme didn't notice that her voice had unconsciously trembled. Nova Supreme couldn't help but be terrified. According to her investigation, Kunganir was almost Odin's inseparable personal weapon, and it was also the symbol of Asgard's royal power. Now it was stolen by Chi Jun. Oh my god, something is going to happen. This is going to be a big deal. Kunganir was stolen, and Asgard must have been furious. At this time, if the news of Kunganir appearing on the planet Chidar spread, the Asgard army would come over through the Rainbow Bridge in minutes. They will never listen to my explanation. It's over. The Nova Empire is over. That is a powerful existence that can even drive away the Kree Empire. Still, just when New Star Supreme was completely hopeless, Chi Jun's disdainful voice came over. You underestimate me. Who told you that I stole it? Chi Jun smiled evilly. I snatched it from Odin. Chi Jun shook Kunganir to the ground, and immediately a heavy sound wave with a strong pressure spread quickly. Except for a few strong men, everyone around was suppressed and fell to the ground. At the same time, the Nova Supreme was also brought back to his senses from his fear. Nova Supreme opened his mouth wide, with a look of disbelief on his face. Did you steal this? From Odin? Did you steal it? The Nova Supreme was not knocked down by the shock. Every Nova Supreme was not a weakling. Even if Kunganir just shook her, it was impossible for her to be knocked down. Of course, this was also the reason why Chi Jun did not exert any strength. This was originally a trace of Kunganir's own power. Of course not. Chi Jun waved his hand and put Kunganir back into the space ring. Do you think that is Odin's weapon? Who can steal it? Chi Jun's purpose was just to add more weight to himself, to show his strength in all aspects, so that the Nova Supreme and the Nova Corps would not underestimate him. Kunganir can be a perfect curtain call after a short appearance, so there is no need to show it outside. Hiss. Although he also knew that Chi Jun wanted to increase his voice, the Nova Supreme was indeed shocked. This is Kunganir, this powerful artifact that Odin never leaves his hand. How could it be snatched away from his hand? Not to mention that the Nova Supreme did not believe it. Even everyone in this meeting hall did not believe it. Except for Hulk. This guy was not affected at all, and was eating all kinds of delicious fruits and snacks happily. After a while, Nova Supreme returned to her previous appearance, but Chi Jun could still find from the depths of her eyes that she was still shocked that Chi Jun possessed Kunganir. Some idiots in the Nova Corps actually wanted to capture a strong man who could forcibly snatch Kunganir from Odin. It seems that after waiting, the Nova Corps really needs to be reorganized. Nova Supreme made a decision silently in his heart. I am really sorry to have made King Chi Jun laugh. This is really shocking. After taking a few deep breaths, Nova Supreme bowed slightly to Chi Jun in salute, regardless of whether Chi Jun really snatched this thing from Odin, or stole it, or even gave it to Odin. In any case, Chi Jun and his forces can only be befriended, not hostile, even if it is a little more humble. I don't know, Your Excellency King Chi Jun, what kind of cooperation are you going to reach with our Nova Empire this time? Nova Supreme asked with a strong smile. The Nova Empire has always been on guard against Asgard, and had not planned to reveal Chi Jun's information to Asgard before. Now that Odin's magic gun has appeared in Chi Jun's hands, it is even more impossible to tell Asgard about this matter, which will only drag the Nova Empire into the war again. What's more, when seeing Kunganir appear in Chi Jun's hands, although Nova Supreme was shocked and horrified, didn't he have a feeling in his heart that the man was not invincible? Such a feeling. God. The reason why people worship and fear is because God is invincible. If one day you find that the God you worship and fear is injured, then from this moment on, God will no longer be the God you fear. In the same way, several generations of Nova Supreme have been on guard against Asgard, and have secretly studied Asgard, but they dare not provoke Asgard. Asgard is like a sharp sword, hanging over the head of the Nova Empire, making people uneasy. But now, the Nova Supreme has discovered that this sword may be rusty, or even a toy. You find that Asgard is not that powerful. King Odin is not that powerful. In this case, the Nova Supreme, who had no intention of greeting Asgard, would not pass Chi Jun's information to Asgard. Even the Nova Supreme's previous fear of Asgard has quietly shifted a little to Chi Jun. This is a peerless strong man who can wrestle with Odin. What kind of cooperation are you going to reach with the Nova Empire? The Nova Supreme asked respectfully. None of the Nova Empire's high-level accompanying personnel felt that the Nova Supreme's behavior was detrimental to his dignity. Instead, they felt that this was the most qualified Nova Supreme in the Nova Empire, and no matter where you are, strength is everything. And Chi Jun has the qualifications to be respected by the Nova Empire. I have said before that this trip actually includes an inspection of a suitable place as a site for future development that I originally planned to look at it step by step. But since I have met with Nova Supreme, I have the nerve to ask for some information that I believe that with the Nova Empire's thousands of years of heritage, there is enough intelligence information to analyze that. Don't worry. For intelligence transactions, we will pay enough money, whether it is universal currency or some rare materials. Of course, if possible, it would be great to form an interstellar alliance with the Nova Empire. Chi Jun said with a smile. Chi Jun did not tell Nova Supreme that Asgard was now in a state of overwhelm, whether it was at least 3 or 4 of the 9 realms that would rebel, or the invasion of Asgard by the myriad dimensions, or Odin falling into the Odin sleep, etc. Chi Jun did not even intend to tell Nova Supreme about the destruction of the Rainbow Bridge. Although such an important matter could not be concealed for long, and would inevitably be discovered by the forces in the universe, Chi Jun's own words and others' own findings were two completely different feelings. Chi Jun still needed to maintain the necessary sense of mystery. Too many betrayals. Didn't they all start with knowing the ins and outs? As for Chi Jun's neutral camp, the alliance with the Nova Empire did not change, because the Nova Empire was itself a neutral country in the universe. If it weren't for Ronan, the accuser of the Kree Empire, how could the Nova Empire be involved in a war that lasted for hundreds of years? Of course you can. Nova Supreme agreed immediately. If he missed the opportunity to make friends with a strong man who could snatch the artifact from Odin, he might as well find a popsicle and freeze to death. Of course you can. I will have someone collect all the information in the universe that the Nova Empire has collected over the past 10,000 years, and bring it to you immediately. As for the reward, the Nova Supreme didn't even think about it, and acted like a dog. For the Nova Empire and the Nova Supreme, looking to the end will get everything. To be able to make friends with a strong man like King Chi Jun, let alone anything else, as long as an offensive and defensive alliance is reached, Ronan, that scum, will be destroyed in minutes. Nova Supreme, I'm inflated. No. Chi Jun shook his head and stopped. A deal is a deal. This is a matter of principle. Chi Jun still sticks to his principles. The New Star Empire has not offended him, and he will not accept rewards without merit. This is the list of collateral we can provide. Take a look. Whether it is universal coin, energy block, or other rare materials in the universe, it is all fine. Chi Jun waved his hand and threw a small ball. The ball projected a light curtain, which listed all the materials that Chi Jun could currently materialize. Of course, even if it is not on this list, it does not matter. As long as you provide us with some finished products, we can bring you more. Chi Jun said with a smile. All materials can be recycled into energy by mutated gems. Conversely, as long as there is enough energy, Chi Jun can also materialize any kind of material. At the same time, Chi Jun also intends to collect some special and rare materials. Although Chi Jun can materialize things according to what he thinks in his mind, it is like diamonds and carbon, both of which are carbon elements. Chi Jun has no impression in his mind. So how can he know whether he has materialized carbon or diamonds, or even graphite? And there is no doubt that such an opportunity is right in front of him. As long as Chi Jun ensures that he has samples, he can take out more. Will the Nova Empire send some of those rare materials to Chi Jun? As long as he can get enough of what he wants, even if he turns into a charging treasure again. What's the harm? What's more, Chi Jun now charges up to tens of millions of points of energy at a time. Chi Jun doesn't believe that there are any rare materials that he can't materialize. This is vibranium? Nova Supreme pointed at a diagram on the light screen and asked in surprise. Since Chi Jun said that a transaction is a transaction and cannot be mixed with any messy things, Nova Supreme would naturally not refute Chi Jun's face. What's more, Nova Supreme also wanted to see what Chi Jun could provide. Unexpectedly, after searching for a long time without finding any rare materials, he suddenly found a material that is also very rare in the universe. Vibranium. Huh. Chi Jun frowned and looked at the picture pointed by Nova Supreme. Is this thing a rare item in the universe? You don't know. Glancing at the green hunk who was still eating and drinking, Nova Supreme asked Chi Jun in surprise. Although this thing is not the rarest, it is still very rare in the entire known universe. Seeing that Chi Jun really didn't know, Nova Supreme explained. This material can only be bought from an ancient cosmic elder, and it is also his monopoly resource. This is a magical material, especially for its energy absorption, and the unique alloys after being mixed with various metals in different proportions are the most popular top materials in the entire universe. Whether it is the cosmic gods or the major empires, there's always been a great demand for this thing. But the ancient cosmic elder is extremely powerful, and no one dares to rob him, not even the 3 empires. The Nova Supreme explained to Chi Jun thoughtfully. However, Chi Jun himself, although his expression did not change on the surface, was already stunned in his heart. Vibranium comes from a powerful cosmic elder? Vibranium is a scarce material needed by all forces in the universe. Why don't I believe it? Chi Jun thought of the entire vibranium vein owned by Wakanda on Earth, and he always felt that something was wrong. Could it be that the vibranium in Wakanda was deliberately thrown to the earth by the cosmic elder? Chi Jun listened to the explanation of Nova Supreme, frowned, and thought. Or is it that the so-called leopard god in Wakanda really exists? Maybe he even has a special relationship with this cosmic elder? Otherwise, why did the vibranium vein go to Wakanda instead of other places? Is Earth really that attractive to the powerful in the universe? Even the elders of the universe have their own plans on Earth? CP the group still needs to develop more on Earth. We don't fight for hegemony, but I have to have my tentacles everywhere on Earth. Once something happens on Earth, it can be summarized here in Tai Bai, and naturally it can be reported to me. Chi Jun knows very well that vibranium is not only a special material, but can also be used as an energy source. After all, among so many things on Earth, the price of recycling mutated gems is not as high as vibranium, which can be seen from here. Of course, according to what Nova Supreme said, no one in the universe will use vibranium as an energy source. Those unique vibranium alloys mixed with unique proportions are the treasures that all forces in the universe dream of. Just like Captain America's shield. Although Howard himself didn't remember the mixing ratio back then, it was better than the vibranium shield researched and produced by Wakanda itself, although he still couldn't withstand the crazy hacking of Sunset Purple Potato in the end. The guest was enough to explain the problem. Haha, we really didn't expect that vibranium is actually a scarce commodity in the universe. Chi Jun said to Nova Supreme with a smile, but we do have ways to get some vibranium. If you need it, then our transaction can be settled with vibranium. Vibranium is precious, but it's not precious. It's really not that precious to Chi Jun, especially after Chi Jun's strength has improved greatly, especially after the black hole-like energy concentration device carried on the dream was manufactured. As long as the energy is unlimited, Chi Jun can say that vibranium is unlimited. In other words, as long as the energy is sufficient in front of Chi Jun, there is no so-called scarce material, even vibranium. Chi Jun can make it cheap for you. Of course. Considering that the price is that it takes more than 10 years or even more to transform into a charging treasure, Chi Jun gave up this exciting idea. Is it really possible? The Nova Supreme showed his surprise on his face and said to Chi Jun, vibranium can be applied to almost any aspect, such as space devices, energy reactions, super battleship construction, and even star destroyers. It is very useful in all aspects. Are you really willing to trade it? As a famous neutral empire in the universe, the Nova Empire is also very famous. Even if it is a fierce interstellar predator, as long as it does not violate the laws of the Nova Empire will not arrest it. This is also the most fundamental reason why Star-Lord, Yondu, and others dared to appear on the planet Shidao despite being wanted in other places. Of course, the subsequent fight between Star-Lord and others in Gamora and others obviously violated the laws of the planet Shidao, so they were arrested and imprisoned. And here, Nova Supreme did not hide from Chi Jun the information that vibranium can be used as a universal material. Of course, it is not ruled out that Nova Supreme thought that Chi Jun and others knew this information, so he asked without covering it up. However, in fact, although Chi Jun had some guesses in his heart, and Dr. Lon also used vibranium to do many experiments, Chi Jun himself did not really know that vibranium could do so many things. It seems that after returning, I can ask Dr. Samuel Stern to increase the intensity of vibranium research and expand the scope of vibranium's use. Chi Jun muttered in his heart, of course. Chi Jun smiled at Nova Supreme and said, since we have taken it out, it naturally means that we are willing to use it for trading. So, how much vibranium do you have that you can trade? Nova Supreme asked. Nova Supreme prayed in his heart, not too little. Not too little. For a scarce commodity like vibranium, Nova Supreme would never think it was too much. Think about the three major cosmic empires. Why can they create weapons at the level of shattering galaxies, but others can't? Is it because they don't have the technology? No. It's because they don't have that kind of material. There is no material that can withstand extremely huge energy reactions. As long as there are enough materials, Nova Empire is not without the qualifications to grow into the fourth cosmic empire. We can give you as much as you want. How could Chi Jun not see what Nova Supreme was thinking? Chi Jun smiled and said, but for vibranium, a scarce resource in the universe, you have to give us something of equivalent value in exchange. Any number is fine. The Nova Supreme, who had not sat down but was standing, almost jumped up. Are you sure you want as much as you want? Nova Supreme ignored his etiquette, leaned forward with both hands on the edge of the table, stared into Chi Jun's eyes, and asked, that's right. Even if you want to use it to build a warship made entirely of vibranium, it's no problem. Chi Jun's expression did not change at all. But I also said that you have to come up with something of equal value in exchange. Scarce resources, in exchange for scarce resources. Chi Jun also stared at Nova Supreme with his eyes. This time, the information transaction can be exchanged with vibranium. But in the future, if you want vibranium, you have to exchange it with something that can be equivalent to vibranium. You must know that no matter how many universal coins and energy blocks you have, you can't buy vibranium. This thing can't be bought with money alone. Of course, if you have something similar to vibranium, even if the level is slightly lower, you can also use it for trading. Chi Jun flipped his hand, and a strange piece of metal appeared in Chi Jun's hand. Just like this thing, similar to these, can be used for trading. You are Yor. Rising Star Supreme exclaimed again. You are Yor? Seeing the strange metal in Chi Jun's hand, Nova Supreme was shocked again. As a Nova Empire that has secretly studied Asgard for 1,000 years, how could it not know the magic of URU metal? If vibranium has become a top scarce material in the universe because of the Cosmic Elder, then Asgard's URU metal is only a little worse than vibranium. URU, like vibranium, is a specialty in the universe, and there are not many of them circulating in the universe. But the major forces research on URU is not necessarily less than that of vibranium. After research by major cosmic forces, it was found that URU, like vibranium, has its own advantages and disadvantages and is slightly inferior to vibranium. This gap is like the gap between adamantium and secondary adamantium. Of course, this is from the perspective of refining alloys with various proportions, but from another perspective from this aspect, URU is better than vibranium. URU is much stronger than vibranium in terms of energy utilization rate, enhancement rate, etc. A superpowered force of the Nova Empire uses weapons that are almost all made of URU metal alloys, which can all exert their own strength several times, or even more, and greater power, in order to cultivate such a superpowered force. The Nova Empire has dug out a treasure mountain, and the cost is huge. And the biggest part of it is the acquisition of URU metal, because this thing is also a scarce resource in the universe. Like vibranium, the Kree Empire was also defeated by Asgard, and no force went to trouble Asgard, let alone wanting their rear to be pierced by a ray of light from the sky, and war was everywhere. Asgard's god King Odin, almost among all the major cosmic forces, is a dangerous element that ranks extremely high. As far as Nova Supreme knows, Asgardians, when walking in the universe, hardly carry money, and basically use face recognition. Why? Because they are Asgardians. Because they have URU metal. King Chi Jun, have you robbed all the warehouses in Asgard? Nova Supreme swallowed hard, looking at Chi Jun with an expression of disbelief. No wonder King Chi Jun said that the people of Asgard wanted to skin him alive. Not only did they rob Odin of his magic and Kunganir, the symbol of Asgard's royal power, but they also emptied their URU stockpile. Just based on the way this piece of URU appeared just now, Nova Supreme didn't believe that Chi Jun would just stare at the warehouse in Asgard filled with URU metal. You can't blame me for that. Chi Jun looked at him with a look of, how could you do that? If Odin hadn't attacked me, would I have done such a thing? Chi Jun didn't explain, but instead followed the words of Nova Supreme and deliberately distorted the facts. A sneak attack? Odin. As expected, Nova Supreme had a confused expression on his face, and by the way, he also had some disdain for Odin's character. Although Odin did sneak attack Chi Jun's words directly led Nova Supreme into a ditch, so that Nova Supreme would no longer doubt where Chi Jun got so much URU metal from. What's so strange about selling more URU metal after emptying Asgard of thousands or even tens of thousands of years of mining? Of course, some general things, or things that are not difficult and require our help, etc., can also be traded with universal coins and energy blocks, as well as a large number of ordinary materials. The neutral policy of the Nova Empire has caused countless cosmic threats to come here to pan for gold and enjoy themselves. If they abide by the laws of the Nova Empire, there will be no problem. But the key is that these dangerous elements who are used to being wanton and unrestrained, can they really abide by the laws of the Nova Empire with peace of mind? Of course not. So the Nova Corps handles countless disputes every year. When they are too busy to handle it themselves, they will naturally hire a group of forces to do these things, although only a tiny bit of each scarce material is needed. Chi Jun can materialize it infinitely after understanding it. But to build a superpower, you can't rely on Chi Jun to materialize everything. How many years will Chi Jun have to be a charging treasure before he can build a super cosmic power of his own? Chi Jun believes that as his subordinates, not only must the strength be strong, but the status must also be improved. The Kree Empire has a small spaceship for each person, and Chi Jun's subordinates must at least have such a status. A small spaceship for each person should be equipped. Similar to the Kree people in Captain Marvel, each person has a small spaceship. A regiment, a small space battleship, should be equipped. A division brigade, a small space battleship fleet, should be equipped. A group army, a medium-sized space battleship fleet, should be equipped. A large military region, a large space battleship fleet, should be equipped. A war zone, at least several large space battleship fleets should be needed. 3 million superpowered troops divided into 3 war zones, each of which must be equipped with cosmic-level war fortresses, cosmic-level battleships, cosmic-level frigates, cosmic-level defense weapons, etc. If Qi Jun were to materialize these things, how long would it take? I'm afraid that by then, Shi Yangzi would have snapped his fingers countless times, and Qi Jun still wouldn't have materialized the most basic battleships of a cosmic superpower. Well, forget it. It's too scary. As soon as this thought came out, Qi Jun was so scared that he quickly drove this nonsensical idea out of his mind. Of course, a smile spread across Nova Supreme's face. The more advanced the things are, the more they need things at the same level to exchange for them. Otherwise, how can they highlight their status as scarce resources in the universe? I wonder what kind of cooperation King Qi Jun wants to reach with our Nova Empire. Intelligence transactions and the like will naturally be handled by someone in charge. After confirming that he could obtain countless scarce resources in the universe from Qi Jun, Nova Supreme was more concerned about the cooperation Qi Jun mentioned. Nominal alliance? Or strategic alliance? Or life and death alliance? Nova Supreme also thought secretly. What do you think, Rising Star Supreme? Qi Jun did not answer immediately, but kicked the ball back directly. Is King Qi Jun testing me? Nova Supreme smiled slightly, but did not take it seriously. Nova Supreme was also thinking in his heart that a life and death alliance was definitely impossible. Not to mention that King Qi Jun had provoked the entire Asgard, and no matter how he escaped from Odin, the famous strong man in the universe, the true identity of King Qi Jun has not been discovered yet. Although Qi Jun said that he came from the Earth star of C-53, Nova Supreme did not completely believe it. It can even be said that 90% of him did not believe it, and the remaining 10% was in doubt. If it had not been for the confirmation of the authenticity of the Kunganir and URU metal in King Qi Jun's hands, Nova Supreme would not even believe Qi Jun at all. Qi Jun said everything. You know, many of those small reconnaissance spacecraft sent to Earth for secret exploration belonged to the Nova Empire. As the ruler of a country and the supreme ruler of a cosmic empire, would he easily believe the words of King Qi Jun? Of course, Nova Supreme called Qi Jun King Qi Jun, and this was recognized by Nova Supreme himself. Not to mention the huge space battleship. Qi Jun's own strength is incomparably strong. He can also avoid being captured by any monitoring equipment, snatch Odin's artifact Kunganir, and empty all the URU mines in the entire Asgard warehouse, and so on. Even if Nova Supreme does not I believe the identity Qi Jun said, at least Nova Supreme himself also recognized Qi Jun the life and death alliance was abandoned, so only the strategic alliance and the nominal alliance were left. The strategic alliance is fundamentally different from the life and death alliance, where both parties share the same fate. The strategic alliance is based on their respective territories and is specifically aimed at jointly expanding the strength of the alliance in areas that are beneficial to both forces. For example, if the Nova Empire and Qi Jun's own forces want to develop, but are blocked by the same goal, then this goal is naturally an obstacle to both the Nova Empire and Qi Jun's forces, so they will naturally work together to solve it. It's not the kind of alliance that requires temporary linkage and discussion. It is a completely natural state of union. There is no need for meetings, consultations, discussions, etc., and there will be no loss of opportunities. Just fight when you say you will, quick and clean. It is also a kind of joint alliance with common interests in a certain aspect that as for the nominal alliance. As the name suggests, this is a nominal alliance. In addition to jointly issuing a joint alliance statement, in addition to visa-free entry and equal citizen treatment when arriving at their respective territories, they still do what they should do. At most, when there is a conflict between the two sides, with the hat of this nominal alliance, everyone can sit down and discuss how to solve it instead of going to war directly. To be honest, Nova Supreme actually wanted to reach a cooperation with Qi Jun, which was a nominal alliance. Firstly, Nova Supreme didn't know Qi Jun's background. If it was cooperation, what if he finally annexed himself? Secondly, Nova Supreme really didn't want to be dragged into this vortex of Asgard, which Qi Jun had offended. The Nova Empire, which had just ended the war, had a lot of things to rebuild. Although Chidar was extremely prosperous, it was the capital planet that was not affected by the war. Other places were not so lucky. Once Asgard misunderstood the relationship between the Nova Empire and Qi Jun, the trouble would really be more than a little bit. But if it was just a nominal alliance, what if King Qi Jun stopped selling scarce resources in the universe to him in the future? How could he eat coarse grains after eating fine bread? It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. What if he lost this opportunity to vigorously develop the Nova Empire because of his decision? How could Nova Supreme feel at ease? Our Nova Empire can sign a strategic alliance contract with your forces, King Qi Jun. After frowning and thinking for a long time, Nova Supreme finally made a decision. But we need to get a batch of URU or first. New Star Supreme stared at Qi Jun's face and analyzed it carefully. Of course you can. Qi Jun smiled. How about this time? We can use the URU or to settle the intelligence transaction. Since this is our first cooperation, I can give you a 10% discount. Seeing Qi Jun smile, Nova Supreme felt relieved. That would be the best. Nova Supreme also laughed happily. If possible, in addition to the intelligence transaction, we also want to buy some URU or, do you think it's okay? Of course you can. Qi Jun laughed. I still say that. This counts as our first transaction. I'll still give you a 10% discount. Things like vibranium will never be released to the market. All the quotas have been eaten up by the major forces. You can't even find any trading information for vibranium on the Cosmic Star Network. That's why Qi Jun included vibranium in the tradable catalog but didn't mark the price. But URU or is different. Although this thing is also a scarce resource, Asgardians still often travel in the universe, and a small amount of URU or still flows into the market. Qi Jun can naturally find the information through the Cosmic Star Network. Qi Jun saw this information before. At the time, I couldn't believe it. A spaceship similar to Star-Lord, without energy, could be exchanged for only 1 kilogram of URU, or, I really want Black Panther to see that compared to Thor. You are also a poor guy. What is the price? Think about the mountains of refined URU metals that Qi Jun had plundered from Odin's treasure house in the huge dimensional space he opened up after becoming a space magician. Qi Jun didn't know how many super large space battleships he could exchange for, at the price of URU, even if it was 10% off. How many could the Nova Empire buy? That's really great. New Star Supreme was very happy. King Qi Jun, you don't know that after the news that URU metal is suitable for and can amplify the superpowers of all known superpower spread, this thing has become something that money can't buy. Every time Asgard exiles, it was snapped up almost instantly. Now with your sufficient supply, King Qi Jun, our Nova Empire's superpower troops can finally be fully formed. Nova Supreme is so happy. If they could get enough URU metal before, the Nova Empire's superpower troops would be able to tear Ronin and his army apart. Haha, with enough URU metal, our Nova Empire will be able to have a stronger confidence. Nova Supreme was really happy, whether it was his face, eyes, or body expressions, all revealed the excitement of Nova Supreme. URU metal is not only for Asgard people to exert its effect. In other words, the URU weapons engraved with Asgard's runes are only the most suitable for Asgardians. But this does not mean that people from other forces do not have their own means to make powerful URU tools suitable for other forces. It's still the old saying that some forces already have a lot of technology, but they suffer from the lack of corresponding materials, and it's hard for a good cook to cook without rice. In fact, Asgard only puts a little bit of URU metal into the entire universe market each time, and then deliberately distributes a proportion of sales to various universe forces. It can't be said that it controls these forces so exaggeratedly, but it can also use the scarcity of this high-end material to influence these forces, thereby further enhancing Asgard's influence in the entire known universe. The Nova Empire is so wary of Asgard, not without this factor. Think about the weapons, armor, and even tools used by the warriors of Asgard, which are all made of URU or mixed with URU metal. Think about the fact that there are not many URU metal weapons in the entire country of the Nova Empire, even if it is just the superpowered troops who have not been completely replaced. In contrast, how could the Nova Empire not be afraid of Asgard? With King Qi Jun providing enough URU or in allocating it to the superpowered troops of the Nova Empire, it is not difficult to assemble a fully equipped and powerful superpowered army. Even if Asgard wants to retaliate later, the Nova Empire does not have to worry about anything. In this regard, the Nova Supreme is extremely happy, apart from anything else, after reaching a strategic alliance with King Chi-Jun. Although there are some risks compared to the more powerful development of the Nova Empire, these risks are worth it, as long as Nova Supreme is satisfied. Chi-Jun was also satisfied when he saw the joy and excitement that Nova Supreme exuded without any suppression. Alliance is not a unilateral charity of one party to support the other party, but a kind of cooperation that can be mutually beneficial in at least one aspect. Although the Nova Empire does not have to care about the threat of Asgard, there are forces in the entire universe that can rival Asgard. And there are even many that can directly threaten the Nova Empire, especially the top. Forces in the known universe such as the Kree Empire. If they take the time to take the Nova Empire seriously, the result will be obvious. Chi-Jun will not refuse such a good thing that can enhance the strength of the alliance partners to a certain extent, so as to feedback more benefits to himself. Haha, satisfied. Of course I must be satisfied. The Nova Supreme smiled widely, thinking that the Nova Empire would grow stronger in his hands, and looking at Chi-Jun, I don't know how satisfied he was. I wonder if His Excellency King Chi-Jun has time to take a look at our Nova superpower troops. After setting the tone, Nova Supreme looked at the young strong man in front of him, and began to think about it in his heart. Forget it. Chi-Jun glanced at Nova Supreme and refused directly. We still have things to do. We will bother you next time. How could Chi-Jun not see Nova Supreme's plan? It was nothing more than more contact, more observation, more understanding, and more research. With Chi-Jun's strength, since he was able to snatch Konganir from Odin and empty Asgard's URU metal inventory, King Chi-Jun's strength is beyond doubt. While understanding, if Chi-Jun could take a fancy to the superpowered troops, give a few suggestions, or even reward them, wouldn't that be a huge profit? Nova Supreme should urge his subordinates to prepare what we need as soon as possible. Chi-Jun smiled and said, I can't wait to find a suitable place in the universe for development. Chi-Jun will be able to gain 3 million superpowered troops soon. These superpowered arrangements alone are enough to give Chi-Jun a headache. How can he care about the superpowered troops of your Nova Empire? Okay. In response to King Chi-Jun's refusal, the new Star Supreme could only regret that his own superpower team did not have the blessing to accept the guidance of the universe's powerful boss. But he did not dare to express the slightest dissatisfaction. As for the so-called next time, we are already urging them to submit their requests, and I believe that they will be available soon. New Star Supreme said with a smile. Chi-Jun nodded. That's good. So, time passed as Nova Supreme and his group studied the list given by Chi-Jun and Hulk's big stomach performance. Report. The information you requested has been compiled, Supreme. From the founding of the Nova Empire to the current distribution of cosmic intelligence, this is a huge project. Fortunately, the Nova Empire has powerful artificial intelligence processing. Otherwise, it is not impossible to wait for several days and nights. Oh, Chi-Jun waved his hand. Show it to me. The reporter saw Nova Supreme nod, so he stepped forward and handed the storage computer to Chi-Jun. I hope our data contains information that King Chi-Jun is interested in. The new Star Supreme smiled and walked forward. Me too. Chi-Jun raised his hand, and the smartwatch on his wrist turned into a pool of liquid, instantly wrapping up the storage optical computer. With a series of clicks, after a while, the storage optical computer also completely turned into liquid, and all flowed back to Chi-Jun's wrist, reforming a smartwatch. But at the same time, the information in the storage optical computer has been completely absorbed by the smartwatch. In an instant, many light screens were projected in front of Chi-Jun, densely recording all the information about the universe that the Nova Empire has collected from its establishment to the present. Seeing this scene, even though Nova Supreme was accustomed to all kinds of technology in the universe, he couldn't help but look at the smartwatch on Chi-Jun's hand seriously. Seeing this, Chi-Jun smiled slightly, and was not prepared to explain that this was a combination of liquid metal technology plus transformers transformation technology plus mind technology. The Supreme can prepare additional funds for purchases. After speaking, Chi-Jun's attention was already on the densely packed light screen in front of him. Among these information, there might be something that Chi-Jun needs. No one knew what deal Chi-Jun and Nova Supreme had reached or what they talked about. However, in the end, Chi-Jun left with a smile on his face, and Nova Supreme sent Chi-Jun out with a happy face, which was clearly seen by everyone outside. Those who followed Nova Supreme to meet Chi-Jun were all Nova Supreme's diehard fans. Without Nova Supreme's order, they would naturally not leak any information about the meeting between the two parties. But Chi-Jun would not leak any information about the conversation between the two parties. For Chi-Jun, whether Nova Supreme wanted to announce the alliance after his superpowered legion was formed or announce the alliance now, Chi-Jun didn't care. Chi-Jun cared about the real benefits he got. For example, this time Nova Supreme bought a large number of URU metals, and Chi-Jun also had more than a dozen top-level but extremely scarce materials in the universe, as well as more high-end but not too common advanced materials. These are all things that can bring value to Chi-Jun, so Chi-Jun is naturally very happy. As for materials that are a little bit more valuable than these, Chi-Jun has no interest at all, and he asked Nova Supreme to convert all of them into universal currency for settlement. In this way, Chi-Jun almost emptied the entire Nova Empire's old foundation. If he wants to have such a refreshing transaction in the future, the Nova Empire doesn't know how long it will take to develop silently. In other words, from now on, Chi-Jun has directly promoted to become a cosmic god, although he can't. Compare with the universe elders like D-Fan who have lived for an unknown period of time, it is also easy to take out 4 billion to buy a universe spirit ball. After all, the Nova Empire is a universe empire that has existed for 10,000 years, and its heritage is unimaginable. Chi-Jun has never thought of throwing away the dream tourist-level space battleship after use. This is a space battleship that Chi-Jun has slowly pieced together by himself. It is of great significance. It can be said that as long as it is not blown up one day, Chi-Jun will not abandon it. Everyone has a first time, and Chi-Jun seems to care more about this first time of the dream. After sending the negotiation mascot Hulk to cooperate with Abomination to protect Dr. Samuel Stern, Chi-Jun teleported directly back to the dream. Tie-by. According to the 3 locations I selected before, distinguish the distance, plan the route, and we will jump over one after another to check it out. Chi-Jun issued a new order in the driving control room. Dr. Lon and the other 2 were left by Chi-Jun on Chidal Star to continue to seduce, and communicate with talented scientists. Chi-Jun found 3 places suitable for the development of a cosmic force from the cosmic intelligence data traded from the Nova Supreme, and prepared to go to the site for a field investigation first. Places suitable for the development of cosmic forces must first meet the basic condition that the planet can be inhabited by people. Of course, this one is not too much in the entire universe, but most of the good places have been occupied by major forces in the universe. Secondly, if a force wants to grow and develop, it must stay away from dangerous areas in the universe, such as black holes, cosmic tides, cosmic beasts, and so on. Then, see what is in the territory, what kind of resources, whether they are rich or not, whether they are numerous or not, etc. Finally, it depends on whether there are any forces that like to attack near the territory. After all, being fought every other day is not conducive to the growth of forces. At least, it is not conducive to the growth of forces in the early stages. Combining these factors, Chi-Jun selected 3 places. First, it is relatively mediocre in all aspects, whether it is the number of habitable planets, the complete lack of dangerous threats, the ordinary variety of common resources, and a star field surrounded by almost mediocre forces. Well, Chi-Jun's goal is naturally a complete star field. Planet? Playing house. Although this place seems mediocre in all aspects, it is not a problem for Chi-Jun, who can materialize the top scarce materials of the universe. Under consideration too, a star field that is superior in all aspects, but it is a lawless place. A famous gathering place for interstellar pirates in the universe. A gathering place for lawless people who are more hated than plunderers. Plunderers rob supplies, energy, spaceships, etc. But as long as they do not resist and do not hurt lives, they still have some bottom line in doing things. But interstellar pirates are completely different. This group of guys have no bottom line at all. Everyone who encounters interstellar pirates will fight to the death, because they know that surrender will only lead to death. Such lawless people who have no bottom line at all will not be allowed to approach even neutral areas such as the Nova Empire. Once they get close, they will inevitably be attacked fiercely by the Nova Corps. But Chi-Jun carefully analyzed all the information and found that there are many shadows of cosmic forces in it, even the Kree Empire, the Skrull Empire, the Shi'ar Empire, etc. The territory is a good territory, but the situation inside is too complicated. Chi-Jun does not want to wade into the muddy water unless it is necessary. Under consideration of 3. A star field that is simply the best in terms of both the size of the territory and the richness of resources. Obviously, such a star field that is so excellent but has not been taken into the pocket of any force is also extremely dangerous. The star field of destiny. This is the name of this star field that is uniformly called by all forces in the universe. People who can come back safely from this star field, even if they just walk around the periphery, are almost all called people of destiny. An extremely dangerous area with various irregular space-tearing forces, space collapse from time to time, and irregular space-time cracks. In this place, a large number of planets are swallowed, annihilated, and disappeared at all times. But the strange thing is that not long after these planets are annihilated, new planets will emerge, which are completely different from the planets that were crushed, swallowed, and annihilated before. The key is that the major cosmic forces can't even do anything about it. But if it were just like this, it would not be called the star field of destiny, but would be called the place of death. The reason why it is called the Destiny Star Domain is that anyone who dares to break in and walks out alive will make a fortune, because, in this extremely special and dangerous place, there are all kinds of top-level resources everywhere. The kind that the Kree Empire would be jealous of, but unfortunately, the number of people is completely useless in this star domain. It can be said that the more people there are, the faster they will die after entering this star domain. Even if all of them enter only by intelligent machines, it is exactly the same. It is so unreasonable, but Chi-Jun is very curious about this place. Chi-Jun is most optimistic about the Destiny Star region. In fact, this is also the territory that Chi-Jun wants the most. Space tearing, space collapse, space-time cracks. These things are indeed dangerous, just like space collapse. As long as the scope of collapse is large enough, even an entire planet can be instantly destroyed and disappear, but Chi-Jun doesn't think so. In Chi-Jun's view, this is simply his destiny. Not to mention that Chi-Jun has complete space magic. He is also a powerful space magician, and his perfect physical fitness is also very strong. Just look at Chi-Jun's skill, mind teleport. This Destiny Star region is Chi-Jun's perfect backup base. With a combination of these two superpowers of super induction and mind teleport, Chi-Jun dares to say that he can take this Destiny Star region as a picnic place for a trip. Of course, with such a strong defense on the periphery, the inside will definitely not be much worse. Although Chi-Jun was very envious of this star field that was almost entirely made up of top-quality resources, Chi-Jun also knew that these things were not easy to obtain. Haven't you seen that even powerful forces and figures such as the Kree Empire and the Elders of the Universe have never broken in for so many years, and have always been wandering around the periphery, and the periphery of the periphery? The periphery is so dangerous. Who knows what dangers there will be inside? Chi-Jun, who has already set his sights on this place, will naturally not give up halfway because of these reasons. However, before doing this, there are two things to do. First, bring Hela out and get the soul gem for yourself. Second, go out to Morag Star first and get the cosmic spirit orb and the power gem inside. Chi-Jun has a hunch that he should get the power gem first, and then go to the Destiny Star field. Sir, Tai-Bai's voice sounded. The route planning has been completed. Do you want to start jumping? Don't. Chi-Jun came back to his senses and stopped him. First, inform the space security forces of Chidal Star. After obtaining their permission, go to a safe place, and then prepare to jump to the nearest wormhole. Permission to depart has been obtained, sir. The Dream's antimatter power reactor is started, the dark energy engine is started, the antimatter engine is started, and the auxiliary power system is started. Tai-Bai had been upgraded so many times. How could he not know this? As early as when Chi-Jun asked it to plan the route, Tai-Bai had already communicated with the outer space security forces of Chidal Star and was just waiting for Chi-Jun's order. Well, that's good. Chi-Jun nodded with satisfaction. After all, he had just reached a deal with Nova Supreme, and both parties were in the honeymoon period. Chi-Jun didn't want to do a space jump directly in his spaceport. By then, under the strong space fluctuations, the spaceport might have to be rebuilt. Tai-Bai, follow the plan and continue to move towards target number 1. I'll go do something first, and then come back to find you. Chi-Jun ordered. Yes, sir. 9-star regions. Helm's Underworld, you are here. Seeing Chi-Jun appear in front of her again, Hela's expression suddenly became excited. How many years have passed? How many years have I not walked out of this hateful world? Thinking that she would soon be able to walk out of this disgusting world and go to the beautiful universe, Hela could hardly hold back the ecstasy in her heart. Yes, Chi-Jun smiled and looked at the excited Hela. Are you ready? A few days had passed, and Hela was no longer as embarrassed as she was the last time she was seen, and her injuries had already recovered. In fact, because Chi-Jun said that the lower the strength, the easier it would be to pass Odin's seal, Hela even lowered her strength and used most of her strength to repair her injuries. Of course, Hela took a deep breath and suppressed her inner excitement. In fact, I can't wait. Aren't you going to take your pet wolf with you? Chi-Jun looked around and didn't see Hela's right-hand man, Fenrir the giant wolf. Forehead no need. Hela paused, her face long. It was me that Odin sealed. In fact, Fenrir has always been able to enter and exit Helheim at will. Well, then get ready to leave. Seeing that Hela's face was not good, Chi-Jun naturally understood what was going on and stopped talking nonsense. Wait a minute. Hela interrupted. I'll create an energy clone. I can't let Odin find out that I've left his seal. I am planning to give him a surprise after completing the transaction. As Hela spoke, she condensed an avatar made entirely of Hela's energy on the throne. Chi-Jun took a closer look and found that it was almost exactly the same as the real Hela. Even the soul fluctuations were exactly the same. She is worthy of being the goddess of death, who plays with souls. Let's go. Chi-Jun grabbed the hand that Hela offered him, and with a thought, Chi-Jun and Hela disappeared from the underworld of Heim. Chi-Jun and Hela came to the control room of the dream in a blink of an eye. Oh my god, Chi-Jun sensed the energy consumed in his body. It actually used up a full 1,000,000 points of energy. TSK. Bringing people across is indeed a very expensive operation. Chi-Jun was a little shocked, but after thinking about it carefully, it seems to make sense. After all, Hela is very powerful. Just look at how she beat Thor in Thor 3 and made him scream for his mother. Secondly, the distance is very far. Before arriving at Chidal, they had already crossed a wormhole and made a space jump. Teleporting with people would naturally cost a lot. Fortunately, I have upgraded it before, otherwise I can't afford this consumption. Chi-Jun shook his head slightly. Next time, I'll open the space portal. 1,000,000 points of energy is enough to release a powerful space collapse magic. Sure enough, teleporting with people, mind teleport, is really the farther the distance, the less cost-effective it is. Welcome back, sir. Tai-Bai's voice sounded. Welcome to you too, ma'am. Chi-Jun's own creation could capture him, so Tai-Bai naturally spotted Chi-Jun who had reappeared, as well as another Hela who exuded a sinister aura. Where's this? Chi-Jun asked. The dream has already made a space jump and arrived at CJ Hennessy near the wormhole 783, preparing to start crossing the wormhole. Tai-Bai answered truthfully. His call, without Odin's perception, this is the breath of freedom. Hela closed her eyes, opened her arms, and exaggeratedly breathed in the air in the dream. Chi-Jun saw with his sharp eyes that in the control room, a small whirlwind was even created because of Hela's breathing. This is Hela, the goddess of death in the Asgard pantheon. Please record her identity. Chi-Jun said this to Tai-Bai. How is it? Have you tasted the taste of freedom? Chi-Jun said to Hela. Okay, sir, recorded. Tai-Bai responded, of course. Hela opened her eyes and looked at Chi-Jun with gratitude in her eyes. I feel free again. It feels as if the whole universe has been purified. As long as you are satisfied. Chi-Jun nodded. You can have a good rest for a few days, have fun for a few days, and then help me bring the soul gem back. Don't worry. Hela rolled her eyes at Chi-Jun, suspecting that this guy was a straight man. In compliance with the spirit of the contract, I will bring back the soul gem you need. Where are you going? Hela's eyes turned and she observed the sci-fi style driving control room. Is this your spaceship? Of course. Chi-Jun smiled happily. This was built by me myself, and I named it Dream. Thousands of years ago, I personally chopped up countless spaceships. Hela rolled her eyes. It's just a spaceship. What's so strange about it? The most abundant thing in the universe is this thing. Chi-Jun glanced at Hela and didn't say much. Did he want to throw this guy out of space to let her see how big the size difference was between the dream and the spaceship she had chopped up? Our destination this time is destination number 1, the Polaris Star region. As a temporary ally, Chi-Jun did not hide anything from Hela, although there was nothing to hide. The 9 realms are not suitable for development. I plan to investigate everywhere and find a place to build a base. Haha, is it because you offended Odin? Hela laughed, as if she knew why Chi-Jun left the 9 realms. Similarly, a deep murderous intent flashed in Hela's eyes. The murderous intent towards Odin, not really. Seeing Hela's unbelieving look, Chi-Jun changed his words. Well, maybe there are some reasons. Although I can't beat Odin in the destroyer armor, I'm not afraid of him. Chi-Jun shrugged. I just think that wanting to develop your own power in the 9 realms is not a good idea. Think about what the Earth will experience. Various dimensional bosses, planet devourers in the main universe, purple potato spirits who want to go to the land with a snap of their fingers, interstellar pirates who are always eyeing the Earth. Wait, and so on. With so many bosses eyeing the Earth, who the hell is still developing their own power on Earth? Even during this trip to the Nova Empire, Chi-Jun learned that there is a cosmic elder coveting the Earth. Oh, and there's also a spherical god secretly watching. So many forces and bosses are keeping their eyes on the Earth. It would be abnormal if there were no moss on the Earth. Chi-Jun will definitely make a layout on the Earth, and one day in the future, he will participate in the fight against the division or even monopoly of something, some kind, or certain things on Earth. But now is not the time. Chi-Jun still needs time to develop, and Chi-Jun's power also needs time to grow. However, the resources on Earth, and even the solar system where the Earth is located, are not enough for Chi-Jun to take a second look. In order to cultivate the kind of huge super universe fleet that Chi-Jun had thought of before, the resources required cannot be supported by just one solar system. Just a space fortress must be as big as a planet. And if you want to defend your own territory, more than just a space fortress is enough. Coupled with the huge community of space battleships, it is impossible to do it even if all the resources of the solar system are drained. Humph. Hearing Chi-Jun's words, Hela's expression turned cold again. The destroyer armor is a super armor created by Odin with the blessings of all the gods in the 9 realms. It has the super powerful effect of improving the user by one major level. When Odin wears it, he can temporarily reach the strength of a single universe. Don't talk about you now. Even if you advance again, you still can't beat him. This hypocritical guy. How many benefits did he promise to other gods in order to build this armor? As soon as the destroyer armor was built, he turned against them. How many gods died in a war of gods? I'm afraid the entire 9 realms has not recovered yet. His face was full of ridicule and hatred. Wasn't the thing built to fight against the gods? Chi-Jun was shocked when he heard what Hela said. What happened? Why did the plot take such a big turn? Could it be that the butterfly was at work again? Gods. Hela sneered. Yes, Odin did build the destroyer armor under the banner of fighting against the gods. But in fact, since the generation of gods above Odin, no one has ever seen the gods, so how can they fight against them? After that war of gods, these gods who disappeared for at least 100,000 years took a lot of blame. Hela laughed sinisterly. That's not necessarily true. At least Star-Lord is a half-god, and his father is also a genuine god, although he's the worst among the gods. However, the story told by Hela is also a bit painful. I never thought that Odin, this guy, has such a side. As expected, history is written by the victors. Just like the murals in History of Asgard now. Okay, don't think too much about it. Chi-Jun shook his head and didn't bother to care about Asgard's old tea. Well, the main reason is that he doesn't have the strength to care about it now. Why think about those bad things? Now that you have come out of the seal, think more about good things. Chi-Jun smiled and said, for example, go to the Polar Star region with us? Oh, Hela's attention was diverted. Polar Star region? I think I have some impression of it. Let me think. Is it that garbage star region where all the resources are very ordinary, where it cannot develop without external forces, and where even interstellar pirates are too lazy to visit? Are you going there to investigate? To live in retirement? Hela looked at Chi-Jun in shock. Chi-Jun, that fish eye stare. The Polestar region is famous for its numerous stars. It seems that in the entire known universe, there is no other star region with so many planets. From the data, Chi-Jun discovered that the Polestar region is similar to the scene he had seen in one of the thousands of dimensions he had observed. The only difference is that one has more satellites, and this one has more planets. However, in contrast to the usual rule that the more planets, the better the resources in the Polestar region have always been so ordinary. There are indeed many resources, but they are all ordinary resources. There are also extremely common resources in other star regions. The Polestar region just has a little more in quantity, and there is no qualitative change from quantity to quality. However, it is not necessarily true that there are no interstellar pirates visiting. Although it is difficult for a force to grow and develop due to the ordinary resources, it is necessary to. It is impossible for interstellar pirates not to come here. Because of the large population here, the Polaris Star region is actually a major source of space slaves. Small and medium-sized interstellar pirates especially like to come here to take advantage of the situation. Whether they capture people for fun or sell them to people in need, it is a business that will not lose money. In fact, all cosmic forces know about these things, but no one has sought justice for them. Because, in the universe, fists are the only thing that matters. Until some things happened, the empires, federations, forces, etc. of all sizes in the Milky Way formed the Galactic Alliance. Under the constraints of the Galactic Alliance, these interstellar pirates rarely forcibly abducted people. I can give you a chance to reorganize your language. Chi-Jun looked at Hela without emotion and said slowly, Gulu, ah. Hela felt cold all over when Chi-Jun glanced at her with emotionless eyes, and her desire to survive immediately exploded. I mean, this place is so beautiful. Look at those many planets. No matter which planet you're on, they all look like twinkling stars, and the sky is full of stars. How beautiful. How suitable it is to be a base for the development of a force. No one would have thought that someone would establish a force in such a tourist galaxy. This is definitely a natural protective layer. Coward. Chi-Jun continued to look at Hela without emotion, then turned his head and ordered Tai-Bai, let's go. Why are you being so cowardly? You are speaking from your heart. Seeing Chi-Jun turn his head back, Hela finally breathed a sigh of relief and muttered softly. Hela would never admit that she was frightened by Chi-Jun's emotionless eyes. Absolutely not. Hela, I just don't want to go back to the seal. Yes, that's it. Yes, sir. Tai-Bai didn't care about Hela's mutterings, who only had visitor privileges. The curvature engine is started, the main propulsion engine is started, the energy supply is being distributed, the target space coordinates are being located, and the target space location has been captured. All thrusters turned on, Dream starts accelerating. As Tai-Bai's voice broadcast continued, the Dream, which was already cruising in the universe, quickly accelerated. After passing through the wormhole channel that was almost the same as the last time, the Dream arrived in the Polaris Star region of the cosmic civilization. However, compared with the last time when it slowed down and stopped after passing through the wormhole, this time, under the control of Tai-Bai, the Dream has been cruising at sublight speed along the already explored safe channel. Although the establishment of the Galactic Alliance has greatly improved the safety of the Polaris Star region, some interstellar pirates still come here to have a bite. And Chi-Jun does not want to stop the Dream in place as a target. While Tai-Bai was controlling the Dream to cruise, Chi-Jun was thinking about the information he had just explored in the wormhole channel last time. The time was too short, and there was no preparation. Although Chi-Jun noticed something strange, he didn't know what it was. But this time, Chi-Jun was fully prepared. When passing through the wormhole, Chi-Jun tried his best to detect the streamers around. This time, Chi-Jun clearly felt that behind these streamers, there were indeed smaller wormholes one after another, so small that they could only accommodate people to shuttle. And even people couldn't get in. Glancing at Hela who was in awe, Chi-Jun suddenly remembered that in the original plot, Thor and Loki were both knocked out of the Rainbow Bridge by Hela and traveled to Gao Twinzuin's playground. Thinking of this, Chi-Jun was moved again. It seemed that he could give it a try. After all, Chi-Jun had teleportation. No matter where he traveled, he could come back with a thought. However, the wormhole channel seemed to be affected by time. Thor and Loki were knocked out of the Rainbow Bridge channel one after another. Although they both arrived at Gao Tinzuin's territory, the time they arrived at each other was a full 1,000 years apart. What if he went through it, and when he came back, Sunset Purple Potato snapped his fingers? What should he do? Of course, the Dream did not give Chi-Jun time to try, because the Dream had already arrived at the Polaris Star region. Then let's do it next time. Let's talk about it after we get the power gem. Looking through the porthole, Chi-Jun could see bright stars everywhere with his naked eyes. He decided silently in his heart, I didn't expect this polar star region to be so beautiful. Hela was also standing by the porthole, watching the wonders outside. Visible to the naked eye, there were planets everywhere in the field of vision. The outlines of the nearby ones could be seen roughly, and the distant ones could only see some reflected starlight. So, over the years, although the resources in the Polaris Star region are insufficient, these local forces, with the support of the Galactic Alliance, have developed the Polaris Star region into a tourist star region. Chi-Jun used his supervision to look far away, and even saw many sparkling crystal planets, diamond planets, etc. These things were priceless when they were civilized on the planet, but when they were placed in the universe, they were so annoying that they were used as table mats. However, it is not really without development potential. Looking at the metal planets in his field of vision, Chi-Jun thought of the mechanical throne in Cybertron. Chi-Jun suddenly felt that it seemed like it would be quite good to create a mechanical empire. The most important thing was that Chi-Jun found that this thing seemed to be possible. Chi-Jun did not need the Transformers to be so strong as soon as they came out, so that they could fight against the Kree Empire, the Skrull Empire, and the Nova Corps. Newly born Transformers did not need to be made of top materials, such as vibranium and URU metal. Ordinary steel alloys would also be fine. Look at the countless metal planets in the Polaris Star region. How many Transformers can be created? If a spark source is manifested for this Transformer, wouldn't it be possible to turn the entire Polaris Star region into a kingdom of mechanical life in a matter of minutes? You know, the Transformers can upgrade themselves. If they are not given an upper limit, they are an intelligent race that can learn and evolve by themselves. Especially in this deep space with cosmic star networks everywhere, the most advanced scientific and technological knowledge cannot be learned, but popular knowledge is definitely something that every Transformer can master. Wow, Transformers who have mastered the top technology on the cosmic star network. Just in terms of knowledge, any one of them can beat the Earth. It seems that Tai-Bai can be transformed into the leader of the Transformers first. To be honest, Chi-Jun is quite handy with Tai-Bai. If he really turns into a Transformer, he seems a little reluctant. However, it is easy to create one or two Transformers, but it is not easy to create a Transformer tribe. Originally, the manufacture of the fire source and the energy replenishment in Transformers would absorb an entire sun every time. An entire sun. What a huge amount of energy is that. You know, Chi-Jun has grown to this level, and the energy absorbed from the sun is just a drop in the bucket. At most a drop in the bucket. You can imagine how terrifying the energy of an entire sun is. If you want Chi-Jun to materialize a fire source that can create an entire Transformer tribe, it would be faster to ask Chi-Jun to swallow the sun himself. But it's not that there is a way. Chi-Jun can materialize a fire source that has no energy, or only a little energy. Then, use the black hole-like energy condenser made by Samuel Stern to charge the fire source. Or, it is also possible to directly materialize a machine like the one in Transformers that can extract solar energy. Charge for a period of time. Create a small group of Transformers. Charge for a period of time to create one. Charge for a period of time to create one. Even if Chi-Jun is ruthless, he can also materialize a few more empty shells of fire sources and find a few more suns to absorb energy. The universe is so big, can't we find a sun? Even if we don't go to those galaxies where intelligent creatures live, can't we find those galaxies where no intelligent creatures live? Why not be more ruthless and directly use a sun to extract energy and charge it into a fire source? Although it takes some time, can't we also get a fire source full of energy? Think about it carefully. Damn, it won't be long before you can have a super mechanical empire that can beat the entire galaxy. It's so wonderful. What are you doing? Hela looked at Chi-Jun, who was grinning foolishly and was confused. What was he doing? He was emotionless just now, but now he was grinning like a fool. Huh. Chi-Jun came back to his senses instantly and pretended to be calm. Nothing. I just thought of something fun. Tai-Bai, target aquamarine. Let's go over there and take a look. Chi-Jun didn't explain anything to Hela and changed the subject directly. Yes, sir. Tai-Bai responded. Water blue planet, an Earth-like planet, has almost the same land-sea ratio as Earth, but is much larger than Earth. The gravity, atmospheric pressure, etc. of water blue planet are actually different from those of Earth. It can even be said that they are almost twice as strong as Earth. The people on this water blue planet are stronger, more powerful than those on Earth. Of course, this has no effect on Chi-Jun at all. What's more, the 3 million superpowered troops behind Chi-Jun are all symbiote troops. Double gravity? Sprinkle water. The reason why Chi-Jun values this water blue planet is because this planet is too similar to Earth. Whether it is the name or the land-sea ratio, it gives Chi-Jun an inexplicable sense of closeness. The people on water blue planet do not obey Chi-Jun's rule. Huh. This is not the Earth where there are all kinds of monsters and demons. Be obedient and enjoy a good life. Once you are not honest, prepare to taste the iron fist of Chi-Junism. What planet is aquamarine? As expected, Hela's attention was diverted, and Chi-Jun's mouth curled up slightly. In fact, how could Hela not know about such a simple diversion of attention? However, on the one hand, Chi-Jun was her employer, and she had to help Chi-Jun find the soul gem and hand it over. On the other hand, she was also impressed by Chi-Jun's powerful strength. He was able to take her away from Helheim, snatch Odin's Kungnir, and even force Odin to wear the destroyer armor. In Hela's opinion, this is a person who cannot be offended. Follow your heart. Just follow your heart. Hela will not admit that she is afraid. The blue water planet is the second best developed planet in the Polaris region. Although she only had visitor privileges, Tai-Bai could still explain the information that could basically be found on the Universe Star Network to Hela, who had visitor privileges. Although Hela knew about this star field, she herself had never been there, and it was even more impossible for her to know what famous planets there were in the Polaris Star field. During the war, Hela had never left the 9 realms. When she conquered the 9 realms and was ready to set her sights on the Sea of Stars, she was sealed away by her own black-hearted father, wasting thousands of years in vain. How could Hela learn about the Polaris Star field? Tai-Bai, upgrade Hela to resident privileges. Chi-Jun took a look at Hela, this woman with a tragic fate, and decided to pity her. Yes, sir. Tai-Bai immediately responded. Congratulations, Ms. Hela. You have been promoted to permanent residence on the Dream. Now, you can choose a satisfactory place to live. Seeing the image projected by Tai-Bai, Hela cast a resentful look at Chi-Jun. When you come back with the soul gem, I will promise you an army. Chi-Jun didn't care about Hela's resentful look at all, but painted a big pie for Hela. It doesn't seem to be a big pie. With the self-reproduction method of Transformers, Chi-Jun will indeed be able to have an iron army soon. Yes, it's an iron army. Based on these ordinary resource planets in the Polaris Star field, the first generation of Transformers can only be made of ordinary steel. Anyway, Chi-Jun didn't say what kind of army it is. Whether Hela is satisfied or not, Chi-Jun doesn't care. If you have the ability, take them to evolve. Want Chi-Jun to help you evolve? Humph, think too much. Really? You are not lying to me, are you? Hyla's eyes suddenly lit up. In Hyla's opinion, Chi-Jun's strength was so strong that he could even make Odin suffer a setback. The troops under his command must not be too bad. If they were too bad, wouldn't that be a slap in his face? Poor Hyla. She had no idea what kind of devil troops she would take over. Of course I won't lie to you. Chi-Jun glanced at Hela and said, what good would it be for me to lie to you? It seems so. Hela thought about it and really didn't see what benefit Chi-Jun could get from cheating her. She was already in this state. What else could she be cheated of? She couldn't help but put aside her suspicion and became happy. Delicious, delicious, delicious. Walking on the streets of Yunpeng country on the Blue Water Star, Hela held all kinds of food in her hands and followed Chi-Jun to look left and right while eating all kinds of food. I say, do you really have to look so hungry? Jun was stunned by Hella's operation that broke through his cognition. What do you know? Hella even forgot about Jun's terror and directly retorted. In that godship place in the underworld of Helheim, God knows what I have been eating for thousands of years. Ah, delicious, delicious. For Hella at this moment, only delicious food is not to be missed. Don't you have a big wolf dog that can freely enter and exit Heim's underworld? Jun asked curiously. You also know that Finra is big. Hella rolled her eyes at Jun. Besides, it also represents me to a certain extent. Even if Finra can freely enter and exit Heimdall's underworld, he still has to be watched by Heimdall, that pervert, at all times. Why would I send Finra out for no reason and let that old pervert watch him? Oh, Jun understood and nodded. That's right. Your little pet is still very big in other places. It's hard to imagine that a giant wolf appeared on the earth and had to buy food. What a beautiful and harmonious picture that is. Hella ignored Jun's complaints and asked in surprise. Logically speaking, the Polestar region cannot escape the eyes of that old pervert Heimdall. Why don't I feel that I'm being watched? Jun blinked. Maybe because the Rainbow Bridge was destroyed and there's nothing to do, so he went back to his wife and children and had a warm bed. Impossible. Hella responded categorically. As someone who had fought together with him, how could Hella not know Heimdall's background? That guy is a pervert who can guard a place for 1,000 years without moving. If he still remembers how his wife looked like. Wait. Hella's endless chatter suddenly came to a halt. She seemed to be frozen and even dropped the delicious food she was eating on the ground. What did you say? The Rainbow Bridge was destroyed? That's right. Jun looked at the thing that looked like a candied hawse on earth rolling away with some regret and said nonchalantly, you don't know? Didn't I tell you? You. When? Did you say that? Seeing Jun's nonchalant and slightly surprised expression, Hela was so angry that she gnashed her teeth while speaking. Isn't it already said, seeing that the candied hawse-like thing was cleaned up by the cleaning robot patrolling the street all the time? Jun retracted his gaze and said indifferently, call not angry, not angry. Hela took a deep breath, suppressed the flames that came out of nowhere, and thought to herself, just let him go. Well, Hela was frustrated to find that she was so cowardly. Wasn't it because she couldn't beat Jun? You dead straight guy. After glaring at Jun's back with hatred, Hela followed him while cursing. You're a single dog who will be single all his life. Hela suddenly found that she seemed to know the reason for her anger that came out of nowhere. However, after cursing secretly, Hela still followed Jun's footsteps obediently as a poor person who was sealed by Odin for thousands of years. Hela did not have a penny of universal currency. The money in her original account had all been transferred away by her black-hearted father. For the sake of the delicious food around, it doesn't matter if she follows this single dog. Yes, this is a walking payment machine. Yes, this is just for the food. Thinking of this, Hela followed Jun's footsteps beautifully. From beginning to end, Hela did not even look at the amount of money that Taibai deposited into her account after she was promoted to the citizenship of the dream. QWQ. This water blue planet is really similar to the Earth. Jun thought to himself as he strolled slowly. Whether it was the information he saw from Taibai or the observations he made this time, the results were so amazingly consistent. Except for the fact that there are only a dozen countries on Blue Water Planet, and that Blue Water Planet has advanced technology due to joining the Galactic Alliance, and that the planet is a little larger in other aspects. It is really very similar to Earth. Jun pondered. Could it be that this is also one of the experimental bases of the so-called God group? Looking around, except for the strange tourists who are obviously from outer space, the locals of Blue Water Planet really look exactly like the people on Earth. Especially this Yumpon country, it is almost a replica of. Jun glanced at the words on the surrounding shops. In addition to the different history, the special code uses Chinese characters in addition to the universal characters of the universe. Looking at these Chinese characters, Jun was still a little dumbfounded. Boss, what fun things are there in Yuping City? Jun found a store and walked in to ask, young man, you are from another place, right? The boss was cheerful and introduced Jun directly. Except for Zifu City, which is the royal residence of the king's family and is not open to the public. Other places are open to the public. Let me tell you, especially the flag-raising square, Farming Garden, Shishan Garden, and the Little Great Wall. Perhaps because Jun looked like a person from Blue Water Planet and spoke authentic Mandarin, he thought Jun was a native of Blue Water Planet and was a tourist from another place. The introduction was so smooth. However, Jun felt something was wrong when he heard the introduction. Wasn't this the Forbidden City, Tiananmen Square, the Summer Palace, and so on? Damn it, there is actually a sister planet of Earth in a place that is who knows how many light years away from Earth. It seems that the water on this Blue Water Planet is not shallow. Jungsen narrowed his eyes and thought, however, compared to the Earth, this water blue planet is much simpler. Jun is a space wizard, and he is also a wizard who has learned the magic of Vishandi, but Jun did not sense any magic network built on water blue planet. For Jun did not sense the unique fluctuations of the magic network at all. It seems that this water blue planet is just a material planet, although I don't know whether this Yupin country has changed because of the previous travelers, or is there a hidden hand behind it? For the time being, Jun doesn't care much. After all, Jun hasn't visited all 3 alternative locations, and Jun won't make a decision so quickly. When he really decides to set up the base here, it won't be too late to learn more about it. However, no matter what, this water blue planet can be taken even if it is not used as a base. After all, it is not bad to be a good place for leisure. Jun made a decision silently in his heart. The ancient emperors all had summer resorts, and I am the inevitable emperor in the future. What's wrong with having a planet for leisure? After buying a high-end item as a thank you and bidding farewell to the hospitable store owner, Jun took Hela, who had successfully become a foodie, and started a travel mode of eating and shopping. It seems that there are more and more foodies around him. Think about Sky on Earth, Hulk on Chidal Star, and this Hela next to him. How come they are all developing in the direction of foodies? However, let's not say that this alienated version of the Earth, water blue planet, although there are some things that are inextricably linked to the Earth, but more of them are local wonders that Jun has never seen. Walking and stopping along the way with Hela for sightseeing, he saw some beautiful scenery that he could not see normally. A day later, Jun and his companions returned to the dream. The Huangquan Nova Corps discovered the dream at the first time. Compared with Jun's dream, which stayed over the Blue Water Planet for a whole day, no one discovered the invisible dream. From the side, we can actually see how low the strength of the Blue Water Planet is. Of course, as long as it is no longer like before, directly teleporting to other people's faces. Taibai, who has absorbed a lot of more advanced technology from the Cosmic Star Network, is constantly improving the dream. Even if it goes to Chidal Star again, I'm afraid those guys can't see the dream anymore. Well, the rest time is over. It's time for you to get ready for the journey. Jun said to Hela as soon as he returned to the dream. Got it. Hela rolled her eyes at Jun, and her good mood for eating and traveling with Jun on the Blue Water Planet was gone. Fortunately, Hela didn't know the meaning of the phrase, it's time to hit the road, in Chinese, otherwise Hela wouldn't just roll her eyes. That was 2 rolls of eyes. Ha 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 cough cough. Anyway, under the emotionless stare of a certain steel straight man, Hela finally curled her lips and left out. By the way, she took away a vibranium URU antimatter dark energy space battleship that Taibai had just created using the latest technology. Taibai's making rapid progress. Feeling that this vibranium URU antimatter dark energy space battleship didn't even need to warm up for the gliding sprint and directly use the space warp to leave, Jun couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. It seemed like this was the same emotion as his son growing up. However, this consumption is too high. Glancing at the materials and energy consumed by Taibai to build this new space battleship, Jun was really dumbfounded. What the hell? He actually used up more than half of his energy and material reserves. Taibai, go directly to that iron star. Although the speed at which Taibai consumed materials was somewhat beyond Jun's expectations, Jun was still very happy. If the energy is gone, just use the black hole-like energy concentrator to absorb it. That thing absorbs and stores energy very quickly. If the materials are gone, ordinary ones are everywhere in the Polaris Star region, and Jun can directly materialize the high-end ones. It only takes some energy and time. But it frees Jun from the manufacturing industry. He can charge energy while enhancing his strength. How great. Yes, sir. Anchoring the Steel Star space jump system starts charging. Countdown to start warp. 3, 2, 1. Start the warp. Was with a wave of space fluctuations, the scenery outside the dream's porthole changed, and a huge black planet appeared in Chi-Jun's field of vision. Around this dark planet, there are also a large number of planets of various strange colors, and the huge black planet surrounded in the middle is the planet named Iron Star by Tai-Bai. It is also the initial base for Chi-Jun to take the lead in materializing a first-generation steel transformers. This galaxy is composed of various metal planets. Strangely, there is not even a planet where life can survive, but it is exactly the best lurking base for the first-generation transformers. Then, looking at this Iron Star, Chi-Jun's eyes began to shine. Let us create a race. Creating a race is not something that can be done simply by talking about it. Even Chi-Jun, who possesses the mutation gem, has made careful preparations. After adjusting the state to the best and replenishing the energy, Chi-Jun began to materialize the transformers. In order to facilitate easy management, Chi-Jun prepared to materialize a transformer leader Tai-Bai. Yes, Chi-Jun was going to materialize Tai-Bai as a mighty and invincible super transformer. In fact, Chi-Jun was going to transform the entire dream into a transformer at the beginning. But then he thought, it's not necessary, just like Thanos' Temple 2. Its positioning is not for combat. It is a symbol. Whether it is strength or power, when others see Temple 2, they will know that this is Thanos' vehicle. This is Thanos' mobile palace in the universe. Even if this Temple 2 contains countless fighters and warships, others will not regard it as a weapon of war, but as a king's pomp. Even if Temple 2's own military strike capability is not weak at all, Chi-Jun is the same. Chi-Jun also wants that one day, when people in the entire universe see the dream, they will immediately think that this is Chi-Jun's throne. Instead of a space battleship with powerful attack capabilities, Chi-Jun has never thought about changing the name. Even if the Emperor sounds better than the dream, so what? Does Sunset Purple Potatoes Temple 2 sound better? Most people in the universe are still afraid of it. The new body that Chi-Jun prepared for Tai-Bai was a battleship body that was a mixture of all kinds of advanced and top-level materials that Chi-Jun had. In fact, the space battleship that was taken away by Hela was just Tai-Bai's first sample battleship. Its ability was far from reaching the peak of Tai-Bai's design. Chi-Jun easily simplified this process. With the mutation gem, materials, and design, Chi-Jun easily materialized the space battleship he named Tai-Bai. With just a thought, the whole thing was formed in an instant. Tai-Bai is not big, or not as big as Dream. Dream can easily birth dozens of Tai-Bai space battleships, but Tai-Bai's combat power is not fake. It can even be said that Tai-Bai's combat power completely beats Dream. In order to arm Tai-Bai to the strongest at one time, Chi-Jun integrated all his current abilities into Tai-Bai. Vibranium, URU, various rare but top-grade and advanced materials in the universe, small antimatter manufacturing field, small black hole-like energy concentration device, small dark energy absorption device, space generation device, space control device, antimatter engine, curvature engine, dark energy engine, nuclear energy reaction chamber, energy force field shield, energy weapon, system, kinetic weapon system. Wait. It can be said that in order to materialize the Tai-Bai, Chi-Jun directly drained all the energy reserves at once. That's a full 100 million points of energy. Sir, Tai-Bai reports to you. In the dream's control cabin, a metal robot as tall as Chi-Jun bowed slightly to Chi-Jun. Not bad. Really good. Chi-Jun walked around Tai-Bai and found that, except for the shiny metal shell, Tai-Bai was almost the same as a human. Chi-Jun believed that if Tai-Bai put on a bionic human skin coat, no one would be able to tell that this guy was not a human at all. Although all the energy was used up, Chi-Jun would never lack energy on the dream. After replenishing the energy, Chi-Jun asked Tai-Bai to transfer his main program to Tai-Bai, and immediately used the mutation gem to materialize Tai-Bai into the full metal robot in front of him. Of course, a body as tall as Chi-Jun is definitely abnormal, but transformers can even transform, become smaller and bigger. How could they not be able to do that? How do you feel now? Chi-Jun asked curiously, looking at the respectful Tai-Bai transformer in front of him. Super artificial intelligence, no matter how super, is just artificial intelligence, not intelligent life, let alone the transformer in front of Chi-Jun. It feels wonderful. I seem to have truly understood the meaning of life. Tai-Bai rolled his eyes, thought for a while, and said, "As a transformer Tai-Bai transformed by Chi-Jun himself, he is naturally different from Optimus Prime, Megatron, and other coquettish bitches. Tai-Bai is more like a person from the outside, not a transformer in the conventional sense, especially as a space battleship. Tai-Bai does not have the fire in the chest of Optimus Prime, Megatron, and other guys, not even a trace. Tai-Bai, who was materialized by the mutation gem, has a real soul, not the consciousness given by the fire source. Of course, Tai-Bai, who was materialized by the mutation gem, is absolutely loyal to Chi-Jun. However, Chi-Jun still did not feel completely at ease to brush more of the dark soul magic that was unique to Chi-Jun, even if it was harmless. In any case, in Chi-Jun's view, it is always good to do more control. It is best not to put all your eggs in one basket. Chi-Jun understands this principle better than anyone else, and understands it more deeply. Take these, go to Iron Star, and create a real Transformers race. Patting Tai-Bai's shoulder, Chi-Jun pointed to several cubes in a corner outside, as well as a bunch of special missiles, and said, those things were naturally several fire sources waiting to be charged after Chi-Jun recovered his energy, and a bunch of special transforming missiles that can turn a huge steel mountain into transforming elemental materials. For Chi-Jun, asking him to materialize Transformers one by one, are you kidding? Then what's the point of Chi-Jun going to such great lengths to materialize the Transformers leader? Tai-Bai, didn't Chi-Jun materialize the Transformer? Tai-Bai first just to liberate himself. Yes, sir. Transformer Tai-Bai looked at Chi-Jun with a firm face. Tai-Bai will definitely live up to the leader's expectations. While Chi-Jun was comfortably absorbing energy in the energy absorption room and sprinting towards a stronger realm, the Iron Star suddenly suffered huge damage. More than a dozen towering steel mountains were hit by a strange missile. Very quickly, these towering mountains soon turned into liquid metal like fluid. In just a few dozen minutes, dozens of towering mountains and nearby mountain ranges all disappeared and turned into dozens of extremely vast liquid metal lakes. Then, one after another, strangely shaped spaceships flew out of the dream, led by an extremely special space battleship that looked like it had a kind of panic power, and flew towards the dozens of huge liquid metal lakes on the Iron Star. One day later, sir, the Iron Star base has been preliminarily completed, and the primary transformers have been born. Would you like to go and check it out? After Chi-Jun came out of the energy absorption room, Tai-Bai's voice sounded in the dream. Chi-Jun still gave the work of the dream to Tai-Bai in order to avoid having to deal with two different people. Although Tai-Bai has now become a living transformer and the leader of the Transformers family, this does not mean that Tai-Bai can no longer manage the dream, because Chi-Jun specially strengthened Tai-Bai. It will be easier for Tai-Bai to manage the dream than before. Chi-Jun even built a large number of various communication methods into the Tai-Bai space battleship, such as quantum communication, which is just a basic operations, relying on the powerful ability of mutated gems. Chi-Jun also built a dark energy communication system, a subspace communication system, a black hole communication system, a space-time communication system, etc. In the Tai-Bai space battleship. It can be said that as long as the Tai-Bai space battleship is not destroyed, Tai-Bai can keep in touch with Chi-Jun at any time and anywhere in the Marvel universe, and can manage the entire dream anytime and anywhere. As a representative of the lazy world, Chi-Jun has played laziness in a new way with the new version of Tai-Bai. Mothers no longer have to worry about the increasingly complicated management matters. Of course, I have to go and see it. Chi-Jun's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Tai-Bai's words. Well, really lit up. And the front of Chi-Jun was instantly pierced by the super ray shot out of Chi-Jun's eyes. Even the super ray destroyed a nuclear reactor along the way. Finally, it plunged into a metal planet and melted a deep pit. However, Chi-Jun didn't care about these. Anyway, Tai-Bai would take care of it, right? Although his strength skyrocketed again, and he didn't have precise control. Chi-Jun's mind was already on the Iron Star base and the first generation Transformers mentioned by Tai-Bai. Quick, project a picture so I can take a look. Chi-Jun shouted, yes, sir. After Tai-Bai turned into a transformer, his voice seemed to be more magnetic. As someone who had followed Chi-Jun for a long time, Tai-Bai naturally knew that Chi-Jun had the ability to teleport to a real scene. A real-time screen projection appeared in front of Chi-Jun, but the next second, Chi-Jun disappeared and appeared again in the projection screen. Wow. Chi-Jun looked at the surroundings as if he had come to the future world. Has this place been built so quickly? Bang. A sonic boom sounded, and Chi-Jun had already flown into the sky. It's hard to imagine that you turned a dark steel star into a modern science and technology city overnight. Oh, no, it should be called a modern science and technology star. Standing high in the sky, Chi-Jun clearly saw that almost half of the steel star had been transformed into a steel science and technology star with a strong mechanical science fiction style. The towering steel mountains had long disappeared, and the liquid steel lakes had completely disappeared. The towering building complexes, the endless flow of various mechanical science fiction transportation tools, and even a lot of first generation, oh no, primary transformers also popped up from time to time and quickly disappeared. Sir, Tai-Bai appeared beside Chi-Jun in a flash. Isn't the development of technology for large-scale and rapid mass production? Chi-Jun was not surprised by Tai-Bai's instant appearance beside him. This was Tai-Bai's ability to fold and jump in space. Even with sufficient energy, Tai-Bai could create an artificial wormhole leading to any place out of thin air at any location. In Chi-Jun's heart, in fact, there was a moment when he seemed to be thinking, this Tai-Bai seems to be more like a space mage than himself, except for not knowing mirror magic. Through the complementation of all abilities, Tai-Bai seems to be able to do everything that other space mages can do. Even better. Fortunately, Tai-Bai is a subordinate that I created, and he will always be loyal to me. Chi-Jun comforted himself. Otherwise, if others don't become autistic, I will be the first one to become autistic. Are these primary transformers because they have not been visited by the spark source? Looking at those primary transformers that have the ability to transform, but only have the form but not the spirit, Chi-Jun asked Tai-Bai. It is only because these primary transformers are controlled by Tai-Bai, and they do not transform autonomously. Just like the artificially created Galvatron in Transformers 4. Yes, sir. Tai-Bai's anti-gravity system was working, and he stood beside Chi-Jun, nodded, and replied, the energy of the spark source is extremely insufficient. Before a certain level of energy is absorbed, it cannot be used to activate real transformers. If you want to see real transformers like me that can act autonomously and have their own intelligence, you will have to wait a few days. I have sent those empty shells of spark sources to several different star systems and built solar energy extraction machines. All we need to do is wait patiently, and we will have an endless supply of real transformers. Wow, that's really something worth looking forward to. Chi-Jun looked through the sky and looked at the countless metal planets in the starry sky. It was as if Chi-Jun saw countless, huge, and terrifying Transformers empire. Sir, Tai-Bai suddenly appeared beside Chi-Jun on an all-metal planet with no signs of life at all. The experimental project you asked me to pay attention to, regarding Dr. Reed Richards and others, has officially started. At this moment, the 5 of them have boarded the U.S. Federal Space Agency's aircraft and are preparing to take off to the space station in Earth's orbit. Tai-Bai narrated respectfully. Tai-Bai, Chi-Jun is his creator, his heaven, and his god. At any time, he needs to be respectful to Chi-Jun. Oh, Chi-Jun closed his eyes and turned off the more powerful super melting ray he was testing. So soon? What day is it today? Oh, by the way, the last time I saw Bruce Banner, he said it would be a week later. It seems that 7 days have passed. In order to give himself a chance to be lazy, Chi-Jun had spent a lot of energy to materialize Tai-Bai as a real mechanical creature. Chi-Jun's energy storage of 100 million points was not enough, and he even acted as a charging treasure many times before he finally materialized the transformer next to him, Tai-Bai, who was as powerful as the father level. While acting as a charging treasure many times, Chi-Jun also found that after he materialized Doomsday's adaptive evolutionary physique and the restrictions were lifted, his physical strength had greatly increased. After acting as a charging treasure many times, Chi-Jun's strength doubled again. Even more than that, Chi-Jun's body energy reserves alone have reached a huge amount of 30 million points, and the reserve energy stored in the mutation gem has reached a huge reserve of 300 million points. Of course, these energies are still secondary. Chi-Jun discovered that his strength has reached the true father level. In the Marvel world, Chi-Jun discovered that he can now easily use the space collapse magic that forced back and seriously injured Ancient One when he was on Earth. It is no longer something that requires the assistance of mutated gems. Moreover, Chi-Jun's physical strength has also been greatly enhanced. Whether it is the super brain power that is more powerful or the super strength that can even push a metal planet. Even when Tai-Bai came to find him before, Chi-Jun was still testing whether his newly evolved super melting ray could directly penetrate a pure metal planet. Moreover, Chi-Jun discovered that the Dragon Ball magic modified combat power detection glasses that he had previously materialized could no longer detect his own strength. As long as he detects himself, he will inevitably get a series of question marks, which means that Chi-Jun's strength has exceeded the limit that the Dragon Ball magic combat power detection glasses can detect. Of course, the most important thing is that Chi-Jun found that the energy distribution ratio between him and the mutated gem has undergone a huge change. Before, Chi-Jun and the mutated gem shared the energy absorbed by the mutated gem 50-50, but now, Chi-Jun found that he could get 60%. Chi-Jun is very sure. This is definitely because his strength has grown to a certain extent. Before, Chi-Jun's strength was planetary level. Although he was equally powerful, his skills were almost still within the planet. But now, Chi-Jun can even push a planet to hit another planet. This is completely the strength of the father in the sky level. It has definitely exceeded the upper limit of the planet level. Chi-Jun couldn't help but analyze this ratio, but in the end he found out helplessly that he had to reach the almighty universe level to be able to control the mutated gem. Planet level, 50-50. Father in the sky level, 64-65. Single universe level, 73-65. Multiverse level, 82-65. Super universe level, 91-65. Almighty universe level, complete control of mutated gem. Chi-Jun was even not sure whether his calculation based on this level was really in line with the speculation of mutated gem. Of course, no matter what, at least, this 64-65 change finally gave Chi-Jun the opportunity to completely master the mutated gem, and all Chi-Jun had to do was to keep getting stronger. Yes, sir. Tai-Bai bowed slightly. It has been 1 week of Earth time since you last saw Master Bruce Banner. In addition, the cosmic radiation project involving Dr. Reed Richards and others that you asked me to pay attention to has officially begun. Time flies so fast. Chi-Jun sighed. It really didn't feel like a week had passed. Samuel Stern, where's our Dr. Lon? Chi-Jun turned his head and asked Tai-Bai, where is he now? What is he doing? Chi-Jun only used dark soul magic to influence and subtly implant the rules that Chi-Jun's interests are the first, instead of directly and roughly subduing these subordinates as his soul slaves. Therefore, Chi-Jun can't always know the whereabouts of these people. But all this is too simple for Tai-Bai, the leader of the Transformers who is a super mechanical creature. Although it has only been 3 days since he became a real life, Tai-Bai has planted countless secret doors and seeds in the entire universe star network. It can be said that as long as there is a place that can be connected to the universe star network, Tai-Bai can include it in his reconnaissance range. Not to mention, Chi-Jun equipped all of Chi-Jun's subordinates with 2 or even more means of communication, so that no matter where in the universe, they can easily contact each other. With these communication equipment, it is very simple for Tai-Bai to find out the whereabouts of Dr. Lon and others. Dr. Lon, Hulk, and Abomination are heading to the Sovereign's home planet of Korra, sir. Tai-Bai replied. Huh. Chi-Jun was stunned. Not on Chidar. What are they doing on Korra? Are they trying to get in touch with the arrogant Sovereigns? Yes, sir. Tai-Bai nodded and replied. Dr. Samuel Stern, using his top smart head after conquering most of the scientists on Chidar, he followed the recommendation of a Chidar scientist and prepared to contact the Sovereigns. Chi-Jun frowned. Why are they talking about this? Have you investigated the person who recommended this? Yes, sir. Tai-Bai nodded. As soon as the scientist made the recommendation to Dr. Samuel Stern, he was arrested by the Nova Corps who had been hiding around Dr. Lon and the other 2. In other words, there is something wrong with this guy. Chi-Jun raised his eyebrows, but he was not surprised. Yes, sir. Tai-Bai nodded and continued. After the Nova Corps' investigation, it was discovered that the scientist was not a scientist from the planet Chidao, but a Skrull in disguise. Because the most advanced technology was used to cover it up, it was not discovered at the first time. As we all know, the sovereigns, although they have extremely advanced biotechnology and energy technology in the universe, are not well received by the people in the universe due to their racial characteristics, such as making a mountain out of a molehill and taking revenge. After being interrogated by the Nova Corps, this high-level spy and Skrull hidden on the planet Shidar confessed that he had noticed the unusual status of Dr. Samuel Stern on the planet Shidar and in the Nova Empire. After a brief observation, he decided to use Dr. Samuel Stern's curiosity to guide him towards the sovereigns and prepared to kill him halfway. According to his account, even if they failed to successfully kill them, they would still try to contact the sovereigns. However, given the xenophobic nature of the sovereigns, Dr. Samuel Stern and his team would definitely offend this small, technologically advanced, and difficult tribe in the universe, which would also weaken the Nova Empire's strength from the side. Taibai narrated, TSK tisk, what a good show. Chi Jun was a little shocked. What hatred or grudge? The Nova Empire is a neutral country, and it has even fought a war with the Kree Empire, the rival of the Skrull Empire, for hundreds of years. Even so, there are still countless spies and agents who use various methods to curb the growth of the Nova Empire. Or is this the key to a truly long-lasting cosmic empire? Chi Jun was somewhat disdainful. What user conspiracies and tricks in the face of real strength? Wait. Suddenly, Chi Jun frowned, as if he had thought of something. The last time I came into contact with Nick Fury, this guy seemed to give me a very strange feeling. At that time, my strength was low and I hadn't thought of it yet. Now that I think about it, that Nick Fury might be a Skrull, right? It's quite interesting. Chi Jun narrowed his eyes, with a dangerous light in his eyes. Could it be that the real Nick Fury is not on Earth? Or, to put it simply, Nick Fury himself is not a fucking human from Earth. Hiss. The Skrulls. Big Mom Marvel. The Kree. I always feel like there's some horror story behind this. Do the Skrulls need Big Mom's protection? Did Big Mom really restore the sanity of the people on Earth? Are the Kree and the Skrulls really at war to the death? What if this was all a show? TSK. Interesting. How interesting. Chi Jun's thoughts raced in his mind, but Chi Jun did not tell Taibai. Although Chi Jun told Taibai his speculations, it would be easy to find loopholes. But in the end, Chi Jun did not do so. Some things still need to be slowly fermented. And it is best when they are finally revealed to the world. I in particular. When Chi Jun found some clues, watching the changes became a kind of enjoyment for Chi Jun. I guess the Nova Empire must have advised Dr. Samuel Stern not to go to the Sovereign's planet Kola easily. Chi Jun asked, yes, sir. Taibai nodded. I guess again, our Dr. Lon must not have listened to the advice of the Nova Empire, and will definitely find a way to go to the Sovereign's Kola star. Chi Jun said almost affirmatively, yes, sir. Taibai nodded again and said, the Nova Corps, and even the Nova Supreme personally came forward to warn Dr. Samuel Stern of all the matters involved. But Dr. Samuel Stern insisted on going to the Sovereign's home planet of Korra and borrowed a spare space battleship of the Nova Corps without a number or paint job. And now, the battleship is shuttling through 108 short and medium distance wormholes in a row. It has already shuttled through 43 wormholes, and there are 65 wormholes left to shuttle through. It will take about 2 Earth hours. Do you need me to stop them from moving forward? Taibai asked Chi Jun with the various communication systems that Chi Jun had specially created for Taibai, not to mention the spacecraft and the impulsive shuttle, even in the black hole, as long as it was not torn apart by the huge pressure of the black hole. Taibai could successfully connect and control it. Forget it. Chi Jun shook his head. Just let them go. Don't underestimate the Sovereign's extremely powerful biotechnology and energy technology, and they are even very rich. Even the Sovereign Corps' battles are all carried out using remote-controlled space fighters, which is extremely luxurious. But in fact, the Sovereigns are not very strong in the universe. With the strength of Samuel Stern and his team, as long as they are not directly hunted in space, any Sovereign who dares to let these 3-inch hulks land and be hammered to death can only be the Sovereigns. What's more, in order to ensure that his number 1 scientist will not suffer any accidents, this guy has a lot of treasures materialized by Chi Jun on him. Chi Jun is not worried about them at all. In fact, Chi Jun has to worry about the Sovereigns, hoping that they will not be so bad-tempered as to let Hulk transform multiple times. If there are multiple transformations, the Sovereigns can only wish for good luck. As for Adam, that thing is just an idea now, right? As for the Sovereigns, they're also the ones being plotted against, and they're also victims? Chi Jun said, let's help relatives instead of reason. Of course, Chi Jun narrowed his eyes and had already made a note of this to the Skrulls for daring to plot against his subordinates like this. Taibai, do you want to visit Earth? Putting Samuel Stern and the other 2 aside for the time being, Chi Jun asked Taibai who was standing beside him. Taibai, do you want to visit Earth? Chi Jun asked Taibai beside him. The Earth has always been under my surveillance, sir. Taibai tilted his head and looked at Chi Jun in confusion. Well, Chi Jun was stunned for a moment. Then he understood. I know you have been monitoring the Earth. I mean, you are now a real intelligent life. Do you want to go to Earth to play in person? Chi Jun raised his eyebrows and asked. Taking Taibai away will delay the construction progress of the Iron Star. No way. Will Chi Jun leave such an obvious loophole? Obviously not. Not to mention going to Earth. Even if he went to the edge of the universe, Taibai can still handle all kinds of things under Chi Jun's hands at any time and in real time. Can I go too? Taibai's 2 mechanical eyes flashed with lightning, and his tone was filled with a happy charm. Thank you, sir. For Taibai, after having a complete soul and a real body, Taibai actually seemed very new to everything. However, everything Taibai did was based on the interest of Chi Jun, although Taibai himself could travel to and from the Earth at any time. Taibai still stayed on the Iron Star as a supervisor and did not go anywhere. Of course, Chi Jun grinned and laughed. As long as you can manage everything, you can go wherever you want. I'm not the kind of black-hearted boss who locks you up and exploits you. Thank you for your permission, sir. Taibai's face was obviously filled with a happy smile, and he solemnly promised, Taibai will definitely take care of all of Sir's affairs before he will learn about the things that Taibai is interested in. Haha. Chi Jun smiled with satisfaction. I'm at ease with you doing the job. Taibai was created by Chi Jun himself, and he was also the subordinate who had followed Chi Jun for the longest time. With the long-term influence of dark soul magic, Taibai was Chi Jun's #1 diehard fan, the kind who would self-destruct immediately if asked to do so. How about going to Earth with me to play? Chi Jun asked, sir. Taibai plans to stay on Iron Star until all the first-generation transformers you need are manufactured, and then go to Earth to observe. Taibai changed his mind, his face serious. Forehead, Chi Jun was stunned, but he immediately understood that Taibai was more loyal and motivated because of what he had just said. Okay, then Chi Jun nodded and agreed. Anyway, this matter is a good thing for him. Chi Jun has no reason to refuse. However, he originally wanted to bring someone to see what the so-called cosmic radiation is, but he didn't expect that Dr. Lon was not available, and Taibai was directly promoted to a workaholic. Is he alone again? Thank you, sir. After obtaining Chi Jun's consent, Taibai immediately made a space jump and returned to the Iron Star. Chi Jun clearly saw that the work efficiency of the primary transformers on the Iron Star was instantly improved. This is too white. Chi Jun shook his head and laughed, but Chi Jun had never expected that just because of what he said, Taibai would directly build an invincible iron army for Chi Jun. Invincible in the entire universe, of course, that was all later, and Chi Jun didn't know these things yet. After teleporting back to the dream, Chi Jun replenished his energy first, and then tidied himself up. Then he teleported to the spaceship where the Fantastic Four of the future was given by Taibai. With Chi Jun's current strength, there are naturally many ways to avoid being seen by others. He no longer needs to materialize a prop that cannot be discovered by others like before. Chi Jun seems to be sitting in the seat of the spaceship, but in fact, Chi Jun has placed himself in the subspace, changing his position at all times as the spaceship flies. Chi Jun looked at the 5 guys: scientist Reed Richards, Susan Stone, Susan's brother Johnny Stone, pilot Ben Graham, and the famous future Doctor of Destruction Victor Von Doom. Chi Jun found that the 4-inch Fantastic Four were all wearing specially made high-tech spacesuits, while Victor Von Doom was wearing a spacesuit that was completely different from the 4. Think about it carefully. The 4 guys of the Fantastic Four all touched the metal wall of the space station when the cosmic radiation arrived, but none of them had any power related to metal. On the contrary, Dr. Doom, Victor Von Doom, did not wear the same spacesuit as the Fantastic Four, but his power transformed him into a full metal body. Hiss. Could it be that the spacesuit of the Fantastic Four has some strange properties? Should we tear up the spacesuit of the Stone Man? Turn the Stone Man into a metal man? Jun suddenly thought with some evil interest. A metal man is better than a stone man, right? Jun guessed maliciously. Maybe, if I become a metal man, I can also generate electricity or something? However, after a while, Jun found helplessly that these guys were just ordinary people and needed to do their best to resist the strong load brought to their bodies by the ascent of the spacecraft. Alas, 5 wooden men, there was nothing to see. Jun shook his head and stopped keeping pace with the spacecraft. In an instant, the spacecraft, which had been taking off at full power, flew far away, and Jun was suspended in the air, frowning at the exhaust smoke surrounding him. Of course, Jun himself was in the subspace. Although it seemed that these disgusting smoke wrapped Jun up, in fact, it would not cause any harm. Snap a finger snap sounded, and the long smoke duct disappeared in an instant. It was Jun who directly used space magic to wipe it out. Forget it, let's go check out the cosmic cube first. Jun thought about it and realized that cosmic radiation would take at least several hours. He had to do something when he returned to Earth, otherwise he would feel empty. Wish Jun recalled the location of the dark energy base before, and disappeared into the sky with a teleportation. WTF. Fuck. Jun cursed as he looked at the shield base that was completely buried in rubble. If Jun hadn't been in the subspace, he would have teleported directly into the rubble. What the hell? The cosmic cube was stolen. With a thought, Jun teleported to the sky above the original dark energy research base, only to find that the entire dark energy base had long since become a ruin. Not only that, the dark energy base and its surroundings were completely destroyed, and even sank more than 10 meters deep. What's going on? Could it be that Hydra attacked here? Did the base explode? Or did the cosmic cube go out of control? This scene is a bit like the scene when Loki appeared in Avengers 1 ? Loki comes to Earth. No, it shouldn't be. Jun frowned and thought. Thor was seriously injured by me. Odin should have fallen into Odin's sleep, and the Rainbow Bridge was destroyed. Loki couldn't have been so low-key when he came to Earth. Taibai would definitely be able to detect some traces, and it's impossible for him not to report to me. Oh, right. Why didn't Taibai report the situation here? Thinking of this, Jun was suddenly stunned again. Jun did not doubt Taibai's loyalty, and if Taibai could not find the abnormality here, there must be something unique here. Sure enough, Jun calmly sensed for a while, and indeed he sensed something unusual. This place is actually isolated by space. Jun swallowed his saliva, extremely surprised that he didn't even notice this slight fluctuation in space. Whose hand was this? Ancient One? Or other demon gods? It couldn't really be Hydra. Shaking his head, Jun immediately ruled out Hydra. If Hydra had this ability, would it have become an underground organization that everyone wanted to fight against? Wait, after careful observation, Jun indeed discovered more abnormalities. This is actually a magic similar to the mirror space, but it is completely the opposite of the mirror magic. Mirror magic projects reality, but reality is not affected. And this space magic, huh? Should it be space magic? It directly wraps the real world in, but leaves a projection in the real world that is the same as usual. Jun's mind moved, and he teleported away from this space. Looking from afar, Jun found that from the outside, nothing had changed. Even the guards were still standing guard. Jun teleported and entered the space again. Sure enough, the real world inside had been destroyed long ago. Unless he used time magic to go back, it would be impossible to keep it consistent with the projection from the outside. There really are all kinds of magical abilities in this world. No wonder even Taibai didn't notice the abnormality here. After all, it was just surveillance, not monitoring, so it was not surprising that Taibai did not find anything unusual. So, who caused this result? Being able to achieve this level is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. Either it's a powerful space wizard like Ancient One, or it's very likely to be a dimensional demon from the myriad dimensions. After all, it's related to the cosmic cube and the space gem. Anyone with enough strength or power could possibly take action against this dark energy base of S.H.I.E.L.D. Jun couldn't think of the real mastermind behind the preparations for a while. Wait. Suddenly, Jun sensed a faint wave flashing by. It was extremely weak, but it felt a little familiar. In other words, have I seen the person behind this? Could it really be the dimensional demon god? After all, Jun had copied and manifested the magic ability of the Ancient One, and Jun also knew that the Ancient One did not know this kind of magic. Moreover, this kind of spatial fluctuation was not consistent with the magic of Vashandi. Otherwise, Jun would not have failed to discover it in the first place. Excluding the Ancient One, the remaining ones were naturally the 10,000 dimensional bosses. However, they were all said to be the 10,000 dimensional bosses. There were too many of them. How could Jun find them? However, the space gem was a treasure that Jun was determined to obtain, and Jun could not give up. But how could he find a person who was hiding, or a person/force who was proficient in magic in space? And suddenly, that extremely faint, yet familiar aura to Jun appeared again. This is Odin's power. How could this be the power of Odin? Jun was shocked, being chased by Odin and running across thousands of dimensions. How could Jun not remember the unique manifestation of the power of Odin? Wrong. This is not pure Odin power. The reason why I couldn't detect it at the first time must be the power of Odin mixed with other powers. This seems to be somewhat similar to the power fluctuations of the god king of Vanaheim. That's right. Queen Frigga was born in Vanaheim, so it doesn't make sense that Odin would have the power of Vanaheim, right? Odin's power, water magic, TSK. Even I almost didn't notice it. This old guy Odin is hiding very deeply. Jun said with a cold face, looking unhappy. I thought Odin would not make a move on the cosmic cube. Huh, but this does explain why the cosmic cube was stolen. Without the deterrence of the Rainbow Bridge, we can still teleport troops through the space gem and once again deter the entire 9 realms. Odin is really an old fox. Jun guessed. Although it will be difficult to build a new Rainbow Bridge in a short time, as long as we have the space gem in our hands, we don't have to worry about the rebellion of the entire 9 realms. In fact, because of the infinite energy of the gem, whoever holds the space gem can completely suppress the entire 9 realms. I just don't know whether this thing is in the hands of Odin, who is probably in the Odin sleep, or in the hands of Queen Frigga. Jun frowned in thought, but at this moment, a circle of light appeared in front of Jun. As the transmission circle took shape, a bald woman walked out. Ancient One. Seeing the appearance of Ancient One, Jun's eyes narrowed fiercely. Jun saw clearly that the strength of this Ancient One had increased again. Wasn't she afraid of being swallowed by Dormammu? Hello, Master Jun. After walking out of the teleportation circle, Gui showed Jun her signature smile and greeted him. Hello, Master Ancient One Supreme Mage. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Jun also smiled in return. It seems that all this was not caused by Master Jun. Looking around, Gui had already gone through the scene and knew what was going on. In fact, it was because Gui's background was deep enough and his strength had increased again that the problem that Jun did not find at the first time was discovered by Gui at the first time. I don't know. What did the Supreme Master Gui see? Jun asked knowingly. It's just that an old friend took away the things he had left on Earth. Gui shook his head, as if he didn't see the broken limbs in the rotten pit. Haha. So even if he kills everyone in this base at the same time, it doesn't matter. Jun said with a hint of sarcasm. Jun knew that this dark energy base was probably blown up by Odin, who had no place to vent his anger because of the destruction of the Rainbow Bridge. Some things are destined to be a tragedy from the moment they are studied. The Supreme Mage Ancient One understood what Jun was mocking, but he didn't care. Similarly, Jun also understood that Ancient One, who had lived long enough, no longer cared about this little death. Ancient One, who had lived too long, had long been accustomed to such things. For Ancient One, as long as it did not concern the entire human civilization and the safety of the Earth, Ancient One and the mages of his faction would never care about the affairs of the material world. After all, the mysterious side world was enough to keep them busy. However, how did this Ancient One become stronger? Could it be that this guy also has the attribute of upgrading when injured? I wonder what kind of fate did the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One get? His strength has increased so much. Jun is still quite interested in the changes of Ancient One. Jun, who copied and embodied the ability of Ancient One, knew very well that although the magic of Vishandi was very powerful, it had also lost many of its effects. At least, the power of Vishandi was not enough to make Ancient One live forever. In order to ensure that he lived long enough, Ancient One forcibly extracted energy from Dormammu, who was also integrated with the entire Dark Dimension, to maintain his vitality. But in the same way, people who are stronger because of the power of darkness will also be more eroded by Dormammu because the dark power is stronger. At least, in Jun's opinion, the guy Ancient One who appeared in front of Jun, his strength can be said to have directly reached the peak of the father level. Logically speaking, the whole person's consciousness should have been eroded by Dormammu. But why is this guy Ancient One still so clear-minded? Could it be that something went wrong with the Dark Dimension, or Dormammu? Jun couldn't help but frown. The strength of the great wizard Jun has also changed dramatically. Gui did not answer Jun's doubts, but looked at Jun with a serious face. What was the strength of this guy when he saw Jun last time? Although he suffered a little loss because of his carelessness, if he really wanted to take down Jun, in Gui's opinion, it was still possible. But now, seeing the great wizard Jun again, Gui was completely shocked, because Gui found that Jun had reached the same level of strength as himself. Although he had just entered the father level, it was completely different from Jun, who was the same as before. Even though Gui's strength had skyrocketed, the increase was not comparable to Jun. Before, Jun's little transparent strength was enough to seriously injure Gui by sneak attack, and with Jun's current father level strength, if he used the original move, Gui could hardly guarantee that he could still survive. The time stone is indeed powerful, but that's because someone is using it. If Jun took advantage of the time when Ancient One wasn't paying attention and didn't use the time stone and made a real sneak attack, Ancient One would have really been overturned. A little transparent, a father level, a world of difference. Haha, it's just a small improvement. Jun didn't care about the fact that Ancient One didn't explain. It was nothing more than using some means to take away a large amount of dark energy from Dormammu again. Whether to say it or not, Jun didn't want to learn it, so he didn't care at all. What Jun wanted to know more was what happened to the Dark Dimension, or Dormammu. Otherwise, would Dormammu be so kind as to let Ancient One cut meat from him? Moreover, could it allow Ancient One to take another step and cut meat at the level of a single universe? This time, I'm afraid the entire Dark Dimension is seriously injured. Could it be because of Odin? Jun guessed. Looking at the changes in the dark energy base that has become a ruin and is unknown to the outside world, you can tell that Odin is not a good person. In order to ensure that Asgard can still deter the entire 9 realms. When the Rainbow Bridge was destroyed, he took back the cosmic cube that was thrown to the earth and destroyed the shield dark energy base that was researching the cosmic cube. According to this way of doing things, it is not difficult to guess that in order to prevent Asgard from being invaded by thousands of dimensions, it is not impossible that Odin the Destroyer directly hit Dormammu hard. No, it can even be said that this is inevitable. In order to ensure that Asgard will not be invaded by thousands of dimensions after falling into Odin's sleep, Odin directly used Dormammu in the dark dimension as a representative of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys and shock thousands of dimensions. This is definitely something Odin can do. Think about Asgard. After Odin fell into the Odin sleep, the queen needed to take care of his sleeping body. Thor was seriously injured and had not woken up, and the second prince Loki was missing. Even if he was alive, he would not let Loki take charge of Asgard. In this case, it is not impossible for Odin to be seriously injured or even directly destroy the dark dimension as a warning. Of course, judging from the huge but still stable dark energy on the Ancient One, which is not out of control, the dark energy cannot be destroyed. Otherwise, if it is implicated, it would not be strange for the Ancient One to die on the spot, let alone upgrade. I hope Master Jun will not do anything that will harm the earth. Gui looked at Jun deeply and warned him. Otherwise, even if you're stronger, the Kamartaj lineage will not let you go easily. Jun smiled meaningfully. What if it's the people from Kamartaj who provoke me first? Then you naturally don't have to hold back. Gui frowned, not knowing whether it was because of Jun's words or because of Jun's attitude. That would be the best. Jun smiled and nodded, as if to say, you'd better go back and control your disciples. Otherwise, if you fall into my hands, I won't let you go back intact. I have something else to do, so I'll leave now. Gui nodded to Jun, then stepped into the light circle and left. There is something wrong with this Ancient One. Seeing the transmission light disappear, Jun frowned and said to himself. Although this was only the 3rd time he had contacted Ancient One, Jun didn't know what kind of person Ancient One was. However, this 3rd contact was like a completely different person from the previous 2 contacts, which gave Jun a great sense of awkwardness. Let's go to the dark dimension first. Jun frowned. He did it as soon as he thought of it. Jun's mind moved, and the whole person disappeared from the dark energy base and appeared in the dark dimension, as expected. Feeling the changes in the dark dimension, Jun's eyes flashed with a look of, as expected. The dark dimension has been beaten to the brink of shattering. Seeing that the entire dark dimension deep space was filled with cracks that were difficult to recover, even Jun, who had reached the level of a god, could not hide the shock on his face. Moreover, I can't even feel Dormammu's omnipresent aura. This Odin is really ruthless. A trace of solemnity flashed across Jun's face. Although Jun himself was not afraid of Odin, he must not let Odin discover the power he had just begun to build. With this guy's ruthlessness, Chi's power would definitely be torn to pieces by Odin. As expected, he was the one who made Chi Yong's Zishu wait until he died before taking action. Odin, wearing the destroyer armor, was really ruthless. It seems that Dormammu was severely injured, and Ancient One took this opportunity to increase his absorption of dark power. No, it should be robbing. It even seems that Ancient One has some intention to replace Dormammu. Jun was suddenly confused when he thought of this. Jun saw from Ancient One that she was being assimilated by the dark dimension. Or maybe Ancient One herself wanted to assimilate the dark dimension. It's like, if you want to defeat magic, you can only use magic. This kind of meaning, to defeat Dormammu, you must first become Dormammu. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Dormammu was seriously injured and fell into a deep sleep to recover, forcibly seize the resources of the dark dimension, further integrate into the dark dimension, and even eventually devour Dormammu. Shit. Jun was also shocked. This is fucking it. Will Ancient One eventually become another Dormammu and eat the earth? Compared to Dormammu who was blocked by Ancient One, it was very difficult to swallow the earth. If Ancient One merged into the dark dimension and became the new will of the dark dimension and wanted to swallow the earth, then no one could stop him. Swallowing the earth would be a matter of minutes. If Ancient One becomes the new will of the dark dimension, who can stop her? With the body in the dark dimension, it is 1,000 times better than her previous mortal body and has huge potential for development. Plus with the time stone in hand, damn, he's definitely the next villain boss. Jun was getting more and more horrified the more he thought about it. Damn it, I just stole a steel drill from Odin. Why was there so many, such big changes? So Doctor Strange is definitely out of the running. Forehead Ancient One is about to incarnate the will of the dark dimension, so it is impossible for him to look for a so-called successor, right? Damn it. Jun suddenly felt a little annoyed. Can't these Infinity Stones just stay on Earth? If the time stone was brought to the dark dimension by Ancient One, it would be extremely difficult to snatch it back. The cosmic cube was taken away by Odin. I don't know whether Odin hid it himself or gave it to Queen Frigga. Anyway, it's not easy to get it. Damn it, if I had known earlier, I would have snatched the cosmic cube from the dark energy base first. Jun frowned. It's not good to be too cautious. I let the cosmic cube slip away from my hands in vain. I wonder if Hela can successfully bring back the soul stone? Should I give the pet wolf Finner to Hela? Well, we the Euro-S get the power stone first. After we find out about the Morag planet, we should go there in person and take the cosmic spirit ball away, so as to avoid any more accidents. Jun had already obtained information about the Morag planet in the Nova Empire. However, the Morag planet had been abandoned for thousands of years. With the information from the Nova Empire thousands of years ago, Jun could not use mind teleportation to teleport there directly. However, Jun also asked Taibai to control a small team of intelligent reconnaissance spacecraft to explore. As long as they found the Morag planet and took a real-time picture, Chi-Jun could teleport there in a few minutes and take the Cosmic Spirit Ball. Once you have the Power Gem in your hand, you can go on all kinds of adventures without any worries. By then, even if Odin the Destroyer appears in front of me again, I can fight him head-on. By the way, can we plan to see if the wormholes in those wormholes can connect to some strange places? Chi-Jun thought. Well, I wonder if Ancient One will eventually choose to assimilate into the Dark Dimension? Chi-Jun guessed. If Ancient One really integrates into the Dark Dimension, it will be really fun. Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. I can't control this thing. Chi-Jun looked around the Dark Dimension that was full of cracks and ruins, shook his head, and returned to Earth with a thought. However, he did not go to the Dark Energy Base again, but went directly to SCP Group Building. Since I'm already back to Earth, I might as well take a look at Sky and the others. Boss. Seeing Chi-Jun suddenly appear in front of him, Sky jumped up from his boss chair with a look of surprise and said, "You are back to Earth." Chi-Jun's mouth curled up slightly. "Didn't you see this?" "I'm afraid you're just a projection." Sky hugged Chi-Jun's arm and shook it. Seeing Sky jumping in front of him, hugging his arm and shaking it hard, Chi-Jun suddenly realized with embarrassment that Sky at this stage was really just a girl, of course. Even if she was a girl, the size was not small. Speaking of which, he would SCP it as really hard for Sky to manage this huge group. Chi-Jun couldn't help but feel a little guilty. In other words, Sky didn't know what Chi-Jun was thinking. Otherwise, she wouldn't have just sent Chi-Jun flying with a shockwave. God knows how much Sky's worldview changed after Chi-Jun took her out of that fast food restaurant. The experiences in such a short period of time were more than what Sky had experienced since she was a child, and they were even more intense. God knows how much effort she, a teenage girl, put into. Yet SCP, the position of the group president, is sitting upright. CP, most of the employees in the group were cyborgs produced by Chi-Jun's advanced cyborg factory in Red Alert like barracks. They all obeyed Sky's every order obediently, but for a girl with only a high school education who had been hiding all the time, it was still too hard. No, it was more than hardship. It was simply difficult. Hardship. Of course, Sky is very, very, very grateful to Chi-Jun, who pulled her out of the vast sea of people, told her life story, awakened her supernatural powers, gave her the ability of a magician, and led her to a more glorious life. It can be said that in front of Chi-Jun, Sky was defenseless and completely opened her heart. Chi-Jun rubbed Sky's little head lovingly, ruffling her hair. "You're already the CEO of a super multinational group. Why are you still so eccentric?" Sky didn't care at all that Chi-Jun had messed up her hair. Instead, she rubbed her little head in Chi-Jun's palm, with a look of enjoyment on her face. "I'm just a girl. Isn't it normal to be a little bit lively?" "Okay." Chi-Jun smiled slightly and said, "You have a point. Tell me about this time. C.P. How's the development of the group? Has anything happened on Earth?" Pulling Sky's little hand, Chi-Jun walked to the sofa and sat down. "Also, how's your ability being trained now?" Okay. Sky followed obediently and sat next to Chi-Jun, nodding his head cutely. A lot of things have happened on Earth during this period of time, although Chi-Jun could learn a lot from Tai-Bai. After all, Tai-Bai has been monitoring the world. But compared to Transformers, Chi-Jun still chose girls. After the promotion of the Chief talk with Sky, Chi-Jun also slowly understood what happened during the time he left the Earth. Listening to Sky's story, Chi-Jun calculated the time. It should be when he and Odin were competing with each other that a war broke out between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. There is no so-called Captain America 2 plot at all, because Captain America is still frozen at the bottom of an iceberg in the Arctic. The war between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. was entirely because both parties bought considerable intelligence information from Chi-Jun, which led to the two sides directly entering the decisive battle moment of tearing their faces apart. Because both sides knew each other very well, this war lasted for a long time, and it did not end quickly and decisively. This war almost affected the world, and even the ancient Eastern countries were slightly affected. The price was that S.H.I.E.L.D. was completely disbanded, and instantly turned from a top violent intelligence organization on Earth into a super crippled garbage 9th-rate force. Even because it was announced that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated by Hydra for decades, S.H.I.E.L.D. was crushed by this last straw, and was set as an illegal organization by various countries around the world, and was instantly disbanded on the spot. The same treatment also went to the Hydra of the Serpent S.H.I.E.L.D. branch. It was unknown where Nick Fury found a superpower team, which was specifically targeted at the personnel and the intelligence sold by Chi-Jun to S.H.I.E.L.D. for decapitation operations. In a short period of time, they were hit to the point of being almost useless. Of course, if it was really useless, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not be forced to disband later. When Serpent S.H.I.E.L.D. was almost destroyed, Serpent S.H.I.E.L.D. dragged two more Hydra branches into the water. In particular, a branch that specialized in conducting cruel experiments on people with superpowers sent out biological weapons, which almost fought against the superpower troops under Nick Fury and ended up in a draw. Finally, under the attack of various Squidgia forces, the three Hydra branches were all wiped out. It can be said that in a war between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, all are losers, and they are super losers who lose their lives. Only the major countries became the final winners. All kinds of scientific research talents and scientific research results of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra were quickly divided up. In particular, the rogue countries that formed the Security Council made a fortune in this war between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. It was at this time that Odin, whose Rainbow Bridge was destroyed by Chi-Jun, came to the Earth to retrieve the Cosmic Cube and destroy the Dark Energy Base by chance, but it did not attract any attention. First of all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is gone. Disband on the spot. Secondly, the entire Dark Energy Base was cast with illusion magic, and ordinary people could not tell it was not. Of course, as had already anticipated this result. C.P. The group also achieved great results in the battle between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. CP the group did not recruit those combatants, but instead used the information advantage provided by Tai-Bai to plunder all the scientists from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Hydra branch that participated in the war. Compared with the fact that various countries knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated for decades and were hesitant to recruit scientists from both sides, SCP the group doesn't care about recruiting these scientists at all. As long as they have the ability, they will be hired. No wonder the disappearance of the Cosmic Cube did not attract the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chi-Jun blinked. It turns out that S.H.I.E.L.D. is gone. However, Nick Fury still has a lot of hidden cards. What was his final outcome? Chi-Jun asked Sky. Missing. Sky pursed his lips, looking somewhat resentful. Oh, Chi-Jun looked at Sky in surprise. Sky didn't catch Nick Fury. Chi-Jun knew that Nick Fury was the culprit for Sky becoming an orphan. It didn't make sense for Sky, who had the ability and knew the truth, to let go of this opportunity. If S.H.I.E.L.D. was still there, Sky might have hesitated to take action because of his fear of official organizations for many years, but S.H.I.E.L.D. was already on the decline and even disbanded. There was no reason for Sky to let Nick Fury go. Humph. Seeing Chi-Jun's eyes, Sky naturally knew what Chi-Jun was thinking and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Big pig's hoof. When S.H.I.E.L.D. was defined as an illegal organization by various countries, I arrested Nick Fury directly. Sky said with an unhappy look on his face. But that guy turned out to be a fake. He was actually played by a shape-shifting alien. Scrolls. Chi-Jun raised his eyebrows and understood. What about that person? Dead. Sky said bitterly. That guy turned into my appearance to escape, but was shot into a sieve by the security defense weapon. Chi-Jun's mouth twitched that Chi-Jun had to take the blame himself. When he was learning the dark soul magic of Sison, he suddenly had an idea, and .C.P. Many soul security inspection equipment appeared in various channels of the group. This thing is a bit like the mutant detection device in the X-Men, except that one detects the X gene, and this one detects the soul. Although this world is the Marvel movie world, there are no mutants who are extremely perverted, but whether it is the psychics, the Inhumans, etc., even the Skrull aliens can transform. Face scanning security checks in this world are not safe at all, but the soul detection equipment embodied by Chi-Jun makes these people nowhere to hide. No matter how you transform, your soul cannot change. For outsiders who are not internal personnel, or are not led by internal personnel, the soul security defense will directly beat the illegal outsiders into a sieve. Obviously, the Skrulls who transformed into the appearance of Sky were directly defined as illegal invaders. The United States Federation is not an ancient Oriental country, and there are all kinds of humanitarian restrictions. For S.C.P. as far as the group is concerned, as long as outsiders dare to invade illegally, then SCP the group dared to shoot him to death directly. It seems that Nick Fury is really deeply involved with aliens. Jun narrowed his eyes. Perhaps, the guy who came to see me at that time was a transformed scroll. What happened next? After the scroll died, did anyone come to bother you? Was there anyone or any force targeting SCP group? Jun asked. Sky frowned and thought for a while. It's a bit strange. It seems that this doesn't exist. Haha, if there is none, then there is none. Jun smoothed Sky's frown and smiled. Maybe that guy is on vacation in a scientific research ship? This guy has a lot of cards up his sleeve, and he is deeply involved with alien forces, but he will always show up, and it won't be too late to deal with him then. Jun thought of the Kree research ship that had been hidden between the Earth and the Moon in the plot of Big Mom Marvel. He didn't know if Big Mom Marvel had brought the research ship back. Is it still hidden between the Earth and the Moon? If it was brought back, would Black Braised Egg still be hiding in it? If not, where would Black Braised Egg hide? Let's not talk about him anymore. Is there anything else going on during this period? As long as Hey Lu Dan is still thinking about things on Earth, he will show up again sooner or later. Jun simply changed the subject and diverted Sky's attention. Other things? Sky blinked her beautiful big eyes. Oh, the Wakanda thing is a big deal. Boss, you can never imagine what the result would be if the United States Federation and more than a dozen smaller countries launched a war against Wakanda. Sky said to Jun in surprise. Wakanda actually won. Looking at Sky, who was still surprised even now. Jun could imagine how shocked Sky was when he first learned the news. Sky ignored Jun's smile and said excitedly. However, the coalition forces of the United States Federation and more than a dozen smaller countries did not gain nothing. The true face of Wakanda was actually covered by a giant virtual holographic projection and a giant energy shield. It was not until the United States and a dozen of its smaller countries jointly attacked that the fact that Wakanda was actually the most technologically advanced country on Earth was exposed. It is hard to imagine that in that remote place, a backward third world chiefdom that was originally known to everyone in the world suddenly transformed into a superpower with more advanced technology than the United States. I heard that the United States is working with its smaller countries to define Wakanda as a terrorist organization and is calling on the world to eliminate Wakanda. When Sky said this, he was filled with disdain. But Sky suddenly laughed again. In order to deal with Wakanda's high-tech means, the US Federation military is in our SCP the group has placed a large number of orders for high-powered weapons. In 2 consecutive wars, our SCP the group was completely overwhelmed. War money is always the easiest to make. It is also the most profitable. Jun was not surprised by this. Otherwise, why would he take over the weapons research and development department of Stark Group? By the way, where's our SCP-500 drug? Jun didn't care about the long-term war between the United States and Wakanda. Instead, Jun was more concerned about the development of his own cheap group. Sky laughed and said, speaking of SCP-500, this is our SCP. This is the important trump card that enabled the group to develop very smoothly into a super multinational group. After research and analysis by the group's scientific research team, we have divided SCP-500 drugs into 3 levels, namely, high, medium, and low. In fact, these 3 different grades are just different proportions of dilution. However, in order to prevent others from studying the prescription, after the efforts of the scientific research team, we mixed a lot of messy medicinal materials and chemical preparations into it without affecting the efficacy. The low-end ones are the most diluted and the least effective, but they can quickly cure common headaches and colds. The price is basically the price of a cold in the hospital, although it seems a little expensive. It may not be able to cure the cold in the hospital, and it may even make your cold more serious and take more time. Our low-end SCP-500 medicine can cure quickly in a short time, which saves patients a lot of time and trouble once launched. It has been well received in various countries. The mid-range ones are used to treat moderate diseases that can be cured in hospitals but require a lot of time and money, and the patient will suffer a lot. The charges are also average, and once launched, they have also received various praises. The high-end ones are used to treat serious diseases and terminal illnesses, such as AIDS and cancer. Of course, they are no longer so cheap, and we also sell them in limited quantities. C.P. We will only provide them with these high-end SCP-500 drugs if we have reached a strategic cooperation with the group. Sky's mouth curled up slightly. Well, this is also the key factor that allows our SCP-500 drugs to survive and even develop better after it has formed a dimensionality reduction attack on the global pharmaceutical industry once it is launched. Everyone is afraid of illness, not to mention the top bosses in those countries. With the high-end SCP-500 medicine, they have the opportunity to live a stable life without illness and pain until the end of their lives. With the high-end SCP-500 medicine, they don't have to worry about whether they will be infected with some strange diseases at the high Tiansheng Yen. I heard that while the SCP-500 potion is selling well, it has even driven the development of a large number of small pill companies around the world, because the SCP-500 potion can cure all kinds of diseases. During this period of time, all kinds of feasts are emerging all over the world. Speaking of this, Sky's eyes are full of contempt. Jun grinned. He never thought that the SCP-500 potion he materialized could also drive the hot sales of some small pills. Even Jun could imagine that scene. At various banquets, groups of fat and big-eared bigwigs ate small pills by the handful, and then performed all kinds of indescribable behaviors. After that, groups of bigwigs took out a SCP-500 potion and drank it, and then each bigwig went to deal with his own affairs easily. Puff, the picture is too beautiful. I dare not look at it. Of course. In addition to these 3 different dilution ratios, there is also a non-diluted SCP-500 solution. As long as the patient is not dead, any disease can be completely cured in a very short time. We call it the universal solution. The universal solution is not for sale, but only circulated internally, such as rewarding employees, senior executives, and scientific researchers who have made significant contributions to the development of the group. Well, by the way, we also give a limited amount to the leaders of various major countries every year to maintain our SCP the group's interests around the world. Of course, there are also some jealous forces. Sky pursed his lips with disdain. However, with Taibai's cooperation and the relationship that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, these unstable factors were quickly calmed down. Now, with only SCP-500 as the drug, we are already the world's top multinational group. Wilson and Alimama can only follow us and eat dust. Sky raised his chin, and his face was full of pride. Even SCP the group can influence the direction of countries to a certain extent. Of course, because of your instructions, boss, we have to avoid being targeted by the river crab beast, so we have not actively intervened in any country's internal affairs. Sky had the expression on his face and shrugged. Well done. Jun nodded with satisfaction. Although after traveling in the universe, Jun's vision is no longer limited to a small broken ball like the Earth, but SCP the group, under the leadership of Sky, has achieved such fruitful results on Earth, which is also very impressive. CP the troubles encountered by the group were casually mentioned, as if it was really no big deal, but Jun could fully imagine how big the trouble would be. C.P. Given the power of the group, one can already imagine the troubles involved just in negotiating with various countries and reaching some kind of strategic alliance for common interests. Do you want to put SCP group to go to the universe? After thinking for a while, Jun asked Sky. Taibai is Jun's butler, and was materialized by Jun as a living transformer leader. He is destined to manage the rear while holding Jun's sword and fighting against foreign enemies. As for Sky, Jun decided to train her to be a commercial and foreign exchange specialist for his own forces, compared with Sky's combat ability. Jun values Sky's management ability more. Sky takes over SCP the group had a very short time, but was able to complete. SCP the group has developed into the world's top multinational group today, and its ability is absolutely unquestionable. CP the group itself is already strong enough. CP the group itself has powerful enough resources. CP the group itself has powerful enough channels. Even though Sky has the assistance of Taibai, Harris, and other capable people behind him, but these cannot cover up the fact that Sky himself has powerful abilities. Although the pig standing on the wind can indeed fly, how to fly? How high can it fly? How long can it fly? How can it avoid falling? These are all very important tests. Obviously, Sky has successfully proved his ability, which is why Chi-Jun wants Sky to continue to serve as SCP. Chi-Jun believed that with Tai-Bai's information support, even if he wanted to enter the interstellar market, Sky would still be able to expand SCP. The group has developed into an interstellar group that is even more terrifying than the Daifan group. Sky was stunned when he heard Chi-Jun say that Luin's mind was full of how to get SCP. The group's flags are all over the Earth, but you told me to enter the universe. Go ahead. Pakacha cough cough. Do we have a spaceship? Sky stuttered. It seems we don't have the speed of spaceships, cosmic star maps, etc. Just tell me, do you want to .c.p. The group is going into space? Chi-Jun asked, holding Sky's trembling little hand. Of course I do. Sky swallowed. But there's no buts. Chi-Jun laughed and interrupted Sky, stuttering. As long as you want, nothing is impossible. Isn't it just marching into the universe? Chi-Jun waved his hand. What's so difficult about that? So handsome. So domineering. Seeing Chi-Jun's commanding look, Sky's eyes were full of stars, and he had completely forgotten about marching into the universe. This is the person I should follow. Looking at Chi-Jun, Sky was completely melted. Chi-Jun naturally noticed Sky's eyes full of admiration and love, and he was very proud in his heart. Humph. See, your goddess, him. Chi-Jun, whose steel attribute was about to explode, had no intention of executing the law on the spot. Instead, he used his thoughts to project what he had seen and heard on the Chidal star. Hey, a holographic projection appeared, with all kinds of strange aliens and peculiar architectural styles, finally pulling Sky's wandering thoughts back to reality. Wow, is this the scenery of an alien planet? Sky did not doubt the authenticity of the holographic projection. Now Sky himself has the ability to travel back and forth between Venus and Earth at any time, so he naturally thought that Chi-Jun, who is more powerful, can naturally travel back and forth between Earth and the planet where aliens live at any time. Sky takes over SCP. The group had a very short time, but was able to complete SCP. The group has developed into the world's top multinational group today, and its ability is absolutely unquestionable. CP. The group itself is already strong enough. CP. The group itself has powerful enough resources. CP. The group itself has powerful enough channels, even though Sky has the assistance of Tai-Bai, Harris, and other capable people behind him, but these cannot cover up the fact that Sky himself has powerful abilities. Although the pig standing on the wing can indeed fly, how to fly? How high can it fly? How long can it fly? How can it avoid falling? These are all very important tests. Obviously, Sky has successfully proved his ability, which is why Chi-Jun wants Sky to continue to serve as SCP. Chi-Jun believed that with Tai-Bai's information support, even if he wanted to enter the interstellar market, Sky would still be able to expand SCP. The group has developed into an interstellar group that is even more terrifying than the Daifan group. Sky was stunned when he heard Chi-Jun say that Luin's mind was full of how to get SCP. The group's flags are all over the Earth, but you told me to enter the universe. Go ahead. Pakacha cough cough. Do we have a spaceship? Sky stuttered. It seems we don't have the speed of spaceships, cosmic star maps, etc. Just tell me, do you want to .c.p. The group is going into space? Chi-Jun asked, holding Sky's trembling little hand. Of course I do. Sky swallowed. But there's no buts. Chi-Jun laughed and interrupted Sky, stuttering. As long as you want, nothing is impossible. Isn't it just marching into the universe? Chi-Jun waved his hand. What's so difficult about that? So handsome. So domineering. Seeing Chi-Jun's commanding look, Sky's eyes were full of stars, and he had completely forgotten about marching into the universe. This is the person I should follow. Looking at Chi-Jun, Sky was completely melted. Chi-Jun naturally noticed Sky's eyes full of admiration and love, and he was very proud in his heart. Humph. See, your goddess, him. Chi-Jun, whose steel attribute was about to explode, had no intention of executing the law on the spot. Instead, he used his thoughts to project what he had seen and heard on the Chidal star. Hey, a holographic projection appeared, with all kinds of strange aliens and peculiar architectural styles, finally pulling Sky's wandering thoughts back to reality. Wow, is this the scenery of an alien planet? Sky did not doubt the authenticity of the holographic projection. Now Sky himself has the ability to travel back and forth between Venus and Earth at any time, so he naturally thought that Chi-Jun, who is more powerful, can naturally travel back and forth between Earth and the planet where aliens live at any time. That's right. This is a galaxy that is relatively close to the solar system, only a few dozen light years away from the Earth, but it is the closest and most prosperous galaxy to the Earth. Chi-Jun introduced it to Sky in a calm manner, but Sky was shocked by the tens of light years mentioned in Chi-Jun's calm tone. Boss, do you have any misunderstanding about tens of light years? Light has to travel a distance of several decades. How come it becomes only in your mouth? Big boss. Although you can open a space channel to travel between the Earth and other planets at any time, have you really considered how much energy is needed to travel back and forth over a distance of dozens of light years? Sky is no longer the Sky who went everywhere like a stray dog. Even Hulk can learn to the level of an ordinary college student on Earth through a virtual teaching helmet in a very short time. Not to mention Sky, who is smarter than Hulk. Through the virtual teaching helmet left by Chi-Jun, it can be said that Sky has already become a top doctor on Earth, and a doctor in many aspects who can beat many professionals. How could Sky not know what a distance of dozens of light years is? Damn, how come such a long distance becomes just in Chi-Jun's mouth? Could it be that it takes tens of thousands of light years to be called a little distance? This is Chidar, the capital planet of the Nova Empire and their origin planet. Chi-Jun naturally noticed Sky's shocked expression, but Chi-Jun did not explain much, and even felt a little happy in his heart. The Nova Empire has signed a strategic alliance with us, and it can be regarded as our interstellar ally. I plan to have you go to this Chidar planet to build our SCP, the first extraterrestrial branch of the group. And using this as a springboard, it officially entered the universe and became a true interstellar group. Of course, SCP. The group has been handed over to you to manage. I'm only responsible for being your strongest backing. You are SCP, the group's president. SCP, how the group enters the universe is still up to you. As a lazy man, Chi-Jun is very successful. Tai-Bai is in the big base. Dr. Lon is in scientific research. Sky is in business. And even the 3 million symbiote super warriors in the near future. Chi-Jun decided to hand them over to Tai-Bai to lead. Chi-Jun only needs to continue to be his hands-off boss and improve his own strength, and it will be completely okay. In this crisis-ridden Marvel universe, he's also enjoying his life. Chidar Star. Nova Empire. Strategic alliance. Sky was confused and even shocked by what Chi-Jun said. What the hell? I thought you were going to travel to a planet, but you went to form an alliance with an interstellar empire. What? So our.c.p. group. Is it now a super interstellar force that is allied with the Star Empire? Looking at Chi-Jun blankly, even though Sky has been trained to be a very mature president of a multinational group, Sky still expressed that he wanted to be quiet. While we were still fighting various wars on Earth, boss, have you already made a name for yourself in the universe? Staring blankly at Chi-Jun's handsome face, Sky suddenly lost interest in watching the war between the United States and Wakanda. Just kidding. The United States is so powerful. Has it gone out of the solar system now? Wakanda is powerful enough that the United States cannot kill it. But can they contact the forces in the universe, especially the Nova Empire? A cosmic empire that is obviously very powerful at first glance, can you? But obviously, we can't. Sky suddenly discovered that these achievements on Earth that seemed so remarkable before, after entering the universe, there was nothing worth cheering for. Interstellar forces. This is an interstellar force. An interstellar force that can cover an unknown amount of starry sky. S.C.P. The group has quietly become an interstellar force. Thinking of Chi-Jun appointing him as the head of SCP Star Group is still the president, and Sky's heart is beating even more wildly. By the way, where is our fire wizard Bruce Banner? Chi-Jun asked Sky, is he still on Venus? Sky served as SCP. The position of president of Interstellar Group was already a foregone conclusion, so Chi-Jun naturally stopped caring about it. Anyway, he would just find time to build a space transmission channel connecting the Earth and Chidal Star in the manor on Liberty Island. What happened next would naturally be handled by Tai-Bai to assist Sky in establishing the real SCP Star Group. Sky was imagining the beautiful scenery of galloping through the stars. You seeing Sky's silly look, Chi-Jun scratched her nose in a funny way and repeated it again. Oh, boss, you mean Dr. Banner? Feeling the touch on his nose, Sky finally came back to his senses and said with a slightly red face, Dr. Banner had been staying on Venus before and didn't even want to come back. But yesterday, a biological research project in the group's scientific research team was stuck, and Dr. Connors was transferred back to the Osborne group. So I brought Dr. Bruce Banner back from Venus. Oh? Didn't Dr. Connors terminate his contract with Osborne? Chi-Jun asked in surprise. When Chi-Jun first came here, Stark Industries and Osborne Group were all huge companies. But for the current S.C.P.S for the group, Osborne Group is also not worth mentioning. Kidnap Dr. Lizard and sign him into SCP the group shouldn't be a problem at all. Osborne is just angry but dare not speak out. No, Sky lifted her hair and smiled slightly. We have offered Dr. Connors a very generous salary, but Dr. Connors seems to be a little grateful. After all, the Osborne Group invested in him when he was in the most difficult time. In addition, according to him, one of his research projects in Osborne has also entered the most critical stage. He has no plans to leave Osborne for the time being. Really? Chi-Jun's mouth twitched. What a grateful heart. Chairman Osborne is a real capitalist who will praise you to the sky when he needs you. If you are no longer valuable, he will immediately kick you out of the house. He may even be more ruthless and sink you into the Hudson River directly to prevent the group's interest from leaking. That's normal, since he doesn't want to forget it. Chi-Jun said indifferently, Tai-Bai, let our fire magician come over. The group's research can be put aside for now. Okay, sir. Although Tai-Bai's real body is in the Polaris Star region, he exists everywhere in the universe. If Chi-Jun was very interested in people like Dr. Connors at the beginning, now he doesn't care much. After seeing Dr. Land's extraordinary scientific research brain, Chi-Jun really didn't pay much attention to Connors and other so-called scientists on Earth. Not to mention, Dr. Lan, following Chi-Jun's instructions, has recruited many interstellar scientists in the universe. Dr. Connors and others who are unwilling to follow SCP those recruited by the group will regret it in the future. After Sky has seen the interstellar scientists, he will no longer be interested in these so-called scientists on Earth who have limited knowledge and are very old. If one day, Earth scientists like Dr. Connors knew what kind of opportunity they missed, I wonder if they would regret it and want to explode on the spot. However, with the Osborne group, is Spider-Man still the Dutch brother? Chi-Jun thought silently in his heart. Dr. Connors' experiment has entered an important stage again. Is this the rhythm of Spider-Man's appearance? Should I intervene or not? Chi-Jun thought for a while and said, forget it, let it go. If I encounter it, I will intervene. If I don't encounter it, I will just ignore it. Boss. Bruce Banner walked into the CEO's office and was stunned. You're back. When Tai-Bai notified him, he was doing an experiment and didn't pay much attention to what Tai-Bai said. He thought Tai-Bai asked him to come to the CEO's office because Sky wanted him to go back to Venus to continue practicing magic. He hurried to Sky's office, but he found out that it was Sky who came to the CEO's office. C.P. The real boss of the group, Chi-Jun, is back. What? Are you unhappy because it was me? Seeing Bruce Banner's expression, Chi-Jun pretended to be angry and said, oh no, I'm very happy in my heart. Bruce Banner was startled. Chi-Jun's performance on Venus was still in front of him. He didn't dare to offend the boss in front of him. Even though he knew Chi-Jun was joking, Bruce Banner kept himself low. Okay, Chi-Jun shook his head in boredom, but he also knew that this was the sequelae of Bruce Banner's previous transformation into the Hulk. I called you here, firstly, so that you don't have to be so tense when practicing. Secondly, it's a good opportunity for you to experience the wonders of this universe. See, Alta download time. 0.024s scan time. 0.032s. By the way, the group will set up a separate security hiring company, but it should not be affiliated with the group's name. Before leaving, Chi-Jun said to Sky, this security hiring company recruits a group of powerful desperados who are willing to blow up the hexagon for money. Chi-Jun ignored Sky's suddenly open mouth and said calmly, this security hiring company is just a one-time deal. We will find an opportunity to let them join the team to attack Wakanda. Huh. Sky was a little confused. Even Bruce Banner looked stunned. Vibranium is a good thing. Chi-Jun did not hide it from Sky and Bruce Banner. This time, boss, I took a trip to the universe and discovered that our Earth has a super top-notch and scarce material in the universe. That's right, it's vibranium. Chi-Jun narrowed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth. This thing is too valuable. It's a waste to put it in Wakanda's hands. As long as you know that this thing can be used to make a galaxy annihilation cannon, you will understand how precious it is. Although Chi-Jun knew that behind Wakanda, in addition to the so-called Black Panther god, there was also a cosmic elder who had lived for an unknown period of time and was planning something. But Chi-Jun was not at all intimidated. You know, Chi-Jun has now reached the level of a father-in-law. With a combination of various means, he dares to confront even a single cosmic elder. It's just a cosmic elder. Whether he has the strength of a single cosmic elder is another matter. What's more, Chi-Jun is not going to personally destroy Wakanda and rob the entire vibranium mine. That would be a bit like bullying the weak, and Chi-Jun is too lazy to do it. In fact, Chi-Jun wanted to snatch the vibranium mine. First, there is indeed the factor that Chi-Jun said that vibranium is very valuable in the universe, but this is not very attractive to Chi-Jun, who can materialize anything with his ability. Second, it is because Chi-Jun is lazy. He doesn't want to be a charging treasure to materialize vibranium all the time. Since there are so many vibraniums in front of him, just snatch it. No, just take it. This one is not in line with SCP. Chi-Jun will only use any security hiring companies that are involved with the group for a while and then discard them after use. Anyway, you are an elder of the universe who is hiding somewhere unknown. If you have the ability to find me, Chi-Jun, that's another matter. If you can't find me, Chi-Jun, then go and play with these desperados. Is vibranium the rarest material in the universe? Vibranium can be used to make galaxy destroyers, galaxies, not planets. Chi-Jun's words shocked Sky and Bruce Banner. The secret of Wakanda appearing in front of the world because of the sudden attack of the United States Federation is no longer a secret. Moreover, Sky and Bruce Banner, as SC, for the top brass of the group, vibranium is no secret to them. Especially Bruce Banner, as SCP, the chief scientist of the Earth core, he has the authority to use vibranium at any time. After the magic of vibranium was revealed, Bruce Banner even used this material to make a magic wand. Not to mention, this thing has its own unique energy storage, energy conduction, and even energy isolation. It is hard to imagine how the same material can perfectly combine these different properties. Of course, this thing is a good thing that every interstellar empire wants in the universe. However, in the universe, this material has always been controlled by a cosmic powerhouse. Chi-Jun gave Sky and Bruce Banner a shot of prevention, fearing that the two guys would be ruthless and go straight up. Chi-Jun himself was not afraid of the universe elder, but it did not mean that Sky and Bruce Banner could ignore it. This vibranium vein on the Earth was originally caused by a meteorite falling from the sky. There may be a plan behind this by this cosmic powerhouse. Therefore, we will not do this ourselves. Got it. Sky and Bruce Banner nodded, showing that they understood, and also a little solemn. However, if Chi-Jun hadn't given the final warning, Sky and Bruce Banner might have really taken action to rob it personally. A shockwave master and a fire magician, both of whom happened to have the ability to easily mine vibranium. Plus, Chi-Jun gave Sky the spatial ability. If these two guys really took action themselves, Wakanda really wouldn't be able to keep their vibranium mines. So, what on Earth can that powerful person in the universe want? Sky asked. Not necessarily, right? Bruce Banner frowned. After the true situation of Wakanda was exposed, the information about the vibranium vein was exposed. It fell on the African continent at least 1,000 years ago. What did the powerful cosmic master plan for so long? To be honest, I'm not sure either. Chi-Jun frowned at this. But considering all the circumstances, the Earth does have something that attracts the attention of the powerful in the entire universe. But no matter what, we just need to make our own layout and keep the same in the face of changes. Chi-Jun continued. Similarly, the Earth continues to develop, and the development of the universe cannot be left behind. Yeah, I understand. Sky nodded. Bruce Banner also nodded to show that he understood. You just need to remember to do this quietly. Get as much vibranium as you can from Wakanda without exposing yourself. Now, Chi-Jun smiled slightly. Come with me to see the amazing scenery in the upcoming universe. Chi-Jun stepped forward and put his hands on Sky and Bruce Banner respectively. Then, with a thought, the three of them came out of SCP. The president of the group disappeared from his office. Here it is, outer space of the Earth. Sky asked, looking at the spaceship whizzing past in front of him. In the Earth's orbit. In the subspace, Chi-Jun and the other two appeared here without attracting anyone's attention. See Altion. 0.256s scan, 0.039s with Chi Jun's current strength, let alone taking two people to outer space. Even pulling everyone on Earth to outer space is not a difficult task. Of course, Chi Jun will not do that. Reed Richards, a smart scientist, discovered a strange cosmic radiation in the universe and used it for research, hoping to explore the secrets of human genes and use it in human medical research. Ignoring the inquiring eyes of the two guys who were curious about how he could breathe normally in outer space, Chi Jun talked to himself. Although they knew they were in the universe, they could breathe freely, hear clearly what Chi Jun said, and did not feel weightless. This feeling was still a bit novel to Sky and Bruce Banner. If we don't have SCP group, maybe their research can change the world. Hearing Chi Jun's words, Sky couldn't help but laugh. That's not necessarily true. Bruce Banner shook his head. When it comes to science, is it just how you want to study it that determines the result? In fact, whether it is Reed Richards' scientific research project or Victor Von Doom's company, we SCP the group has invested in it. Bruce Banner saw the looks from Chi Jun and Sky and couldn't help but explain. Although I have been obsessed with magic practice before, I have communicated with Dr. Reed Richards before that I admire his idea of using cosmic radiation energy to actively promote biological mutations and extract fragments that are beneficial to humans during the mutations, thereby eliminating diseases and changing the current living environment of humans. But unfortunately, I don't support his decision. Bruce Banner's path has been completely led astray since Chi Jun solved the big problem of Hulk, and he became a great fire wizard. Bruce Banner is now only interested in magic and biological sciences, especially after looking at the problem from the perspective of magic. Bruce Banner has enough prestige to talk about Dr. Reed Richards' research project. Bruce Banner fully agrees that this cosmic radiation will bring different changes to different life individuals, such as the Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom. But Bruce Banner does not agree that the mutations studied by Reed Richards can eliminate diseases and even change the living environment of humans that in Bruce Banner's view. There are not too many inhumans, mutants, psychics, and even magicians on Earth. Even if you want to study, there are absolutely enough samples on Earth. Why go to space and lose sight of the big picture? However, if they dare to face this cosmic radiation in person, it is not impossible for a few more superpowers to appear on Earth. Bruce Banner, who has plunged into the bottomless pit of life science, is very sure that as long as Reed Richards and others dare to take the risk in person, the experiment may be useless, but it is not a problem for everyone to become superpowers. Bruce Banner is very sure about this. This space trip was originally for them to walk in space, collect data, and lay the foundation for the next real experiment. Without commenting on Bruce Banner's words, he shook his head and said, but unfortunately, they miscalculated a little. Nothing is absolutely absolute in the universe. This time, the cosmic radiation was earlier than Dr. Reed Z expected. In a little while, that magical cosmic radiation energy will arrive. Chi Jun put his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. With Chi Jun's current Godfather level, he had already sensed a large amount of energy surging towards the Earth the moment he returned to the Earth. Of course, this energy was still very far away, and except for Chi Jun, who was already at Godfather level, no one else could feel it at all. Sky finally reacted. Boss, you said that we should come to watch this cosmic spectacle. Is that what you want us to see? Of course. Chi Jun glanced at Sky. What else? Do you think your boss is idle? Take you to see the spaceship? Or take you to see the space station? While Chi Jun and the other two were talking, the spaceship carrying Reed Richards and 5 others approached the space station, making slight adjustments in relative stillness, and began to dock slowly. Then this time, aren't we here to witness the birth of these 5 mutants? Sky raised her eyebrows. Her eyes were full of curiosity, and she became interested. After all, Sky was just a college student. Even if she was C.P., he has the experience of being the president of a group, as well as many strange experiences following Chi Jun, but he is still interested in these things. This is his nature. Maybe there are more than 5 of them, Bruce Banner muttered to the side. Bruce Banner didn't believe that Chi Jun brought them here to watch the spectacle of cosmic radiation just to watch if Chi Jun was originally on Earth, and this time he was interested in the spectacle of cosmic radiation. It would be understandable, but Chi Jun happened to return to Earth from the universe, and it could even be said that he came here specifically for this cosmic radiation. Naturally, it is impossible that he just came to enjoy the beautiful scenery. And in fact, it is true if at the beginning, Chi Jun was thinking about how to absorb energy from this cosmic radiation. Then now, Chi Jun's purpose has long changed from absorbing energy to doing experiments, based on the principle of keeping wealth within the family. Chi Jun originally wanted to get all his men to experience this cosmic radiation. Anyway, Chi Jun has the mutant gem in his hand, and he is not afraid that his men will undergo any bad changes in this cosmic radiation. Even if it gets bad, just use the mutant gem to modify it back. But then I thought about it. There is no need for that at all. Too many people are too tiring, and Chi Jun is a person who is afraid of trouble. Of course, by the way, Chi Jun also wants to do some unique experiments. For example, temporarily dig out the old popsicle to receive the baptism of cosmic radiation. Without the unique space suits of the Fantastic Four, will the old popsicle become an Iceman? See Altion, 0.044 S scan, 0.099 cent fact. Chi Jun is still very interested in whether the mutated mutants who gain superpowers in this cosmic radiation have anything to do with wearing the special clothes of the Fantastic Four. In the original plot. Except for Victor, who became Dr. Doom because he didn't wear that suit and came into contact with metal. Other people also came into contact with metal, but they had different superpowers, especially the Stone Man Ben. This guy was the first to come into contact with cosmic radiation and was also the most irradiated, but he turned into a Stone Man without a little ding-ding, which is so boring to think about. Without a little ding-ding, what is the meaning of life? Even though the Stone Man Ben later found a blind girl who didn't despise him, Chi Jun seriously doubted that since he couldn't see anyway, would a little finger be enough? I'm getting off topic. In short, in order to verify these conjectures, Chi Jun not only prepared to dig out the old popsicle temporarily, but also prepared to dig out SCP. The group's top action team was brought up, and even let Tony Stark also feel the magic of the universe. Yes, Chi Jun not only made the famous Iron Man completely different from the original plot, but Chi Jun even planned to mutate this unlucky kid. Compared to Victor Von Doom, who partially removed the metal and turned into a metal man, Chi Jun was also very curious about what Tony Stark, the unlucky kid, would mutate into. Directly mutate into a robot or a transformer. Chi Jun is looking forward to it. Of course, in order to avoid being discovered by the Observer and turning it into a horror story, Chi Jun is not going to bring that guy up directly. Although Chi Jun has basically confirmed that there is no so-called Observer after a series of things he did in Asgard, Chi Jun is not going to reveal too many abilities in front of Tony Stark. Tai-Bai. Inform Tony Stark that a magical story will happen in the space station in half an hour, and ask him if he is interested in coming and taking a look. As soon as he thought of it, Chi Jun directly asked Tai-Bai to convey his words. If he asks something, don't say anything and just block him. Give a bait without telling him the details. Chi Jun believes that Tony Stark will take the bait. The most important thing is that this news was conveyed to him by Chi Jun. How could Tony Stark not be interested? Half an hour, no matter what Tony Stark is doing now, is enough for him to transform from Earth into Iron Man and fly to the space station, with Tai-Bai constantly monitoring the Earth. Chi Jun is still very clear about Tony Stark's changes. This guy has developed a set of space mark battle suits early on. Flying to the space station is not difficult at all for Tony Stark, who was already using the Krypton Gold Arc reactor. In the great battle between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, Tucker was also a beneficiary. This guy not only took back all his father's relics, but also took away Hydra's. He avenged his parents directly. Even the fall of S.H.I.E.L.D. was also caused by the new Iron Man. It can be said that under the guidance of Chi Jun, the plot development line of the Marvel world has long been a mess. Well, I don't know what kind of expression Lao Bing would have when he woke up and found that his old friend was killed by Tony Stark. Would he put down his butcher knife and laugh it off? Or would he have a fist-to-flesh contest between mutants, Earth, a certain entertainment club? Due to the influence of Chi Jun, Tony Stark is not as worried as in the original show, living a busy life of a superhero every day. Although Tony Stark still goes out to fight crime now, this guy still behaves more like a playboy, well, or, in other words, like a capitalist. This is not the Iron Man who was controlled, guided, and tricked by Nick Fury into becoming a thug for S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, Tony Stark did not transform into Iron Man to fight crime, but wore a thin marked battle suit. In this entertainment club, he worked hard to collect honey like a diligent little bee. Sir, Mr. Chi Jun has sent you a message. The voice coming from the headset immediately made Tony Stark pause with his hand around a small waist. Well, it's time to say goodbye again. Tony Stark calmly withdrew his hand, raised a glass of red wine, raised it above his head, and shouted, I wish you all a good time. Today's consumption will be paid for by the famous Iron Man. Oh, whoa, amidst the cheers, the helmet fell down, covering Tony Stark's entire body. Bang. The famous Tony Stark's way of leaving was naturally unusual. A large hole was knocked out of the wall of this luxurious club by the famous Iron Man then. Bang. With a sonic boom, the famous Iron Man quickly disappeared into the horizon. Everyone in the entertainment club had a completely normal expression and quickly fell into the carnival. What? Tony Stark quickly returned to his base, wearing the space mark suit with the help of Jarvis, and complained, what do you mean by the space station? How can Chi Jun not reply to a message? He even dared to block my famous Iron Man? How can he do this? Of course, Chi Jun in space didn't know that someone was madly complaining about him. After ensuring that there would be no accidents when cosmic radiation passed through in half an hour, Chi Jun began to carefully search the space around the Earth. Of course, Chi Jun mainly wanted to find the invisible Kree research ship that might have been driven back by Aunt Marvel. The Nick Fury that Chi Jun had seen before was most likely a Skrull in disguise. The Nick Fury killed by Sky was confirmed to be a Skrull in disguise. Chi Jun wanted to know, is the real Nick Fury on Earth? Where might the real Earthling Nick Fury be hiding? What kind of relationship does he have with aliens? No, Chi Jun frowned. Could it be that Aunt Marvel hasn't brought back the research ship yet? After carefully searching the space between the Earth and the Moon, and even the space near the Earth, Chi Jun did not find any hidden research ships or even warships in space. However, Chi Jun found several hidden ships in the asteroid belt. Reconnaissance ship. Or should it be called reconnaissance spaceship? Chi Jun didn't react for a moment, and it was only after Taibai explained that Chi Jun realized that these reconnaissance spaceships actually came from the planet Chidao. Haha. As expected, some forces, whether they can't leave the planet or can already walk between the stars, can't escape this kind of operation of wanting to secretly monitor others and even investigate them clearly. Chi Jun shook his head and laughed, and he crushed all of them, whether they were the big families on the Chidar star, the reconnaissance ships of the Nova Corps, the reconnaissance ships of the Nova Empire, or even the monitoring ships that the Kree Empire followed to monitor. Since we are talking about being an alliance, we still have to show our strength a little bit. As for whether these reconnaissance ships and even monitoring ships exploded inexplicably, whether they would make those forces who came to monitor secretly furious, Chi Jun would not care. It's really cool to kill and not bury them. But Chi Jun looked towards the direction of the moon. It seems that the Inhumans have discovered some secrets. With Chi Jun's strength, he can naturally sense the movements on the moon. As Chi Jun himself is a space magician, and with Chi Jun's current father level strength, even though Chi Jun is so far away from the moon, in fact, the movements on the moon seem to be happening in front of Chi Jun. It is extremely difficult not to be discovered by Chi Jun. Boss, have those people on the moon discovered anything? Bruce Banner is only a fire magician after all, but Sky has the spatial ability given to her by Chi Jun, and she can still hear what's happening on the moon. Although Sky cannot clearly perceive the real situation on the moon, it is very difficult not to attract Sky's attention due to the frequent spatial fluctuations on the moon. What's more, Sky, who has been educated by Chi Jun, knows clearly that there are her folks on the moon. Of course, these folks are not recognized by her. Although Sky also hopes to have the care of her folks and hopes to be able to integrate into the tribe, it is obvious that Sky's life experience of being displaced since childhood has made her not recognize these moon Inhumans who have abandoned their Earth folks. Although the moon is not very beautiful either, the Inhumans on the moon can be said to be much happier than the Inhumans on Earth. Sometimes, Sky feels that the Inhumans on Earth are living a worse life than herself. There are obviously with powerful abilities, he has to hide everywhere, fearing that he will be caught and sliced for research. Think about the Inhumans on the moon. They're actually divided into royal families and civilians. That feeling is just like being screwed. Therefore, Sky not only has no sense of identity with the Inhumans on the moon, but he has always been wary of them. Sky is also afraid that this group of people will suddenly appear and take him away to serve their royal family. Although with Sky's current ability, a shockwave can directly shatter the moon, but Sky hates his life being messed up. Sky enjoys his current life very much. It is not the high and mighty life of the president, but freedom, peace, and tranquility. Sky obviously enjoys his current life and no longer wants to live the days of being a stray dog and having no peace in the past. Sky also does not allow the Inhumans on the moon to appear and disrupt his peaceful life. At least, in Sky's view, there is not too much intrigue, not too much war and killing. Even if SCP, the position of group president, may make her busy and tired at times, but it is what can truly bring Sky inner peace and tranquility. Huh? Bruce Banner was stunned. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? There are still people on the moon? Bruce Banner looked confused. Of course there is. You don't know? You haven't read the information in Taibai. Chi Jun glanced at Bruce Banner, and they seem to have really discovered something. Whether it was Chi Jun's narration or Taibai's own investigation, the secrets on Earth were not secrets to Chi Jun's subordinates. At least, people at the level of Bruce Banner and Sky all had the authority to view them. But obviously, Bruce Banner didn't look at them carefully. Of course, this may also have a lot to do with the fact that the information is too large. After all, as far as Chi Jun knows, the information stored in Taibai is stored in EB as far as the Earth is concerned. Do you have any ideas? Chi Jun ignored Bruce Banner, who was scratching his head with a silly smile, and turned to ask Sky. After all, he was an Inhuman, and he and Sky could barely be considered to have the same ancestor. Chi Jun considered himself a humane boss, so he was still ready to ask Sky what he thought. I don't want to have anything to do with him. Facing Chi Jun's question, Sky's answer was very firm. He just didn't want to have any contact with the Inhumans on the moon. Not to mention the Inhumans on the moon. Sky didn't have much contact with the Inhumans on Earth. The few Inhuman companions on Earth were, like Sky himself, Inhumans with special powers designed and cultivated by S.H.I.E.L.D. After the destruction of S.H.I.E.L.D., Sky took them to S.H.I.E.L.D. CP well, it was also the S that Chi Jun was going to receive cosmic radiation with Lao being gun later. C.P. A key member of the group's top action team. Oh, Chi Jun nodded. I understand. Snap. A sound of snapping fingers rang out. The aliens on the moon were suddenly horrified to find that all of them were frozen. They couldn't move at all. This is space confinement, and it is a spatial confinement that is many levels higher than ours. The moon Inhuman with space-related abilities shouted in horror. The moon Inhumans were able to speak, naturally because Chi Jun only restricted their ability to move, and did not prohibit all their actions, especially the king of the moon Inhumans, Black Bolt. Although his body was imprisoned, he could still use his abilities. However, because his body was imprisoned, even turning his head was a big problem. Facing the moon Inhumans in front of him, Black Bolt did not dare to speak, for fear that once he opened his mouth, the super strong sound waves would be emitted, and everyone in front of him would be torn to pieces. But because of this, the moon Inhumans were even more afraid. From the royal family to the civilians, and even the slaves, everyone was trembling. What a powerful force is this? But the shock of the moon Inhumans did not get any information feedback after all. Regardless of whether the moon Inhumans have superpowers such as Prophet, they will mobilize all members when the cosmic radiation is about to come. But the time stone cannot detect Chi Jun's existence. So how could this group of lunar Inhumans know that a variable called Chi Jun would appear in this cosmic radiation? After sealing off the space of the lunar Inhumans and restricting the movements of all of them, Chi Jun turned his gaze away. Chi Jun no longer cared whether these guys were trembling or someone was thinking about something, but in Chi Jun's opinion, as long as these guys don't disturb his experiments later, it will be fine. Those space confinements are also time limited, and they will naturally be released when the time is up. Chi Jun has not yet reached the point where he would take someone's life for no reason. Not to mention that Chi Jun is not that kind of person. Okay. After snapping his fingers, Chi Jun nodded to Sky and Bruce Banner. They won't bother us anymore. You guys just keep it here, don't move around. Chi Jun continued. I'm going to buy some oranges. No. I'm going to get that SCP, the group's top action team, also brought baptism. Let's feel it. In the blank eyes of Sky and Bruce Banner, Chi-Jun disappeared from their sight. Sky and Bruce Banner looked at each other, both with a dull look on their faces. What the hell is buying an orange? We would like to walk around casually, but look around here. In the vast space, do we dare to walk around casually? Forget it. Let's stay quietly in the subspace temporarily established by Chi-Jun. I don't know what technology was used to build this subspace, except that there is nothing under your feet, but it still feels like stepping on flat ground. It feels exactly the same as on Earth. I don't know if there is enough oxygen in this subspace to wait for Chi-Jun to come back. At that time, let Sky open a channel to the Earth. There should be no problem, right? As Chi-Jun teleported away, Bruce Banner, who was promoted to a new biologist, began to think divergently. Chi-Jun didn't know what Bruce Banner became after abandoning his beloved physics. Chi-Jun, who teleported away, came directly to the North Pole of the Earth. With Chi-Jun's current father-level strength, it was still very easy to find an old popsicle. After the mental power detected the location of the old popsicle, Chi-Jun teleported directly to the Nazi bomber of World War II that fell deep under the glacier that in front of Chi-Jun. An old popsicle that was frozen hard was lying there, and next to it was the famous vibranium shield that was later chopped and broken by the time. And Space Thanos, AS, the natal artifact of the old popsicle. This magical shield that has not been chopped has magical properties. Anyone who fights Wobukai will only attack the shield. Yes, this shield has such magical properties. Mutated gem. Modify the properties of this shield for me. Just modify it too. No matter who it is, after putting on this shield, his enemy will not attack the shield, but the person holding the shield. Chi-Jun decided to play a trick. The energy in Chi-Jun's body was reduced by a tiny bit, and then Chi-Jun suddenly felt that this shield was beginning to become marginalized. Haha, this is a good effect. Feeling this change, Chi-Jun was satisfied. When watching the movie, Chi-Jun complained about it. It was shameless for you to fight anyone on equal terms. How dare you hold a shield that can attract all hatred? It's unbearable. Thinking of one day in the future, when Wobukai fights against others, the enemy will ignore the shield and attack him. I wonder if Wobukai will feel uncomfortable? Well, of course, that's all in the future. Now let's take this old popsicle to space to receive cosmic radiation. I just wonder if this old popsicle that has been frozen hard will mutate into an ice-type mutant. Chi-Jun touched his chin and guessed. Who cares? Chi-Jun held the old popsicle and teleported to SCP Group Security Center. It's just an experiment anyway. The results don't matter. Boss. Seeing Chi-Jun suddenly appear, no one panicked. Instead, they shouted to Chi-Jun respectfully and reverently. Everyone held hands together. Looking at the group of S who were notified by Tai-Bai and stood in front of Chi-Jun C.P. The top action team of the group smiled and nodded. Chi-Jun shouted, hold on tight. Like the red devil teleporting, Chi-Jun stretched out his hand and put it on the captain. With a thought, everyone disappeared from the room that in fact, Chi-Jun's teleportation didn't need to be so troublesome. Even if everyone was standing very scattered, Chi-Jun could still easily take everyone away. However, it would be easier if everyone was connected together. Why not choose an easy way? Huh, Tony Stark is pretty fast. Chi-Jun had just teleported to the previous subspace with his men, and he found Tony Stark, who had turned on full mode invisibility and rushed out of the Earth's atmosphere.